Hearing his sister said such words, Elwyn almost fainted. Ailey! What are you doing? Can you say this kind of words? The hate of iron in Elwyn's heart was not mentioned. Brother! I don't want to marry someone I don't like. I think Steve is very good. I am willing to be with him, so don't say it again. Ailey was courageous, and said to Elwyn. Elwyn heard that he was even more angry. Ailey! You are so confused. The person I introduced to you last time is not stronger than this shit, Steve. People are already the Viscounts at a young age. In the future is infinite. And what does Steve do in front of you? A poor nation in the countryside is just a bronze knight. I heard that his mother was still a monster, and my father didn't know where to die. Is your vision so bad? Hearing Elwyn's words, Luli and Mark House's face changed. There was a killing opportunity in Luli's eyes. As soon as he was about to teach Elwyn, he was stopped by beqege. Give me this, don't act lightly. Mark Hughes whispered. Luli remembered this is the palace. If you do the royal family members, he will definitely be sieged on the spot by the masters who secretly ambush. Elwyn, do you think the Viscount is infinitely promising? beqege asked. Elwyn looked stiff. He was too excited just now, so that he completely forgot about beqege in front of him. He is the king of the kingdom. A small voice, almost the same as an ant in his eyes. I am a little stunned. No, Her Majesty, I don't mean that, you listen to me explanation. Don't explain, don't you think Steve's status is not high enough, then I will give the position of Earl Steve now. What else do you have to say now? Mark Hughes scratched a count and thrown out, making Elwyn dare not return. It happened that Luli had killed a count before, and it was understandable for him to replace him. Don't dare. Elwyn whispered. Okay. That, Luli, from today, you are the counts of our kingdom. Did you hear it? Ah? I have become the count. Luli is a little bit embarrassed. The back door is too outrageous. Steve, Elwyn said that your mother became a monster, what's going on? Why didn't I hear it? Mark Hyon turned to ask Luli. Her Majesty, my mother was indeed infected with monsters before, but now it has been cured. If you don't believe it, you can see it with your own eyes. Luli answered. Mark Hughes nodded. In fact, he knew these news, but now it is just to see Elwyn's reaction. By the way, when the head of Moulin just left, let me give it to you, saying that it was a reward to complete the task. beqege took out a golden medal and handed it to Luli. Elwyn was a person who knew the goods. When he swept away, he knew what it was. Golden badge. Golden knight. How is it possible? He clearly remembered that Luli was just the most rubbish bronze knight. Why did it become a golden knight at once? You know, he is also a knight. It's just that Elwyn belongs to the Knights of the Palace and is a silver knight. That's why he dismissed Luli's identity. But now, the other party has turned into a golden knight, and his proud identity looks sad. This makes him unacceptable. Even if Mark has just gave Luli a duke, Elwyn would not care too much. After all, these are virtual names, but the identity of the Cavaliers cannot be fake. He also admired Moulin very much. Moulin personally asked the king to transfer the badge, which is already supreme glory for a knight. Elwyn suddenly seemed to be a leaked ball and lost his fighting spirit. Even the Steve recognized by Moulin has any qualifications to judge others. However, beqege did not intend to stop. He decided to continue to hit Elwyn. Elwyn, do you know who is Steve's father? Elwyn was stunned, and I didn't know what Mark Hughes meant. How do you know this? Let me tell you, Steve's father is the knight you most admired that year, Stinwin. After Mark Hughes finished speaking, Elwyn fell directly into dull. Stow. Steve. He repeatedly thought of the two names, and then looked at Steve's face again. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. Because he had a holiday with Steve, he was not pleasing to Steve. But now calm down and observe carefully, I really saw the shadow of Steven from Steve's body. And the more you look like. It was just that Stin's image was more upright, and Steve felt a little bit angry. If it wasn't for Mark Hughes, he wouldn't have the two people together. When you're young, Stinwin does not teach you less. Do you forget that you have grown up? Mark Hughes's words, like a hammer, hit heavily on Elwyn's heart. At that time, Elwyn was still an ignorant little boy. His parents died early. Although he was a member of the royal family, he was no different from orphans. At that time, many people in the palace mocked him secretly, and his peers regarded him as a heterogeneous category, crowding him and bullying him. Sister Ailey is very popular. Everyone likes her very much, and she is completely different from Elwyn. Elwyn was bullied every time, and she hid and cried alone. He didn't want his sister to see the weak side of his brother. On one occasion, El Gentleman hit a man, and his beaten nose was swollen. This scene was just seen by Stin. He walked over and drove away the group. Elwyn looked at State, which was the first time that someone was willing to help him. Later, every time Stins came to the palace to find Mark House, they would visit Elwyn by the way. With the encouragement of Stin, Elwyn began to practice combat skills. He had regarded Stin as an idol in his heart and vowed to be a powerful knight like him. When Elwyn saw Stephen for the last time, Stin said that he was going to go out to perform the task. It is estimated that he would not come back for a while. In a few months, the Cavaliers test. Stin said that when he came back, he hoped to see that Elwyn was already a formal knight. Elwyn vowed the guarantee that he could do it. After a period of time, Elwyn made a rapid progress and passed the assessment smoothly and entered the Cavaliers. He just wanted to tell State about the good news, but was told that Stonewin disappeared. The news was like a thunderbolt, which made Elwyn dumbfounded. After Stin's disappearance, Elwyn squatted in front of the palace every day, hoping that the miracle would happen. But he waited for a long time, and he couldn't wait until Stin's return. Everyone said that State was dead, and Elwyn thought so. The young Elwyn thought for a long time and finally wanted to understand. Stin is the best person in this world. Since Stinwin is gone, what does it mean to work hard? Even if he really became a knight now, no one would recognize his existence. In order to figure out the truth of Stephen's disappearance, Elwyn asked around for a long time. In the end, he learned from a knight that Sidiva disappeared because he escorted Macuz into the fog forest. Mark Hughes left the fog forest alive, but Stinwin had no news again. After learning about this news, Elwyn had regarded Mark Hughes as his enemy. To this end, Elwyn also set a thorough plan. He wanted to climb up step by step, and slowly grasped power through marriage. When the time was right, Macuz was overturned in one fell swoop and revenge for Stywin. After these years of preparation, Elwyn has been grasped. As long as he and Leah's marriage settle, it is equivalent to half of success. However, the appearance of Steve greatly hindered his plan. He wanted to eradicate Steve and complete his revenge. But he never thought that Steve would actually be Stin's biological son. He planned for so long revenge plans, almost harming Stephen's pro-son. If Stin knows what he is doing, he will be disappointed with himself. Thinking of this, the weapon in Elwyn fell to the ground weakly. With a bang, Elwyn knelt in front of Luli. He made a kneeling action at Landley. "Elwyn, what are you doing?" Luli frowned. Although he was hostile to Elwyn, the opponent suddenly came to such a hand that was caught off guard. "Steve, you have a great father, I envy you." Elwyn raised his head and said. Luli was stunned and didn't understand what Elwyn meant. "Uncle Stowe, please forgive my ignorance, I will come down to accompany you." After speaking, Elwyn picked up the long sword, fell to the ground, and walked towards himself. Mark Hughes had a fast eye, and kicked the weapon in Elwyn's hand in a kick. The long sword flew out of the distance, and an arc was drawn in the air, and finally inserted it into the soil of the flower bed aside. Elwyn! Are you crazy? Mark Hughes was angrily. Don't care about me. Let me die. Uncle State died, I still shot his son. I have no face to continue living. Erwin's shouting, he was about to get up to get a weapon. Seeing this, Mark Hyls turned his foot to the ground. Mixing the account. Who said Sidwin died? Hearing this, Elwyn, who was facing collapse, suddenly seemed to grab the last life-saving straw. He hugged Mark Hughes's thigh and asked nervously, "What are you talking about?" "Uncle Stephen. Isn't it dead?" "Stupid. Who told you he died?" "However, Uncle Stephen has been missing so long, isn't it dead? Can you still live?" Elwyn asked, puzzled. Mark Hughes wanted to explain, but was stopped by Luli, motioned for him to lean and let himself say. "Elwyn, my father didn't die, I saw him in the mist forest with my own eyes." "Ah. Steve. Is this true? Do you really see Uncle State? Tell me where he is. I'd just go to him." Elwyn rolled in Luli's feet and asked, excitedly. "This is true, but when I saw my father, he seemed to be infected and became a giant zombie, but he seemed to have a sense of self-consciousness and greet me." After Luli finished speaking, Elwyn, who was already gray, ignited a hint of hope in his heart. "As long as you know that Uncle Stowe is still alive, this is the best comfort for him." "Steve, I was blind before, I didn't recognize you. I'm really sorry. I beg you, tell me the location of Uncle Stowe, I want to visit him." Elwyn kneeled in front of Luli again, begging for the way. "You have done so many wrongs, but you can't get an apology." When he heard Luli's words, Elwyn thought he was no longer a drama. Luli continued, "As for the position of my father, to be honest, I don't know the truth. I only know that he occasionally appears at the village entrance of Carlo Village." Carlo Village entrance. Elwyn took the mind and remembered this place. He must take a look at it in person. If he can encounter Stinwin, it will be great. As well as, thank you. Thank you. Elwyn took several heads to Luli, and ignored his image and identity. Seeing this scene, the people around me were dumbfounded. The most arrogant Prince Elwyn in the palace, one day, will kneel on others one day. This is really the sun coming out of the west. Mark Hughes couldn't stand it, so he had to help Elwyn. "Stand up. Don't kneel. What you represent is the royal family." Luli was a little hesitant and didn't know what to do. His greatest enemy, Elwyn. Suddenly, because of his father's affairs, he fell to himself and kneeling. Luli didn't know what he should do for a while. Continue to investigate Elwyn's fault? The conflict of Elwyn and Luli is nothing more than Leah. Now Lee and Luli have set up a marriage contract, and they have collected Elwyn's sister. Elwyn is equivalent to his own sister-in-law, and he is also half of his own. This relationship is really complicated. Well, this is the end, and the trouble is big enough. Are you both satisfied? Beqege asked. His Majesty, this matter is from me, punish me if you want to be punished. Don't find Steve's trouble. Elwyn took the initiative to speak and took all responsibilities. I still shouted and killed the previous second, and now I started to take the initiative to take responsibility? Luliwan faced Mark Hughes, hoping that he could help to soothe AI. Steve, the bell must also be a bell, your boys love debt, you solve it yourself, no one can help you. Beqege said with both hands. Seeing this, Luli had to walk up hard. Leah, don't be impulsive first, listen to me. As soon as Luli opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Ailey. Steve, you can even shout wrong even my name. In your heart, is there no place for me at all? Luli stunned for a while, then reacted. He had a mouthful just now, and accidentally shouted Leah's name. Behind Mikaz and Alwyn were stupid. Shout the name of another woman in front of a woman who is going to commit suicide. Luli can also be regarded as a new realm of scumbag. Ailey, I don't mean that. You listen to me explanation. Luli was so anxious. He is now jumping into the Yellow River. Steve, don't say, since you only have Sister Leah in your heart, then I will not bother you. Farewell. Ailey burst into tears, and the long sword in his hand waved himself. No. Luli held, bladively, a sprint and came to Ailey. When the sword is about to fall, one by one will fly. Ailey was shocked by force and fell back. Luli accelerated again, and one arrow rushed up. When Aries' body was about to land, she caught her steadily. Steve. Why save me? After Ailey was hugged by Luli, the anxiety and negative emotions in her heart disappeared. This warmth made her very at ease. Luli felt that at this time he should say something to appease Ailey. After all, her mouth had just caused her harm to her. After thinking about it for a while, Luli suddenly thought of earthy love words he saw before. So he said, Ailey, I think you are particularly like a game. Game? What game? My world. After saying this, Luli suddenly felt that he had goosebumps all over his body. Is this the lethality of the earthy love words? Scary. Although Ailey doesn't quite understand what the game is, and I don't know what game my world is. But she can understand the 4 words of my world. Steve. You are close to me, I have something to say to you. Ailey looked at Steve's face with a murmur. Luli didn't hesitate, he leaned down and lowered his head. Ailey suddenly stretched out his hands and surrounded Luli's neck. As soon as she used it, the distance between the two approached quickly. Ailey, what do you want to do? This time, it was Luli blushing. Don't look at he is not afraid of it, but when facing the girl, he will still be nervous. The water of love is too deep, and Luli can't hold him. After all, he didn't even touch his sister's hand in his last life. He was a real innocence. Kiss me. After Ailey said, she closed her eyes. Luliru was hit by a lightning, and his whole body was numb. He worked hard to turn his head and sent a look at Mikaz and Elwyn. The 2 men smiled badly, covering their eyes and carrying themselves. The soldiers at the door of the palace were more excited than Luli, and they couldn't wait for themselves to be giraffe, and tried to stretch their necks. Today, this melon is wonderful enough. Bronze Knight, Steve Palace, kiss Princess Ailey. If this news is passed, it is estimated that the whole city of Les will be overwhelmed. Luli looked at Ailey's little face, and he was tangled in his heart. In essence, Luli is still a normal human aesthetics. Although Ailey does look pretty, she is still a blockbuster after all. Let yourself kiss a block man. This picture is too beautiful, he has no eyes. Luli worked hard to concentrate, and in order to cover up his tension, he closed his eyes. Luli gritted his teeth, fighting. He kissed. A warm and fragrant woman came along her lips. The kiss time was less than half a second, and it was separated. Luli blushed like a monkey ass. This is his first kiss. It's so gone. While Luli's emotions, Ailey held Luli's next hand and made it again. Before Luli had time to react, his lips took the initiative to attach it. Ailey was active this time and kissed Luli directly. Luli struggled and wanted to get out, but found that Ailey hugged and tighter. This reminded Luli's scene of Di kiss Elena. He and Ailey, just like Di and Elena, are just transferring the identity of men and women. The sister was proposed by the girl and was kissed by the girl. Luli couldn't help crying silently. These are all handsome troubles, and most people can't appreciate it at all. If there is a life, he must be an ordinary person. There was a cheer from the door of the palace. Killy. Dear. Steve Cowbatch. Elwyn and Mark Hugus also quietly turned his head to check the situation. Lu Jia simply did not struggle, letting Ailey move. Just in the second of Airy kiss Luli suddenly heard a prompt. The kiss of true love is detected, and the real light and shadow D progress 5, progress 10, progress 15. Luli was stunned. What is this horse? As Ayuri kisses longer, the progress bar is constantly increasing. A few seconds later, Ai Lisong opened his hand. The kiss of true love is interrupted, unlocking fails. It is prompted to appear again. Luli is dumbfounded. This is too daddy. At this time, Ailey was full of red face, and she was landing from the emotional pulse. The two are opposite. As soon as Ailey wanted to say something, Luli suddenly kissed. Progress 25, progress 30. The progress bar that had already begun to retreat has moved forward again. Luli made his best solution this time, and the two kissed me. This kiss lasted more than 10 seconds. The people around him were stupid. After the progress reached 100, a sound sounded in Luli's mind. Unlocked real light and shadow D. Luli released Ailey. Ailey's face flushed, and she dared not look directly at land. The thing just now is too crazy. Her mouth was gasping, and Luli was too tight, and she almost didn't breathe. Luli opened his eyes and wanted to see what the world after the real light and shadow D were unlocked. The first thing he saw was Airy. At this time, Ailey is no longer the image of a clumsy block. She looks like the people in reality now. Ailey lowered her head and covered her face with her soft golden hair. Luli gently held up Ailey's chin and opened her hair on her forehead. When he saw Ailey's face, the whole person was dull. Ailey wore a pure white dress today. She was like a grease, and she looked more holy against her long white skirt. The soft golden hair was scattered on both shoulders, and a touch of fragrance came from the hair, and Luli couldn't help but breathe deeply. Ailey raised her face slightly, opposite Luli's eyes. The girl's face is good, and the exquisite facial features can't find a trace of flaws. The long eyelashes flashed, and the stars were shining in the eyes, as if thousands of stars were flashing. Before being stared at by Luli, Ailey was a little murmured and wanted to twist his head. Luli looked at it. Refers to the section of P. I can't help but say, Ailey, you are so beautiful today. Hearing Luli's words, Ailey lowered her head shyly. It is even harder to hear such words from Luli's straight man's mouth. When she was in the college, Ailey was once spoken by Luli's straight man to vomit blood. Luli held Ailey and slowly stood up. After unlocked the real light and shadow D, Luli felt that the whole world had changed dramatically. Although the original block material is classic, it always feels not so real. Luli Huan took care of the 4 weeks, as if he found the new world. This is the feeling of different worlds. The King Maxis became a handsome middle-aged uncle, and Elwyn became a young man. Luli suddenly thought of something. He ran to the pool next to him and observed himself to the reflection in the water. Surprisingly, Steve, who became a normal person, felt quite handsome. Junyi's face, bright eyes, tall nose bridge, and white teeth. Luli tried to turn his eyes and Hai. The gap between him and Hai. Congratulations to Hai to win the 2nd place in HI imitation contest. But unfortunately, he couldn't see it himself. Steve, what's wrong with you? When Mark Hugus saw Luli's abnormal manner, he asked a little bit. No, it's okay, it's a bit too excited. Luli quickly explained. Since it's okay, then I'll go first, you talk slowly. After a farce ended, Mark Hugus left. There were only Luli, Ailey, and Elwyn. The three people looked at each other and didn't know what to say. "Steve, thank you for your news, and I go to find Uncle Stowe. You must take care of my sister." Elwyn couldn't hold it in the end, and then said, "It's okay, you go. If you have a day, you won't let Ailey be wronged." Luli patted his chest. "By the way, Ailey, I offended Ms. Leah in the trading bank before. I asked you to help me bring me this thing." Speaking, Elwyn took out the same thing and gave it to Ailey. Luli saw it. "Isn't this amethyst?" "Why is Elwyn also?" Ailey saw the amethyst and suddenly covered her mouth. "Brother, this is your favorite gem. Do you really want to send it out?" "Ailey, this gem is also wasted in my hands. I hope you can use this gem with Miss Leah, so that Steve can save a lot of trouble," Elwyn explained. Luli listened to that was moved. Elwyn advised her sister to have a good relationship with Leah. Isn't this helping himself to settle the harem? From this moment, the gap between the two has been eliminated. Not to mention, Elwyn, good brother. I will remember you forever. Elwyn is the best big sister in the world. Before leaving, Elwyn whispered something in Ayuri's ear. After Ailey heard it, she turned red back to Luli. Luli was confused and asked her what she heard, and she didn't say it. This can give Luli anxious enough. Elwyn rode on the horse and disappeared outside the palace. "Steve, where are we going now?" Ailey held Luli's arm and asked well. Luli held Ailey's weak and bone-free and smooth hand, and he was proud of his heart. "Go, let me take you to my villa." "Villa? What is a villa?" Ailey asked, a little puzzled. "Go to you." "Okay. Then let's go." The two held their hands tightly and left the palace with laughter. When the two walked away, the soldiers at the door began to discuss. "Steve no bye. I took Princess Ailey lie after a shoulder. I will try it next time. Maybe I will fall out of my feelings." After walking out of the palace, the two came to the whistle card outside the palace. As in Elwyn's hand, Hanji naturally knew what was happening. He watched Steve and Ailey holding out from the palace and walked out of the palace, and it was a sour in his heart. Why can people like Steve be with the noble Princess Aerie? Since joining the Cavaliers, he has been admiring Ailey Xian. But he knew that it was impossible to come together with Ailey. Since you can't be together, try to get closer to Ailey, even if you just look at her more. To this end, he joined Elwyn's camp. But who could have thought that Steve suddenly came out of Steve, who was even lower than him, and the class was lower than him, and suddenly snatched his goddess? In Hanji's mind, this is the hatred of wives. Even if it's just his wishful thinking. He can't wait to rush to go to a sword to cut off Lulu. But Hanji knew that he was definitely not a Steve's opponent. So he can only endure it temporarily. "Yo, Captain Hanji, still looking at the door. Did you eat?" Luli smiled and greeted Hanji. Hanji gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence, "Eat, and eat very full, you will bother if you don't work." He now eats dog food sent by Ailey and Steve. How can he be full? "My dear, I'm hungry, I want to eat." Ailey was said to be hungry by the two. She pulled out the corner of the landing, coquettishly. This trick is too tube for Luli. Luli almost softened. "Eat and eat. We'll take you to eat steak dinner later." "Really? Steve? You are so nice." Ailey was surprised. "It's also called Steve. It's time to change." Luli smiled and reminded. "Then, what should I call?" "Call your husband directly in the future." Hanji almost shattered his teeth. He roared crazy in his heart, "Don't shout. Please. Don't call him." Ailey hesitated. Luli thought Ailey was a little shy. "If you are embarrassed, you can also call your dear." Hanji felt a little bit better in his heart. It seems that AI and Steve have not reached that point. Maybe you still have a chance in the future. He tried to comfort himself. But who knows, the next second AI suddenly shouted. "Dear husband." Luli stunned, then smiled, and quickly responded. "Hey. I'm here." When the two were affectionate, Hanji's body suddenly crooked and fell to the ground. The people around him were startled and hurried to help him. AI was also scared. "Dear husband, what's wrong with him?" Luli shrugged. "I don't know, don't care about him, let's eat delicious." After speaking, I walked away with AI. Hanji was lying on the ground, his mouth spit foam, and he kept thinking in his mouth. "Don't shout, please don't shout." Luli pulled AI, laughing all the way to his land. "The King Mark House has been visiting here for a while." Those ordinary people did not recognize him. But one day, when a noble passed by, Mark House was accidentally discovered. Soon, the news of the king's visit to the coffee shop spread throughout the aristocratic circle. Numerous nobles who wanted to be almost in the king's set, and blocked the square coffee shop. Makuz was helpless. Since that day, he has never been here again. However, after this incident, Luli's Block Cafe has become the iconic building of the ground area. Many people come here every day. What do you even have, lined up overnight, just to look at it? Most of these people are nobles unless. In their eyes, they can enter the square cafe, even if they are a symbol of identity. After all, this coffee is favored by the king. Luli took AI and walked directly into the cafe. People nearby are stupid. "Oh. How did this person go in? I have waited here for 3 days and 3 nights, and I haven't gotten to be qualified. There is a shady. This person looks a little familiar." In the crowd, someone recognized Luli. "I remembered it. Isn't this man a Steve who killed the quartet at that auction?" The man exclaimed. This throat immediately boiled the crowd. Yes, yes. I remembered too. This is called Steve, killing a count. In the crowd, many nobles heard the glorious deeds of Luli, and suddenly some legs were soft. Killing the count can still appear here alive. What is this guy? Several noble children had quietly opened and went back to inform the family. Wow, it's so beautiful here. I am the first time I have seen this architectural style. As soon as Eri came in, she was attracted by the villa in front of her. This is called a villa. If you like it, I can build another one for you. Luli said with a smile. Really? Ailey heard a joy. Of course. Then, can you make the house and the palace look better? She lived in the palace and had long seen the scenery there. Compared with this villa, the palace is ashamed like a slum. No problem, go when I have time. Luli agreed. What are they doing? Why are they drunk one by one? Through the glass windows outside, Eri saw the situation in the cafe. The group of guests in the room shook their heads to taste coffee, and their faces were full of enjoyment. Luli walked in with Ailey. He picked up a cup of coffee and put it in front of Eri. Taste. Ailey nodded gently, and looked forward to it. In the next second, Ailey frowned and said, Wow, this thing is so bitter, so difficult to drink. Luli hadn't spoken yet, and a man on the side opened his mouth first. Where do you come from the good things such as coffee, which is what you can taste? Don't stun the heavens here, hurry up and go back to the countryside to go to your carrion. After speaking, he laughed. Other people in the room also shot a scornful gaze towards Eri. But, it's not delicious. Ailey said puzzled. I don't welcome the villagers here. I advise you to go out early, don't let us catch people. The man threatened. Steve, they want to drive me. Ailey looked at the land unknowingly, her eyes helpless, like children who did something wrong. Luli never said until Ailey asked him for help. He can see that these guys are not here to drink coffee at all. At first, Luli thought his coffee was successful. But looking at their frowning expression when they drank coffee, Luli understood at an instant. Obviously, these people are installed. Suddenly, Luli thought he had returned to the real world. These aristocrats who taste coffee, they are exactly the same as some dog legs outside the world. In their eyes, drinking coffee is what the superior people should do. Even if they don't like the taste, they still praise their mouths. After all, for them, the moon in foreign countries is more round. Luli didn't want to care about the break of these people, but he did not expect that this group of hypocritical guys dared to threaten Eri. Here is his land. As the saying goes, the strong dragon is not over the ground snake. What's more, Luli is the master of this. Dare to be arrogant under his eyelids, then pay the price. Luli walked directly and grabbed the man's arm. Just a click, the man's arm twisted a strange direction. Ah! It hurts me. A scream broke the tranquility of the cafe. Those nobles looked at it here. Dare to threaten my woman, you're brave. Luli grabbed the person's collar and pulled him in front of him. After hearing Luli's name to herself, Ailey's heart was unhappy and disappeared. She blushed her face, her heart was beautiful. You dare to hurt me. You're finished. I am. Luli was too lazy to listen to the other person's nonsense, and said nothing, and broke his other hand. The man whispered again and fell directly to the ground. This time, he couldn't say anything in pain this time. Seeing this, a plative man quickly helped him. He watched the landing. Mr. David is a noble voice. You dare to hurt him. You are dead. The people around him heard the name of David, and suddenly discussed. Is this person the youngest David? Dare to fight even, this person is getting tired. Luli didn't speak. The man thought Luli was scared. But who knows that the next second, Luli lost a very arrogant sentence. A small voice, it is also worthy of my clamor? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at landlords like a fool. Although the Viscount is not the top power in Les City, David is young at a young age, and it is already the Viscount. In the future, it is likely to become a Count or even Marquis. Why dare to say so much? Civilians hurt nobles, but they have to sentence. You just wait. The man said coldly. Civilian? Luli laughed. If yesterday, this regulation can still work on him. But today, that's not. Sorry, I am the Count, one level larger than you. Luli said, and took out the status of the Count. A special gold badge. It is also engraved with Steve's name. Suddenly, the audience died as silent. Beau. Earl? How is this possible? The man was a little incredible to see landing. Many of the laws of the kingdom are targeted at ordinary civilians, and their nobles are not binding. Like Luli, even if he killed David, as long as he was sufficient, he was innocent. In the kingdom of blocks, rights determine everything. What else do you want to say now? Luli smiled and asked. The man paused for a moment, thinking about the method of response. Those who spoke helped him before, all of them shrank back. In order to offend Steve the Duke of Steve, it would have to lose. At this moment, the Visauto Vorse held his mouth to speak with the pain. Don't believe him, this kid's identity must be forged. I am His Royal Highness Alvin. I was promoted in one hand, and he told me that there were only 4 counts in the whole city of Les, and said that it would make me the 5th count. So, this Earl of Steve must be forged. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. The man who helped David immediately came to the spirit. Okay. It turns out that your kid has fooled us. Forge the status of the count, this is the death of death. You wait for death. As soon as his words fell, someone ran out. Obviously, this is to find someone to help. Luli only did not see it. Rescue soldiers? He didn't believe it. In this city of less, there was the existence he couldn't afford. Ailey, who was standing behind Luli, heard David lift at his brother. She suddenly remembered something, and quickly said in Luli's ear, I remember, the youngest voice I told me before my brother seemed to be this David. Luli heard the words, the expression on his face was wonderful. After a long time, it turned out to be a rival. When Luli Gong wanted to give a lesson to David, a long-haired man walked into the cafe. Luli thought that the rescue soldiers moved by the other party arrived. But when he turned around, he suddenly stunned. Although the person in front of him was covered with long hair, Luli could still recognize this person at a glance. It is the King Mark Hughes. Country. As soon as Luli opened his mouth, he was covered by macaws. I just want to come over to drink a cup of coffee, don't let your kid mess up. Mark Hughes whispered. There have been too many things recently, and I haven't come here for the past few days. After dealing with Steve today, he couldn't wait to run over. In order not to be recognized, macaws also deliberately made a wig. He just wanted to sit quietly in the corner and taste a cup of coffee. Who knows, as soon as he entered the door, he encountered Steve and Ailey. Luli nodded, and macaws was let go. Who is he? Wouldn't he be a group with you? After seeing Mark House, the man who helped David immediately began to question. Mark House looked at the people, and looked at David, who was broken with his arms, his eyes were somewhat confused. Luli went up and told him the previous situation. After listening, Mark Hughes sneered with disdain. I did not expect that drinking coffee can lead to so many things. What are you laughing? This Steve is the person who forged the status of the count. If you are a group with him, wait for death. I have nothing to do with him, I laughed at you group. As soon as Mark House opened, he offended everyone at the scene. What do you say? Court death? You can try again. The king drinks a cup of coffee, you will follow, then the king goes to eat xiang, do you have to eat with it? Mark Hughes was amazing. Luli listened to Luli. Good guy, this is a typical injury to 800 enemies, 1000 self-damaging. Ruthless. No wonder you can be a king. Luli is ashamed. The taste of the king can understand it. You guy. Dare to insult the king. I suggest that he will catch him now, send it to the palace, and let the king execute him. The nobles in the room pointed at macaws. Luli sat down with Ailey, ready to watch the show. Don't go to the palace. I'm here. Macau took the wig and revealed the original equal's appearance. When a man saw Mark Hughes's face, he was scared and exclaimed. Country. His Majesty the King. His throat directly made the people in the whole house dumbfounded. What? He is the king? Just kidding. Really false, why don't I believe it? Everyone has a lot of discussion. After all, no one has seen the king except the man. Lu Lyle. It seems that this group of guys do not recognize the king of Machalis. Mark Hughes himself feels ridiculous. He showed his identity, but everyone was unwilling to believe it. The king of him did too much. At this moment, the ground was surrounded by a group of soldiers outside the ground. Luli relieved the authority of the land so that people outside can enter it. Soon, a group of people hurried in. Headed, it was Elwyn. Just now he was about to clean up things to find the whereabouts of Stinwin, and received a help from the Visado's Viscount. The person in charge of the conversation told Elwyn that a Steve guy posted that the Count and injured the Visado. Elwyn, who had not intended to interfere with this matter, heard Steve's name, and suddenly sweated. He quickly put down his hand and took his hand and rushed over. He was not afraid that the Viscount David had something to do, but was afraid of Steve. The current Steve is his future brother-in-law, or his descendant of his benefactor. Anyway, he must ensure Steve's safety. But when he rushed to the scene with someone, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Steve and his sister watching the show. When the nobles saw Elwyn, they seemed to see the savior. If you want to ask whose name is the most loud name, there must be an Elwyn place. These nobles have seen Elwyn more or less. So I recognized it at a glance. His Royal Highness Elwyn, there are two guys here, one pretending to be the Count, one pretending to be a king, please catch them. The man who helped David shouted to Elwyn. Elwyn frowned when he heard the word king. Think of who would be so bold and dare to impersonate the king? He looked at the man's finger and saw a familiar figure. beqege slowly turned around. Elwyn, why are you here? Seeing beqege, Elwyn was compared directly. See your majesty. Elwyn hurried to beqege, but couldn't help scolding. Is this group of people blind? This is the authentic king, dare to say it is impersonating. Steve on the side looked at him with a smile. The people in the room saw Elwyn's movements, and they were all dumbfounded. A group of people fell to the ground. He is really king. The man who helped David was frightened. He looked at David, without hesitation, and released his hand directly. David, who was seriously injured, lost his support, fell directly to the ground, and fainted on the spot. Ailey couldn't bear to cover her eyes a little bit, and it would be painful to fall this time. When Luli saw this, he put Ailey in his arms. It's okay, there is me, no one can bully you. Ailey sounded lightly, depending on landing. Elwyn swept through everyone, his eyes were cold. Grab these stupid products and take it away. With an order, the soldiers came in. Those nobles were panicked and began to ask for mercy. The person who helped the Viscount David talked, saw that he was going to suffer, and shouted to beqege, His Majesty, these two guys insulted you just now. If you want to catch it, catch them. Oh? Really? What did he say? beqege asked, curiously. They slander your favorite coffee, and said that coffee is difficult to drink. Isn't this a great insult to you? The man was filled with indignation, a generous look. Mark Hughes heard the words and did not smile. If others say that, I might still care, but these two are exceptions. The man was stunned and didn't understand what the king meant. Forgot to introduce himself, people are the owner of the Square Cafe, Steve. Luli said with a smile. The man was speechless. After half a day, these people have always sprung up on the side of others. He wanted to see Luli's ugly, but he did not expect that the clown was himself. Elwyn left with his men quickly. Soon, there were only Mark Hughes and AI and Luli in the Square coffee shop. Luli brought a cup of special super strong coffee to Mark Hughes. Mark Hughes tasted a small sip and enjoyed his face. This rich fragrance made him feel very enjoyable. As for Ailey, Luli added some sugar to her cup, neutralizing the bitterness of coffee. Luli personally ended and gave the two steaks. Ailey eats her eyes, and she has eaten such delicious food for the first time. Mark Hughes also praised Luli's cooking technology superb. It didn't take long before Mark Hughes left, and hurriedly left. As the master of a country, there are many things to do. Before leaving, Luli sent a lot of raw materials for making coffee for him. Luli intends to close this Square Cafe. One is because I don't want to open it, and the other is for Ailey. Ailey seemed to be particularly interested in this villa, and kept looking up and down. Therefore, Luli intends to give this villa as a gift to Ari. Since then, this is the sweet nest of him and Ailey. After Ailey learned of this news, she was full of surprises. She really likes here. If she can live here, it will not be better. Luli brought Ailey to the underground farm to teach her to plant and sow. Many crops are planted underground here. Luli usually has no time to take care of it, and now it happens to be handed over to Ailey. Ailey is also happy to work on behalf of the matter. For her, nothing is more happier than farming. Throughout the afternoon, Luli accompanied Ailey. The two were busy in the farm and fishing in the pond in the yard together. Ailey was lucky, and also caught a treasure enchantment of Frost Pedestrian. This is Luli's long-awaited enchantment, and has never been caught. In addition, Luli also lacks a lot of enchanting books of Experience Mission. These are treasure enchanting and can only be obtained through fishing. However, fishing for fishing is to look at the face. Even if Luli's strength is strong, it is useless to be lucky. In a blink of an eye, time came to night. Luli returned Ailey back to the palace, and then returned to the Earl Manor. The more you touch with Ailey, the more you can feel her kindness. There is no illegal thought for Luli at all. As for some shame things, I dare not think about it. One is because Luli didn't have that courage. The second is because Luli has just experienced the change of perspective, and essentially feels that the other party is a blockman, which is awkward. Doesn't anyone really have a strange idea of the other party? Luli rode dark, galloping all the way. When he returned to the Earl Manor, the sky was completely dark. He is now a count, and he can just have this manor. When he told the housekeeper Link was not surprised at all. In his opinion, it is not an exaggeration to give Steve a duke. Luli walked below the castle, and saw that his mother was lying on the window and looking far. The small gold coin was lying beside her. It seems that the mother is still waiting for the return of her father silently. Luli couldn't help but sigh. He hoped that his mother could keep doing this. At least there is a hope. If she knew that Stin became a monster, she would probably collapse. Luli entered the basement and continued to refining medicinal water. He has sold thousands of potions and gold apples, and the remaining materials, he will make some preparations for himself. In case of that day, these antidote are Luli's last reliance. Early the next morning, Luli went to the Cavaliers. Today was when the Cavaliers held a major meeting, he couldn't be absent. After all, Luli is not the same as before, but now he is a golden knight and has the identity of the Count. Luli thought that he had come early, but he did not expect that many people came earlier than him. It didn't take long for the Cavalier Square to be full of people. Today's conference is facing all the knights, and almost the entire knights have come together. In addition, some uncle who looked older came. Luli looked at these people curiously, and did not know what they came to. After about half an hour, the conference officially started. There were almost 2,000 or 3,000 people at the scene, and the bronze and silver knights stood below. Golden Knight title cavaliers are standing on the stage. They are in line, all of which are people with faces. Luli did not stand in them, because no one allows him to pass. After a while, the head of Mulan appeared, causing cheers in the audience. He slowly walked to the stage and made a quiet gesture to everyone. Suddenly, the audience was silent. This is the deterrent of the first person of the kingdom title of the kingdom. Mulan cleared his throat and started talking. Hello, the members of the Cavaliers, I am Mulan, the head of the Cavaliers. The reason why today I gather here is that there are things to do. This is important, I hope everyone can listen carefully to what I said. As soon as the head of Mulan opened, everyone's hearts were mentioned. What is it? Can Mulan treat it so cautiously? You know, the person in front of him is the strongest recognized by the kingdom. A few days ago, a group of zombie monsters appeared in the mining area outside Rice. Due to some unknown reasons, these zombie monsters have changed. We call it a mutant zombie. Once these mutant zombies are bitten, they will be quickly infected and become new mutants. The situation was urgent at the time. In order not to cause the people to panic, we chose to block the news temporarily. Hearing this news, everyone present was looking at each other. This news is not a secret for them. Many of them had fought with mutant zombies in the border. Seeing the expression of everyone, Mu Lin continued to say, I know, everyone should already know this. But what I want to say is that the mutant zombie riots at the last border are just the beginning. The war between this mutant zombie is far from over. Just 2 days ago, we had a heroic night in our Cavaliers in order to understand the source of the mutant zombies, and I volunteered to enter the fog forest. He found the source of mutant zombies in the mist forest, and brought back a very important information. Not long after, there will be thousands of mutant zombies to leave the fog forest and attack the kingdom of offensive blocks. When he heard the news, everyone took a breath. There were dozens of monsters that appeared last time, and it easily destroyed a village. If there are really tens of thousands of mutant zombies, NRYS city is probably lost. Mu Lin beckoned to land and motioned for him. Thousands of fiery eyes present gathered on him, making him uncomfortable. Luli slowly walked in front of Mu Lin, and looked like a hanger. Everyone who saw Luli looked like this, and suddenly discussed. This person looks so bad. Dare to pretend to be in front of Jianqin, this is too courageous. Really false, this kind of person dares to enter the fog forest, I don't believe me. What can a bronze knight do? Most of them are lying. Everyone agreed that Luli said falsely. Just like Luli, it doesn't seem like a person who can bring back this news. You know a fart. I watched this boy in my own eyes. Talking this person is one of the team members who supervised Luli that day. Although he is not the Golden Cavaliers, he is very famous among the low-level knights. He said so, those people believed in 7 or 8 points. The man smiled, a gloating expression. But this boy is really fat, and the fantasy sword is not light. It is estimated that there is a good show today. Mu Lin coughed, and a little noisy scene suddenly quietly. Regarding the authenticity of this matter, I want to be the most right to speak is the title Knight Fantasy Sword. Magic Sword and Steve played a bet. As long as Steve successfully found out the news and returned alive, he was promoted to Steve as the Golden Knight. Now, Steve has successfully obtained information, it's time to fulfill the gambling contract at the time. As soon as Mu Lin's words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Steve and Magic Sword. The face of the fantasy sword changed, and the expression was a little stiff. He looked at Mulin a little dissatisfied. This guy actually unveiled his own shorts in public. Isn't this no pot? However, in the public, he was hard to say anything, and he could only stand out with his head. It is indeed as the head of Jianqin said, and I saw Steve enter the fog forest with my own eyes. As for the truth of the news brought back from the mist forest, I dare not guarantee. Steve, what do you think? In the fantasy sword, the topic turned the topic to Luli. Obviously, he is questioning the authenticity of Luli's news. Faced with doubts, Luli sneered. Magic Sword, you are really shameless. The news of my risk of life, why question me? The face of the Magic Sword was cold, and he did not expect Steve to abuse himself in public. I admit that you dare to enter the fog forest alone, it is indeed heroic. But you are just one person. Who knows the news? Luli didn't smile angrily. The news that he had been explored by his hardships actually doubted himself. For such people, Luli has only one way. Magic Sword, I know what you mean, don't you just think I am just a bronze knight, with low strength, can't you complete this? Lu left his mouth and said. You are quite self-knowledge. The fantasy sword said coldly, his face was full of disdain. Then I also want to ask you a question. When the head of Jianqin asked everyone who was willing to do this, why didn't you speak? Luli threw out a very sharp problem. The face of the fantasy sword changed, and there was a hint of killing in his eyes. I have anything to be afraid. But I still have the task at the time, I couldn't get out. The fantasy sword sophistry. That's it, that seems to be wrong with you. I thought someone was greedy for life and was afraid of death, so I didn't say anything. Lily said with a smile. Steve. What do you mean? Do you think the old man is lying? The fantasy sword asked angrily. Isn't it? Lily asked. My fantasy sword has been in the world for decades. When did Guang Minlei lie to people? You are humiliating me. For the fantasy sword faces everything. He has worked hard for so many years, and was questioned by Steve in public today. This is what he cannot tolerate. Brightness? I can't see it, right? What do you want to say? The fantasy sword asked. Magic sword, can you explain the matter of the Reinhardt Cavaliers? Hearing Reinhardt, his face changed. He has an ominous hunch. I heard that Reinhardt is your biological son. Would you like to explain it to you? Lu Liquid asked. The fantasy sword did not speak, he knew that the opening was acknowledged in disguise. It seems, you don't want to say it, then I'll tell you. At that time, your scumbag abandoned Reinhardt and his mother for his own status. After Reinhardt grew up, his mother died, and he came to the Cavaliers according to his mother's last words. You scum, not only do not recognize his son, but also threatened him, and he is not allowed to expose your identity. You use your own power to let Reinhardt enter the Cavaliers. Until now, no one knows your relationship. This is what you call light. It's ridiculous. After Luli said these, everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected that the titled Knight Fantasy Sword on weekdays was actually this kind of scumbag who was throwing a wife and abandoned son. Everyone began to duty of the Fantasy Sword. For a while, the group was angry. People. Go to death. Trash. Throwing our cavaliers' faces. Go to die. After revealing the true face of the Fantasy Sword, the crowd who had skeptical Steve's news suddenly turned upwards. Just dare to question Steve like you. Steve, I'm sorry. We blame you wrong. Hearing the abuse of everyone, the Fantasy Sword was trembling. Today he was completely losing his face in front of everyone. The image that has been maintained for a long time has collapsed, which is even more sad than killing him. He slowly held the sword and stared at the landing. Steve. I want to duel with you. As soon as the words of the magic sword came out, everyone immediately exploded. There will always be some contradictions in the Cavaliers. The duel is a commonplace for them. But life and death duel, but a way of fighting between the enemy. The two parties find a notary person, and only after signing a life and death contract can the life and death duel. The rules are also very simple. Only when one of them die can it be divided into victory. The magic sword was really anxious now, and when he was angry, he shouted. Really or false? I didn't hear it right. Should I duel with a junior in life and death? This is too shameless. He is the long-standing title knight, and the other party is just a bronze knight. Isn't this bullying? The crowd began to point to the Fantasy Sword. Almost everyone was scolding him shamelessly to bully. Sword. Do you know what you are doing? The head of the regiment Moulin said angrily. The Fantasy Sword was roared by Moulin, and then realized how stupid he had done just now. The Cavaliers adhere to their own criteria. Bullying people who are weaker than themselves are the most shameless behaviors of the Cavaliers. Today, it actually appeared on him. The Fantasy Sword knew that from now on, he must not be mixed in the Cavaliers. The road of his knight is probably here. And life and death duels need to be performed by the consent of both parties. Obviously, as long as Steve's mind is fine, he will not agree. The fantasy sword suddenly seemed to be 10 years old. He has begun to consider what plans to do after leaving the Cavaliers. Suddenly, a voice came. Magic sword, I accept your life and death duel. Hearing Steve's answer, the magic sword was froze first, and then laughed. Steve, I thought you would be obedient to be a turtle, so that at least you can lead a life. But I never thought that you were so unsuccessful. You dare to promise my life and death duel. I don't know if you should say you are brave or died. But that's it, killing you can avenge my bitter Reinhardt. The long sword and the fantasy sword pointed to Luli. His eyes were like looking at a dead man. Steve, you. Mu-Lin wanted to persuade Luli, but was interrupted by him. What kind of strength I am, I don't have to worry about me in my heart, don't worry about me. Luli said confidently. Seeing this, Mu-Lin had to sigh and gave up the persuasion. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly gave a venue for the two. Luli turned around and slowly walked to the center of the field. Looking at the back of the landing, Mu-Lin suddenly had a little tears. This back is like Stephen of the Year. Mu-Lin suddenly thought of something, his face changed and changed. Luli and Magic Sword stood in a good position and began to confront them far. Lao Mu, come as a notary. The Magic Sword shouted at Mu-Lin. Mu-Lin did not hesitate, leaped directly, and came to the middle of the venue. Since you all say that, this life and death duel, let me witness. I will announce the rules of life and death duel first. Once life and death duels start, they can end the battle only when they are divided into life and death. Before the beginning, do you have to say what the two of you do? Mu-Lin asked the two. I have nothing to say, let this kid leave 2 words, otherwise I will not hear it in the future. The fantasy sword smiled, particularly gloomy. As for the result of the duel, he has long been stable for a long time. In this game, he will win. FG erected high. Steve, what do you want to say? Mu-Lin asked seriously. To be honest, he was still worried about Steve. Luli thought for a while to say, it's really there. Everyone raised ears and wanted to hear what Steve wanted to say. Among them, most people are not optimistic about Luli. Want to come, how could a golden knight that jumped from the bronze knight jumped from the bronze knight? How could the old-fashioned knight fantasy sword that could overcome it? This is simply a dream. Luli cleared his throat. Before starting this life and death duel, I want to introduce myself. My name is Steve, a country child from the border, and it will be 17 years old in 2 months. My mother is Tiki, she is a very good person, but the cooking skills are a bit bad. I studied at Wangqing Elite College before, but because of contradictions with my mentor, I took the initiative to drop out of school. Later, under the referral of the head of the regiment, I joined the Cavaliers and became a great knight. Listening, the magic sword was a little impatient. Steve, do you want to fight? What are you doing here so much? Luli ignored the fantasy sword, and continued to say, I didn't know until a few days ago that my father was also a great knight. His name is Stin. When Luli said the word Stephen, the audience was silent. After a few seconds, the field exclaimed. Step. Stephen is actually Steve's father. This news is too strong. Is it the knight, Stephen, who swept the same Invincible 18 years ago? Nonsense, except him, who else? No wonder, I feel that Steve's kid looks familiar. It turned out to be the descendants of Stin. For a while, the audience was discussed. Among them, many people joined the Cavaliers in the legend of Stinwin. There are also some elderly people who have witnessed the pride of the heavenly. Today, Stin's son appeared again in the Cavaliers, facing the challenge of the life and death duel of the old-fashioned knight. This is difficult to excite people. And Steve's age is much younger than the Stin of the year. Young represents the potential. If he can really defeat the title knight fantasy today, Steve will be the youngest knight in history. You know, Stin was so strong that year, and it was one step away from the title knight. If you want to be a title knight, you must defeat a real title knight. Not to mention the terrible knight of the fantasy sword. This is simply impossible. The magic sword heard the words, and for a while. It turns out that you are the son of that guy. It's really a coincidence. The magic sword suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Luli asked, but the fantasy sword still smiled there, and even smiled and crouched his belly. Luli looked at Mulin a little confused. Is he crazy? Mulin laughed bitterly, so he had to say the reason for it slowly. At that time, after your father was about to return from the fog forest, he began to impact the title of the Knight of the Night. The title knight he chose to challenge that year was the fantasy sword. After more than 10 years, you are actually wrong, and you have to duel with the fantasy sword. This, is it God's will? Permeated 18 years ago, was the time when Stin joined the Cavaliers. The time after he disappeared to the present is exactly the age of Steve. It's really a man. Mulin sighed a little with emotion. Steve. At that time, your father wanted to step on my feet and then put it up. I always remember this. Unfortunately, your unsuccessful father died in the fog forest, and I couldn't humiliate him in person. Today, I happen to have a sip of the evil breath of that year. The fantasy sword sneered, his eyes were full of contempt. To be promoted to the title knight, you need to challenge and defeat any existing titled knight. The fantasy sword was also the mainstay of the Cavaliers, and his strength could not be underestimated. He thought Sidvin would find a poorly powerful knight challenge. Unexpectedly, Stin found him directly. Parenting Siwin squeezed himself as a soft persimmon. This annoyed the fantasy sword at the time. This challenge will be said to be bullied when winning. If you lose, you will be famed directly and become the opponent's stepping stone. He was very reluctant to feel, but as a student of Mulin, Stin could not help but sell this face for him. Later, Stin disappeared in the fog forest, and the magic sword was relieved. For the clamor of the fantasy sword, Luli seemed disdain. Take me out of breath? You also match? Your son-led heart has been completely defeated by my hands, and then it's your unsuccessful father. Today, I want to uphold my father's will and complete what he did not complete that year. Magic sword. Today, you will die. I said. Jesus can't keep you. With a sound of song, Luli pulled out the blade of Lee from his waist, pointing to the fantasy sword. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was uproar. A 17-year-old boy dared to speak such a long-term clan knight fantasy sword. Crazy. Steve Nyobai. We support you. Dry the fantasy sword. Dan him. Steve. Forever God. Many people have begun to cheer for Steve. After the two sides explained the final words, they were ready to start life and death duel. What Mulin wanted to say something and finally gave up. After so many years, Les City is still going to change after all. This battle is destined to be included in the history book. I announced that the life and death duel between the Golden Cavaliers Steve and the title knight fantasy sword officially started. With Mulin's order, everyone in the square was quiet. This kind of master of life and death can be seen casually. If you can understand the half move from it, it will benefit a lot. After the duel began, Luli did not move first, but chose to watch the change in place. He knew that the magic sword at this time was furious, and he would not help rushing over. The facts are like Luli. The fantasy sword couldn't hold back. It took decades to have the status and power of today. But all this was destroyed by Luli instantly. Even his only son disappeared. All of this is given by this Steve. He couldn't wait to rush up and crushed Steve's corpse. Steve. Do you think you will be afraid of you? I can see more about this Go to death. The fantasy sword rushed over, jumped high when Steve was still a few meters away. He held up the diamond sword in his hand and a jump. The sword of the diamond sword fell quickly, and when he saw it, he was about to cut on Luli's body. But Luli still remained motionless, as if he didn't find the opponent's attack at all. The fantasy sword face was happy. He thought how powerful Steve was. It turned out to be a strong king. I can't even respond to my own attack, how can I fight with myself? He is confident and won Steve within 3 moves. When everyone saw Steve's unavailable, he thought he was scared. Everyone couldn't help but sweat for him. Mulin also looked serious. This kind of life and death duel that both sides agreed, and he could not intervene at all. Even if Steve really die, he can watch it. Until the fantasy sword's attack fell, Luli didn't move. The magic sword almost laughed. This kid really resisted his sword. He has to doubt whether Steve's mind is problematic. With a sound, the diamond sword of the fantasy sword was severely cut on the Luli diamond armor. Someone couldn't bear to look at it, and twisted his head aside. Suddenly, someone shouted. Lying. Why didn't Steve hurt? How do I fly out? As he said so, everyone quickly looked at Steve. I saw Steve still standing in place, and the figure of the magic sword flew out. What is this? Everyone can't help but have the same question. Luli's expression calmed down, reaching out and patted the ash on his shoulders. Before the start, he had already ate a golden apple. The magic sword is just holding an ordinary diamond sword. Even if the critical strike is added, it will not hurt at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock damage, in front of Luli's all-body enchanting diamond cover, can only be regarded as scraping. After being reduced, the damage absorption bar brought by the golden apple cannot be hit. The magic sword fell to the ground, and he quickly got up. He looked at landing a little shocked. His attack just now did not hurt the opponent. Instead, I was hurt, and the body was not controlled and flew out. What ghosts do you use? How can my body be controlled? The fantasy sword asked suspiciously. Luli scratched his head blankly. He thought about it, and then remembered that the diamond chest armor on his body was accompanied by thorns. Oh. I remembered, I have an enchantment that can rebound your injury on my clothes. Hearing Luli's explanation, the magic sword was skeptical. On the side, Mulin had to stand up to explain, I heard from an enchanting master, this is an enchantment called thorns, which can rebound the enemy's damage and can also produce a repellment effect. Hearing Mulin's explanation, the magic sword was relieved. Unexpectedly, you can get an iron armor with enchantment. Who do you look down on? I'm not iron armor, they are all diamonds. Luli was a little upset. I am a real diamond equipment, and I have been recognized as a garbage iron cover. This horse is an insult to him. Is he like a person who is wearing an iron outfit? The whole body enchanting diamond cover? When the magic sword heard Luli, he almost fainted on the spot. In the city of Les, the enchantment is extremely rare. Each piece of enchanting equipment can sell for sky-high prices. After so many years, he failed to get an enchanting diamond equipment. The mix of iron and diamonds on the body. And this kid is full of enchanting diamonds. Why? Until this moment, the magic sword finally understood why Steve dared to accept his life and death duel. He seemed to be fooled. Since the equipment is backward, it can only be rely on technology. For your own technology, the magic sword is still confident. After all, it has been struggling for decades, and there are no 2 brushes, and it is impossible to climb to this position. With the previous lesson, this time, he did not rush. After waiting for a while, the 2 sides were still deadlocked. The crowds of the onlookers were a little impatient. Don't you fight? Do you come to life and death, or come to fall in love? It's hungry for me. Hurry up, I have to go home for dinner. Magic sword, how do you deal with a little fart? Don't say I know you in the future. Some knights, who have some interaction with the fantasy sword on weekdays, have begun to be arched. The fantasy sword had intended to observe its change. When he heard the person, he immediately felt that his old face couldn't hold it. Magic sword, shouldn't you be afraid of Steve? Fart. How could I be afraid of him? The fantasy sword was angry. Then you are doing it. The man continued to arch the fire, a gloating look. The fantasy sword glared at the man fiercely. This guy, usually he didn't follow himself behind himself. As soon as he had an accident today, he fell down. You wait for me. Wait for me to clean up Steve, the next one is you. The fantasy sword said badly. Magic sword, give up, you have no chance anymore. After the man's threatened man, Steve's voice sounded. When the fantasy sword was shocked, when he turned his head, he found that Steve's figure disappeared in place. Everyone exclaimed so fast. Mu Lin squinted his eyes and observed every move of landing. This boy may be stronger than his father. When the fantasy sword reacted, Lu Li had already held, bladively, to split his face. The fantasy sword removed the shield from behind and blocked in front of him. Lu Li's attack was heavily bombarded above the shield. Eagle insects. As soon as the fantasy sword was about to ridicule, I felt a huge force passing along the shield. He was completely repelled by the giant for a few meters. Not only that, the power carried by the giant force directly made the blood bars of the fantasy sword half empty. The magic sword covered his chest, and his face was full of horror. I obviously hold the shield. Why can you hurt me? This is impossible. Generally speaking, as long as the shield is not destroyed, it can block the vast majority of damage. In the impression of the fantasy sword, only the axe can break the defense of the shield. But the weapon held in Steve's hand was obviously a long knife, not an axe. Lu Li sneered. The reason why he can break the shield defense of the fantasy sword is all relying on the defense effect of bladively. Bladively, there is a god-level enchantment, named Peridity. Devouring, each swallowing different weapons, will gain attributes. Bladively, you have devoured many weapons, including Minotaur axe. It not only devoured the tomahawk to increase the basic attribute, but also inherited the defense characteristics of the axe. So when facing the block of the shield, bladively can break it so easily. The eyes of the fantasy sword fell on the bladively, his eyes were hot. He can see that this unique weapon is Steve's biggest reliance. You play. You have a problem with your weapon. If you have the ability, change your weapon and fight with me. In order to win, the fantasy sword had already opened this old face. Lied. It's shameless. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, but you still use the weapon of others. Steve, ignore him, kill him directly. The onlookers were very shameless about the behavior of the fantasy sword. There are more and more voices of the fantasy sword. Lu Li made a quiet gesture. In the next second, he made an unexpected move. Lu Li directly removed the bladively and placed on the ground. Take off the equipment one by one and put it into the bag. Steve. You are crazy. Don't go to this guy. Yes. You took off your armor weapon, how can you fight him? In the face of the discourages of everyone, Lu Li ignored it. Magic sword, do you think I am too good, so you can't beat me? Well, I don't wear armor now, and I don't even take a weapon. I am so barefoot and fight with you. Do you dare to pick it up? The fantasy sword face is ecstatic. He just said casually. Unexpectedly, this Steve was actually a tendon and really believed in his words. Facing a person with a bare-handed fist, there is no reason for the fantasy sword to not agree. Pick up. Why dare not pick up? Okay. Then I have to do it. I will take your heart to take orally later. After Luli finished speaking, he gurged up a few bottles of potions, and by the way, he took the golden apple. The audience was anxious to see it. When are this? Why are you still in the mood? Can you eat it slowly when you win? Hey! It's so angry. Obviously you can clean up the fantasy sword in 3 or 2 times, so you have to do this. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, there was a smile at the corner of Lu's mouth. Crossing? Even if it is 1, the fantasy sword is definitely not convinced. What's more, Luli has been playing this life as a game. Well, just want to wave. Do not play games without blood. Not waves are not cubes. In Luli's hometown, there is a name DEA's high play. DEA is often chased together by 3 or 4 players. Every time D is when EA's health is only half a heart, the Blood War God mode is started. Those bloody anti-killing operations made Luli shocking. Look at D before EA's video, Luli was still a steady square man. But after watching D after EA's video, Luli immediately opened the door to the new world. It turned out to be like this. Since then, Luli has embarked on the road named Lang. Today, when facing the fantasy sword, Luli began to wave again. In the eyes of others, he may be arrogant or arrogant. But only Luli knows that he can also deal with the fantasy sword even if he does not use those equipment. After eating the golden apple, Luli sang and rushed to the magic sword. The magic sword smiled, raised the shield, blocking in front of himself. I rely on. This product allows others to take off the equipment and not get off. Really T-Dog. In the crowd, some people couldn't help scolding. No matter what you fart. I didn't force him. He was going to take off. The fantasy sword was relaxed, and even had time to scold that person. Luli came to the fantasy sword. Seeing that the magic sword didn't take himself seriously, he couldn't help laughing. Since the other party looks down on him so much. Today, he will be the block you win once. Let the magic sword open the horizon. Luli came to the fantasy sword, but did not launch an attack directly, but instead set up Wing Chun's starting type. Seeing Luli's strange posture, the fantasy sword was a little comparable. What do you mean, do you want to fist with me? Yes, take the move. As soon as the words fell, Luli's body riot. He stepped into the range of half a meter in the fantasy sword. At this distance, the protection of the shield is a bit bulky. Luli was slightly sideways, and he punched heavily on the waist of the fantasy sword. The fantasy sword, which was still confident, felt the pain from the waist, and his face changed immediately. What is this boxing method? It can hurt me with bare hands and empty fists. Although the fantasy sword does not have a full-body enchanting diamond cover like Luli, it is also a mix of diamond equipment and iron. By fist alone, he couldn't hurt him at all. But Steve's punch just made him unbearable. Before Steve was injured with a sword, only semi-tube blood was left. That is about 10 o'clock. But Steve actually got off his blood just now. If this goes on, it will not need a few punch, and it is estimated that he has to be taken away. Where did he know that Lu had obtained buff in advance before leaving? The enhanced version of the power potion can enhance the damage of 260, so that the damage of Luli's hands has changed from 2 points to 52 points. The mixing and matching equipment of the magic sword can reduce the injury less than 70. Therefore, Luli's fist can be damaged by 2 points. After eating a loss, the magic sword never dared to underestimate Steve. He took out a bottle of treatment of the potion, gurgled, and began to restore the blood volume. There are a few thousand gold coins a bottle of this stuff. He kept registering at a critical moment, but he did not expect to send it in handy today. When Luli saw him starting his blood, he launched an attack again. He was not afraid of death, and waved several punch. The fist is not like a weapon, it is easier to dodge. Luli-san punch hit only one punch, and two fists were hit by the fantasy sword. After the fantasy sword avoided the attack, he felt relieved a lot. It turns out that this kid is also at this level. As long as he does not make mistakes, he will definitely win this duel. Just thinking, Steve's fist came again. This time, the fisting style seemed to be more dense, and it should be speeding up. The fantasy sword didn't pay attention, even to punch. After finally returning some blood volume again. You will attack it. See how you hide this sword. The diamond sword and the fantasy sword was cut down from landing. He thought that when the other party saw his sword, he would definitely choose to avoid and give up his attack on himself. But unexpectedly, Steve did not avoid it at all, and directly resisted the damage of the sword. 10. There is no armor protection, and it is crispy like a piece of paper. This sword directly took away half of his blood. The fantasy sword was stunned. Did the boy avoid it? Just as he was stunned, Steve's fist hit again. I rely on. The magic sword reacted. Steve wanted to change his life. He quickly stepped back and avoided the fatal punch. At this point, his blood was only 4 o'clock, and his 2 punch was enough to take him away. The fantasy sword was so pale. To this day, he couldn't care about it. He took out the treatment of the medicinal water from the backpack and poured it out desperately. After a while, the blood volume of the magic sword recovered again. On the other hand, Steve only had half a tube of blood, and there was no meaning to supplement the blood volume. Boy, I saw it. This is called the treatment of the potion. It can quickly treat the injury. This is what I finally asked from Master Wendy of the Pharmacist Association. The magic sword shook Steve's healing potion in his hand and said proudly. When this remark came out, it was completely uproar. It turns out that it is the treatment of potions. A bottle of thousands of gold coins. Really, tea is rich. Envy. I want a bottle too. When Mu Lin, who was in charge of notarization, saw this scene and closed his eyes directly. Mu Lin couldn't believe it, how Luli would humiliate the fantasy sword later. This is the genius refining pharmacist who let the president of the pharmacist guild. This fantasy sword, you say you are not good at showing off, and you have a broken treatment of potion. Aren't you insulting himself? Luli heard the words of the fantasy sword, a weird smile on his face. When he heard the fantasy sword mentioned Wendy's name, he couldn't help it anymore, and he laughed. What are you laughing? I have the treatment of potions, do you have? The fantasy sword asked, unhappy. Treatment of potion? Do you mean this or this? Luli took out the 2 bottles of the colors with different potions. The fantasy sword was stunned, and the bottle of potion on Steve's left hand was exactly the same as his treatment. But he had never seen the pink potion on the right. But this still surprised him. I didn't expect the villagers in his eyes to treat potions. Suddenly, some people in the crowd recognized the bottle of potion on the right side of Luli. Fuck. Isn't that bottle pink? Treat the potion in an instant. There seemed to be a bottle at the last auction. This potion seems to be made by Steve himself. I remember it. He seems to be a senior pharmacist. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was immediately lively. It was said that they remembered it. Isn't it Steve at the auction? At the auction. Instant treatment of potion? The fantasy sword is stupid. Is the Steve in their mouth really the person in front of him? Luli took a sip to kill the potion in an instant, and the blood volume was full, and the effect was immediate. As for another bottle of treatment, Luli poured it directly to his hand. Damn. What is he going to do? Why go out? Your uncle, so expensive. Give me it too. Don't waste it. Luli ignored everyone, and started washing his hands directly with ordinary therapeutic potions. After washing, I lost the bottle behind. When everyone saw him, he almost couldn't help rushing up and hit him. It's not so rich. They wanted to buy something, and in Steve's hands, they actually turned into a sanitizer. The fantasy sword facial twitched crazy. He was completely numb. Why did you mess with this guy? Compared with equipment, you are finished. Compared with technology, I don't seem to be an opponent. The treatments that the other party drank was more advanced than themselves. I am just defeating. The only opportunity to win is to take advantage of the other party to put on the equipment, get angry, and kill each other. However, this requires a hard resistance to Steve, and it is not good. Maybe you will fart first. But now this is the only way, you can only try it out. It's better than waiting for death. The idea of the fantasy sword held the idea of fighting the battle and launched the attack again. Luli still avoided panic. He has a fast potion blessing, and it is still easy to avoid the opponent's attack. The fantasy sword has been cut for more than 10 consecutive times, and he failed to hit Luli. If you have the ability, you can fight with me, right? Don't hide like a mouse. You can't touch me by yourself, and blame me, don't make excuses for yourself, you are the dish. Luli was relentlessly ironically. You. I'm so angry. The fantasy sword chi almost vomited blood. But no matter how hard he works, he can't land. Not long after he was exhausted. Your offensive round is over? So. Luli smiled, and once again poured a bottle of enhanced version of the potion. He rushed in front of the fantasy sword. The fantasy sword wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Good brother, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, eat me a punch. Luli punching heavily on his face, making the fantasy sword swollen halfway. The fantasy sword covered his hot side face, and scolded angrily, do not fight. Do you have any quality? Luli spread his hand, indicating that he was innocent. You said it yourself, do not face people, but you are not people. Do I have any problems with your face? I want to kill you. The fantasy sword held the long sword and chopped it to land. He was really anxious, and he couldn't care about anything else, and cut it directly. This set of chaotic cloak swordsmanship was almost involved. While the fantasy sword was breathing, Luli turned to attack, and a combination of boxing was in all parts of the body of the fantasy sword. The speed of the punch is incredible. Fuck. So fast boxing. It's all a heavy shadow. Is this still a person? Bare hands and empty fist are so fierce. Steve is invincible. The onlookers were amazed. Every punch that Luli waved made the fantasy sword hiding. Seeing that there was the last blood left in the fantasy sword, Luli suddenly stopped. The fantasy sword kneeling halfway on the ground, with a swollen face like a pig head. He panted and was very embarrassed. What is this move? The fantasy sword asked. Wing Chun. Why don't you kill me? The magic sword asked again. You are an individual, you should know how to do it, I don't want to stick to blood in my hand. Hearing Luli's words, the face of the magic sword was full of sadness. He smiled bitterly. I lost. Steve, you are very strong, even stronger than your father. I should have expected that I will have today. But don't be too happy, Reinhard is still alive. He will definitely avenge me. After speaking, the magic sword picked up the weapons on the ground and died of suicide. With a bang, the corpse of the magic sword fell to the ground, splashing a dust. For a while, there was a dead silence on the square. After a long time, Mu-Lin said. This life and death duel, winner, Steve. Until then, everyone reacted. The fantasy sword is dead. The famous Night fantasy sword died in the hands of a 17-year-old boy. You know, the strength of the fantasy sword, in the kingdom of the square, is a famous existence on the list. Although it is not as good as Mulan, it is definitely not what the ordinary knight can deal with it. The head of the regiment, Steve, killed a title knight, so according to the Cavaliers' regulations, wouldn't he be able to directly promote the title of the knight now? Suddenly, someone asked. After Mulan was reminded, he thought of this problem. He nodded. I announced that Steve is now the newly known knight of the Cavaliers. Steve, do you want to give yourself a title? Mulan asked Luli. Ah? Let me think about it. Luli was stunned for a while, but he did not expect that it became the title knight. The matter came too suddenly, he hadn't considered it yet. Suddenly, he thought of a title that someone had given him before. By the way, it's called Invincible Sword. Luli said. Are you sure you want to use this title? When Mulan heard the title, his face was a little weird. Invincible Sword, invincible, how do you like scolding people? That's it. Don't change it. Luli naturally knew what he meant. He doesn't care about it anymore. As the saying goes, people are shameless, and the world is invincible. He will implement this truth. Okay, the title of Steve is Invincible Sword. Everyone immediately shouted. Invincible Sword. Invincible Sword. Invincible Sword. Luli enjoys the cheers of everyone, and it is a joy in his heart. Finally, it was justified to kill the fantasy sword. Next, there is a Reinhardt left. I don't know where the guy went. Forget it, don't care about him for the time being. As long as you have been improving your strength, you don't have to worry about these. Big fist is the last word. After cheering, everyone calmed down. Mulan made people carry the body of the fantasy sword. He continued to speak. Everyone seemed to have not regarded the death of the fantasy sword. Luli returned to the queue. This time, he stood closer to the middle. This is the title knight. Broken the halberd just next to Luli, and when he saw him over, he couldn't help squeezing his eyes. Nearby. Actually, even the fantasy sword can be killed. If you are willing, I can also have a trick with you. Luli smiled. The face of breaking the halberd changed. Don't dare. I can't mess with you. Just know it, I will recognize me as a big brother in the future, I cover you. Think of the sky halberd, nodded. Okay. Damn. Brother, I'm kidding. Don't take it seriously. Luli quickly explained. He said casually, but he didn't expect to believe it. Dare to say, one dare to believe. I'm not kidding, I want to learn what you just know. Wing Chun. It looks good. Teach me. Big brother. Speaking of the heavenly halberd. Hey, okay, let's talk about it when you have time. Luli had to find an excuse for perfunctory. Mulan cleared his throat and began to speak. There was a little accident just now, let's continue. I call everyone here today, it is an important thing to announce. Everyone heard the words, all of which were Chi, and they raised their ears and started to listen. After I told His Majesty the news that Steve brought back, he said he was very worried. After discussion, His Majesty the King decided to start the recruitment activity in the entire block of the kingdom. These newly called soldiers will be trained by our cavaliers. Considering that people may not be enough, I shouted some old friends. They are all members of the cavaliers, but because they are old, they lead the cavaliers. They are at the scene today, let us welcome them with the hottest applause. With applause, those uncle and uncle walked out slowly from the crowd. Although they are old, the temperament revealed on them is not an ordinary person at a glance. Give your heart for the kingdom of Block. They screamed in unison. The knight headquarters echoed the knight's oath. Although they left the Cavaliers earlier in the early years, they kept remembering the Cavaliers' declaration. As a knight, they feel very proud. Now, I heard that the kingdom of the Block is facing the dilemma. These knights are not far away, and they have rushed back from various places. They want to defend the kingdom of blocks, even if they pay the price of life. From today, these predecessors will officially join our cavaliers. I hope everyone can get along in harmony. I also hope that these young knights can learn more from their predecessors. After Mu Lin said, he began to read the names of the cavaliers. He divided the new and old knights into different teams. After that, the members of each team need to cooperate with each other to complete the training tasks of recruits as much as possible. In the end, there were several titled knights left on the field. As the strongest combat power of the cavaliers, the title knight naturally does not need to train recruits by himself. But this does not mean that they have nothing to do. Mu Lin arranged a more important task for several people, that is, to watch near the fog forest. Once a movement appears in the fog forest, it will be rushed back to report it as soon as possible. This is much more difficult than training recruits. After listening to several titles, they looked at each other. Leader, I still need to deal with some things. I'm afraid I can't perform the task. Luli first made an opinion. The Twilight Forest has not been resolved. How can he have time to perform and do it? Looking at Luli, he gave him a thumbs up. Ox. Actually dare to bargain with the head of the regiment. You know, Mu Lin Ke has always said that he has a bad temper. But he never expected that Mu Lin nodded after listening to Luli. If you have something to do, come again later, people here is enough for the time being. The answer to Mulin is incredible. The leader of the regiment is specially taking care of Steve, or has it changed recently? Talk so well. Okay, I will come back to find you after I get it. Go. As soon as Luli waved his hand, he left the cavaliers. Seeing this, he stood out. Leader, I have something too, can I? Don't want to be lazy. You will set off for me now. Mu Lin said angrily. Why? Steve can ask for leave casually, why can't I get here? Captain. Are you dealing with special treatment? Asked puzzled. Steve is a friend of the king, or the fiancé of Princess Ailey, do you know why now? The face of Breaking the Halberd changed. Good guy, Steve, the boy in the background is so hard. Against the relationship than the relationship household. Just no, don't go out and talk. Did you hear it? I understand. You can rest assured, my mouth is strict. Broken Heha said with a smile. As a result, that afternoon, the entire Cavaliers knew about Steve and Ailey. In fact, even if it is not said that what happened at the door of the palace has begun to spread in Les City. The group of soldiers at the door had a gossip than one, and soon it spread throughout the city. 1 passes 10, 10 passes, and the end of the end is more outrageous. Originally, Steve kissed Princess Ailey at the door of the palace, and was later married by the king. As a result, it turned out that Steve kissed the king, and the two set a marriage on the spot. In short, it is very outrageous. The next day, the news passed to the king's ears, and almost fainted him on the spot. However, Luli, the protagonist of the incident, has already left the main world. After Luli returned to the Earl Manor from the Cavaliers, he returned to the Twilight Forest with a small gold coin. Mother is still reluctant to leave the small gold coin. These days, Xiao gold coin has always been with her, so that her life is not so boring. After returning to the Twilight Forest, Luli's first thing was to go to the Red Hat Goblins to meet. It was until dusk that Tim finally appeared. When he saw Luli, Tim was excited. Great, you can count back. I thought you won't come again to the Twilight Forest. What's wrong? Listening to your meaning, is there any big move in the Titan? Luli asked. Indeed, 2 days ago, the Titan people caught a lot of hardships from the Twilight Forest, saying that it was not enough to speed up the progress. Oh? Then have you seen a guy with 3 heads? What Luli said was the nine-headed snake. Before the nine-headed snake heard that his wife Naga was caught, he ran to find the Titan's avenge. I don't know how the result is? You mean nine-headed snake, I have seen them before. How are they? I was also caught. I was also hit the ultimate form of 9 heads. Ah? Did the Titan kill them? Luli's heart was tight and asked quickly. I was going to kill. Later, I told the Titan's supervisor that the 9 heads of the 9-headed snake can move 9 copies of materials at one time, which can save a lot of time. The Titan people put him a lifetime. After listening to Tim's explanation, Luli suddenly felt a little happy. The 9-headed snake and Naga are both become hard together. This is really fate. The little gold coin yelled twice, obviously a little angry. No matter what, after all, the 9-headed snake is its biological father, and the Titan slave's parents, this beam is formed. Luli touched the small gold coin. Don't worry, I will save your parents. The small gold coin nodded obediently. It's not too early, I should go back. Recently, the people of the Titans are strict. I am afraid of being discovered. Goodbye next time. After speaking, Tim left. Watching Tim left, Luli thought about the next schedule. Finally, he decided to find Mino mushrooms first. Today's Twilight Forest has been destroyed. Even if Luli holds a magic map, it is difficult to identify his position. This requires a reliable guide to lead the way. Tim has something to get away. Then, I can only ask Mino mushroom to ask. Although it has been imprisoned for many years, after all, the Aboriginal people of the Twilight Forest are definitely more familiar with the situation here than Luli. I had left Mino mushroom outside the flame swamp before, and I don't know how it is now. Thinking about it this way, I seemed quite unkind. He trot all the way and came to the door of the flame swamp. Luli turned around nearby, and did not find the trace of Mino mushrooms. Is this guy who is angry with himself? Just as Luli was about to leave, there was a sound of snoring in the grass on the side. Luli walked alertly to the grass and the probe saw it. I saw the disappearing Mino mushroom lying in the grass and sleeping. The sound of the puppet just now is the movement of its turnover. Luli was full of black lines. This guy is so big. Luli was worried about the safety of Mino mushrooms here. This guy fell well and slept like a pig. He pushed Mino mushrooms and awakened it. Mino mushroom woke up from his sleep and was not willing. Who? It's annoying, don't bother me to sleep. Luli slapped on the little fart of Mino mushroom, making a clear sound. Mino mushrooms had a pain, and couldn't help it. That call is like a girl's coquettishness. Listening to the sound is easy to make people want to be crooked. Luli heard the call of Mino mushroom, and suddenly regretted it. Fortunately, this is twilight, no one else. Otherwise, he had no face to see people. At this moment, a short monster suddenly appeared on the side of the road, and it should look like a land. The essence scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I haven't seen anything, you continue, I'll go first. Luli's pupils shrink slightly. Don't move. I will do it if I run again. He shouted loudly. The exquisite body was stagnant and stopped. It turned around and began to begging. Brother, I'm just passing by. I really don't want to disturb your good things. Please let me go. I swear, I will never say something between you. Luli heard his face dark. In this case, how does this seem to be as if there is something between yourself and Mino mushrooms? He pulled out the blade and put it on the neck of the goblin. Goblin was shivering and begging for mercy. Brother! Don't kill me, I just pass by. Shut up. I didn't let you talk. Luli said angrily. I ask you a few questions, if you answer it, I will let you go. If you dare to steal adultery, try to flicker me. Just leave your life. When he heard Luli's words, the ground was trembling. He nodded quickly, a panic appearance. The first question, who are you? Luli asked. My name is Mickey. Goblin returns. Mickey. Luli couldn't help but want to vomit. Your name is Mickey, and I step on the horse and the Donald Duck. If you build a wonderful house, you will live together. The second question, why do you come here in a big place? This is the Flame Swamp, isn't it the place where the earth should appear? Luli asked again. Say long. Most of us live in the dark forests in the east, but there are some problems in the dark forest recently, and they are no longer suitable for living. Many people have escaped. I am one of them. Mickey's expression was a little sad, and the taste of leaving home was uncomfortable. What's wrong with the dark forest? Luli has some ominous hunch, and it is estimated that it is a ghost of the Titans. A few days ago, a group of huge monsters suddenly appeared in the dark forest. They claimed to be the Titan gods, and then began to cut the trees in the dark forest. They caught a lot of goblins, and they heard that they did hard work. Those who escaped by chance, we can only escape around the Twilight Forest. Luli frowned. The Tai tribe's movements are getting bigger and bigger. If Twilight falls completely, the next unlucky one is the Kingdom of Block. In other words, there is not much time left to Luli. He must hurry up to destroy the Titans' conspiracy. Did you have not resisted? Luli asked. Resistance? I think, but it's not an opponent at all. Even the strongest creature in the dark forest chose to submit to the Titans. We only have the escape. Speaking of the Twilight Soul, Mickey was angry. This Twilight Soul, usually the king of the dark forest, herself surrendered as soon as he encountered the enemy, and in turn dealt with us. It was really abominable. Mickey was angry. Oh? There are such things. Luli was also a little surprised. He suddenly thought of one thing, and asked, do you remember that you have a Phantom Knight? Did they surrender? Do you actually know the Phantom Knight? Mickey looked at the land with some shock. Is there any problem? Luli asked a little puzzled. The Phantom Knight is the secret of our sperm. Outsiders should not know. Where did you know? Luli thought for a while, and suddenly thought that Jur, a sword forging, was also a goblin family. So he said, I have a friend with Jur, he talked to me when I was chatting before. As soon as he heard the word Jur, Mickey was ashamed of a wooden chicken. After a while, he returned to God, oh my God. You actually know Master Jur. Luli is not a goblin, and naturally does not understand how high the status of the Gujing family is. In the heart of goblins, Zuerna is a god-like figure. Those who can be friends with Jur are definitely a great person. Mickey's eyes suddenly became respectful. Since you are a friend of Master Jur, can it be convenient to tell where he is now, and if you can invite Master Jur, those big pieces will not be based on it. Mickey's eyes are full of expectations. Master Jur is still traveling around the world, and it must not come back for a while. When he heard Luli's answer, Mickey was extremely disappointed. Master Jur doesn't come back, the goblin family is afraid to destroy the family this time. Don't have to be so pessimistic, don't you still have me? Mickey looked at the land blankly, and didn't know what he meant. I happen to be a festival with the Twilight Soul. The so-called enemy's enemy is a friend. This time, I will help you kill the traitor of the Twilight Soul, and drive away the Titan by the way to let you return to your home. Luli patted his chest, confidently. Really? Are you really willing to help us? Mickey's eyes appeared again. That's natural, but before that, you have to take me to see the Phantom Knight. I have something to talk to them. I'm afraid it won't work. Mickey said, a little embarrassed. Ah? Why is this? Luli was stunned, just to see a face, isn't that? The Phantom Knights at the bottom of the elite knight fortress, which was sealed many years ago, and now I can't get in at all. Be sealed? Luli thought for a while, as if the entrance of the Jisha Knight Fortress was indeed closed. It is necessary to use the Twilight Forest's headbee. It's okay if you are rich. Take me to see it. Maybe I have a way. Hearing Luli's words, Mickey called in excitement and hurried forward to go to Luli. Okay. I will take you. Before leaving, Luli looked at Minnow Mushroom. I'm going to the dark forest, it's dangerous there, so stay here. After speaking, Luli was ready to leave. No, I want to be with you. As soon as Minnow Mushroom heard it, it was immediately anxious. It was waiting for Luli for several days here for several days, and finally waited for him to appear. How could he let him slip away? Minnow Mushrooms are not stupid, it can be seen that this human beings are not general. He has become an alien of the bulls, and he will definitely be caught when he goes back. It doesn't want to stay there anymore, that never see the sun. So it made a decision, no matter what, be sure to follow the land and leave. Luli didn't think much about it. Since Minnow Mushrooms are going to keep up, let it go. Where did he know that the seemingly simple Minnow Mushrooms had already relied on himself? After being allowed, Minnow Mushrooms jumped behind Luli, looking quite happy. The small gold coins lying on Luli's shoulder spit the snake letter at the Minnow Mushroom, and made hissing sound in his mouth. It seems to be warning that Minnow Mushrooms do not hit your master's idea, otherwise it will be polite. Facing the threat of small gold coins, Minnow Mushroom was not afraid, and his head was holding his chest. It can feel that small gold coins contain powerful power. But Minnow Mushrooms are not vegetarian. If you move your hands, you don't know who the deer is dead. Lu Liguan took the road and didn't find out what was between his two small followers at all. The current Minnow Mushrooms and small gold coins are like the two harem concubines of the ancient emperor. In order to fight in front of the emperor, he secretly hooked. Mickey took the way in front, and the group was fast. It took only a long time that Luli and others came to the entrance of the dark forest. Along the way, even a ghost shadow had not seen it, and there were broken walls and scorching land everywhere. Seeing that the beautiful twilight forests in the past were destroyed into this look, Minnow Mushrooms were a little angry. One day, I want to expel these titans without leaving it. When Luli heard Minnow Mushroom, his face became very strange. He almost couldn't help but want to vomit a saying, "Are you the Twilight of Ellenjaeger? Here, let's go in." As soon as Mickey was ready to move, Luli shouted it. "Wait for a while, don't worry first." Luli looked at the dark forest. The trees of the dark forest are very cheats, and the crown of the sky blocks most of the light. This leads to the low visibility inside the dark forest. As soon as the brightness is low, it is easy to brush monsters. In order to save time, Luli decided to move forward in another way. He took a step with a block and went directly to the top of the dark forest. When Mickey saw Luli's move, he immediately understood the meaning of Luli. Yes. Why didn't I think of this trick? This is much faster than walking in the forest. Mickey also climbed up. The top of the dark forest is composed of countless trees. Looking around, the eyes are full of green, and the end will not be seen at all. Little gold coin, look at you. Luli patted the small gold coin on his shoulders and said to it. Small gold coins will make up. It jumped from Luli's shoulders, and then began to grow rapidly, and finally rose to about a few meters. Small gold coins lowered their heads and signaled Luli. Luli jumped up and jumped up. DG Mickey looked at the small gold coin that suddenly became bigger, and his legs were almost soft. Seeing this, Luli said with a smile, "Come up, hurry up, we have to quickly find the Earth Knight Fortress." At the invitation of Luli, Djing Michich dared to live. However, it was still a little panicked, and the whole body was trembling. The behemoth in front of me is afraid that it will not swallow it directly. Come up too. Luli shouted at Mino Mushroom. Who knows, as soon as he finished speaking, the small gold coin suddenly raised his head. Little gold coin, what are you doing? Mino Mushrooms haven't come up yet. Before Luli had a clear situation, the small gold coin moved his body and moved forward quickly. The little gold coin glanced back at Mino Mushroom and gave it a disdainful look. Obviously, the small gold coin did not intend to let the Mino Mushrooms stay on his head. Luli looked at Mino Mushrooms, and he helplessly spread his hands. The little gold coin came with a temper, and Mino Mushroom could only run away by himself. Mino Mushrooms were stomped straight. If you don't bring it, there is something so great. I really think I can't keep up. After speaking, the colorful light of Mino Mushrooms appeared on the body, and it looked cool. Then, Mino Mushrooms opened 4 legs and chased in the direction of landing and others. It is extremely fast, running like a moving rainbow. It didn't take long for it to catch up with small gold coins. Luli looked at Mino Mushrooms with colorful light. Good guy. This looks a bit cool. The acceleration of Mino Mushrooms suddenly surpassed the small gold coin. It turned back and spit out his tongue in the small gold coin. This is naked taunt. Where can the small gold coin be tolerated? It has also accelerated. Soon they drove together again. On the speed, you can't be comparable to me. Obviously eat ash. The 4 hoofs of Mino Mushrooms turned on acceleration again, trying to get rid of the small gold coins. The small gold coins are not willing to show weakness, and the body twist is greater, pulling the speed to the extreme. One piece of speed, the passenger's experience is worse. It was still very stable, and now the bumps start to become bumps. Luli is not a big deal, but Mickey, the ground, can't hold it up. Not long after the speed of the small gold coin was pulled, Mickey turned a bit dizzy. The journey that was originally planned for a long time was to achieve. Under the racing of small gold coins and Mino Mushrooms, it took only an hour to get it. Along the way, the 2 of them made their best solutions, and you chased me and could not separate the victory. After arriving at the end, Mickey walked down from the head of the small gold coin. After coming down, the first thing it was kneeling on the ground and vomiting. If this is a few minutes, it is estimated that it will rest on the spot. Luli looked at the small gold coin and looked at Mino Mushrooms again. He was full of doubts. What are the contradictions between the 2 of them? As everyone knows, Luli himself is the culprit. Are you okay? Luli walked to Mickey and asked. It's okay, don't care about me, the Goblin Knight Fortress is underneath, you go down, I stay on it to respond to you. Mickey's face was pale, obviously a bit miserable. Luli was excavated directly from the top of the crown, and the gap was facilitated quickly. It is at least 10 meters high from the ground, and it is also disabled to jump to die. But Luli jumped without hesitation. When Mickey saw this, he couldn't help exclaiming. Don't jump. We'll fall to death. It walked to the gap and looked down, and found that Luli had fallen safely. Mickey suddenly compared. Luli used a bucket to collect the water on the ground. He hasn't used this move for a long time. And he was sparse, and just made a mistake just now. As for small gold coins and Mino Mushrooms, such a little height is a piece of cake for them. Gently leaping, it fell stably. Mino Mushrooms and small gold coins stood aside, like 2 bodyguards of Luli. Luli couldn't help crying. After the meeting, the 2 of you will give me the old real point, don't cause me trouble. Both the little gold coins and the Mino Mushroom nodded. It didn't take long after Luli walked forward, and saw a small road built by red bricks and stones. going along the path and came to the center. There are several strange stone bricks on the ground, with orange and red patterns on it. This is the entrance of the Earth Cavaliers. There is a stone platform in the corner of the stone brick. If you want to enter it, you need to use the Twilight Forest's boss's Skull Warfare products. Do not try to dig it from the ground next to it. The underground buildings have special prohibitions and cannot be tapped at all. Luli took out the Skull Warrior of the Lich King from the backpack and placed on the stone platform. Just heard a click, the stone bricks disappeared. Luli turned back and took off the Lich Head War. Putting the Shurtai base is also taken away. The height from entrance to below was not high, and Luli jumped directly. Small gold coins narrowed the body shape and returned to Luli, should again. Mino mushrooms followed Luli like a fart. After entering the Earth Cavalier's fortress, Luli suddenly was a little confused. The position he is now should be located at the center of the fortress of the geological night. Here, there are two ways, and there is a fork everywhere. He doesn't know which road to go from. Where should we go now? Do you have any opinions? Luli will decide to make the right to small gold coins and Mino mushrooms. Mino mushrooms thought for a while and stood at the right fork on the right. My intuition tells me I should go here. Who knows, the small gold coin chose the left. The opinion happened again. Luli couldn't help but have a headache. He knew that they would get up, and they might as well choose one way by themselves. Forget it, let's listen to me. Luli took out the Maze Destroyer from the backpack. Don't choose. Just dig down and just finish it. The Goblin Knight Fortress is also built from a special stone brick, and ordinary picks can't be digged at all. However, for the Maze Destroyer, it is a piece of cake. Luli rose up and dug it directly at his feet. As the stone bricks under their feet were broken, Luli fell directly from the first layer of the Global Night Fortress to the second layer. How about this? Mino mushrooms are dumbfounded. Strong miracles. It's over. Luli smiled and dug a layer. On the first and second layers, Luli had never seen a monster. But on the third floor, the situation changed. As soon as he landed this time, he was surrounded by a pile of monsters. Red Hat Essence, Red Hat Worker, Chainball Goblin, Home Crab, Dog Head, Goblin Knight. Luli glanced at it. Good guy. These monsters are here to hold the conference here. It's all gathered together. The small gold coin spitting the snake letter, ready to do it at any time. Mino Mushroom quickly stood up to solve the siege. Don't do it. We are not malicious. Perhaps the words of Mino Mushrooms played a role, and all those monsters who were eager to move stopped. A red hat came out slowly. Its appearance is somewhat similar to the Red Hat Goblin, but it is shorter. Semi-mushrooms and half Mino Tau, are you, the Mino mushrooms of the Nyoto family? The red hat was asked with a hoarse voice. Right. I am. Seeing that someone knew himself, Mino Mushroom was a little excited. Then you have to talk about it. Press directly. Can't let Mino Mushrooms harm our territory. Red Hat is cold and cold. Ah. Don't. We are really not malicious. As soon as Mino Mushrooms were in a hurry, is his reputation so bad? Presumably, it must be that their own people slander themselves to the outside world, which leads to misunderstandings of the Essence clan. I did not expect Master Jouer to have you who are ignorant. Is this the way of your hospitality? Luli suddenly stepped forward and hummed coldly. After hearing the word Jouer, the red hats shouted at everyone. Hold your hands. You, what did you just say? Do you know Master Jouer? The red hat Essence asked a little uncertainty. More than just knowing, Master Jouer and I have been a friend for many years. Luli was directly full of Huzhou. Anyway, no one knows the relationship between himself and Zhuer. The old guy buried himself with such a large set, and he had to make good use of his identity. Speak without help. Do you have any evidence? Red Hat Dijing asked the letter suspiciously. Over the years, many friends who have pretended to be a master of Zhuer who wants to come to the elite cavaliers to deceive the benefits. To this end, they had to seal the entrance. Unexpectedly, there was another one today. Evidence? Is this enough? Luli took the lower waist, Li blade and threw it to each other. The red hat was caught quickly. It holds, blade of Li, in his arms and start to check it carefully. After a while, its face was happy. It's true. This is indeed made by Master Zhuer. The red hat was ecstatic, and I couldn't wait to hold the blade of Li kiss too. It is also a forged master, but the level of technology is far less high than that of Zhuer. At first it was fortunate to learn forging under the guidance of Zhuer. It can accurately judge the items created by Zhuer. After reading it, return me. Luli reached out and took the blade of Li back. Red Hat Essence is still a bit reluctant. Aren't you afraid that they snatched your weapon? Mino Mushroom whispered. Don't worry, they dare not. Luli's chest has a bamboo. The word Zhuer is of great significance to the Ajachers. Since Luli said that he was a friend of Zhuer, so the elite clan also had to give himself a little face in Zhuer's portrayal. At this point, Zhuer, located in another world, suddenly sneezed. This sneezing was scrapped directly in front of him. Zhuer almost vomited blood. For this weapon, he had prepared for several months. As a result, it was ruined by such a sneezing. You are a genius, remember in a second. How about it? Should I believe it? Luli's hands crossed his chest, his face was full of relaxation. Believe it. Fa. Red Hat Dijing quickly nodded. Since you are a friend of Master Zhuer, that is the nobles of our sperm. We will entertain you with the highest etiquette. It's not necessary to entertain. I come this time, mainly to talk to your leader Phantom Knight. I don't know if it is inconvenient. Luli did not do ink, and he directly expressed his intention. Phantom Knight. This? I'm afraid there is something inconvenient. The Red Hat Dijing said, embarrassed. Just see one side, I won't mess up. Theoretically, you are a noble guest from a distance. This little thing is nothing. But, the Phantom Knight is in some cases, and it is not suitable for seeing people. Red Hat Dijing whispered. Oh, what's going on? Luli suddenly became curious. The Red Hat was sighing, and his expression was a little worried. This is long. Hundreds of years ago, there was a stunning tribe in our sperm family. It was Master Zhuer. Since Master Zhuer appeared, the strength of our sperm clan in the Twilight Forest has become stronger and stronger. The Twilight Tower outside was actually built by our sperm clan at first. Since the disappearance of Master Zhuer, the gases of fine arts have once again fallen into a trough. That Twilight Taka Tower was finally occupied by the Twilight Soul, and we were not allowed to enter. What's more abominable is that the Twilight Soul actually wants to slavery us. At that time, the strongest person in our ejaculation was the Phantom Knight. It rushed to the top of the Twilight Gao Tower and fought a war with the Twilight Soul. Having said that, the Red Hat Essence suddenly stopped. This can be rushed. Then. Win or lose. You just say. He urged. Phantom Knight, lost, was also seriously injured, and in the end, he could only hide the bottom layer of the elite Knight Fortress slowly. After so many years, haven't you raised? Luli asked again. At the beginning, we thought that the Phantom Knight recovered after a while, but never expected that the injury of the Phantom Knight was too heavy, and it was already dying. In the end, the treasure left by Master Jouer had saved his life, and he has been panting until now. After listening, Luli was a little stunned. The treasure left by Master Jouer? What is that? This? I don't know the specific ones. Okay, then you tell me where the Phantom Knight is, I ask it myself. The red hat was hesitated for a while, and finally nodded slowly. Okay, please come with me. As a result, under the leadership of the Red Hat Earth, Luli and his party were unobstructed in the local Fine Knight Fortress. Go forward, there is the Phantom Knight room at the end. The Red Hat Dijing gave Luli the way, and stayed in place. After Luli thanked him, he walked forward. It didn't take long for the road to end. There is only one stone room in front, and the iron fence was stopped at the door. Luli took out the maze destroyer, directly broke the door. After entering the door, there were 6 sets of suspended dark green armor in front of Luli, which looked a little weird. Breakthrough. Dead. A thick sound sounded, and then the 6 sets of armor moved. These 6 sets of armor seemed to be alive, holding the swords out of thin air, and cutting one by one. I am a friend of Master Jouer. I have something to ask for something today, and have no intention of offending it. In the face of the opponent's attack, Luli did not do it. The sword suddenly stopped when he was about to fall on the top of Luli's head. Jouer? Do you know Jouer? The armor in the middle slowly landed, and a body suddenly appeared in it. Luli was startled. No wonder it is called the Phantom Knight, and God is Ghost. Yes, if you don't believe it, you can ask your family. No, I believe you. If you lie, it is impossible to come here. You are the Phantom Knight? Luli looked at each other, curiously. The legendary Phantom Knight looks no different from ordinary exquisiteness. Previously, now, at most, it can only be considered a waste. The Phantom Knight said lowly. I listened to your tribe, saying that you survived by Master Jouer's treasure. I don't quite understand what this means. Can you explain it to me? Luli asked, curiously. This? Since you are a friend of Master Jouer, it's okay to tell you. The Phantom Knight grabbed a big hand, and the other 5 sets of armor in the air gathered around it and started to rotate. Luli looked at these armor and felt a little surprised. This is a phantom set left by Master Jouer, which is attached with a curse. Once you put it on, you can't take it off. This set of phantom armor is not only the best equipment, it also has the most powerful place that can forcibly help you with a breath when you are dying. Keep your life. After I returned from the Twilight Taka Tower, I was seriously injured, and I was about to die. Finally, I had to choose to put on this fantasy armor to protect my life. It's been 100 years since it passed. My injuries have already been cured, but I will be accompanied by these armor in the future. The Phantom Knight said a little bit. Isn't that good? It is a good thing to die. You should be happy. Why do you look so boring? You don't understand, sometimes alive is more painful than death. Since I put on this armor, my life has continued infinitely, but my friend, my loved ones, but I can't avoid life and illness. At the end, I was lonely, one person left. When I was ashamed at the time, I sealed myself in this stone room, and planned to settle for the rest of my life here. Having said that, the Phantom Knight suddenly grabbed Luli's arm. Come from a distance. Since you are a friend of Master Jouer, can you let him help me to relieve the curse of this armor? Seek you, let me die. I feel that it is really meaningless to live like this. The demand of the Phantom Knight surprised Luli. With endless life, isn't this a life that everyone wants? How can Phantom Knight still ask for death? I have a chance to tell Master Jouer, but now you can't die, there are important things waiting for you to complete. Luli's tone was very serious. The dark forest is now chaotic. A powerful foreign race invaded the Twilight Forest and is destroying everything here. You are the mainstay of the family, and it's time to come out to save your tribe. Give you two options, one is to keep leaving Rotten, and the other is to leave here with me, to fight the Twilight Soul, and rescue your people of the same family. Give you 3 seconds to choose. 3. Luli just read 3, and the Phantom Knight spoke. Don't count, I'll go with you. P.S. It's going to be added recently. You are a genius, remember in a second. The Phantom Knight answered very brightly, which made Luli a little surprised. It's not too late, then let's move quickly. Other Lu is confident to deal with, but the Twilight Soul will fly after all, and it is a bit troublesome to deal with. With the help of the Phantom Knight this time, Luli's victory was much higher. When the Red Hat Dijing saw that Luli and the Phantom Knight came out, the shock of the face was unbearable. It did not expect that this humans really convinced the Phantom Knight. The prestige of the Phantom Cavaliers in the earthquakes is very high, second only to the Forged Jour. If it is willing to shoot, maybe there will be a turnaround. The monsters of the Goblin Cavaliers consciously led the way. Luli and others left the Global Night Fortress so unobstructed. He couldn't help but lament, going out, there is still a relationship to do business. It didn't take long for them to leave the Goblin Night Fortress and came to the ground. The nearby forest has been cut almost, and the strong sunlight shines on the face of the Phantom Knight. It stretched out his hand and tried to block the sun. Since the last serious injury, it has not seen the sunshine for many years, and it is a bit uncomfortable. What should we do next? The Phantom Knight suddenly spoke. Let's solve the Twilight Soul first. This guy will not be removed for a day. The dark forest will never be peaceful. By the way, what should I call you? Do you have a name? Luli thought for a while. He didn't seem to know the real name of the Phantom Knight. My name is Collins, but that's all the previous names. Since I put on this armor, my name has changed. Please call me Phantom Knight in the future. The Phantom Knight said seriously. Okay, Collins. The corner of the Phantom Knight twitched. Since you want to find the Twilight Soul, you must first find the Dark Tower. The Dark Tower is located at the center of the Dark Forest. The building designed and built by the Dijing family has now become a territory of the Twilight Soul. Luli and his party walked for 10 minutes and finally reached the destination. Through the far away, they saw the Dark Tower towering. The Dark Tower is divided into the main tower and auxiliary tower. The Twilight Soul is located on the highest platform of the main tower. Generally speaking, if you want to go there, you must enter from the Vice Tower, and then you can reach it through a series of blocking. But it is clear that Luli is not an ordinary person. In addition to entering the main tower from the sub-tower, another way is directly from the periphery of the main tower to the highest place. This is hard to leave. Regardless of whether it is high or using a sword to stagnate the air, it can easily reach the top. The Phantom Knight can also fly. After the small gold coins become smaller, Luli can also take it up. After looking at it, only Mino mushrooms could not go up. He looked at Mino mushrooms, and asked some helplessly, we can go up when we meet, would you stay below and wait for us? Mino mushrooms heard their words, a little aggrieved. But I want to go up too. Don't let me stay alone, I'm a bit scared. Luli's face was a little weird. Fear? Can Mino mushrooms be scared with the existence of small gold coins? Others are not afraid that you are good. Seeking you, take me up. Mino mushrooms I lands. But you can't get smaller or fly, how can I take you up? Lu Dai scratched his head. Do you use the rope? Thinking about it, Luli only thought of this method in the end. This method is okay, that is, I am afraid that Mino mushrooms will not be able to stand it. As long as you can go up with you, everything can be. Okay, then you are ready, I will tie you with your rope later, don't move it. If it falls in the air, or was strangled alive, I would not be responsible. Mino mushrooms were lighted up, and immediately nodded. Luli took a bolt rope from the bag and put it around Mino's neck. After setting up, he took out the blade of Lee and started to wave. Soon, Luli left the ground and rose slowly. When Mino mushroom only felt tight neck, he felt a force that dragged it to the sky. Fortunately, the power of climbing the sword is sufficient, so as not to let Mino mushrooms pull down. If someone passing by next to him to see this scene, it is estimated that it will be startled. At this time, Mino mushrooms were like a hanging ghost, tied to the neck by the bolt rope, and hung in the air. This picture is too beautiful, Luli can't bear to look at it. After flying up for half a minute, Luli and others reached the first platform of the main tower. Here are 2 goblin patrols. When they saw Luli a few people, they were all dumbfounded. For the first time, they saw someone flying from the tower. But they did not sound. Goblin is the branch race of goblins. Seeing the Earth Essence clan, there is no malice. At first glance, they were coerced by the Twilight Soul to guard here. The Phantom Knight explained to them, and the 2 goblin was ecstatic. Great, they finally hope to leave this ghost place. Therefore, with the help of 2 goblin, Luli and others did not even need to fly, and walked into the main tower directly. Many goblin was checked along the way. When they heard the intentions of Luli and others, they all became inner ghosts in insane time. Within a few minutes, Luli came to the top of the Twilight Tower. There is an open-air square here, and the Twilight Soul is closed on the ground. Several people came out of the door, while those goblin hid at the door and wanted to see what would happen. Feeling that someone was approaching, the Twilight Soul opened his eyes, and a bad cry made in his mouth. Who dare to run into my territory? When it saw the Phantom Knight, he immediately understood most. Isn't this my men defeated? Why, after so many years, are you thinking about shame before me? The Twilight Soul spoke less skilled goblin language, and his face was full of ridicule. Wrong. The Twilight Soul's face has no expression at all, and thousands of years are the lacking expression. Twilight Evil Soul. Don't be arrogant. Last time I lost to you, this time, you are dead. Today I will not only defeat you, but also let you completely disappear into the dark forest. Just pay for you? The Twilight Soul tone was full of disdain. I said big head, you look at me anyway. Luli couldn't help but say. Who are you? It doesn't look like a dwarf family. Hey, Xiaoyi is here to slaughter you today. Luli said, drawn out, blatantly, and remotely pointed to the Twilight Soul. Do you want to be single or a group fight? Select it with you. The Twilight Soul was stunned, and there was no such good thing. Then go out. I want to torture you one by one. Okay. Let's start. We have to do it. When he heard Luli's words, the Twilight Soul suddenly had a short circuit. Waiting for a while? Didn't you say that you were single-headed? Why are you going together? Luli shrugged. Group fighting is we hit you one. As for this single out, it is you alone to pick us alone. After hearing the Twilight, a roar was made. You dare to play with me? Fine to death. I just play you, what's what? You have the ability to hit me. Luli said with a smile, and his expression was called an ode. The Phantom Knight on the side was a little impulsive to hit him. He thought Luli was the kind of high-cold warrior, but he did not expect to be very different from the image in his mind. Dare to sprinkle the wild at my sight. Today I will let you come back. The huge body of the Twilight Soul flew from the ground and came to the high altitude. At this moment, Luli's strongest weapon was abandoned. Although some swordsmanship can be attacked from a long distance, blatantly has not evolved to that point. As soon as the Twilight Soul was on the sky, he began to spit out the fireball at the landlord. These fireballs can rebound back like the attack of ordinary evil souls. Luli easily counterattacked, and the evil spirits flew back. The fireball exploded on the evil soul, and it blown up a small cut of blood. That's it? Please, you are very weak. Luli once again mocked. The Twilight Soul was furious. I didn't expect you to break my fireballs. It's my underestimated you. Try this. As soon as the Twilight Soul finished speaking, the sky at the top of the dark tower suddenly appeared a thunder. With the loud noise, the sky suddenly began to rain. These rainy spots are tears of the Twilight Soul, and they will deduct blood when they are drenched. Seeing this, Luli quickly hid under the eaves aside. Seeing that the Phantom Knight did not move, Luli hurriedly shouted. Hurry up. This rain is poisonous. The Phantom Knight turned around. It's okay, I have a phantom set, I can't die. After speaking, it also flew. Soon, the Phantom Knight flew to the place where the Twilight Soul was high. It held a long sword and began to fight with the Twilight Soul. The Twilight Soul ate the pain and was miserable. Soon, there were several small souls around it. The Phantom Knight was surrounded by the evil soul, unable to escape, and could only be forced to defend. Every few seconds, there will be a small fireball hit the Phantom Knight. The blood bars of the Phantom Knight began to decrease slowly, and it won't be long after that. Luli was a little anxious. At this moment, the soul of the evil soul outside finally stopped. Luli rushed out quickly. Small gold coins, you become bigger. Go to drag the Twilight Soul. With a landing order. The small gold coin jumped off his shoulder, and then his body began to rise crazy. This time, the small gold coins directly turned into dozens of meters in length. It kept getting up, and his head was almost flat with the Twilight Soul. However, bigger is to pay the price. Although the body has become bigger, the combat effectiveness has weakened, and the attack is painful or itchy on the Twilight Soul. Luli naturally knew this. He asked the small gold coin to pass just to drag the Twilight Soul. He himself is the most important part of this offense. There are several high and low platforms at the top of the Dark Tower. One of the platforms on one platform, which is the key to dealing with the Twilight Soul. Luli took a shot of Mino mushrooms. Don't be stunned too, do you see that high platform? I will go to the conference later, and you will be responsible for helping me attract the nearby little evil souls. It's attractive. Don't kill them. Listen to understand? Mino Mushroom nodded. After ordering, Luli rushed straight to Takai. Here are a few little evil souls in guarding, and Luli will solve it 3 or 2 times. Above the high stage, there is an extremely complicated organ device. This is the unique government block of Twilight beqege Pagoda, which is equivalent to an integrated redstone circuit. As long as this agency is activated, you can temporarily pull the Twilight Soul flying to the sky forcibly to the ground. In this way, Luli can use bladively to give the Twilight Soul a lesson. The energy to activate this agency comes from those little evil souls. Every time you kill a certain number of evil souls, you can turn on the organ. Luli killed 3 little souls, and the line was only charged for a half, and at least 5 or 6 little evil souls were needed. Hurry up. Pull the monster over. Luli shouted below. At this time, Mino mushrooms were pulling around the circle. Behind it followed 7 or 8 small souls. He was constantly spraying a fireball towards it. These little evil souls are weak. In normal times, Mino mushrooms can jump to death with a fart. But Luli just got the death order just now, and couldn't do it. Therefore, Mino mushrooms can only be chased everywhere. It dare not run too fast, for fear that the monster can't catch up. For this reason, its PP has been burnt by the fireball. No way, these little evil spirits can only attack there. Hearing Luli shouting, Mino Mushroom hurriedly ran towards Takeda. When it ran to the high platform, it had been prepared for a long time, and gently pulled the knife to make a dimension cut. Instantly, a purple fluctuation appeared on the high platform. Those little souls were involved in it instantly. Luli's clean and neat 2 knives killed all the evil souls. At this point, the Phantom Knight has solved the obstacles beside him. The small gold coin also successfully dragged the Twilight Soul. Seeing that the agency was full, Luli quickly pressed the start button. Originally, the light and light-free mechanism line began to become red, which means that it has begun to fill the energy. Just heard the sound of caca, the organs began to run. A few seconds later, a red light rose into the sky, and shot directly to the Twilight Soul in the air. Before the Twilight Soul had time to react, he felt that he was dragged down by a huge force. How is this possible? The Twilight Soul struggled desperately, but couldn't escape at all. Luli below had already taken out the weapon, waiting for it with a smile. What is this? How can there be such an agency on my site? The Twilight Soul shouted, incredible. You seem to have done something wrong. The Dark Tower was built by our sperm. You are just an invaders. The Phantom Knight fell, and said with a sneer. Unexpectedly, the installation of this institution was designed by Master Zhuer himself. It is to deal with your flying enemies. When it comes to Master Zhuer, the Phantom Knight is particularly proud. The Twilight Soul never expected that I had occupied it for so long, but I didn't find this kind of thing. It always thought it was decorative. Okay, it's almost talking about it, it's time to send you on the road. With a sound of tsong, Luli pulled out, bladively. He raised his head and poured a bottle of strength, and rushed up with a sword. Small gold coins had changed back to the original size. It was a little weak on Luli's shoulders. Forcibly to make the body size larger, it is still very powerful. Seeing this, the Phantom Knight and Mino Mushrooms rushed to the Twilight Soul with Lodal. This time, it is really a fight. The Twilight Soul was absorbed on the ground by the organ installation, and it was impossible for a while. Luli holds, bladively, a sprint, and going up is a set of crazy output. Bladively, after several forging, coupled with the blessing of Divini, the damage has reached an unprecedented new height. The blood volume of the Twilight Soul is 250 points. Luli took a knife attack and took away the blood volume of more than 40 points. This is still without the rating. 3 knives continued and rated to Rose. Now, the damage of bladively is full. Originally, there were more than 10 basic damage to cut a knife. Under the blessing of rating, it directly soared to nearly 30 points. Luli once again poured a bottle of enhanced version of the strength of the potion, its 260 damage bonus. 78. 78. 78. A series of shocking damage numbers jumped out. Luli himself was frightened by this injury. It stands to reason that these 3 knives continue, coupled with the blood that had been killed before, the Twilight Soul should have been killed. But when Luli's attack was over, the Twilight Soul was still alive. The Twilight Wicked, her eyes closed, as if asleep. It was just that its blood volume was reduced to 1 point. Due to how many people attack, the blood volume has always remained unchanged at 1 point. I wipe it. Is this Nima locking blood? Luli couldn't help scolding. I used to see this in other games before, but I did not expect to be encountered today. What's going on? Why never die? The Phantom Knight was a little anxious. Seeing that he was going to be successful, but there was an accident. There must be a problem, everyone will go away. Luli suddenly found that the red mark on the Twilight Soul's head began to deepen, so he quickly reminded. The next second when everyone stepped back, the Twilight's eyes closed suddenly. It spit out a fireball from its mouth, and accurately hit the organ device trapped. Careful. Luli jumped hard and jumped down from the high platform. I only heard a loud noise, and the distance between the high platform burst into ZHA, and the entire Twilight Tower was shaking. After Luli retreated to a safe distance, he turned back to check the situation. The high platform they were a few seconds ago had become a scorching ruins. The power of this fireball is too scary. The Phantom Knight exclaimed. Luli frowned. No, right. How did the Twilight Soul attack improve so much? Although the damage of Evil Spirit's fireball is high, it is never so outrageous. Just as he couldn't help but think of it, the Twilight Soul of One Blood flew into the sky again. As height continues to rise, the Twilight Souls that have long dried up are constantly recovering. Your uncle. Play with a resurrection armor. Luli now just wants to scold people. How to play this? It's okay, even if you give it 10 another life, you still have to die. The Phantom Knight said confidently. Before that, everyone worked together to deal with the Twilight Soul, which was still very simple. Is it a big deal? The next second, the face of the Phantom Knight changed. He suddenly discovered that the shape of the Twilight Soul seemed to start to swell quickly. What happened? When he heard the Phantom Knight, Luli took a closer look. I saw that the blood bars of the Twilight Soul were completely full, and its blood limit was constantly higher. 250 points. 350 points. 550 points. 1,000 points. At the end, the blood volume has soared to 2,500 points. It's 10 times the original. The twilight of the soul of the twilight is almost 10 times larger. Luli saw the name of the Twilight Soul, and it has changed. Twilight Evil Soul Titan? Good guy. This product is more outrageous than opening. Actually changed the individual. Presumably, this is the real reason why the Twilight Soul is willing to submit to the Titan family. Your dog's dog. Actually, betrayed the Twilight Forest. The Phantom Knight scolded angrily in the air. A group of ants, you don't understand how powerful the Titan people are. The Twilight Soul looked at the crowd below contempt. After the Titan came to the dark forest, it had thought of resistance. But the Titan boss fancied it at a glance. You have the blood of our Titan. As long as you are willing to join us, I can help you become stronger. The boss of Titan did not flicker the Twilight Soul. In ancient times, the Titans did have the existence of Evil Soul Titan. Those adult Evil Soul Titan blood volume can reach 200,000 points. The attack power is also thousands of. But with the decline of the Titan family, the blood of the Evil Soul Titan gradually declined. There is no Evil Soul Titan in the Titans. It can find the Twilight Soul in the Twilight Forest, but this is a great achievement. Boss Titan gave a brainwashing of the Twilight Soul on the spot. How to activate the Titan's power to tell it. Hearing these, where can the Twilight Soul be calm? He may be a hegemon in the dark forest, but in the entire Twilight Forest, there are still a lot of monsters than it. For example, the 9-headed snake of the Flame Swamp can easily hang it. When I heard that it could become stronger, the Twilight Soul immediately fell into each other and joined the Titan. According to the boss of Titan, you only need to stay here for a while, and the Titan army will completely come to the Twilight world. At that time, the Twilight Soul can get more powerful power from the Titan's senior management. When Luli and others came to deal with it, the Twilight Soul was not serious. As a result, there were few rounds, and it paid the price because of its own light enemy. Fortunately, it learned how to use Titan's power. Then you can survive. Now it's the turn to fight back. The twilight of the Evil Soul Titan is huge, and it can be described almost in the sky. Luli and others were below it and looked like a little ant. A strong sense of oppression followed. The Twilight Soul Titan waved a huge tentacle and smashed the position where the land was located. No. Flash. Luli first reacted. This tentacle is 3 or 4 meters wide and tens of meters long. If it is hit by this stuff, it is estimated that it will fart on the spot. With a loud noise, the tentacles of the Twilight Soul hit again. The tower of the closest tower was smashed directly. Luli's position has just appeared in a deep gully. For a while, the gravel splashed and the dust was full. Luli suddenly thought of something. While the Twilight Soul had no time to retract the tentacles, he directly pulled out the blade of Li and began to madly chop on the tentacles. -50, -50, -50, this time, the damage is not as high as before. Presumably the defense of the evil soul titan has become higher. However, it can reduce the blood volume of the other party. No matter how small the mosquito legs are. But when the Twilight's evil soul titan recovered the tentacle, it sneered with disdain. Several little evil souls on the ground flew into the sky and came to the Twilight Soul Titan. A lightning appeared again in the sky, and those little evil souls disappeared instantly. Twilight Evil Soul Titan has just lost more than 100 points of blood. Luli's face changed, and he really felt the crisis this time. Come on. Let me see what you know about you. Today, let you know the power of Titan. Twilight Evil Soul Titan's voice echoed over the dark forest. The behemoth that covered the sky in front of him had exceeded Luli's cognition. Fortunately, this is not a complete soul Titan. The completely wicked soul Titan has 200,000 blood volume, and the horror of 4,000 attack power exists. Most of the mutated Twilight Soul Titan top can only be regarded as grandson. The ultra-high blood volume at 2,500 points, the defense is not low, and can return blood. Luli really didn't expect how to deal with this guy. I can only take a step to see. Fire and fire are art. With the twilight of the evil soul Titan shouting, the 3 giant evil soul fireballs flew to Luli and others. After seeing the power of the evil spirits just now, Luli knew how terrible the power of this stuff. Hurry up. It's too late. He didn't think about it, and jumped off the Takeda directly on the tower. There was a loud noise, and the top of the entire dark tower was directly raised by 3 giant evil soul fireballs. The top of the tower is directly missing, and there are splattered rocks and flames of splashes everywhere. Before Mino mushrooms responded, they felt empty at their feet. It looked at the ground, screamed, and made a pig-like roar. Help! I don't want to die. I will let go if I don't shut up again. Luli scolded him angrily. What is called? He is still holding a rope in his hand. Mino closed his mouth with interest and no longer shouted. When it was about to land, Luli pulled out blade of Li, waved a few times in a row, and stabilized the falling figure. Save. As soon as Mino mushroom landed, his legs were soft. Falling from a high altitude of hundreds of meters, this is not a stimulus that ordinary people can bear. But Luli's side looked very calm. Why do you look so calm? Otherwise? Do I scream like you? Luli directly asked, making Mino mushrooms unable to hang on his face. Where does Mino mushroom know? Luli is not an ordinary person. Luli's favorite thing was the fancy landing of faith. The landing ship, landing water, and even the landing horse, these operations are not a word for Luli. What's more, Luli has a sword in his hand now, and it is even more impossible to fall to death. It can also fall to death with a sword, which is purely a vegetable ratio. Reader, do you scold again? Luli is thinking about how to deal with this big guy. He suddenly found that there seemed to be a few figures. Oh. The Phantom Knight hasn't come down yet. Can't. Luli didn't dare to think about it anymore. He released the bolt rope to hold Mino mushrooms, took out the sword, and climbed to the top of the tower again. He wanted to confirm the life and death of the Phantom Knight. Every time a height is flying up, there will be a loud noise at the top of the tower. Sometimes the sound of fireball burst, sometimes it is the movement of the tentacles hit the ground. Instead, Luli was a bit more at ease. At least it shows that the Phantom Knight has not died yet. Still fighting the Twilight Titan. Press. Be sure to hold it. Luli thought secretly in his heart. Finally, half a minute later, Luli successfully returned to the top of the Dark Tower. It has been completely changed here, just like a ruin. The Phantom Knight is fighting fiercely in the high altitude and the Twilight Soul Titan. It is surrounded by more than a dozen small souls, and the Twilight Soul Titan is constantly attacked with a tentacle. After all, the Phantom Knight has only one person, with limited strength. Although the power of the Phantom Set was used to the extreme, it was inevitable that he was injured by the Twilight Titan. When a tentacle attacked, the Phantom Knight was instantly violent. That damage is simply high. However, the Phantom Knight has the protection of the Phantom Suit and can leave a life every time. When the Phantom Knight restores some combat effectiveness, it will launch an attack again. Then be killed again. Its power could not hurt Twilight Titan at all, and it could only die in vain. The Twilight Evil Soul Titan obviously also saw this. It looked at the Phantom Knight resurrection like this, was injured, and resurrected again. This makes it feel very interesting. This is the Phantom Knight. Luli really can't stand it anymore. He took out the bow and arrow, aimed at the Twilight of the Evil Soul Titan's eyes, and shot several arrows. The arrow hit the eyes of Twilight Titan accurately. -100. -100. -100. The 3 arrows have made extremely high damage. This was a bit surprised by Luli. Could it be, the eyes are its weaknesses? Luli couldn't help but have some speculation. The Twilight Soul Titan gave pain and yelled in pain. It covered his eyes with a tentacle and twitched constantly. Lu Lijian had a chance, and he was a number of arrows, helping the Phantom Knight solve the little evil soul nearby. Go down! Luli shouted at the Phantom Knight. The Phantom Knight hesitated, and finally turned away unwillingly. Twilight's evil soul titan fell into anger, and a large soul in the sky fell. Luli pulled the Phantom Knight and jumped directly. After the two landed, they heard the unwilling roar of the Twilight Soul, coming from the top of the Dark Tower. Bastard! Get out! You actually dare to blind my eyes. I want to kill you. Everyone's eyes fell on Luli. Are you doing it? Luli's hand and one hand. I just shot 2 arrows, casually, who knows it is its weakness. Everyone was stunned, then this time it was really a blind cat encountered a dead mouse. Otherwise, it is estimated that they cannot run away. As soon as the Twilight of the Evil Soul Titan was blind, he lost the ability to track Luli and others. It fell from the top of the Dark Tower, with its huge body, destroying it in the dark forest, trying to find Luli and others. Its body is huge and the damage to the dark forest is very serious. If this continues, the dark forests that the goblins depend on survive will be destroyed. We must organize it. I can't let the people homeless. The Phantom Knight is about to rush up again. Luli shouted it in time. Don't be impulsive, we are not its opponent yet, and you are so bad now, and you will die. Then what should we do? We can't watch it destroy it here. Phantom Knight has some headaches. Don't worry, let me think of a way. Luli thought slightly. Since the weakness of the Twilight Soul is the eyes, it has to start with the eyes. The range of the bow and arrow is too short, and it is easy to be attacked by the Twilight Soul. So, is there any great remote attack means? Thinking about it, Luli's mind suddenly thought of one thing. His eyes were suddenly bright. Yes. Why did I forget the redstone cannon? The power of the redstone cannon is much larger than the arrow, and the range is far away. As the saying goes, truth is only within the range of the redstone cannon. No matter how powerful the Twilight is Titan, Luli has to find a way to make a gun from his mother this time. Redstone artillery? What is that? It sounds very powerful. The Phantom Knight asked curiously. Luli was stunned and didn't know how to explain it with it. Redstone cannon is a kind of special weapon. Probably the power of the fireball of Titan, which is probably more powerful than that. Really false? So terrible. The Phantom Knight was a little surprised. They are obvious to the destructive power of evil spirits. There are still many advantages in the redstone cannon, and Luli has not spoken all. For example, a long range can bombard the goals of tens of meters. The attack frequency of the redstone cannon and the speed of the shells are much faster than the fireball of the Twilight Soul. What's more, Twilight's eyes are blind, and it is easier to deal with. The only problem now is where the redstone cannon comes from. Luli's redstone level was limited, but he heard Chi mentioned once. Maybe he has a way. Just do it. As soon as Luli and the Phantom Knight discussed, the Phantom Knight made a decision on the spot. In this case, then go back and find a way first. I'm staring at this guy here. Then be careful, don't come, I will rush back as soon as possible. After the explanation, Luli rushed to the place where the big gold coin was turning towards the portal. The mushrooms were like a fart, and they followed up. The name of Mei Chi's name is to protect Luli, but in fact, he was afraid of Luli. Luli did not oppose too much. A few hours later, Luli and his party finally returned to the Earl Manor, through the portal. After looking at the time, Chi should now give students in the library, to teach students. He came to the library quickly and shouted at Chi, who was lectured. Mr. Steve, are you looking for me? When Chi saw Luli, he was still very happy. Chi, I have an important task to give you now. Do you have confidence to complete? Luli stretched out his arm and put on Chi's shoulder. His tone was very serious. Chi was nervous by Luli. Yes, what task? Do you know the redstone cannon? Chi nodded. Then do you know how to make it? This time Chi nodded first, and then shook his head again. Know the principle, but haven't made it yet. When he heard Chi's words, Luli immediately lit away. Know the principle? That's enough. Okay. From now on, your task is to concentrate on studying the redstone cannon. Luli said excitedly. But I still have to go to class. Looked back at the students in the library. It's okay, make a tight redstone cannon, let them go to practice class first. Okay, let me prepare it. After Chi finished, he turned back to the classroom. I'm waiting for you on the top of the building. Go up and come to me. Luli returned to a safe place and transmitted to the Star Trading Fair. The fire at hand, the medicine is not much, and the redstone cannon needs to use a large amount of TT. He could only run a trip. In order to cover up people's eyes, Luli appeared as a ghost today. He walked out of the dark alley. Many people on the road saw him so strange that he turned his eyes towards him. Luli took his chest and came to the door of the Star Trading. The guard at the door was Leah's hand, and Luli was recognized at a glance. Mr. Ghostface. You are here. I am looking for Miss Leah, where is she? Luli lowered his voice and said. Later, please follow me. Under the leadership of the guard, Luli entered the backyard of the Star Trading Bank. In the past, Luli met Leah in the VIP room. This was the first time he came to the backyard. As soon as he entered the backyard, Luli suddenly stunned. The rockery pavilion, carved beams and paintings, pavilions, water pavilions. For a while, he was a little stubborn. Is this crossing the Oriental Garden? Wrong. This is obviously a block continent. From the outside, the Star Trading Bank is a pure Western building. The roots are not related to the Oriental Garden. Luli is the first time in this world of building in this world. Mr. Ghostface, the person you are looking for is inside, so I won't send you in. After the guard said, he hurriedly retreated, and didn't even dare to look inside. With curiosity, Luli went deeper. The more you go inside, the more you can feel how clever the garden design is. Ask Luli himself, it must not be built such a beautiful garden. Luli is like the rural people enter the city and look around. Not long after walking, Luli found that someone squatted there in the flower bed in front. From the back, that person should be a girl. Wearing a white dress and having hair behind his shoulders. The man was still playing with flowers. Could it be the master of this garden? Luli walked quietly. The man didn't seem to find Luli, and he was still taking care of flowers and plants. Hello, can you trouble you? You know, Lee. As soon as Luli opened his mouth, the man turned his head. Luli was dumbfounded. This person is actually Lia. Then he asked a fart. Lia looked back and saw Luli, and suddenly stayed. Oni. Demon-faced. Lia was a little surprised. Since last time, she has never seen ghost noodles again. Lia thought there was something wrong with ghosts. Unexpectedly, I met him again today. Miss Lia, you look like a little different today. Luli is true. Today, Lia changed the hot dress in the past, a plain clothes, and was extraordinarily dusty. It doesn't have a flavor. Luli watched a little obsession. After unlocking the real light and shadow D, he felt that the world had changed dramatically. Seeing Lia again let him shine. He suddenly thought that he seemed to have a marriage contract with Lia. Although it is not the ghost with the current ghost. It turned out that he hadn't taken it seriously. With Ailey, he didn't ask for so much. But now, Luli is shaking. Is this the power of P? Seeing the ghost face kept staring at herself, Lia blushed a little. Mr. Ghostface, it's inconvenient to speak here, let's sit and chat in the pavilion. Luli responded to his state of disappointment. He followed Lia through the courtyard and came to the gazebo in the middle. The two were sitting. Miss Lia, the scene here is so special, I still have seen it for the first time. Mr. Ghostface laughed. This is just what I take care of it in my spare time. Lia hid her face and laughed. Unexpectedly, Miss Lia was so talented. Hearing the ghost noodles praise herself, Lia's face was even more shy. Somehow, she was particularly happy. Seeing Lia's shameful appearance, Luli seemed to understand something. Generally speaking, girls will have this expression only in front of their favorite people. Shouldn't Lia like ghost noodles? Steve and Lia have a marriage contract again. Luli's face was a little weird. Good guy, is this the green herself? Mr. Ghostface, do you have any dirt on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Lia asked a little bit. Luli returned to God. He scolded himself in his heart that he was not enough, and he took time to take time twice. In this case, he won't pretend. Swait, he is P. Anyway, the shame is the ghost noodles. What does it have to do with his Steve and Luli? Miss Lia's dress today is a bit different, and I feel that this is more suitable for you. Lia was a little surprised. What happened to the ghost noodles today? She has been boasting, making her a little embarrassed. Although I was embarrassed, I didn't mind at all. Lia wears very daily today. It can be said that Lia today is the most authentic. Thank you for praise. Mr. Ghostface is here this time, do you need any problems? Lia sorted out his emotions and said back to the topic. Ghost noodles came to her, and she was definitely not here to chat. She knows this. Miss Lia is so happy, then I will say it straight. I need a lot of fire, medicine, I don't know if your bank can help me get it. Luli stared at Leah's eyes and wanted to see what reaction she had. You want to fire, too, medicine? Leah didn't think about it, and asked directly. I too. Are there any other people to buy? Where did Luli not hear what Leah's words meant? The other came to buy fire, and the medicine was his other status, Steve. As the two most important customers of Leah, they need a thing at the same time. Leah will inevitably be skeptical, which is normal. Mr. Ghostface, do you know a young knight named Steve? Leah asked. Luli was stunned, but he did not expect that Leah actually asked this question. He couldn't tell Leah that he was actually Steve? If this is the case, I am afraid that Leah will collapse on the spot. But since Leah took the initiative to mention herself, Luli had to tease her. He nodded. Of course you know. I also heard that Steve is your fiancé? Is this true? Lu Liqiang asked with a smile. Ah. How can you know? Leah exclaimed and covered her mouth. She just learned that the news didn't take long. After learning that she and Elwyn's marriage were invalidated, she was originally ecstatic. But then learned that the king arranged a new marriage contract with Steve. At this moment, she was completely stunned. She didn't know if this was just a wolf nest, and she entered the tiger's hole. When the king was married, she must not refuse, unless the Star Trading Bank didn't want to go on. Although she has a good opinion of Steve, Leah is still a little embarrassed to let her be with Steve. More importantly, her heart was also occupied by another person. That is the ghost noodles in front of you. This is the first man to have a sense of security. The time with ghost noodles always makes her feel at ease. For this reason, she tangled all night. At the moment when she saw the ghost noodles, she originally intended to tell the other party in person to see what the ghost noodle reaction was. Unexpectedly, the ghost noodles already knew. This is a bit embarrassing. Mr. Ghost Noodle. Where did you know this news? Leah asked with a scalp. Ah? Is this confidential? The whole city of Rice is almost crazy. It is said that your fiancé Steve, in addition to setting up a marriage contract with you, also set a marriage contract with another woman at the same time. What seems to be called Ailey, I heard it is still a princess. Lu Liha told Ailey about the so-called little news. As soon as Leah heard it, she was even more stunned. It is ridiculous. As a partner, she doesn't even know such important news. Princess Airy. Then, isn't it his sister of His Royal Highness Elwyn? How could Steve with her? Leah's face was difficult and frowned. She was not angry because of Steve's heart. She didn't think about it at all. Leah is a very rational person, and she is not as simple as ordinary people. Steve once said that he would help him get rid of Elwyn. She kept remembering this sentence. Today, the marriage of himself and Elwyn has been lifted. There must be Steve's credit. Thinking of the marriage contract between Steve and Princess Ailey, she directly made up a complete story. It must be that Steve had to choose a marriage with Elwyn's sister in order to help himself relieve his marriage contract. Right. It must be like this. Unexpectedly, Steve actually made such a big sacrifice for himself. Leah's eyes were red, and she almost burst into tears. Luli didn't know, he made a few words of ridicule, and made Leah misunderstood. After a while, Leah raised her head. She looked at the ghost noodles in front of her deeply, and her eyes seemed to have a trace. In the short few minutes just now, she finally made a decision after a complex psychological struggle. Since Steve did so much for her, she couldn't live up to Steve. The king's marriage contract is on, and she must clarify the relationship with the ghost. Mr. Ghostface, you take a little time to make up for what you want, it's okay, I just wait here, not in a hurry. Luli stood up and began to start in the courtyard. Hey! Mr. Ghost Noodle. Seeing this, Lia quickly shouted him. Luli turned around. Miss Lia, is there anything wrong? Otherwise, you should wait for the VIP room. It's not convenient here. Lia said, embarrassed. Oh? Miss Lia doesn't welcome me to come to your yard as a guest? Lyle was pretended to be a bit angry. When Lia heard the words, she quickly explained. No. You misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Then why don't you let me stay here? Luli is even more curious. Is there any secret of people here? Lia's little face flushed and hesitated for a long time, and finally said a word that made Luli dumbfounded. I am now Steve's fiancé, and the two of us are lonely men and widows staying together. Some are not suitable. Luli was stunned for a while, and then reacted. Unexpectedly, Lia actually considered so deep. Although it is only an oral marriage contract, Lia can achieve such a thorough avoidance, which really moved Luli. He looked at Lia's eyes. Miss Lia, do you like me? Luli suddenly took a step forward and held Lia's hand. Lia exclaimed, and she was about to pull her hand back. However, Lulu's strength was too strong, and she couldn't break free. Lia was shameful and annoyed. She really likes ghost noodles. But today the ghost noodles made such a move really disgusted her. Mr. Ghostface, please let me go, otherwise I will shout. Give me a reason to let go of you, otherwise I won't let go. Luli looked serious. Lia lowered her head and said softly. I admit that I did feel a little better before, but that's all before. I am now Steve's fiancé, so I must be cleaned up. Let go, I'm afraid Steve's misunderstanding. Lia's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and she was a little bit angry. Hearing Lia's words, Luli was moving. Afraid of Steve misunderstanding? But Steve, who is thinking about Lia, is standing in front of her now. Luli tried to reach out to touch Lia's side face, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. For Lia, Luli's heart was more guilty. He has been deceiving Lia for a long time. If the mask is revealed now, I don't know if Lia will not accept this fact. He would rather Lia, who hates himself now, and maybe he will feel a little lighter in his heart. Just when Luli was hesitant, Lia broke his hand hard. Mr. Ghostface, I'm not the kind of thin woman, please let you respect some. Lia's tone is very serious, and the names have changed from you, and it seems a little angry. Luli touched his head, and his face hidden under the mask was a little embarrassed. It seems that Lia's favor of ghosts is about to disappear. This is a good thing. He was worried about whether he was showing a showdown. Unexpectedly, after this operation, the relationship between the two was alienated. At this point, Lucia was too lazy to take care of it again. From now on, there is no need for the ghost noodles. As for the relationship between Steve and Lia, let it go naturally. After thinking about it, Luli felt a lot of comfort. Sorry, Miss Lia, it's in the Tang dynasty, I left. Without waiting for Lia's response, Luli left a word and left in a hurry. When Lia responded, Luli had gone far. Looking at the back of the landing, Lia's eyes slid down the crystal tears without warning. She covered her mouth and nose, trying to prevent herself from making a sound. Unexpectedly, the first person to drive away the first to make himself was so sad. Luli came to the VIP room, and it didn't take long for the goods to be needed. He left 2 bags of gold coins and went away. Lia slowly walked out of the backyard, and the staff hurried up to report. Miss Lia. The guest gave a bag of gold coins. Would you like to call him back and return it to him? Lia looked at the gold coin on the table, and her body was slightly froze. After a while, she waved her hand. No, let's take it first. When he is here next time, I will return it to him again. Speaking, Lia took the gold coin and turned around and walked towards the backyard. How could Lia do not understand these gold coins? These gold coins must be left to themselves. From now on, ghosts may never appear here again. Back in the pavilion, Liao poured out the extra gold coins. Gold coins piled up on the stone table. Liao started to check a plum. At the beginning, she was just to pass the time. But when the last few gold coins were counted, her expression began to change. 521152125213. The number was finalized at 5,214. Liao repeatedly thought of the number 5214, and always felt that it meant. Unfortunately, Liao was not born in modern society, and has not been influenced by Martian and network terms. Otherwise, she will definitely guess the meaning of 5,214. Luli got the materials he wanted and sent back to the castle. Anchi has already waited on the top of the building. Seeing Luli appeared, he immediately greeted him. "Mr. Steve, I'm ready, what to do next?" "Don't worry, I'll do some TT come out." Luli's fire on the synthetic table, the synthesis of the medicine tea. In the last, more than 20 groups T were obtained T, it should be enough. So many TT, let alone deal with the Twilight Soul Titan. If you throw it to the bear child, it is estimated that the server can blow up half. In Luli's eyes, bear children are more terrible than any bee. At the beginning, when he was just playing, he didn't know the protection of the circle. The hard work has been built for more than half a month, and it is destroyed overnight. When he went online in the morning, people were stupid. Bear child with TT directly bombed his home into a deep pit. Since then, Luli has had an inexplicable fear of creatures like bear children. The Titan who destroyed the Twilight Forest is actually similar to the nature of bear children. It's just that these bear children are relatively large, and they are relatively heavy. And these bear children may come to destroy the block mainland in the future. Luli could not want his home to be destroyed by the bear child again. He is might of fighting to fight against the bear child. After synthetic tea after tea, the construction of the redstone cannon officially started. Regarding the principle of redstone cannon, Luli knows some. Probably using tea, the thrust generated by the tea explosion launched the shells. However, Luli is not clear. This depends on Anchi's. Anchi tried to remember for a while, remembering the construction technology of some redstone cannons. The most basic of the redstone cannon is redstone and launcher. If it's just the simplest redstone cannon, I can do it immediately. Speaking, Anchi began to place a transmitter on the ground. Put one on the left, one on the right, and one on the back, and the middle is empty. Then place a launcher on the top. Dig the pit in front of the launcher and place a fence. Place a pressure board on the fence. Pour a bucket of water in the place in the middle. The 3 lates behind the left and right are facing the empty position in the middle. The transmitter above is facing the front. Place a redstone torch on the rear transmitter to control the transmitter action. Then add a button behind the transmitter to control the switch of the transmitter. In this way, the simplest redstone cannon is made. Anchi began to introduce the role of each part to Luli. The following 3 transmitters are used to launch to push TT. The launcher above is used to launch artillery shell TT. T are installed in 4 transmitters, and then press the button to activate the redstone cannon. The transmitter above will emit ATT, falling on the pressure board. The remaining 3 launchers will emit 3 ignited TTTT. 3 TT exploded in the water, generating a strong thrust, and TT pushed it out and completed the explosion in the distance. Luli listened to it. After listening, he felt that mouse was open. It turns out that the redstone cannon is so simple. For a while, he had a lot of inspiration in his mind. In contrast, this is a basic literacy of high play. Luli tried to press the button. After a few seconds, as a stuffy sound, the TT was blasted out. TT draws a beautiful arc in the air and then bursts. Boom! The sound of explosion was echoed over the entire Earl Manor. The people who heard the movement looked at the sky in shock. The sun is so big, why are you thundering? Could anyone do a loss-making thing and was chopped by the thunder? Seeing a small commotion, Luli had to come forward to explain. Let's continue working, I'm letting fireworks. Hearing Luli's explanation, everyone did not question. It's just that everyone is a little curious. During the day, how did you start to put fireworks? Since Luli said that he was in the fireworks, the entire Earl Manor has never stopped. The bulging explosion sounded endlessly. Mr. Steve, is this happy event? Fireworks are the same as if you don't want money. I don't know, I heard that he married 2 girls all at once, maybe I'm happy. The world of rich people is really wonderful. When several people talked about it, a severe explosion came. This time, the movement is exceptionally big. Because. Born. Luli and Anchi, standing next to each other, were all fried. Luli wiped his face. They have just developed the redstone cannon that can be released, and they are celebrating. Unexpectedly, there was a problem with the speed of even the flowering speed, and it was exploded directly in the redstone cannon. I have to improve it. The speed of this continuous release is too fast, so it was blew up. Anchi nodded. At a redstone relay, you can adjust the speed of launch. It is estimated that it is not enough, there are several. The 2 fiddled for a while and upgraded the redstone cannon again. This time, the continuous fire of the redstone cannon has become a lot smoother, and there will be no bombing. But Luli is still not very satisfied. This range is a bit close, can you grow a little more? At most, there will be a range of more than 10 meters. If you have a Twilight Soul Titan, maybe you will be swept away by the tentacles as soon as you get closer. If you want to extend the range, you must increase the power of boosting. But our current help power has been filled, and we can't continue to add. What can I do? And Chi raised the problem with the blood. Luli also thought about it. He activated the redstone cannon and began to observe the state before the cannon was fired. After watching for a while, he suddenly patted his thigh. I see. It is not enough range at all, but that the shells are exploded too early. We only need to delay the time of firing the shells, and we can make the cannon shot farther. Luli said so. Ankameo was open. He improved the redstone cannon according to Luli's method. Start again. This time, the range of the redstone cannon is several times more than before. About 50 meters away, refer to where to play. And you can continue to adjust. It is estimated that the farthest can reach a range of nearly 100 meters. Mr. Steve. You are really a genius. And Chi couldn't help praising. Luli smiled. Base exercise. Don't 6. After that, the 2 upgraded the redstone cannon again. In less than 3 hours, Luli relied on theoretical knowledge to create a powerful redstone cannon. With this stuff, I can finally deal with the big guy of the Twilight Soul. If I am not there in the future, whoever dares to bully us, you will pull this stuff out and give his mother a shot. Don't be afraid of causing trouble, I am not afraid of things under Steve. Did you understand? Luli patted Anchi's shoulder and said. King, Princess, Prince, President of the Pharmacist Association, and the First Knight of the Cavaliers are his solid backing. On the headquarters, the entire kingdom of blocks is estimated that no one is harder than him. Okay. Mr. Steve. After hearing Steve's encouragement, Anchi was also very excited. Anchi, you stay here and study the manufacturing process of the redstone cannon. I go out for something. When I come back, the redstone cannon will start mass production. You have to teach another group of students who can make redstone cannons. Make sure to complete the task. After speaking, Luli hurriedly left. A few hours later, Luli returned to the dark forest again. After a long time of tossing, the dark forest has been destroyed by the twilight of the twilight. The phantom night is called a heartache. But he couldn't do anything, and he could only look at his homeland being destroyed. Seeing Luli, the phantom night quickly greeted him. "How is it doing?" "Everything is all owed to Dongfeng." Luli revealed a confident smile. "What's the meaning?" The phantom knight scratched his head. Luli remembered that this product was illiterate. "Ready, there is only one suitable time. You go to attract Twilight Titan, I go up." Luli pointed out that the Dark Tower had been cut off. "If you want to hit the Twilight Soul accurately, find a higher place. Dark Tower is the best choice. Although this will cause yourself to be in a dangerous situation, Luli must let go." "Okay, I'll go. Be careful," Luli urged. "You forget, I have this." The phantom knight patted his armor. The small gold coin had been tanned once before, and it was still weak. With it, Luli was a little uneasy. "You can take care of my small gold coins first. If things are wrong, leave quickly. Take care of it." Minnow mushrooms skimmed their mouths, a little unwilling. But in the end it agreed. No matter how much, this is also Luli's instructions. Even if it has a holiday with a small gold coin, it must be given to the face. Settled the small gold coins, Luli went to the Dark Tower. He took out the sword, waved, and climbed to the height. Most of the Dark Tower has been destroyed, and there are broken walls everywhere. Luli found a suitable angle and started to build a redstone cannon on the spot. With previous research and development experience, it is easier to build. Within a few minutes, a redstone cannon was built. He felt that a turret may not be enough, so he went to build one on the other side. When the second turret was built, the Phantom Knight had brought the Twilight Titan. At this time, Twilight Titan was already in a state of anger. Its eyes are constantly flowing red blood and tears. There are also arrows above the eyeball. "Give you it." The Phantom Knight flew over the tower and fell down. "It's hard. Let's watch my performance." Luli waved to him. Speaking, a evil soul fireball suddenly flew over. Luli quickly fluttered on one side. However, the redstone cannon he just built was worse, and he was directly blasted into a residue. "You dare to move my redstone cannon?" Luli quickly came to another turret, adjusted the angle, and pressed the start button. The blind soul of the eyes did not know what Luli was doing. It just listened to the sound. A loud noise, the shells fired. The Twilight Soul turned consciously, but just hit the shell. T exploded above its head and bombed its bare head out of a hole. The Twilight Soul has not had time to be miserable, and the shells of the fire followed. TT fell like a rain point, crazy bombarded on it. Several times happened to fall on its eyes, causing a lot of damage. Inside, Luli shouted. The T-guns are like no money, and they flew out one after another. Then there was a series of dense explosions. The blood volume of Twilight Titan is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few tentacles were directly broken. It tried to spray the evil spirits to fight back, but before the fireball flew a few meters, it was densely the T-guns bombed back. Adult, the times have changed. Eat my Italian cannon. Twilight's evil soul titan was beaten and retired, and almost no fight. When its blood volume dropped halfway, the shape began to fall slowly, and finally landed. The redstone cannon has caused tons of damage, and it has no power to continue to fly. The Twilight Titan was like a huge meteorite crashed to the ground, and it directly collapsed a large piece of forest. As the blood volume decreases, its body shape also becomes smaller. Luli tried to blast several guns, and found that the distance seemed to be too far away and it was easy to crooked. Prepared before TTMapture is also exhausted, and the mission of the redstone cannon has been completed. Next, it is a positive match. The Phantom Knight first rushed up. The Twilight Soul Titan without flight ability has not threatened its safety. The Phantom Knight stabs a sword at its bald from time to time. Although the damage is not high, the insult is extremely strong. Luli also rushed to the past. He took out the Blade of Lee and drank a bottle of speed potion and strength potion. Then he began to attack against Twilight's Titan's tentacles. Its mouth has long been tossed by T. The T-gun bombed a big mouth, and could not fire the evil spirits. The only threat left a few tentacles. As long as you cut off the tentacles, it completely lost its resistance. Mino Mushrooms watched the battle not far away. It is a little itchy and wants to fight. But Luli ordered it to be optimistic about small gold coins and not run around. Just as it was tangled, the small gold coins on the back suddenly jumped down. I didn't understand what the small gold coin was going to do before, so I saw that the size of the small gold coin rose again. It spit a snake letter at Mino Mushroom and joined the battle. Mino Mushrooms will understand. When Luligon cut off his first tentacle, he saw a dark shadow appear. Small gold coins? Why are you here? The small gold coin ignored him, and rushed directly to the body, to wrap the head of the Twilight Soul Titan. At this moment, Twilight Titan completely lost its resistance. Luli was happy. It's okay. He waved his Blade of Lee even more. From time to time, Mino Mushrooms also kicked their feet on the Twilight Soul Titan with their hind hoofs. Just when several people fought fiercely, there was a commotion in the woods. When Luli heard the movement, he immediately became vigilant. Is there a reinforcement? When he was about to check it, a goblin ran out of the woods with a tree stick. Immediately, more and more goblin and Dijing came out. They were holding weapons more or less in their hands, roaring and rushing towards Twilight Titan. Over the years, the Twilight Souls have been slavery monsters in the dark forest. This move has long aroused the dissatisfaction of monsters. However, the Twilight Soul is too powerful, and these monsters can only bear to swallow. Today, I finally have the opportunity to get revenge in Snow. They will naturally not let go. With the addition of this group of vital army, it saved Luli a lot of strength. Everyone worked together to clear the blood of Twilight Titan, who had been with the enemy. When it had the last trace of blood, Luli stopped everyone. At this time, the Twilight Soul had restored the original body shape. The body was broken, and it was very miserable. Twilight Evil Souls, when you betrayed the Twilight Forest, you should think of the end of today. Remember, don't do 2 or 5/5 in your life. Luli Cold Voice said. Damn human beings, and you, the ugly ground, goblin. I'm dead today, the Titan will definitely avenge me. Wait. The Twilight Soul was still unwilling to be soft and said fiercely. Okay, I heard it, now you can get on the road with peace of mind. Small gold coin, give it to you. After Luli said, he turned around and no longer looked at the Twilight Soul. Small gold coins have been waiting for a long time. When he heard Luli's words, he immediately rushed up and swallowed the Twilight Soul. As the poach attachment of the small gold coin flashed slightly, the huge Twilight Soul disappeared. The small gold coin was full. It was originally in a week period. After devouring the Twilight Soul with the power of Titan, it was directly full of state. And the strength is even higher. Small gold coins walked out for a long time and began titanization. This time, its body shape rose to nearly 30 meters high. Titanization is the talent ability of the Titans, which can expand the body several times in a short time, and the speed and strength will also greatly increase. However, not every Titans can achieve titanization, but it depends on talent. According to the size of the change after titanization, they are divided into different categories. Adult Titan's body size is more than a few meters. After titanization, it can reach 10 meters of Titan. Titanic can reach 20 meters after Titan. After titanization, it can reach a 50-meter ancestor Titan. It is said that in ancient times, the Titan family had a tribe after titanization. They are called the Titan of God. According to the strength of the Titan family, small gold coins should now be a more powerful Earth Titan. However, the strength of the Titan boss is close to the level of the ancestor Titan, and the strength is quite scary. It is not the existence of the current small gold coins. The small gold coin returned to the shape and returned to Lu Li's shoulders. Every time it improves its strength, it has to lie on Lu Li's shoulders for a long time. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Li patted the small gold coin lightly. This time against Twilight Titan, small gold coins did not contribute less. Of course, this credit is everyone. The Phantom Knight looked at the messy dark forest and was sad. The Twilight Soul is solved, but their homes are also destroyed. How many years can this be restored to vitality? Lu Li saw the thought of the Phantom Knight. Phantom Knight, now when you don't think about this, your large number of people are still waiting for you to save it. Damn the Titan. Thinking of those people who were caught as the hardships, the fist of the Phantom Knight was tighter. Lu Li is considering where the next step is to go. The monsters who came to help suddenly surround him. Lu Li thought they wanted to be indifferent to themselves. As a result, they rushed over, through Lu Li, and began to cheer. Lu Li was thrown up and down several times, almost spitting up. I said, stop and stop. Almost. He tried to stop these monsters, but they were crazy, and they didn't listen to Lu Li. There is no way, Lu Li can only admit his life. A few minutes later, the monsters finally calmed down. Lu Li was able to land safely. He squatted on the ground, buzzing his brain. This is much more exciting than Jimmy. Are you okay? The Phantom Knight cares about it. Lu Li stood up and waved his hand at him. I don't have an NBP. Vomit. The nausea buff appeared above Lu Li's head. Case. He quickly covered his mouth, trying to cover up the embarrassment. The small gold coin was hissing in the monster, a little dissatisfied. It just lay on Lu Li's shoulder, and naturally he was tossed. When Lu Li saw this, he quickly held it. Don't. Even this time, I think, they are not intentional. Hearing Lu Li's words, the small gold coin calmed down the anger. It buried his head reluctantly, and his expression was called an aggrieved. It seems to be saying, why not let me eat them? Before the Twilight Soul died, a trolley was left. Lu Li stepped forward and opened it. There are 7 bottles of hot tears and Twilight Souls. The hot tears can synthesize the iron ingot with the iron ingot. Blazing iron ingots can synthesize the hot set. The shape of the hot set is quite windy, with light all over, and the characteristics of burning attackers. There is a 80 chance to make the creature of the attacking player on fire for a second. If the hot set is accompanied by the effect of thorns, it will be absolutely. The attacker will not only be hit by the injury of the rebound, but also the fire on the body, which is a top torture. However, there is no extra hot iron ingot in Lu Li's hands, so I can only think about it. After cleaning up the loot, Lu Li was in contemplation. Where should I go next? Otherwise. Go to find more allies. Phantom Knight gives suggestions. Ally? It can be, where should this allies go to find? Lu Li thought for a while, and he couldn't think of a suitable candidate. There is a snow monster in the snow in the east of the dark forest. I and their leaders know each other, maybe they are willing to help. Phantom Knight said. Snow monster? Is it the furry guy? Lu Zi thought of the snow monsters that I saw in the game before. As far as he knows, those snow monsters are not very good-tempered, and they may be besieged into their territory, maybe they will be besieged. Yes, the snow monster is a relatively powerful race in the Twilight Forest. If they are willing to join, it may be a few more to win the Titans. Luli disagreed with him. Although the snow monster leaders are relatively large, there are still a lot of gaps compared to the Titans after the Titanization. But chatting is better than nothing, one more person, a little more strength. And if you want to go to the boss of Titan, you must pass the enchantment outside the Ground of Thorns. Generally speaking, you need to kill the snow monster leader and the ice and snow queen to relieve the enchantment. Now that the Phantom Knight and the snow monster leader knew it, Luli had a lot of trouble. Okay, then you will be responsible for negotiating with the snow monster, and I will not intervene. Wrap it on me. Phantom Knight patted his chest to ensure the way. The group embarked on the journey again. Compared to the dull atmosphere before, this time, it looks much easier. The small gold coin was resting. Riding on the back of Mino mushrooms, Luli always felt a little weird, but he couldn't say anything wrong. He didn't realize the problem until Mino mushroom opened. How is it? Is it comfortable to ride on me? Luli's face was dark. This is okay, not to speak, and when the opening is the sound that Mei can only make. What is uncomfortable riding on me? If this Nima was heard, it would be easy to be misunderstood. Maybe Luli is being spurred by 10,000 people. Comfortable, comfortable. Luli hurriedly said, trying to let Mino mushroom shut up. As soon as Mino mushroom heard it, he suddenly came. Really? Is that comfortable ride on me, or is it comfortable on the snake's body? Luli's body was stiff, and I didn't know how to speak. The little gold coin who slept was also woke up, staring at him straight. This is simply a proposition. It's like your girlfriend asked you in front of his family. Whoever and your mother are more important. No matter which answer you say, it will be stared at by the other party. If you say that they are all important, they will definitely say you are hypocritical. Luli hesitated. It's okay. But the best mount is still Big Black. The Mino mushroom and the small gold coin were all stunned. I did not expect that Luli would say the name of a third party. Who is Big Hay? I want to be with it. Win me, I recognize it. Mino pouting, a little unconvinced. Big Black is my first mount. It is only Dark Horse. I have time to introduce you to knowing. Luli betrayed Dahe without mercy. Dahe T, thank you. Okay. It's certain. I want to see what kind of mounts can compare me. The small gold coin buried his head again. It has seen Big Black, a Malaysia with a little silly and a little bit of color. There is no threat to it. It is naturally too lazy to control it. Luli rode on the back of Mino mushrooms and quickly ran towards the snow. Without running out, Mino mushroom began to breathe. It was strange to listen to it, and Luli listened the more panic. If it is fierce, it sounds like doing something wrong. After writing this way, this book is probably harmonious. He quickly jumped from Mino mushroom. Forget it. I'll go by myself. Mino mushrooms are a little puzzled, and they have worked very hard. How can Luli look so disgusted? However, it was embarrassed to ask Luli in person, so he had to hold it in his heart. Luli sighed. You said a good monster, why do you have to match the voice of a beautiful girl? Close your eyes. It must be a stunning beauty. Open your eyes. Grass. Muting cowhead. You won't even leave you any room to make up for you. He suddenly felt the profound malicious from the author. It's about to enter the snow ahead, pay attention to follow me, don't lose it. Walking, the Phantom Knight greeted the landlord. It didn't take long after the party went deep into the snow, they came to a snowy forest. Wild wolves can be seen everywhere. Fortunately, these wolves will not take the initiative to attack, otherwise they will have a headache for a while. Luli took a few bones from his backpack and thrown to several nearby wolves. Soon, the little wolf was disintegrated by the bone offensive. They walked beside Luli and began to surround the lap intimately. The wolf's mouth made a whine cry, and it seemed to say, "I'm still a child, give me more meat, don't bone." Luli smiled, took out a few pieces of carrion from his backpack and threw it to the little wolf. The wolf rushed up and ate the carrion clean. Soon, there was a few little wolf's head. This means that they have been tamed into dogs, by Luli. The little wolves who were originally wild became well-behaved dogs. The two blushing of their faces made them look more cute. "Oh, so cute puppy, let me touch it." When Minnow Mushroom saw the puppy, he couldn't help leaning over. But it didn't know that it was a monster, and the dog would take the initiative to attack when the dog encountered a monster. Before Luli had time to remind it to be far away, the dog sipped and bit on Minnow Mushrooms. A miserable loudness of the sky suddenly rang through the whole forest. "Oh, it hurts me." Minnow Mushrooms kept wailing. Just now besieged by a dog. A dog actually bit on its pee-pee, and the whole body was hung on it. Luli didn't want to intervene, Minnow Mushrooms were too outrageous. "I have reminded you, I can't rely on me." Seeing Luli wants to shake the pot, Minnow Mushrooms are in a hurry. "No. That's your dog. They bit me, you have to be responsible for me." "To you, responsible?" Luli whispered softly, his face was a little weird. "Why is this strange?" "It seems to be a scumbag who plays with the feelings of the girl." "Pay attention to your word," Luli reminded. "I don't care. You have to be responsible for my pee-pee." When Minnow Mushroom said, he turned his body over. Luli took a closer look. There was a circle of red tooth marks on it. The swollen old eye was really terrible, the culprit biting the culprit of the mushrooms was squatting on the ground, crooked head and shaking his tail to look at the land. Luli sighed. "The dog is so cute, he can't start with the dog, right?" Luli explored in the backpack for a while, and finally stared on the same thing. "Don't howl. See a good thing for you." Luli kicked him angrily, and kicked. When Minnow Mushroom saw Luli's hand, he was immediately attracted. "Wow. What is this?" "It looks gee, look good. This is called a diamond horse armor that can improve your defense on your body." "Really false?" Minnow Mushroom eyes are hot, obviously hard-hearted. "You don't know if you try it." Luli took the diamond horse armor to the Minnow Mushroom. He thought that Minnow Mushroom should be a mount, maybe he could put on the horse armor, and tried it. Unexpectedly, it was really possible. After putting on the diamond horse armor, the Minnow Mushrooms looked domineering, and the light of the diamond was shining. Since unlocking the real light and shadow these inconspicuous things have become extremely cool. Above the diamond horse armor, inlaid with dense small diamonds. Ordinary weapons cannot break the defense of the horse armor at all. Minnow Mushrooms jumped back and forth for 2 times, and found that Makai would not affect his speed. "Good things?" "It's a good thing. For horse armor, it praises it." "How about it?" "This stuff is enough for compensation." "Enough. Enough. With this stuff, I see a ant bite me if I come again." Minnow Mushroom nodded again and again, it was satisfied with this compensation. "Let's go. I can't wait to send you on the road." Luli heard the words for a moment. Good guy. Can't speak if you can't speak. Send a diamond horse armor with kind intention, and this product actually will be sent to the road. Lu Liben wanted to teach Minnow Mushrooms well, but after thinking about it, he gave up. There is no point for this product to send you another meaning. What do you do with a cattle and horse? After a farce, several people continued to hurry. Luli did not take away the dogs, but let them stay in the forest. The road ahead was dangerous, and these dogs followed him for a high probability that he could not survive. It is safer to let them stay here. After setting up the dog, Luli returned to the team. Mino Mushroom is called an excitement. After wearing a diamond horse armor, it has been in a state of excitement. Master, come and ride me. I can't wait. Mino Mushrooms did not know where to learn from, and directly shouted by the owner and owner. UT. Luli almost fainted by it. Why dare to say anything about this product? You shut up, with Lao Tzu. No one talks to you as dumb. Luli took out the bolt rope mercilessly and put Mino's neck. What's wrong? Master, are you angry? Where did I do it? Mino Mushroom said poorly. To be honest, Luli would rather be a blind man. This sound and tone, how to hear it like a sound made to make a sound. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I had to face a cow face. This feeling is like you on the internet and a sweet girl group P. In the voice of every day, you have me, and when you meet, you find that the girl is actually Chow Biluo. In this case, we call it commonly, seeing light. The situation of Luli is even worse than seeing light death. Paddly P is personal. He is going to face, but a cow. Listening to the sound, I'm going to fall in love. At first glance, he criticized the cow. Luli is willing to call it love. The gap between dreams and reality is too big, he can't accept it. Ask you, change your voice. Even if it's a cow. Why? Is my voice difficult to hear? Mino Mushrooms looked at Luli puzzled. Luli shook his head. Then do you think I look ugly? Luli hesitated and nodded. How can you? I used to be the most popular among the bulls. The number of people who admire my bulls. When it comes to appearance, Mino Mushrooms are not calm, and their words are very excited. Luli was full of black lines. Can our human aesthetics be the same as your aesthetics? Where is different? I think it's almost the same. You just tell me what it looks good. Mino Mushrooms refute. Luli Cheng endured the urge to hit people and began to analyze. He first patted Mino Mushrooms, the front chest that made the tablet ashamed. First of all, this thing is big enough, you must have the feeling of seeing the mountainside into the peak. Then he pointed to the PP and limbs of Mino Mushroom. This stuff has to be bumpy. This stuff must be slender and well proportioned. This thing, have it. Luli said more than 10 opinions in one breath. In short, there is no one that meets human aesthetics from top to bottom. Mino Mushrooms were buzzing. Enough, don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Luli stayed at this. Mino Mushrooms lowered their heads and walked forward. Obviously it was Luli's blow to it too much. Without Mino Mushroom as a mount, Luli had to walk. Fortunately, there is no delay. After several people walked out of the forest, they didn't take long for the gathering place of the snow monster. The cave in front is where the snow monster lives, you follow me, don't leave. The Phantom Knight told. Just when it was talking, Mino Mushroom had reached the cave. Hey! Come back. Don't go in alone. The Phantom Knight found that things were wrong and hurriedly chased it. Luli trod all the way, and as soon as he came to the entrance, he heard a burst of fighting. Phantom Knights had changed. Oh! This is the disaster. When Luli rushed into the cave, he saw dozens of snow monsters surrounded the Mino Mushrooms in the middle. The nearest 2 snow monsters are showing a momentum. Mino Mushrooms were not willing to show weakness. They waved the golden Mino Tao Tao in her hand, aggressive, and had an expression of eating people. Let you say that I ugly. Let you say I ugly. Cut you. It waved the tomahawk while waving, and he still thought about it. Luli stunned in his heart. Good guy. It seems that Minnow Mushroom is very dissatisfied with himself. This group of snow monsters is also unlucky, just hitting the muzzle, becoming a person who gave Luli black pot. The snow monster behind Minnow Mushroom suddenly launched an attack. Luli just wanted to remind the snow monster, but it was too late. Yes, you read it right. Luli really wants to remind Shwe Monster. If you want to live, don't mess with that cattle and horse. Seeing that Shwe Monster's attack was about to fall, Minnow Mushroom's two hind hoofs raised, kicking hard, and directly kicked the snow monster out. The snow monster flew out, and it didn't stop until the wall behind him. The entire cave is trembling, and the impact is great. The snow monster fell from the wall to the ground, trembling, and couldn't move. This kick almost wants its life. When the snow monsters saw this scene, they took a step back. Their snow monster was born with thick skin and thick flesh, and the guy in front of him was seriously hurt. A snow monster. It looks like a cow, a horse, and a human arm. What the hell is this? Luli couldn't help but support the amount. It was just a misunderstanding, and it could be done in 3 or 2. It is difficult to do so much by Minnow Mushroom so much. The previous battle has completely angered the snow monster family. There are hundreds of snow monsters in the cave. They gathered together, and their mouths ranged in unison. The culprit did not notice that the situation was wrong. If you are not convinced, stand all. I want to play 10. It raised the tomahawk over the top of his head and shouted with a full confidence. Luli is dumb. Is this silly bullhead Minnow Mushroom? This T is simply the god of war. This made Luli can't help but make up a picture. Minnow Mushroom originally intends to get along with you as an ordinary cattle, but what can be exchanged is a sentence to criticize the cattle and horses. No, I am the god of war, I am a showdown. Well, you a Minnow Mushroom, hidden deep enough. Do you want to help it? The Phantom Knight asked. Luli waved his hand. No, the disaster is made by itself, let it solve it yourself. What should we do now? It's so big here, it is estimated that the leader of the snow monster is coming, and we don't need to go to him in person. This idea is good, I'm afraid. I will really die too much later, people will not buy my account anymore. The Phantom Knight said his concerns. It's okay, I'm staring at it. The guy of Minnow Mushroom is just a simple vent. There is no problem, there should be no problem. Starting from Minnow Mushrooms, Luli has been observing the situation at the scene. He found that Minnow Mushrooms had room for each shot, which was very proper. It is estimated that you just take these snow monsters as an air tube. But Luli still didn't understand. Why is a bullhead? Why do you care so much about his views? Could it be Minnow Mushrooms have a good opinion of himself? No. There are different people and ghosts, let alone the other party is still a cow and horse. Even if Luli is engaged in the Foundation, it is impossible to be interested in a cow and horse. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help sighing. My damn charm. Even Yo and horse couldn't resist. If handsome is a sin, wouldn't I be a life imprisonment? When Luli was a little smelly, there was a anger in the cave. Where does the cattle and horses come? Dare to make trouble on the side of my snow monster. The leader of the snow monster is here. Phantom Knight reminded. Luli followed his reputation, and saw a large white snow monster slowly walking out of the cave. This snow monster is several times larger than ordinary snow monsters. Almost equivalent to a 10-meter level Earth Titan. This is the helper you are looking for? I feel almost meaning. Luli observed it and shook his head. This strength cannot be regarded as top in the Twilight Forest, let alone fight with powerful titans. I know. Although the strength of the snow monsters is average, they have a stronger existence behind them. Phantom Knight explained. Oh? What is stronger than the snow monster family? Could it be? Luli suddenly had an idea in his heart, but was not sure. The Queen of Ice and Snow is the real overlord of this snow. She shelters all the creatures in this snow. It is said that her strength is quite scary. It's really her. After listening to Luli, he shouted excitedly. In the snow of the Twilight Forest, in addition to the snow monster, there is a snow queen. What do you plan to do? Luli hurriedly asked. I originally wanted to talk to the leader of the snow monster, to see if I can convince it to take us to see the snow queen. But now, I'm afraid there is something unlikely. The eyes of the Phantom Knight fell on Minnow Mushrooms, which was helpless. As soon as the leader of the snow monster appeared, the other snow monsters consciously gave up away. Minnow Mushrooms are like nothing. If you can't beat it, you just call the old one? Well, let you see the great-grandmother today. Minnow Mushrooms raised the tomahawk on the ground again, pointing to the snow monster leader who just appeared. The leader of the snow monster did not speak, but instead turned his gaze to Luli and the Phantom Knight. Both of you, are both goblins? It asked, curiously. The Phantom Knight first opened. Maka, I'm Collins, don't you know me anymore? The leader of the snow monster stunned, and then said, You recognize the wrong person, I am not a Maka. I don't know what Collins. Isn't it Maka? How can you? You are exactly the same as Maka. So who are you? The Phantom Knight suspects life. I guess, it is called Baka. Luli suddenly inserted a word. How do you know my name is Baka? This time it was the snow monster leader and was shocked, and it had never seen this person. Intuition. Luli revealed a confident smile. He pointed to the author and knew that the author was a lazy dog, and 80% was too lazy to want to name, so he used Makaba. I didn't expect to guess him right. Maka. Baka. Are you too? The Phantom Knight reacted. Yes, Maka is my father, I am its son. What about your father? Why didn't I see him? He has an ominous hunch. My father died a long time ago. Snow Monster Barka's tone was a bit heavy. It can be heard that it feels deep in its father. Hey. Morning and changing. Phantom Knight comforts. Seeing that this set was almost successful, Minnow Mushroom suddenly ran over. Who died? Is there a seat? Luli's expression froze instantly. Battle? Snow Monster's leader asked puzzledly. Obviously, it does not know the meaning of a mat. This made Luli relieved. Don't you even know if you even eat? The seat is. As soon as Minnow Mushroom was about to give the snow monster leader, he was covered by Luli. You talk nonsense again, I will send you a seat immediately. I sit on the table, you lie in the box. I eat on top, you drink soup below. Luli glared at Minnow Mushrooms and whispered. Is there such a good thing? Minnow Mushrooms did not hear Luli's words, but were even more excited. Since it sounded from Luli there, I have never eaten it. Seeing the reaction of Minnow Mushroom, Luli felt a little weak. He finally understood what Nyo played piano. Forget it, I will explain to you later, you will close your mouth honestly. The leader of the snow monster was even more curious by the conversation between Luli and Minnow Mushroom. So, what does a seat mean? Luzisi for a while. Eating a seat is a way to remember relatives. After speaking, he quietly looked at the expression of the snow monster leader. The snow monster's leader rubbed his chin with one hand, looking thoughtful. Luli thought that this guy had heard something, and he was ready to go. As a result, the snow monster leader suddenly patted his thigh. Eat. This seat must be eaten. I decide. One snack in the next 3 days, a big food for 7 days. Maka is my father and the pride of our snow monster. We must remember it. Everyone said right. After the snow monster leader finished speaking, the other snow monsters immediately followed. Yes. Leader Ingming. Eat. Eat a seat. Eat a seat. I can't wait. The whole cave was full of snow monsters. Luli's expression was no longer described in words at this time. The IQ of these snow monsters is a bit anxious. Filial piety. It's so filial. If you know under Makakwen, maybe he will live directly. It's all guests. Let's come together today. The leader of the snow monster said to the landlord. Luli was still considering whether to agree, and the snow monsters who were injured by Mino mushrooms were unwilling. Leader. This cattle and horses have just injured many of our people. Can't let them come to eat. Yeah. I almost died. Leader. You want to be a master for me. The leader of the snow monster he heard that, and his eyes fell on Mino mushrooms. Did you hurt my family? It was they shot me first. Mino mushrooms were dissatisfied. Leader. It's nonsense. Obviously it broke into the cave first, and we went up to stop. The snow monsters were unwilling to show weakness. Both sides hold their own words, and no one is willing to be soft. The leader of the snow monster scratched his head with a headache. On the one hand, the injured family, on the other hand, the father's friend, it seems that it is not suitable for any side. In the end, Luli stood out. Try this and see if it is helpful to your injuries. Luli took a few golden apples from his backpack and threw it to the injured snow monster. This is apple? Snow monster was a little surprised after the apple was caught. They live in the cold snow all year round, and they rarely see the rare stuff of apples. The snow monster's body is huge, and the fist-sized apple is thrown into his mouth like a small cherry. Before the snow monster chewed twice, he swallowed the apple directly. After a few seconds, the snow monster suddenly changed. No. This is not an ordinary apple. Its blood volume began to recover quickly, and it quickly returned. It ate a golden apple again. It didn't take long for it to return to the state before the injury. It's amazing. My injuries have been restored. It shouted a little incredible. Luli smiled. This is a golden apple, which has the effect of healing. I still have a lot here, you get it. What about the stroke of the snow monster people, what about this? Luli took out a group of golden apples and placed in front of the snow monster leader. These, are you all for us? The snow monster leader was a little hesitant. So many golden apples are a very heavy gift. It doesn't know if it should be collected. Luli saw the other person's mind. Get it off. Listening to Luli, the leader of Shwe Monster finally nodded. Okay. After receiving your gift, even the previous grievances were sold out. The misunderstanding between the two sides was finally eliminated. Next, it was the alarm of the Shwe monster to join the Titans. This matter is important and must be discussed from a long way. The Phantom Knight has no match to talk to the snow monster leader. The snow monsters in the entire cave began to get busy. Some are busy preparing food, and some are busy with the venue. It seems that they really care about the matters. Almost, noble guests, eat a seat together. Under the strong invitation of the snow monster leader, Luli and others took a seat. This seat is made of ice cubes and some frozen people. Luli is not much to say, after all, it is the sight of others. But the food brought up by the snow monsters had a headache. Looking at it, besides fish. And they are all raw. How to eat this? Eat sashimi? There is no material. The snow monster leader on the side was holding a fish, which was delicious. Seeing that Luli had no action, he asked, "What's wrong? Is food inconsistent with appetite?" Luli's face was slightly stiff. Before he spoke, minnow mushrooms on the side spoke first. "It's delicious. It's delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious fish for a long time." "Hey, Steve, you eat too." There are several empty fish skeletons in front of minnow mushrooms. "Brother, eat this, strong." The snow monster leader handed a fish. When Luli saw it, he almost scolded his mother. "That's a puffer fish. Puffer fish is highly toxic. If this is eaten, it is estimated that you can eat again." No, I'm a vegetarian." Luli waved his hand, then pulled out a golden apple and started to sting. "This is the case, that is a pity. This stuff can be encountered, then I can only enjoy it myself," the snow monster leader said with regret. When Minnow Mushroom heard the words, he immediately came to the spirit. "Hey! Give me! Give me! I haven't eaten this kind of fish yet. Let me taste it." The leader of the snow monster was shining in front of him. Finally, someone is willing to try it out. Lu Liben wanted to remind him, but when he thought of Minnow Mushroom's recent performance, he gave up. "Forget it, let it suffer, maybe you will have a long memory next time." Minnow Mushrooms took the puffer fish and looked at it with some curiosity. It gently poked, and the puffer fish's belly became the boss. "Interesting, it will become bigger. Hey, the taste of this stuff is absolutely bad. And after eating, there will be a feeling of fluttering, endless aftertaste." The leader of the snow monster strongly admired. Lu Liqiang held a smile. The leader of the snow monster is really right. This stuff is really strong. As for whether it is fluttering or turning around, it depends on whether Minnow Mushrooms can support it. The saliva of Minnow Mushrooms flowed down. It opened his mouth, throwing it into the puffer fish in one sip, and began to taste it with his eyes closed. Everyone stared at its expression curiously. After a few seconds, Minnow Mushroom suddenly opened his eyes. "Delicious. It's really beautiful on Earth. Hey. Okay, why did you dance suddenly?" "I rely on, so dizzy." As the world in front of me gradually twisted, Minnow Mushroom began to turn around. With a bang, Minnow Mushrooms were crooked, and he fell to the ground with a foam in his mouth. I don't know which snow monster shouted. "Eat the mats, the mats. You can eat again." "Why did your friend suddenly lie on the ground?" the leader of the snow monster asked a little blankly. At this moment, Luli wanted to ask a word. "Why are you lying on the ground, don't you count in your heart?" But in the end he held back. The snow monster saw Minnow Mushroom lying on the ground, and they all surrounded. "It's miserable. Hey, it should not be saved." Phantom Knight is a little worried. "Is it really okay?" Luli had to squeeze into the snow monster group. "Triven." The snow monsters consciously gave up a road and let Luli pass. Minnow Mushrooms are still in a state of semi-dead. Luli sighed helplessly. Can puffer fish eat casually? After eating, there are 3 negative effects: hunger, poisoning, and nausea. If you want to detoxify, it is also very simple, just a bucket of milk. But, where does this milk come from? Luli was thinking, his eyes accidentally fell on the Minnow Mushroom on the ground. He immediately brightened. Milk must be obtained from the cow. Minnow Mushroom is a bull-headed person, and it is also a cow. And it is a cow, maybe you can get milk from it. Just do it. Luli took out an iron bucket and put it on the ground, and then squatted down. While lying on the side of Minnow Mushroom, Luli reached out and groped at the lower body of Minnow Mushroom. Don't think about crooked. Luli is just milking. After all, it is a bit shocking to fill a bucket of milk in the air with an iron barrel. Luli thought to obtain milk in the most primitive method. After about half a barrel, Luli picked up the barrel and poured it into the mouth of Minnow mushrooms. Wherever you come and where you go back, there is no waste at all. After a few seconds, Minnow mushrooms slowly woke up. It looked around at a loss. What do you look at me? You just now puffer fish poison, almost fart, fortunately Steve saved you with milk. Phantom Knight explained. Poisoning. Waiting for a while. Where did the milk come from? Minnow mushrooms suddenly realized that something was wrong. Of course it was squeezed from you. Hearing the Phantom Knight, Minnow mushroom suddenly stunned. I was actually given to that. This makes it unacceptable. No. I want to die. Woohoo, I have no face to see the cow in the future. Steve, you return my innocence. Minnow mushrooms were crying, and his tone was full of resentment. Luli frowned. What does it mean you are innocent? You are just a cow. It's not a big yellow flower girl. Cats grab the mouse, the dog is a housekeeping. The author dragged more, cow milk. Shouldn't this be justified? I did it so to save you. And don't you want to do bad things? Why don't you make sense? According to the reason, Lou tried to persuade Minnow mushrooms. The mushrooms were speechless by Luli, so he had to hold his stomach in his heart. After a stunned game, everyone continued to eat. The Phantom Knight has been brewing for a while, and then it understands his intention. After listening to it, the leader of the snow monster had almost no hesitation, and immediately agreed. This was a bit surprised by Luli. But after the Schwem monster's leader, he splashed cold water for everyone. Brother, our snow monster is willing to help you. But, the Queen of Ice and Snow is probably no drama. Baka, what do you mean? Phantom Knight asked, puzzled. Hey, you don't know. Although my snow monster is also under the shelter of the Queen of Ice and Snow, since my father died, I have never visited the Ice and Snow Queen again. After so many years, I am afraid that the Queen of Ice and Snow has long forgotten our snow monsters. I just want to help you persuade the Queen of Ice and Snow, people may not ignore me. The Phantom Knight nodded after listening. Brother Paka said it makes sense. It's not appropriate to do this. Steve, see, don't you, forget it. Luli shook his head. I still want to take a trip in person, maybe I can move each other. His tone was very firm. The Phantom Knight sighs. Anyway, it is still the indigenous people of the Twilight Forest. When dealing with the Titans, there was no foreign human heart. This is its home. It suddenly felt self-blame. Luli's expression was very dignified, and everyone thought he was thinking about countermeasures. As everyone knows, his head is making up the appearance of the Ice and Snow Queen. When it used to be a blockman, it was already very good. Now with the real light and shadow D, it is not necessary to go to heaven. The Queen of Ice and Snow, you wait. I will come to you soon. Luli smiled, and the saliva almost flowed down. After dinner, the snow monster sent several people outside the cave. It pointed to everyone a direction. Going there, you can see a glacier, and the Snow Queen lives in the castle on it. Be careful, there are a lot of guards in it, and those guys are irritable. Thank you for reminding. We will go back quickly. The Phantom Knight said gratefully. It's okay, I wish you all the way. After saying goodbye to the snow monster family, Luli and his party embarked on the journey again. Tourism in the snow is an effort, time-consuming and laborious. If Luli walks far, it will be trapped into the snow. Minnow mushrooms on the side seemed to be unhappy at all, and the speed was strange. Luli thought. Minnow mushroom, help me. Minnow mushrooms turned blankly. Why? I won't let you ride. Since he had quarreled with Luli, he was unwilling to be a mount again. Luli smiled. Rest assured, I will definitely not ride you today. Speaking, Luli took out the rope and put it on the neck of Minnow Mushroom. Damn. What are you doing? Didn't you say it is good or not? I didn't say to ride you. Luli pulled the bolt rope and tied to the bow of a wooden boat. Then slap on the PP of Minnow Mushroom. Go. Go on the road. Minnow Mushroom called a grievance, and he couldn't wait to pick it up. But think about myself, that I have been humiliated for so long. If this is halfway, wouldn't it be in vain? It knows the benefits of the landing and departure. Lazy you. Minnow Mushrooms were not good at kicking the snow, and they just confused Luli's face. You rebel. Luli picked up a branch and slammed it on the PP of Minnow Mushrooms. Oh. What are you hit me? If you don't want to go, just stay, just go with the Phantom Knight. No. I'm going to go together. You can't leave me, you have to be responsible for me. As soon as Minnow Mushroom heard it, he was unhappy. Then you're obedient, the benefits are indispensable. To say, Luli threw a golden apple. When he was in the cave, Luli never gave it to it, but he cried. As soon as he saw the golden apple, Minnow Mushrooms couldn't move. What principles and dignity are all left behind. The master is so nice. Minnow Mushrooms said charmingly. Get up, hurry up and go on the road after eating. If you don't do it well, you will not have to eat it in the future. As soon as Minnow Mushrooms listen, which deck? It is a natural food. Food is its life. Sitting. I want to speed up. It may be a bit fast. Luli whispered, and did not take the words of Minnow Mushrooms at all. He didn't believe it. Minnow Mushrooms pulled himself in the snow how fast he could run. However, the facts are beyond Luli's imagination. The special sled ships of the Minori Mushrooms are galloping in the snow. The bitter cold wind whistled on Luli's face, coupled with the snow deliberately raised by Minnow Mushrooms. Luli couldn't even open his eyes. Lied. You slow down. Luli said that the more he running the mushrooms. It pretended not to hear Luli. This can make Luliquy sufficiently. Your uncle. Your last life is the reincarnation of the sled dog. You can run like this. The Phantom Knight floated in the air and watched the show with a smile. Under the crazy acceleration of Minnow Mushrooms, the group soon came to the foot of the glacier. Minnow Mushrooms suddenly stopped. Luli was affected by inertia and flew out directly. This flying just happened on a platform on the half-mountainside of the glacier. After Luli stabilized his body, he glared at Minnow Mushrooms fiercely. The Minnow Mushrooms were pretending to be in the glacier. If you have time, settle your account with you. Luli cold hummed, pulled out the sword, and climbed up the outside of the glacier. Go up to the top of the glacier, to feel the excellent scenery here. This glacier is as large as 5 or 6 football fields, and there is a palace shining with colorful light in the middle. There is where the Snow Queen lives, the Aurora Palace. As soon as Luli wanted to step forward, he was stopped by a little guy. He looked down and found that a silly little penguin was staring at himself with his little wings. Luli took it up. The little penguin's mouth made a scream. This scene couldn't help but make Luli think of a goose factory in the previous life. This stuff is similar to the G of their company. Luli was afraid that the little guy would suddenly vomit. Do you want to deduct coins? Sell cheap. To know the currency? Do you need to charge the currency? If there is such a scene, Luli is estimated that these little penguins will be resolved mercilessly. At that time, all his pocket money and New Year's money were all contributed to goose and pig farms. As soon as Luli put down the little penguin, Minnow Mushroom climbed up from the glacier. This glacier is very easy to slip, and its hoof is not non-slip, so it is very difficult to get up. Tired. Mino Mushroom gasped. As soon as it took a step, the four legs slipped in all directions without listening. With a slap, it split a fork on the spot. Luli couldn't bear to look at it. If this is a bull head, it is estimated that it will be physically castrated. Mino Mushroom struggled to stand up, but four legs did not listen to it at all. Climbing up and down again and again. At the end, it simply stretched her legs and lay on the ground. Since I can't go, I am slipping on the ice. The raised ice wall of the two hind legs was kicked, and the whole body slipped out of the ice. It has a fast speed of gliding, and the direction is facing Luli. Obviously, it has premeditated. How can Luli see its intention? He sneered, and jumped up at the moment Mino Mushroom slipped to him. The next second, Luli fell on the back of Mino Mushroom. He actually stepped on Mino Mushrooms like this, and rushed into the direction of the Aurora Palace as a skateboard. You give me down, dash. Mino Mushroom felt the heavy behind and shouted ashamed. You want to rush over? You can't blame me. Luli's hands spread, indicating that he was just taking a ride. Woohoo, my life is so bitter. Mino Mushrooms can only break their teeth and swallow, and it is called a grievance. Luli stood on the back of Mino Mushrooms, and from time to time, he also gave it a boost to accelerate. The speed of Sino Mushrooms has been slippery faster and faster. In the end, it can't control it. Seeing the ice wall of the Aurora Palace in front, Mino Mushrooms were anxious. Help! I can't stop. Rescue the child. So fast, I will hit it. I'm still young, I don't want to die yet. Mino Mushrooms cried and complained. Luli didn't speak, and let Mino Mushroom continue. When they were more than 10 meters away from the ice wall, Mino Mushroom had closed his eyes and was ready to accept death. Until then, Lulitsai finally moved. He grabbed the bolt rope around Mino's neck and dragged him back. The upper body of the Mino Mushroom was raised directly by him, and the instant speed dropped suddenly. But this is not enough. Luli pulled the rope again. This action is equivalent to cliffs. You can use the contact between the lower body and the ice surface to generate strong friction and then achieve the effect of the break. However, you still need to pay some costs. The lower body of the brakes will suffer severe friction, and it will inevitably be injured. Damn. It hurts me. Stop it. I can't hold it. Due to the speed of speed, the parts where Mino Mushrooms were in contact with the ice surface began to heat up rapidly. Fortunately, this is above the ice, and the temperature is absorbed in large quantities. If it is resting on the flat ground, it is estimated that the skin can be burned directly. In the screaming scream of Mino Mushroom, Luli jumped up and jumped to the steps leading to the Palace of Aurora. The Mino Mushrooms finally hit the ice wall, but because the speed dropped, it was not injured. It's a bit of friction in the next half. Mino Mushrooms stood up tremblingly, and their limbs were a little bit unbelievable. Luli couldn't help but look at it. He gave this loud name. Prostate break. Fortunately, Mino Mushrooms are head cows. If you change the public, it will be miserable. The Phantom Knight did not follow the landing, but stayed outside the Aurora Palace and was responsible for taking over him. Luli followed the ladder, climbing up step by step. When he came to the door of the Aurora Palace, he found that it was actually dark and could not see anything. But this is not possible. Luli's hand is the lighting artifact of the Queen of Moonlight Berry. In addition, he also brought a few bottles of night vision for potions to prepare from time to time. As soon as Luli just stepped into the Aurora Palace, he felt the temperature dropped sharply. This is like an oversized ice store, which is surprisingly cold. As soon as he entered the door, Luli heard a sound of a rumor coming from the right. He subconsciously took out the shield block. Sure enough, 2 attacks on the shield were offset. Luli was filled with a bottle of night vision, and the entire palace was immediately as bright as day. Those who attacked him were 2 ice elves. This is a monster unique to the Aurora Palace, which will cause Snowball to cause damage. The rate of fire is fast and the damage is not low. However, Luli did not come to find the Snow and Snow Queen this time, so he did not plan to shoot. The damage of these ice elves is not enough to threaten him. Luli trapped them directly with the square, and then walked deep into the depths. After a few steps, I came to a room. This room is full of platforms, and the exit is at the highest point. Some parkour skills are needed here. However, for Luli's unusual way, these are virtual. Parkour? Run a hammer. I directly dug through the floor. Luli took out the maze destroyer and soon went to a higher room. There is a treasure chest in the center of this room. Luli walked over and opened it, and his eyes were on. Lied. Bow. In the Aurora Palace, there are 4 bow and arrows of different attributes. They are ice bows, 3 bows, and explorer's bows. Luli Ming remembered that the 3-round bow had a chance to fall after defeating the last queen of the film. Why did you open it in the ordinary treasure chest? Is your luck too good? Wrong. Luli thought for a while and finally got a conclusion. It must be that the author forgot this setting when he wrote it, and when he sent it out, he was too lazy to change it, and he came up with such an idea. The author was guessed by you, except for the 3 bows, the remaining 3 bows and arrows can be found in the Aurora Palace. Luli decided to turn the Aurora Palace into the sky before finding the Snow Queen. Those bows and arrows are all superb equipment that can be encountered. The ice bow has higher attacks and farther range than ordinary bows. The shock creatures will be wrapped in ice cubes and get a state of slow 10, which is the best choice for kite enemies. The 3-round bow attack power is very high. You can launch 3 but only consume 1 arrow at a time. After playing the infinite enchantment, it can be called an artifact. The mechanism of the last shadow bow is relatively special. If you shoot the creatures, you will interchange with the location of the creature. When fighting against the enemy, coming to an arrow can achieve unexpected results. The explorer's bow is slower than the arrow shot from ordinary bows, but the power is stronger. The arrows that are shot will automatically find recent creatures as the goal. This bow is suitable for people with poor arrows, and can also be used as a long-distance sniper method. The arrow that can be tracked is simply a bug. No gunfighting. This is aimed at aiming plug-in. Luli went around in the Palace of Aurora and found the ice bow and the last shadow bow. In this way, only the bows of the explorer have not been found. He continued to go up and came to a larger room. The center of the house is a treasure chest. Presumably the bow of the explorators is here. As soon as Luli was ready to go up, there were a few sets of suspended armor with weapons in the room. The picture looks a little weird. Luli recognized these guys. They are another group of guards in the Aurora Palace, the Snow and Ice Guards. The Ice and Snow Guard itself is not visible, and snowflakes will appear around the body. If you take off your armor, it is estimated that Luli will not be seen at all. These Ice and Snow Guards are very luxurious, and they can almost compare the full set of enchanting iron armor. Luli couldn't dare to try his best to avoid the opponent's attack. However, his goal is the things in that treasure chest. If he can hide, and try not to do it. If these Snow and Snow Guards the appearance, it is best not to mess with him. Otherwise, Luli would not mind pulling the armor on them and took it away. Luli stepped into the box. He didn't look at it, so he collected the contents inside. However, Yu Guang still glanced at the bow of the explorer at a glance. Okay. This time it can be collected. Bye-bye you. Grandpa is gone. Luli smiled and ran towards the exit. Those Ice and Snow Guards can only watch the land and run away, but there is no way. The speed of Luli is too fast, and you can fly everywhere with a sword. This combat effectiveness is to die. After Luli got 4 bows, he was in a good mood. Humming Xiaochuer walked deep into the deeper. After walking for a while, Luli did not find the trace of the Ice and Snow Queen. Mother, where did the Queen of Ice and Snow go? Why didn't you watch people always? Luli murmured a little depressed. As soon as the words fell, a voice came from his head. What? Are you looking for me? Luli almost scared myocardial infarction. He looked up and found a figure standing above the ice layer above. Intuition told Luli that it must be the Snow Queen. Luli took out the square and climbed up the ice layer. It seems to be a closed ice room. A good-looking woman stared at landing quietly. She was white and snowy, surrounded by floating ice cubes below her waist. A long purple hair was scattered on both shoulders and a crown on his head, which looked cold and beautiful. Luli just glanced at it, and he couldn't look away. It's so beautiful. The beauty of the Ice and Snow Queen is really gorgeous. She and Lia have different beauty of Aili, holy and noble. People can't give birth to half blasphemy at all. Who are you? Why come to my Aurora castle? The sound of the Snow Queen is soft, like the flowing water in the stream. Luli returned to God. Introduce myself, my name is Steve. The world outside the Twilight Forest. Luli said. He stretched out his hand. Unfortunately, the Queen of Ice and Snow would not give him a cheap opportunity. You are an outsider, what do you come here? Say you may not believe it, I said I am here to save the Twilight Forest, do you believe it? Lu Tsung scratched his head and said. Unexpectedly, the Queen of Bingxue nodded. I believe. This time it was Lu Liu. Why? Are you not afraid I lie to you? He asked. You are obviously not weak, but since entering my palace, you have never shot it. This means that you are not looking for faults, so I am willing to believe you once. The Queen of Ice and Snow explained. Luli moved slightly. It turns out that the Queen of Ice and Snow has been paying attention to her movement. It seems that she still underestimates her. Master Queen, since you are so sincere, then I will not turn around. I come this time, I want to invite you to join us, fight against the Titans, and regain the control of the Twilight Forest. Luli directly explained the intention. After hearing the Snow and Snow Queen, I thought about it. The Titan. I have seen legends about this race in ancient books. I did not expect them to come to the Twilight Forest. Yeah. His Royal Highness, this is a major event related to the entire Twilight Forest, please consider it carefully. We are now gathered members of various races in the Twilight Forest. When the strength is strong enough, we are going to launch a total attack to the Titans. Now, you need to join us in the urgent strong value and strength like you. Luli's farted kung fu was not blowing. The Queen of Ice and Snow seemed to be touched by Luli. Especially in the last sentence, the strong man who coexisted with face value and strength directly made her silent for a long time. She is the Queen of Ice and Snow, with eternal life and youth. It is said that women are made of water, and the Queen of Ice and Snow is another mentality of water, ice. Steve, don't have to be so restrained, you listen to it and uncomfortable. What should I call you? Luli was a little stunned. I didn't think about it, I have no other name. The Queen of Ice and Snow is a bit embarrassed. Luli thought for a while. In this case, then I will call you Bing Bing. How is this name? Bing Bing, listen to it. Just use this. The Snow Queen is obviously very satisfied with the name. Bing Bing, my body is a little uncomfortable. Luli suddenly said. Where are you uncomfortable? The Queen of Ice and Snow thought it was true, and asked quickly. Here, it's uncomfortable. Luli covered his chest and pretended to be painful. Ah? Are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. It's too cold here. My heart is already bing-bing. The Snow Queen was stunned for a while, and then he heard the meaning of Luli's words. Her pretty face flushed, and a little weird said, "You guy, the mouth is smooth, it is not a good person at a glance." Luli smiled. Men are not bad, do not love women. Cut. Who would like your small slide? Stinky. The Queen of Ice and Snow twisted her body and turned her back. So, Bing Bing, do you promise or not? Luli rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. I didn't want to participate in your affairs, but now that you are so invited, then I can't always see it. Luli heard this. I immediately took the words and continued to say, yes, right. Bing Bing is too smart. I always thought it was impossible to have the kind of good-looking and smart people in this world. I didn't meet you until today. I know it's wrong. Luli is the ability to take a housekeeping this time. The Queen of the Ice and Snow was turned into a dizzy head of a combination of punch, and couldn't hold it. Although she has lived for many years, she has been staying in this Aurora castle, and she has no communication experience at all. As soon as he encountered Luli's old fox, with a tongue lotus, he immediately defeated. In the face of such a flicker Ice and Snow Queen, Luli couldn't help but sigh. If he gives him a little more time, maybe he can directly let the Snow Queen call his husband. But now when it is not a girl, Luli still temporarily put away his bad taste. How can I have what you said? The Queen of Snow and Snow said shyly. No. Bing Bing, you have to believe your charm. I have lived for so many years, and I have long been the old demon in the eyes of others. What are the charm? Having said that, the expression of the Snow Queen was a bit lonely. This is a hurdle that she has never been in her heart. Although she could not leave a trace on her perfect face, her psychological age was already old. In the face of Luli's compliment, she was still very happy at first, but the more she had no confidence in her. Bing Bing, I am willing to swear to the sky, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in this world. For you, I am willing to do anything. Even if you give your life. Luli walked behind the Queen of Bingxue and grasped her little hand. The Queen of Ice and Snow trembled, and her heart intersects. Facing Luli's speech offensive, she was completely unable to raise her guard. What do you say, are you true? And NBP, are you lied to me? The Queen of Snow and Snow asked trembling. Of course. Why am I willing to lie to you? Luli held the perfect chin of the Queen of the Ice and Snow. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Luli did not lie to the Queen of Ice and Snow. What he clearly said is the most beautiful woman in the world. Of course, this world refers to the Twilight Forest. Out of the Twilight Forest and Lia and Aili. The beauty of the three of them is comparable in Luli's heart. The Queen of the Ice and Snow still doesn't know that she has been given a routine. She is still immersed in Luli's praise and cannot extricate herself. A long-awaited girl's heart is about to move. She looked at Luli, her eyes containing love. Steve, I promise your request. Let's drive the Titan people out of the Twilight Forest together. Luli was a little guilty, and her eyes began to dodge. That's good, it's not too late. Let's go out and gather, my friends are still waiting for me outside. Okay. I'll go with you. The Snow Queen came to Luli and held his arm. Well? What about the ice seat that can fly under your feet? Luli noticed the difference of the Snow Queen. Oh, you said that the floating ice crystal seat, I put away that, usually walk with both feet, and call it out when you need to rush. The Queen of Ice and Snow is a serious explanation. Luli's face was a little weird. Good guy. Dare to love himself in the game, for a long time in the game, it is a mount that can be removed. This is really good at home. Minnow mushrooms were lying on the ground, and they were boring to play with the little penguins on the side. Suddenly, Ichiguang fell at the exit of Aurora Castle. Where is their two figures? One belongs to Luli, and the other woman has never seen it. Minnow mushroom stood up immediately, looking far from landing. When it saw Luli and the woman walking down, his chin almost shocked. Fuck. What happened? Didn't he just go in and find someone? How did you come out and brought an object? From the woman's body, Minnow mushroom felt a dangerous atmosphere for a long time. Phantom Knight brother. I'm back. Luli shouted below. The Phantom Knight came back and was surprised to see this scene. This is Olympic, introduce you, this is the owner of the snow, the Queen of Ice and Snow. She has decided to join the camp against the Titans. After Luli finished speaking, the Phantom Knight's eyes stared at the boss. He looked at Luli and looked at the Queen of the Ice and Snow. The intimate movement between the two immediately made him stunned. No, are you getting better? The Phantom Knight asked Luli to ask. Almost the same. Mainly my charm is too high. It's normal to be able to resist. Luli said with a lot of words. Fuck. UT are really shameful. It's so fast. The donkey of the production team is not ashamed. Phantom Knight said. Luli smiled, everything was silent. To put it too much, it destroys the atmosphere. The small gold coin who had been sleeping for a long time woke up. As soon as it opened his eyes, he saw Luli's strange woman standing beside him. The two were very close. This time, the small gold coins are not calm. It made hissing sound, expressing his dissatisfaction. With a new love, it will fall out of favor. The Queen of Ice and Snow looked at the small gold coin, a little surprised. It's a mutant little naga, you are lucky. You can tame such a powerful pet. Luli reached out to touch the head of the small gold coin, but was avoided by it. The small gold coin dumped the tail and jumped on the back of Minnow Mushroom's aside. Minnow Mushrooms did not rush it down, but appeared on an expression of the enemy. These two deadly opponents that have not been dealt with in normal times are now united. Minnow Mushroom made a ghostly face. Bad men with bad women. Born a pair. After speaking, I ran away with a small gold coin. This made Luli cry and laugh. It seems that your pets don't seem to welcome me. The Queen of Snow and Snow said with a smile. It's okay, they may not be used to it, just adapt to it slowly. Lu King said so, but didn't think so. What is this? If the three Queen of the Ice and Snow Queen came together, then it was called a headache. It's just a small scene now, nothing. Today, 12,000 words exploded even more. Celebrate summer vacation. Let's watch it if you don't put it back. Establish the exam first. The amount of 1 week a day is not very suitable. When Luli came to the territory of the snow monster with the snow monster, the leader of the snow monster was shocked. You really brought His Royal Highness? How did you do it? Minnow Mushrooms looked at the land with a disdainful face. What else can you do, of course, selling Hugh. The small gold coins lying on it also nodded, expressing very much. Luli was ashamed and quickly explained to the Queen of Ice and Snow. Bing bing, don't listen to the two of them, these two goods have not been packed for too long, it may be itchy. The Queen of Ice and Snow smiled. They are really interesting, where did you pick up these two live treasures? Oh. You are a living treasure. Your whole family is a living treasure. I am the first beautiful girl of the Nyotu family. Please let you respect me a little. Minnow Mushroom said with a small face. Bing Bing is the guest I invited. Don't talk randomly. Otherwise, I invite you to eat bamboo shoots and fried meat. Luli lowered his voice. Bamboo shoots fried meat? What is that? Is it delicious? As soon as I heard something to eat, Mino mushrooms suddenly turned on. Luli couldn't help but support the amount. Please have a snack. Don't cause me trouble? He said in a nearly begging tone. Unexpectedly, Mino mushrooms did not hear his second sentence at all. It was excited. Dim sum. Where can I have a snack? Try it for me. This time, Luli directly gave up communicating with this Nyoma. He raised his right hand and faced the PP fan of Mino mushrooms. With the sound of the snap, the PP of Mino mushrooms immediately made a clear red palm print. Oh. It hurts me. What are you hit me? Mino mushroom almost jumped up. Don't you want to eat bamboo shoots fried meat? It's satisfied with you. Luli's two-handed stall, indicating that you are required by yourself and have nothing to do with me. You eat me. You guy who sees your friends. Mino mushrooms stomped straight. Don't talk about you out. If others know that I and a cow and horse are friends, they will definitely laugh at me. You. Mino mushrooms wanted to curse, but found that there was no vocabulary reserve in this area. After a long time, then it came out. You stinky pig. I curse you to become as short as goblins. After speaking, Mino mushrooms immediately felt a lot of breath. Pigs are the lowest in IQ in the Twilight Forest, and goblins are synonymous with dwarfs. When she thought about it, she immediately felt that her scolding technology was invincible. But this is just its wishful thinking. After the party, Luli listened, there was no wave in his heart. Is this? This spraying technology is also the bottom of the kindergarten. Not to mention that Luli is a pure ancestral blood, and his ability to resist pressure is super strong. This lethality did not even wipe off his hair. On the contrary, the face of the Phantom Knight behind Luli became ugly. Obviously others are quarreling. Why do you want to affect his innocent goblins? What's wrong? Is dwarf the fault? Why don't you want to grow taller? The Phantom Knight has only one feeling in his heart at this time. It's numb, it's completely numb. This is like you don't listen to the class at the table, but you are criticized by the teacher named. After Mino Mushroom scolded, it finally stopped. The leader of the snow monster shouted the tribe and began to discuss the next plan. The snow monsters looked at each other and whispered. Luli first stood up and spoke. Everyone. Please be quiet first. Barka's big hand waved, and the court immediately quietly. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Steve, this is the command of the Titans. Presumably, everyone knows more or less what the Titans do. Everyone, as a part of the Twilight Forest, is naturally obliged to protect their homes. The Titan people are too powerful, just relying on my strength, they cannot stop their conspiracy. So, I need your support. This one around me is the Queen of Ice and Snow. I am honored to invite her to join the camp against the Titans together. Below, let the Queen of Ice and Snow say a few words. Luli said a lot, and then threw the stubble to the Snow Queen on the side. The Snow Queen was so excited that Luli suddenly pulled her out. She had a blank mind and didn't know what to say. Although she is the Queen of Ice and Snow, she controls the entire snow and kills. But this was the first time she stood in front of so many people to speak, and it was inevitable that I was a little nervous. The snow monsters were warm and stared at the Snow Queen. They thought that the Queen of Ice and Snow had forgotten the snow monster family, but did not expect her to remember. Among the snow monster clan, the highest status is the leader of the snow monster. However, the status of the Ice and Snow Queen is even higher than the leader of the snow monster. Deep in their ice cave, they also established a ice sculpture of the Ice and Snow Queen. It can be seen. However, after waiting for a while, they did not wait until the Snow Queen opened. The Queen of Ice and Snow stiffened in place, her face was a little embarrassed. She didn't know what to say to inspire morale, so Luli went to the side of Luli to ask for help. Steve. What should I say? Just say a few words. Luli said comfortably. All right. The Queen of Ice and Snow cleared her throat. Everything. Listen to Steve's arrangement. After listening to Luli, he almost planted the ground. Let her say a few words, there are really only 2 words. This is too cherished. The 2 words of the Snow and Snow Queen can even be abbreviated into one sentence. The same is true. Helpless, Luli had to speak again. This trip to the Titans is quite dangerous. If you have ideas, you can exit now and do not force everyone to participate. Does anyone want to exit? After Luli asked, the audience was silent. Brother Steve, you are looking down on our snow monster. The snow monster has no greedy life. Snow monster is mighty. The leader of the snow monster shouted. Its throat went down, and the entire snow monster clan shouted with hundreds of people. I'm sorry. It's me offending it. In order to apologize, I decided to send a golden apple for each snow monster soldier as compensation. In addition, all soldiers participating in the battle can come to me to receive supplies. The so-called combat materials are actually some weapons, food, and supplies. The soldiers of the snow monster have far exceeded the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Grand Block, which is almost comparable to the zombie pigs. This is a fighting power that cannot be underestimated. He has learned from Tim's approximate strength of the Titan. Coupled with the dead Titan's 2nd and 3rd, there are nearly 20 Titan. Half of the Titan did not reach the 10-meter level Earth Titan. Among the remaining Titan, the strongest is the boss of Tita, and his strength is close to the ancestor Titan. The rest are the Earth Titan under 30 meters. Luli must have enough manpower to restrain those Earth Titan. Then we can consider how to deal with the bull of Tita's boss. To be honest, Luli didn't even have a grasp of 10%. Luli's strongest strength here is that he and the small gold coins after Titanization. The 2 of them joined forces, and they didn't know if they could tie their hands with the Titan boss. As for the strength of the Queen of Snow and Snow, Luli had never seen it, and he dared not make it too early. However, the name of the Snow Queen is here, and it should not be weaker. After the mobilization meeting, Luli asked everyone to rest in place. He will also discuss the next plan with core members. Before I set off, let me talk about the route after. We will go from the snow for a while, and we will pass through the dark forest. Phantom Knight, are you sure of persuading the goblins and Goblin there to join us? The Phantom Knight nodded. Options. Okay. Then our team can grow again. Next, after we integrate the team, we must go to the next destination, the Twilight Plateau. The Titan people are in the thorns on the Twilight Plateau. If you want to stop them, you must arrive there. But, the place of thorns itself is a natural barrier. We also need to get the Ember Light, and then use it to burn those obstructing thorns forests. Hearing this, the Phantom Knight suddenly spoke. The Lamp of Ember? Isn't that the famous masterpiece of Master Zhuer? It is said that it has been lost for a long time. Where can we find? You don't have to worry about this. According to reliable information, Ember Light is now hidden in the giant demon cave. Is it that group of long and ugly, big-nosed monsters? As soon as Mino mushrooms were exit, the face of the Phantom Knight changed again. Why do you always lie down? Seeing this, Luli quickly gave Mino mushrooms brain with a heavy chestnut. You shut your mouth. Why are you always getting better? Hundreds of ground essence will follow us later. If you have another mouth, I can't keep you. Luli's tone was full of warning. Mino mushrooms lowered their heads, and they whispered in their mouths. But, it's ugly. Luli was a little speechless. A cow and horses were so kind that they abandoned others. This is like a winner of the countdown to laugh at the countdown. They are all at the bottom of the bottom, why hurt each other? After half an hour of rest, everyone began to act. Before leaving the snow, Luli encountered the cute dog. This time, Luli Shun took them. After leaving the snow, come to the dark forest. The team was led by Luli, and the mighty, followed by hundreds of snow monsters. Someone hid behind the tree and looked at this group of people curiously. The Phantom Knight is the first to go. There is a word in the mouth. It is nothing more than mobilizing the goblins and goblin in the forest to join them, fight against the titans, and save those slavery people. After waiting for a while, I did not see goblin or goblin. The Phantom Knight is a bit discouraged. Forget it, let's go. Everyone was disappointed and left the dark forest. The Phantom Knight looked at the dark forest that gradually blurred behind him, and his eyes were full of disappointment. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the woods. Wait for a while. There is movement. The Phantom Knight immediately shouted at everyone. Everyone's gaze was in the depths of the forest. After a few seconds, one of them ran out. Subsequently, more and more goblins and goblin rushed out. Among them, there are young children, as well as old man with beard. They have weapons in their hands, either axe or bow or arrow or stick. It turned out that they were not unwilling to join Luli before, but went back to call a friend and prepare for weapons. More and more goblins and goblin rushed out. They are here. They are finally here. Twilight is strictly saved. There was excitement in the eyes of the Phantom Knight. Luli was also shocked by this scene. Thousands of ground goblin rushed out of the forest and joined the Luli team. Although their combat effectiveness is not strong, they can't resist more people. With their joining, Luli is more confident. Everyone listen to my command. Go. Destination, Twilight Plateau. Lulijan's arms whispered. Yes. All the monsters also shouted in unison. After so many places and goblin joined, Luli's team seemed to be even more mighty. From the front to the back, I couldn't look at it at a glance. These are all soldiers who have been fighting with the titans. Before departure, they thought about it. Either win. Either death. Mastery and stealing. A few hours later, the team reached the Twilight Plateau. Soon, they discovered a mine, which should be the territory of the cave giant. Luli asked everyone to stay on the ground and waited, and he began to go deep into the cave with core members. The more you go down, the darker the inside of the cave. Here, so dark. The sound of the snow and Snow Queen trembled. She is essentially a simple little girl. Afraid of black is also reasonable. Luli held the little hand of the Snow Queen with black. Small hands are cold when you look at it. Feeling Luli's movements, the Queen of the Ice and Snow blushed, and the initiative and Luli were closer. Luli originally planned to intervene in the fire. Thinking about it, it seemed good, so he gave up. His uneasy hands had quietly groped on the waist of the Snow Queen. The Queen of the Snow and Snow trembled, and she shouted. She looked at Luli, but found that the other person looked at herself with a smile. You are good or bad? The Queen of the Snow and Snow said. There is an old saying in my hometown, calling men is not bad, women do not love. Do you think? Luli smiled. Hate, who likes you like this bad guy? The Queen of Snow and Snow lowered her head coquettishly. The Phantom Knight walked in front of the front and did not hear the conversation between Luli and the Queen of Ice and Snow. Now it is just thinking about saving the Twilight Forest, and there is no thought in my heart. The Mino mushrooms walking at the end were clear. It couldn't help frowning. A pair of dogs and women. It's really disgusting. Small gold coins have expressed their strong affirmation. Since the Snow Queen came, it never returned to Luli, It always feels that the Queen of Ice and Snow has snatched her master. Usually the Queen of Ice and Snow wants to tease it, and the small gold coins also ignore it. Luli expressed helplessness for the jealous behavior of small gold coins. Mino mushrooms were at the two people in front of you and me, speeding up, and forcibly squeezed it from the middle of the two. Well. What are you doing? Being badly, Luli was unhappy. Let me go. I go to the front. Having said that, the colorful light of Mino mushrooms instantly illuminated the entire cave. Luli was almost blinded, and what he didn't know thought it was the light of jumping in the bar. Is Nima the legendary horse raid lamp? Mino mushrooms walked at the front and helped everyone to open the way. Luli really wanted to put on the big dangling of its dangling. This product is really too bad. After walking down for dozens of meters, a little light appeared ahead. Go forward again, and it is suddenly open in front. The narrow mineral disappeared and replaced it with a huge cave. Several weird long-nosed monsters are looking at the landing and others. This is the cave giants? Sorry for all. Mino mobs whispered. After Luli heard it, he quickly dragged it to the rear. Otherwise, this product will cause a bunch of chaos. A slightly larger cave giant devil came forward, and he said a lot. Yuan. Luli looked at each other with a face, and turned to ask everyone. What is it talking about? The crowd also shook their heads. The atmosphere of the scene became a little embarrassed. At this moment, Luli sounded a sound. Do you unlock the master of the Wanjia language, D? Luli was stunned. He almost forgot that he had an unreliable system. Unlocking requires shouting to crying, silent years is handsome. Seeing this unlocking requirement, Luli was suddenly silent. Unexpectedly, unlocking D actually said such violations. He is not the kind of person who will lie for a little profit. Crying and silent years is not handsome at all. Luli gritted his teeth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who is crying silent years? What is praise? Steve. What are you? Wanjia language proficient, D unlocked failed. The sound of the system sounded again. Luli was not surprised at all. Get the mysterious power blessing from the comment area. Unlock, talking Chinese in the universe, D. Luli was stunned first, and then ecstatic. It is actually the legendary comment area. Presumably, the boss of the comment area can't stand the shameless behavior of the unscrupulous author, so it will help. Thanks for the comment area. The big guy in the comment area is handsome. Luli shouted. This time, no one expressed his objection, and nodded, all of them. Who are you? Here is not the place you should come. This time, Luli finally understood the words of the cave. Good guy, this D is a bit powerful. Not only is the word righteous, but even the sound of children. Luli hurried forward to explain the intention. When I heard that Luli was here to deal with the Titans, the cave giant demon immediately seemed to see his loved ones. Great! Finally, there are people who like us. Brothers, come out. They are not bad people. The cave giants shouted, and there were hundreds of figures slowly walked out of the cave. Among them are Kavada giants and land goblin. Steve. It's really you. Suddenly, a surprise crying sounded. Luli heard this voice and felt very familiar. When the man went near, Luli was shocked. Isn't this Goblin who is responsible for the connection with his own? Tim? Why are you here? Luli exclaimed. Steve. You finally came. I thought I couldn't see you anymore. As soon as Tim saw Steve, he almost cried. What's wrong? What's wrong? Say it slowly. We were built at the end of the castle. As a result, the Titan boss suddenly seemed to be crazy. Let us desperately speed up the progress and not let us rest. As long as we stop, those Titan, who is responsible for supervision, punish us. Many of my peers were exhausted alive. Even my younger brother Aubin, it also. Having said that, Tim couldn't help it anymore, and tears were full of tears. Damn. How many innocent lives do this group of Titan have to persecute? After listening, Luli was also angry. This is not over yet. In recent days, the Titans will be asked to take a group of people every 3 differences, saying that it is time, they can leave. Leaving? How is it possible? Are you cheating? Luli immediately realized the problem. Yes, you guess right. I quietly followed those who were taken away and wanted to see where they went. Result. Tim was silent. What's wrong? You say. Luli heard that a hurry, and quickly urged the Tau. The Titans brought them to a framework made of obsidian, with purple chaos on it. Then pushed them one by one. Obsidian, purple chaos. Luli frowned. How did it sound like the structure of the portal? Could it be the portal leading to the Titans? Then what happened to those people? Luli asked again. Not long after they were thrown into the purple chaos, they appeared on the end of the castle out of thin air. But, they are all dead. Some can leave a whole corpse, some break their hands and feet, and the flesh is blurred. Many people who are building a castle have seen this scene. They want to run away, but they are caught by the Titan people, and they throw them into purple chaos again. After going back, I told everything I saw to see those slavery. 9-headed snakes told us after knowing the news that it will initiate resistance with Naga when the most lax was alert. Let us take the opportunity to escape quickly. They will help us resist the pursuit of the Titan. Before the action, the 9-headed snake told me to let me come to you. It said that only you can save the Twilight Forest. Later, we ran out of the random and kept hiding here. After listening to Tim's words, Luli's brows frowned deeper. 9-headed snakes and Naga are pinned on their own. But he has not been able to deal with the enemy. If he is now killed with this group of people, maybe he will suffer heavy injuries. Isn't it in vain for their sacrifice? Steve. Please. We also want to join the team against the Titan. I want to avenge my younger brother. Tim suddenly knelt down and begged. With a flutter, other monsters escaped from the Titan, also kneeling down. We want to get revenge. They shouted in unison. In this situation, Luli didn't know if he should agree. There are thousands of monsters behind him, and it is not much to plus hundreds of hundreds. Luli suddenly shaken. He originally just wanted to destroy the Titans' plans and let them not have the opportunity to kill the mainland. For the previous Luli, the thousands of monsters only played a role in restraining the Titan. Even if it can destroy the Titan plan, I am afraid that these monsters will be exhausted. But for the current Luli, these monsters are lively life. It is equivalent to the leader of a team. They trust themselves and are willing to follow themselves to fight the powerful Titans. You can't watch them to death when you are the leader, right? In the past, Luli may be able to do it, but now Steve will definitely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Unconsciously, Luli, who was young and disdainful of everything, had disappeared. Instead, it is a trusted, flesh-blooded, and emotional boxman Steve. Please. Let's join. As long as you can get revenge, even if you die, I am willing. Seeing Luli for a long time, Tim shouted again. Luli clenched his fist in anger. Get up. Don't kneel. With me, you won't die. Have you forgotten? I'm Invincible Steve. Steve of my world. Invincible text, chapter 207, Do you have a waist? When he heard Luli, all monsters are spiritual. Today's Luli, in their eyes, is like a god. Long live Steve. I don't know who shouted. all monsters shouted. When Luli saw this scene, he couldn't help scratching his head. It was better than a while, and the crematorium afterwards. I have said this big words, and it would be embarrassing if I couldn't do it. Luli stepped forward and talked with the leader of the cave. The lamp of you Ember, is your giant monster responsible for keeping? The troll nodded and shook his head again. Keep it, but it is not completely kept by us. Luli's face was confused. What's the meaning? The lantern of you Ember is indeed hidden in the cave, but we can't open it. The giant demon said, and he took the landing to the depths of the cave. It refers to a large block of obsidian fingers. You Ember light is hidden here, but if you want to dig out the giant obsidian outside, you need to use giant pick. Giant Poveri, in the hands of the two giants in the hut on the clouds, our giants had an agreement with them. They were responsible for giant picks, and we were responsible for guarding Ember light. But since the Titan people came, they immediately invested in the enemy, and we have forced us to surrender the Ember light. If it wasn't for our cave deep enough, they couldn't get in, I'm afraid they would have been snatched away. But we are still dead and injured many people. The leader of the troll wanted to get angry, and he punched it on the stone wall. It was said that Luli thought of it, and he seemed to miss a step. Before obtaining Ember's light, he really needed to defeat the two giants. Luli was still thinking about whether to persuade them to join their own camp. Now it seems that it does not need it. What Luli hates most is the guy who is going to the enemy. 2/5 I must die. He filmed the leader of the troll. You wait, I will clean up the two guys and avenge your peers. Really? That's really great. The leader of the troll heard of the greetings. But, you have to borrow the same thing first. As long as you can get revenge. You can. I need a thing called Magic Bean. With it, I can go to the cloud house. Okay. These are for you. The leader of the troll grabbed a granular bean and placed it in Luli's hands. This is our last inventory, all for you. Luli looked at the beans in his hand, a little embarrassed. Magic bean, planting on the ground, can instantly grow a towering giant wood. This is a rare good thing. He counted it, and the giant leader gave him 30 or 40 magic beans. If this takes it to the city of Les, it is estimated that the sky can be pushed out of the sky. Okay. I will move, wait for my good news. Luli put away the magic bean and walked straight towards the cave. Where are we going? Phantom Knight followed Luli quickly. Kill, get more goods. There was a sneer in the corner of Lu's mouth. As soon as he heard that he was going to do something, Mino mushrooms came to the spirit. What? Is there a fight? Take me one. Luli glanced at it. If you are not afraid, let's follow. Mino mushrooms are too excited, obviously they don't understand what Luli means. When he was doing business, the Ice and Snow Queen no longer died as before. She is a smart woman and knows when to do. What Titan and what to save the Twilight are actually clouds for her. She has lived enough for a long time, and there is nothing too nostalgic. If it wasn't for Steve's variable, the Queen of Ice and Snow was still in a daze in the Palace of Aurora. This man like a mystery suddenly aroused her interest. If you are not afraid of the Queen, you are afraid of the emotion of the Queen. She wants to try to do something that I haven't done before. Whether it is over trial or not trial. But she dare not think too much for the time being. Otherwise, this book will be blocked. Let's help Steve to complete what he wants to do, and then think about those. Anyway, just accompany Steve's identity. All this, as the protagonist, did not know. He thought he was his own words that confused the Snow Queen. As everyone knows, he is the one who was covered in the drum. A few minutes later, Luli returned to the ground smoothly. He looked up at the suspended island in the sky. There is the place where the Yunshao is, almost a height of nearly 100 meters from the ground. Even if it is a cushion, it takes a long time to fly up with a sword. Luli walked a few hundred meters forward and came to the cloud hut. It is very close to the edge of the Yungsuchi, suitable for magic beans to grow. After all, I want to start to compare. Luli took out a magic beans and threw it on the ground. Magic beans and ordinary crops are not the same. They do not need to be planted on cultivated land, but they need to be planted on the cultivation soil. The cultivation soil can only be generated under the cloud hut. And this cultivation soil will lose its effect after being dug away, and cannot stimulate the growth of magic beans. Fortunately, the trolls have a special collection method. The leader of the troll promised Luli, and when he came back, he told him the method. In this way, you can bring the cultivation soil back to the square continent. Magic bean, in the past few seconds, the original calm land suddenly split. A thick vine rose from the ground, and then quickly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon grew to the height of Chihaki in Hayun House. The giant vine's torso has a hovering step to the top. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Nyowa. It's too good. Such a big vine, it must be cool when a fire is burned. Mino mushrooms looked at the towering vines and sighed, the bear children. Luli ignored the goods directly. He took the little hand of the ice and snow queen and stepped onto the steps. A hint of shame flashed on the face of the snow, and I followed it well. The group went up and took more than half an hour to reach the top. The Queen of Ice and Snow rubbed her waist. Luli reached out when she saw this, rubbing gently on her waist. The Queen of Ice and Snow smiled, and the sweetness could not be said in her heart. Mino Mushrooms didn't know which muscle was wrong, and suddenly he shouted. Oh, my old waist is almost fast. Luli glanced up and down Mino Mushrooms. Why didn't I find your waist? Mino Mushroom suddenly froze. It doesn't understand where the waist is specific, but just looking at the Snow Queen, there is a way to learn. Unexpectedly, Luli returned the prototype. The clown is myself. Luli's poisonous tongue caused a tons of damage to its fragile heart. Mino Mushrooms couldn't help it anymore, and wowed crying. The Queen of Ice and Snow pushed Luli. Why are you so bad? I cried, all the younger sister of Mino Mushroom. Luli wanted to justify what he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. In desperation, he had to take out the killer. As well as he took out a golden apple and shook in front of Mino Mushrooms. Mino Mushroom stopped sobbing, staring at the golden apple with eyes swiping down the corner of the mouth, where there was a little sad look. Luli was helpless. This fake crying technology can definitely get a little golden man in Okas. It is really a good talent to stay in Twilight. You are a genius, remember in a second. More than 10 meters climbed up, and the group finally reached the top. Standing here, you can see the whole picture of Yunshao. Two giants with a height of 10 meters are hovering around the Yunwu. One holding a huge iron pick, the other is the whole body covered with iron armor, holding a giant iron sword. And these two giants and Luli look exactly the same. After passing so much back to the Twilight Forest, Luli had already seen it. Steve, how can the two of them look exactly the same as you? Lie. Really? What happened? Shouldn't you be a ghost? Mino Mushrooms were somewhat suspicious of landing. You big ghost inside. This is obviously the enemy's trick to seduce us. Don't be fooled. Luli knocked on Mino's head. The Queen of Ice and Snow hid with a smile. Follow me with confidence in my strength, let others stay here. After Luli said, he jumped out of the edge of the vine and fell steadily on the floating island. The rest also followed. They all followed here, and there was no reason to leave the show. After everyone came, there was only Mino Mushrooms above the vine. Minnow Mushroom finally understood what Luli said before it meant. It stood on the edge and looked down, and the snow monsters on the ground had become small white dots. You can't pass it? But come on, come on. Luli urged the road. Immediately. Under the eyes of everyone, Minnow Mushrooms gritted their teeth, ran away, kicked their legs, closed their eyes and jumped out. Jumping down and jumping over, the position of landing is a bit unsightly. The face was on the ground first, and then slipped on the ground for several meters before stopping. Luli suddenly regretted making this guy following him. Stupid and clumsy, unobstructed mouth, still provoking themselves all day. It's time to consider the practice of beef hot pot. The two giants have not found the arrival of Luli and others, which gives Luli a lot of preparation. He took out the materials from his backpack and started to build a redstone cannon on the spot. To deal with this huge enemy, the redstone cannon can play the greatest effectiveness. Soon, the 2 redstone cannons were completed. Luli took out the ammunition and gave it to the Snow Queen and the Phantom Knight, and told the 2 of them to launch his shells. The Queen of Ice and Snow looks a little unwilling. Steve, can I accompany you to deal with the enemy? Luli shook his head. Just kidding, Luli had a chance to show his strength in front of the Snow Queen. How could it be possible? No, I don't need to take it now, I can solve it myself. You can leave more effort to deal with the Titan. Seeing Luli insisted on this, the Queen of Ice and Snow had to give up. She stepped forward and had a close hug with Luli. Go back, I'll wait for you. With the encouragement of the girl, Luli is more motivated. He pulled out the blade in his waist and rushed towards the 2 giants. There was a wooden house in the middle of the floating island. As soon as Lulian approached, he was stopped by the giant miner who was holding the giant pick. Where are the little ants, dare to come to the uncle's site to make trouble? In addition to the giant miners who look like Luli, their voice and tone are also a model. This made Luli some play. Some people imitate his face, and some people imitate his voice. Imitation is not like Steve. It's not Luli. The giant miner raised the pick and smashed it towards landing. It is actually a long-lost pick. Luli predicted in advance and avoided the attack. Run. If you run away today, I eat this pick on the spot. The giant miner was angry. Come on. I don't believe you can have Ami in a second today. Luli avoided it while provoking. This time, the giant miners are not angry. It raised a pick and fired crazy. Not long after, there were shocking pits on the ground. Although there are not many power required to start a pick up, it can't hold such a high frequency. When the giant miner stopped to rest, Luli began to counterattack. I have this. Do you have this? The blade in his hand kept waving and chopped on the thighs of the giant miner. This height can only be cut to the heel. Jumping even if the other party's knees could not be hit, it was still a bit aggrieved. The blood volume of the giant miners was only 80 points, but with the help of the Titans, it has now become 800 points. Fortunately, the damage of Blade of Lee is high enough, with a knife of 50 or 60, and in less than half a minute, the blood volume of the giant miner has been emptied. After the blood volume was cleared, the giant miner left the giant poveri in his hand and turned into a luminous light and entered the body of another giant. When Luli and the giant miners fought before, it had been watching it next to it without shooting. As soon as the giant miner fell, it began to move. You can die under my armed giant, you should be glad. Eat my sword. The armed giant held the iron sword and chopped to land. Its combat effectiveness is obviously much higher than the giant miner, whether it is speed, attack power, or blood. 2,000 points of blood. Coupled with the damage of the whole body iron armor, this guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Luli made full strength, and could only damage the damage of 20 or 30 points. This is not worth mentioning for its 2,000 points of blood. Fortunately, Luli was ready. At this time, the redstone cannon should be appeared. Luli drank a bottle of speed potion and ran all the way towards the redstone cannon. The armed giant held the giant sword and kept chopping behind Luli. The speed of the two is almost the same, and Luli is only faster than the other party. Don't run. Be obediently. The Phantom Knight and others looked at Luli to avoid the opponent's attack. They wanted to step forward to help, but were stopped by the Snow Queen. Don't go, Steve said, let's wait for him here. But the other person looks so powerful. If we can't help, I'm afraid. We have to believe in Steve. Now rushing up now, it will only bother him. Just wait patiently. If it is time to get it, I will shoot. The gentle tone before the Snow and Snow Queen became serious. At this time, the armed giant had been brought into the range of the redstone cannon by Luli. Fire! Luli shouted all his best. The Phantom Knight and the Queen of Ice and Snow quickly activated the redstone cannon. With the two loud noises, the two TNT shells flew out, bombarded on the armed giant's iron chest armor, and then suddenly burst. The smoke was scattered, and only a black mark was left on the iron chest armor. In addition, the armed giant was not damaged. That's it? That's it? Don't you think you can deal with this extent? Our Titan is invincible. A disdainful laughter made in the armed giant population. Luli did not show too much surprise. He had already guessed that it would be like this. The cannon shells are just to consume the durability of the opponent's armor. The moment the armor disappears, it is the death of the armed giant. Remember the domain name. Speed Novel Mobile Version Reading Address, you are a genius, remember in a second. The Steve of My World Invincible Text, Chapter 209 Drink more hot water and land to be careful to control the distance between the armed giants, so that it has always been within the range of the redstone cannon. At the same time, it is necessary to ensure that the armed giant cannot attack the Phantom Knight and others. It is estimated that this group of people can't run away if a giant sword that is comparable to the 40-meter sword in his hand. Faced with the crazy bombardment of the redstone cannon, the armed giant sneered at it, and he didn't take it at all. This attack is like itching for it. It decided to solve the ionization that scrambled under its eyelids. However, no matter how it takes it, the other party can always avoid it. The teasing by such a little guy really made the armed giant unhappy. Do you think you can escape my pursuit? The armed giant drank angrily and picked up the giant pick fell from the miners. Luli glanced back. I saw the armed giant at this time holding a pick in the left hand and holding the sword in the right hand. Step. There are two swords. Luli couldn't help but exclaimed. I don't know if this guy is a sure Chungong Musashi or Grandpa Tong. Just as he thought, the armed giant's attack had arrived. Steve. Be careful. It's a pick. The Phantom Knight reminded. This hit was too sudden, and Luli had no time to dodge at all. It seems that I can only resist this. The crowd stared nervously and laughed, hoping that he would not happen. Lu Liling moved and took out the same thing from the backpack. It is one of the top 10 artifacts of the Twilight Forest, Maze Destruction. You can start a pick? I will. Luli waved the Maze Destroyer and smashed towards his head. With a clear sound of the dang, the two habits of the body collided together. The Maze Destroyer, in Luli's hand, was in front of giant pick, like a toothpick encountered a thick iron rod. Everyone thought that the pickup in Luli's hand would break instantly, but the facts were surprising. Mystery Destroyer, instead of no trace of damage, there was a fine crack on the first of the giant pick. The armed giant was shocked, hurriedly closed, and took the hosey back. It looked at the cracks on the giant poveri, and his eyes were shocked. How is it possible? Giant Putt is actually damaged. Since the two giants were born, the pick has been with the two brothers. I did not expect that today. I was crackled by a humble pick. Mino Mushrooms asked curiously, what is the pick in Steve's hand? I actually smashed all the giants. I heard that the giant pick was from the hand of Master Zhur. Maze Destroyer is also created by Old Elder of our sperm, and it is a hard work. The quality of the giant Poveri is not as good as the Maze Destroyer, and the hard level is far from each other. In addition to being able to dig giant obsidian, Maze Destre is victorious, giant pick. The Phantom Knight on the side was proud to explain. Seeing the shock of the armed giant, Luli sneered. The quality of your pick is not very good. Hearing Luli's taunt, the armed giant was even more angry. You dare to damage my pick. I want you to pay for your life. This time it did not even use weapons, and used it with hands and feet, and began to punch and kick on landing. Without the restrictions of weapons, the movement of the armed giant was more flexible. Even if Luli drinks the speed potion, it is difficult to avoid it. Finally, Luli was forced to the edge of the empty island by the armed giant. This is unavoidable. The armed giant smiled proudly. Run. You are running. You jump down if you have the ability. Luli was still calm. Jump? Don't you think you will fall to death alive? Not to mention that Luli has a sword pulling a sword, and the way to land safely, Luli does not know how many kinds of. Falling water, landing ship, landing staircase. Of course, he must not jump down now. Although jumping now can get out of it, it will cause the Phantom Knight and others to be in a dangerous situation. Luli must have a front hard steel armed giant. Don't jump? Then I'll do it. Eat my punch. The corner of the armed giant's mouth passed a cruel smile, and he punched the landing off. Seeing that his fist was about to fall on Luli's body, Luli was indifferent. The crowd exclaimed, even the Ice and Snow Queen was ready to start. However, the next second, the scene of everyone was dazzling. The armed giant's fist stopped more than 10 centimeters away from Luli, and no longer moved forward. Take a closer look, and then everyone found that the armed giant was covered with a thin layer of ice. Just when everyone couldn't figure out the situation, the Phantom Knight suddenly shouted. I know. This is the frozen fried bounce. Just now, Luli looked at the backpack, just aiming at frozen fried, and bounced. This stuff was given to him by the Shwe monster's leader, and he has never sent in handy. I did not expect to have a wonderful effect. While the armed giant was frozen, Luli quickly returned to a safe place. After a few seconds, the ice layer on the armed giant broke directly and restored the operation again. It was frozen. Despicable guys. Actually, count me. The armed giant shook the ice cubes on his body and scolded him. How can this be a secret calculation? I clearly froze you in front of you. Luli was unhappy as soon as he heard it, and immediately refuted. Having said that, he lost another frozen fried and bounced, frozen the armed giant. Then take out the peacock feather fan from the backpack and gently faces the armed giant. The frozen armed giant flew into the sky so lightly, and the whole body was hung outside the empty island. Below is flat ground. If it falls from such a high place, it will be broken. The armed giant flew up a few meters up, and the ice cubes on his body began to break, and he finally recovered. Before talking, it suddenly fell. When everyone thought that the armed giant was about to die, the armed giant stretched out his palm. It struggled to hold the edge of the empty island, so it did not fall. Luli squatted down and looked out. The armed giant's eyes were a little panicked, and one hand clasped the ground tightly and pulled his body up. Luli didn't move, just looking at it so cheerful. Don't be proud. Wait for me to go up, it's your death. Until then, the armed giant was still unwilling to serve. Its other hand also climbed up, with 2 hands and 1 force, and his body began to climb up. Luli, who had not moved, took out an iron barrel from his backpack. There is a hot magma inside. He looked at the armed giant with a smile. The armed giant was shocked when he saw Luli's smile. You. What are you going to do? As we all know, Steve is an enthusiastic person. When I see others, I will help. I was frozen twice just now, it must be cold. Drink more hot water, warm your body. You're welcome. Armed giant, people on the sidelines. Do you call this hot water? Speaking, Luli poured the magma in front of the armed giant. The hot magma quickly spread to the 10 fingers of the armed giant. It was miserable and retracted subconsciously. This stop was sentenced to its death. The armed giant had no place to support, his body leaned back and began to fall quickly. A few seconds later, a giant came from the ground. The crowd standing at the height looked down and saw that the ground was smashed by the armed giant, and the smoke was around. Those snow monsters and goblins resting not far away were frightened by this movement, and they came around. The armed giant was lying in the pit, dying, and the blood stick was almost clear, leaving only a breath. Luli was on his waist and said to everyone proudly, "See you. This is called a secret. You are a genius, remember in a second." The Steve of my world Invincible. The text of the text 210th. This time it was the Phantom Knights who were dumbfounded. Step. Steve jumped like this? Isn't he afraid of death? The Snow Queen was not surprised at all. She summoned the floating ice crystal and flew directly with the landing. Seeing this, the Phantom Knight also followed. Nima. How can they fly one by one? Bring me. I haven't got in the car yet. Mino Mushroom watched everyone flying away one by one, making suffering. The small gold coin was lying on it, and even the eyelids were too lazy to move. It shows that you are my mount now, and how to go down is something you need to consider and have nothing to do with me. In fact, there is a water area below, and it will not fall down. But I can't hold Mino Mushrooms. There was no way, Mino Mushroom had to go back down the first step. Luli controlled the body slowly on the edge of the huge pit. At this time, the monsters were surrounded by monsters around the giant pit. They looked at the armed giants in the pit curious, and they had a lot of discussion. The armed giant was almost dead, but it was not completely dead. The armor on the body has been split, and the protective effect is lost. Only the last breath was left, and it might die at any time. Don't kill me. The armed giant said with pain. Don't kill you? Do you give me a reason? Luli walked in front of the armed giant's head and looked at him with a smile. If you killed me, ready to accept the Titan, anger. The armed giant was talking, and suddenly screamed through the sky. Rescue Fate dash. Before everyone saw what happened, they saw a dark shadow fall from the sky, just on the dying armed giant. With a stuffy sound, the armed giant's words stopped abruptly, and the blood bars were completely empty. Luli was stunned. What's the situation? He also prepared to wait for the armed giant to finish the last words, and then the number of words. What is the good thing to break my eyes? Damn. I scared me. It's okay not to die. Mino Mushroom stood up, a little shocked. It just accelerated the stairs just now, and it turned itself to faint, and it rushed out of the steps without notice. Fall directly from a height of 30 or 40 meters. It thought it was going to die, but it did not lose blood after landing. Luli watched Mino Mushroom and the small gold coins on his back a little silently. The small gold coin jumped to Luli's shoulder, indicating that he was innocent, and blamed the cattle horse. Hey, forget it, die if you die. Luli stepped forward and accepted the giant sword and giant pick on the ground. The crowd returned to the territory of the cave giant devil, and Luli dug a giant obsidian. Only one piece was dug, and the giant pick was completely damaged. But the mission has been completed, and it will break if it breaks. Luli stood down at the top of the giant obsidian. There were 2 boxes inside, and I didn't know which one contained in the ember light. Luli observed it and opened the box on the right. Good luck, he was guessed by him. The lantern of the ember, go. Luli the income backpack, ready to take the large army to the thorns. Mino mushrooms were sharp and found that there was still a box that was not opened. Within a few steps when Luli went out, it climbed up sneaky, ready to open a box left. After the box opened the box, I found that there was nothing inside, but I heard the sound of being ignited. When it was doubtful, the box in front of him burst into burst. The whole cave shakes. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what happened. Luli was also startled. He looked back, and saw that Mino mushrooms were dark, like a miner who had just finished mining. This box, why did you suddenly blow up? Mino mushrooms were dull and full of question marks. The corner of Luko's mouth was pumped. You dare to open the trap box, it's really tired and crooked. He found that the gadget, so he didn't go. I didn't expect that the guy of Mino mushroom was so greedy and ran over and opened it. You can only describe it with deserved. After a farce, Luli returned to the ground with the giant demon and the escaped ground jury goblin. Many goblin and goblin met their loved ones, and they cried. Luli shouted several corps members together and began to discuss the next combat plan. He first shot the leader of the troll and the snow monster leader. The 2 racial skin is thick, and is responsible for opening the way in front to protect everyone. Phantom Knight, you are responsible for directing Gelatin. Tim, you are responsible for command Goblin. When we encounter the front and the Titans, we will lead by the trolls and snow monsters. I have already learned in advance. There are more than 20 Titans on the other party. How many people do you have? Luli asked. The snow monsters are out of the nest, there are about 200. The giant demons are almost 200. Goblin clan, about 600. My goblin family is the most. There are more than 1,000. In this case, Luli found that there were more than 2,000 people. Okay. Then the meeting is divided into 20 groups, each group of 10 snow monsters and 10 giants, 30 land essence, 50 goblin. Out of the hand, stay in the rear and wait for support. During the battle, fight with a group as the unit. Great the weak Titan. Solve the weak, and then unite to kill the more powerful Titan. Remember, be sure to ensure your own safety, hurry up and retreat when you encounter danger, and strive for 0 casualties. Just say so much first, go back to the group first, rest in place to rest, keep your stress. I go to the way to visit the road, wait for me to come back, directly launch the overall attack. Did you hear it clearly? The crowd shouted uniformly, hear it clearly. Okay. Very energetic. Go. The future of the Twilight Forest is in your hands. After speaking, Luli left. Before the general attack, he must do a good job of scouting. After walking along the Twilight Highland for more than 10 minutes, I came to a hillside full of black thorns. This is the place of thorns. As long as you pass through here, you can reach the final castle where the Titan is located. The thorns here are very weird, and even the Titans cannot be destroyed. Only the ember light can burn it. Luli chose to launch an offense from here, which was the point. He wants to give an unexpected raid to the Titan. Luli took out the ember light and began to burn black thorns. When these thorns met the lights, they immediately turned into ashes and drifted with the wind. Without the obstacles of progress, the army can pass directly. Luli went forward and was ready to check the situation of the Titan. Knowing that he can fight all the way. Mastering first-hand intelligence is always right. As far as he came out, a rough voice suddenly sounded. Finally found it. You are the guy that the boss is looking for. But I have been looking for you for a long time. A Titan warrior slowly walked out of the road. From it, Luli noticed a dangerous atmosphere. Intuition told Luli that this guy is definitely much stronger than Titan's second child. 15 meters? 20 meters? Still, the higher 30-meter Titan? Luli's expression became serious. He knew that a fierce battle was coming. You must kill the opponent on the front, you can't escape, nor can you escape the opponent. Otherwise, your raid plan is likely to make soup. Let me see your strength. I hope don't let that Titan's second child disappoint. P.S. The decisive battle is coming. You are a genius, remember in a second. My Hez is the first general under the boss. That waste is also compared with me? The Titan named Hez hummed coldly, obviously he was disdainful of Titan's second child. Hez is a loyal follower of the boss of Titan. For a long time, the Titan is the goal that Hez has worked hard to chase. Between Titan, even if the body is only a few meters, the strength has a qualitative leap. Hez can reach 20-5 meters after Titanization, which is a lot stronger than Titan's second child. In the Titan family, it can be regarded as the top characters. This time it told himself and came out to kill Luli in order to win the appreciation of the Titan boss. The end of the castle is about to be completed, and their mission is about to end. When the Titan army comes, the boss of the Titan will be awarded. At that time, the strength will definitely go to the next level. Maybe, the Titan's family leader will also fall on it. At that time, Hez will naturally rise as a leader of the Titan boss. Luli saw the opponent's response, and something was surprised. He thought it was a piece of iron bucket inside the Titan. Unexpectedly, there were disputes. It's not possible to put on your mouth, let me see your strength. Luli hooked his fingers at Hez and made a provocative gesture. Don't worry, you will die very happy. Hez rubbed his palm, his eyes flashed with war. It was about to do it, and Luli suddenly shouted it. Wait for the meeting. Are you unchanged? Titanization on a small character like you. Hez didn't hesitate, and when his hind legs were struggling, he suddenly rushed towards landing. Looking at the posture, it is intended to fight with Luli. I want to fight with me, if it is non-tanned, you are the first. Since you are so arrogant, I don't need a weapon. It's just melee. Who is afraid of whom? Luli put away the sword, took out a few bottles of potions, and slammed his belly directly. When he finished the golden apple in his hand, Titanius's fist had come to him. Luli did not show weakness and blasted a punch at Hez. The fists of the two collided, one and one small, forming a strong contrast. Fine to die. Don't self-tell guy. Seeing this, Hez said sarcastically. Although there is no titanization, Hez itself has a height of 3 or 4 meters. Whether in power or body shape, Hez looks like crushing. It thought that the punch would go on, and he could directly hit the obscure guy in front of him. Unexpectedly, the situation was very unexpected. After Luli's fist contacted Hez's fists, his figure did not retreat. A full set of enchanting diamond armor and the blessing of various powerful potions have made Luli's combat effectiveness several times more growth at this time. Hez did not have the fist that had been played before Tanfan, and did not even break the defense of Luli. On the contrary, Luli's attack caused Hez to lose some blood. There are only 2 attack damage in the fist, but under the blessing of the 260 damage of the potion, the qualitative change occurs. Although a punch had only 5 points of damage, Luli Xing was fast enough. Hez is huge and the movement is not so fast. It has a punch that it is enough to let Luli blast 10 punch, and even more. Feeling the damage from his arm, Hez changed his face. You. Impossible. How could it hurt me with your physical strength? Luli smiled. Do you know what is the Golden Warrior? These valuable potions are not in vain. Do you want to learn? 688 Recharge, I teach you. Has did not understand Luli's words, but his attitude towards Luli has changed from his previous disdain to pay attention. It seems you still have 2 brushes, then I won't play with you anymore. Next, it's my real strength. Has did not hesitate and chose Titanization directly. It has to make a quick decision to avoid multiple things. Luli didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. As the saying goes, the villain dies. Do this guy understand this truth? However, here is Luli's home. In this world, the existence of the Golden Halo is the protagonist's halo. After the Titanization, his body size increased rapidly, and it quickly rose to 25 meters. At this time, Luli, standing in front of it, was like a caterpillar that could be pinched at will. Luli looked up and down, and began to visualize the height of Has. Good guy. This is almost 30 meters. I didn't expect to be so fierce in addition to the Titan boss. Has yelled, and a big tree on the roadside pulled out the soil. Lu Zhishan said that he gave 99 points at this action, and 01 points were not proud of it. With his hands, has removed all the crowns and branches and leaves, leaving only the bare trunk. No way, the Titans are too large, and there is no suitable weapon at all. You can only make a weapon. According to legend, in the ancient times, the Titan, a 100-meter height of the Titan, had a giant weapon holding dozens of meters to the enemy, which was invincible. Unfortunately, the weapons used by the Titan of God later did not know where they were left and lost the news. It is said that after the ancient war, those weapons were brought back to their planes by major races. This is also one of the goals of the Titan invasion everywhere. If you can get one of them, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. It can even regain the glory of the Titan Protoss. Has made a trunk and smashed down the position of the landing and departure. This stuff is wider than Luli people. If it is smashed, it is estimated that it will become meat sauce on the spot. Has was very fast, and it was almost an instant. The tough trunk attack range is very large, and Luli has no time to avoid. In the hurry, Luli pulled out the blade of Li in his waist. A sword skills, dimensional cut, movement. A black hole appeared abruptly in front of Luli. When the trunk fell, the black hole began to tremble severely. A huge suction force firmly attached the trunk and stopping its momentum. Feeling the vigorous pulling power from the trunk in his hand, Titanius's face changed. It held the trunk tightly and dragged it back, trying to pull out its weapon out of the black hole. But the absorption force of the black hole is too strong, no matter how hard it is not available. Luli got a chance to counterattack. He held, blade of Li, a sudden thorn, and came to Titanhas. First, a set of ordinary knife attacks, picking up, sweeping, pulling the knife and cutting. Titanhas was hit by the sword with a sword, suspended in the air, and could not move. Without hesitation, Luli was another sword skills, Phantom Blade. A stringed moon-shaped purple sword flew out quickly, falling on Titanhas. In this set, has dropped nearly 200 blood. Has laughed. That's it? I stand still and let you cut it for 10 minutes. I guess you can't kill me. After has titanized, the blood volume soared to 5,000, and the damage of Luli was really not enough. But Luli was not in a hurry. When he saw the battle rating arrived, he suddenly laughed. Luli shouted excitedly. Super A Olympic E. Super Dimension Cut. Move. As soon as Luli's voice fell, dozens of dimensional cut appeared around Titanhas. If you want to release this trick, you have harsh requirements. First of all, only the Demon Sword level sword can release the Super A sword skills. Secondly, the demon knife also needs to achieve 1000 monsters killing. Finally, there must be enchantment with powerful attributes. If you want to release the Super A sword skills, these 3 points are indispensable. When releasing the Super A sword skills, it is necessary to charge in advance, and it also needs to lose the durability of half of the sword. If the durability is not enough, the sword will break directly on the spot. Under normal circumstances, Luli will not easily use this trick. Has is the strongest titans that Luli has encountered so far, and he must go all out. This unsatisfactory Super A sword skills are Luli's killing tricks. Titanhas hasn't understood what happened and stood in place. Dozens of black holes appeared abruptly on its side. Immediately after, countless purple swords flew out of it. At that moment, Ha's entire body was entangled by the sword. The sharp sword raged on Ha's body, and the wounds appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of swords fell on it. Although the damage of the sword is average, it is rare, and the power cannot be underestimated. Has couldn't respond at all, and the long blood bars disappeared in an instant. 5,000 blood is only in the early 2000s. Scary. This damage is nearly 3,000. Luli himself was taken aback. He looked at the blade of Li in his hand. At this time, the blade of Li was half less durable, and Luli suddenly felt distressed. This is your own baby. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a little wife. Luli gently stroked the scabbard of blade of Li to show comfort. Super dimension cut before the end, Has still couldn't move. Luli looked at the blade of Li, which was only half durable, was hesitant. Do you want to pursue the victory? He can also release over A again, but blade of Li may be damaged. At that time, Luli is estimated to be distressed. But if he didn't shoot, when Has slowed down, Luli was not sure. Just as he was hesitant, the blade of Li suddenly began to tremble violently. Luli stared a little, surprisingly, the blade of Li. Fuck. Brother. You go away. The sound of the black dragon suddenly sounded. Luli was confused. Well? Why did you go? Your knife seems to be about to be born. The black dragon shouted excitedly. Qi Ling? Luli heard the words, and the expression on his face became weird. Isn't this in the world? Why do you still have a spirit? Could it be that the author Jiang Lang did not think of what to write, so the setting of hard stuffing? Author? You know too much, in the department. Luli? I gambled without bullets in your gun. Everything has spirit, just like your dark horse, its spiritual wisdom is also very high, not to be human. Big Black is living. But my knife is not a living creature. Luli still didn't quite understand. Special existence, such as weapons, generally there are very few probability to produce wisdom. But once there is an instrumental spirit, this weapon has a qualitative leap. Not only will the power become stronger, but also the growth will also be improved. Every weapon that has a spiritual weapon is a rare treasure. So I said, brother, you are developed. This knife is infinitely future. After listening to the explanation of the black dragon, Luli understood a little bit. I was picked up the baby this time. I just don't know that this instrument is a man or a woman. It's even better if a girl. Do you want to fight so much? Do you want to fight? Luli held the blade of Li, murmured to himself. As soon as the words fell, blade of Li actually got out of the sheath, and then began to storage silently. This posture seems to be planning to release another Super A sword skills. Luli suddenly understood what it meant. Blade of Li, this is to kill his rhythm. Okay. Then go. Even if you break, I will find a way to repair you. Blade of Li seems to hear Luli's words. In the next second, the charging is over. Has, who had just recovered, had not had time to breathe, and was restrained by super dimension. This time, there are hundreds of dimension cut. Titanhas was surrounded by black holes, and countless swords quickly passed on him. Don't. I don't want to die yet. His blood dropped crazy about his blood, and has finally panicked. It shouted in horror. But, Chow Dimensional Cut will not give it a chance. Blatantly, after the release of the Super A, the knife suddenly began to crack. Soon, the blade was completely disintegrated, leaving only a knife handle and empty scabbard. Luli was holding the broken Blatantly, and his heart was full of emotions. For a long time, Blatantly has been a means of opponent that he depends on the enemy most. Now that Blatantly is broken, for a long time, you can only rely on yourself. Luli will carefully retract the scabbard. Even if it is a broken sword, it can be used, but the power will be greatly reduced. Has was still screaming, it didn't understand. Why do you lose to such a weak guy? Is it light enemy? But it has been titanized. The blade disappeared, and his blood stopped at one point. Has fell to the ground and couldn't move. Looking at himself towards himself, his heart was full of remorse. Why did you come to this guy's trouble at first? Originally, I still thought about inviting Merit in front of the boss of Titan. Luli was calmly stood in his chest, opposite it. Please, don't kill me. Has said trembling, trying to pick up his life from Luli. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Luli's words made Has see a vitality. As long as you don't kill me. I can do anything for you. I can be a younger brother for you. You will be my elder brother in the future. Ask you. Forgive me. Has begged a few times. Luli buckled his ears and disagreed. Black dragon, come out, look at this body is not suitable. The black dragon came out of Luli's body and hung in the air. Its eyes walked upstream and downstream on Has, and his eyes were full of excitement. Yes. Although the Titan's body is slightly inferior to the dragon, it can still be used. The black dragon said excitedly. Okay. Then this product is given to you. After Luli finished speaking, he went to rest. Has couldn't see the black dragon and didn't know who Luli was talking to. But it always feels something wrong. Suddenly, Has felt pain in his head. It's like being split with a knife. It covered his head and was miserable. Pain. Ah. After struggling for a while, Has stopped moving. After half a minute, Has suddenly opened his eyes. It laughed and smiled particularly happy. I, Shadow Long Kinnis. Come back. Seeing that the black dragon had succeeded, Luli came over. How does this new body feel? It's better to make up. It's better than that there is no body. The black dragon moved his hands and feet to feel the true truth. Its soul intensity is far stronger than Titanhas. After winning the house, he quickly swallowed his soul. After swallowing, the memories of his birth before their birth have also shifted. The black dragon sorted a little, and suddenly his face changed. Brother. It's not good. The teleportation array of that final castle is about to be completed, and the Titan army is coming. It seems that we must do it as soon as possible. Luli frowned. So fast? It's not too late, let's move early. Black Dragon urged. You have now one Has first mixed into the Tai family to observe the enemy's situation, and I went back to command people. If you have a chance, try to save the 9-headed snake and Naga. Okay. Rest assured to me. You hurry up and shout. Heilong didn't think about it, and immediately agreed. It was not until Luli went away that it left. Luli rushed at full speed, and returned to the place where the army was not in a few minutes. When everyone saw Luli return, they immediately greeted them. How is it? Have you done the group? Can you act? Luli asked quickly. Ready, wait instructions at any time. Everyone is in the same way. Okay. Those who bring you, follow me. Today, we have to give a lesson to the Titan. In just over 10 seconds, the monsters were in line with the group station. Each group is a separate square array that facilitates fighting. Luli nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Set off. With Luli's order, all monsters followed. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as the invaders can be driven out of the Twilight Forest, even if they pay the price of life. The army successfully embarked on the way to crusade the Titans, but Luli became even more nervous. I don't know how many people to sacrifice this battle. If possible, Luli hopes that no one is casualties. From the perspective of paper strength, Luli and the other party are evenly matched. But who dares to be sure, did the Titan not lead back? On the other side, the Black Dragon has come to the end of the castle. This towering castle stands on the Twilight Plateau, which is spectacular. The overall castle is almost completed, but the teleportation array in the central area has not yet been completed. The door of the castle was closed, and 2 Titans were patrolling above. Open the door. The Black Dragon looked up and shouted loudly. Soon, the door was slowly opened. The 2 Titans respectfully greeted the Black Dragon in. Black Dragon walked in with his chest and walked in. Along the way, more than a dozen Titans were encountered, all of them saluted the Black Dragon. It can be seen that his position in this group of Titan is definitely not low. Otherwise, these Titan will not be so respectful. The Black Dragon followed the ladder and went to the top of the castle. There is an open-air square here, full of complicated transmission array marks on the ground. The Titan was standing outside the teleportation array, staring at the movement inside. Boss, I'm back. Black Dragon said. Boss Titan looked back and fell on the Black Dragon. Have you finished your business? It's already done, the guy has been killed by me. Do it well. It's a pity that the second child. The boss of Titan looked gloomy. Black Dragon didn't speak, but just stayed quietly. It's a bit wrong today. Boss Titan suddenly jumped out, scaring the Black Dragon almost exposed. Where, wrong? Do you usually hate the second child? Now the second child is dead, how do you look a little bit of waves? The boss of Titan stared at the Black Dragon suspiciously and wanted to see what reaction it was. Boss, you seem to think too much. Although I don't deal with the second child, it is no longer there, so there is no need to care about these. When Heilung opened his eyes and said nonsense, his face was not flushed and breathless, and he was very calm. Boss Titan stared at him for a while, and did not find flaws. Finally, it sighed. Hey, what you said is right, the dead person is not worth. The top priority is to quickly call the Titan army, to send it to the night, to avoid the night dreams. Boss Titan patted the Black Dragon's shoulder. You have followed me for so long. After this event, you are indispensable for your benefits. The Black Dragon nodded and did not show too excitement. Just between the two of them, the teleportation array in the center of the square suddenly lit up. Boss Titan immediately shifted his eyes. I don't know if this time I can succeed. It murmured to say. The next second, a goblin suddenly appeared in the teleportation array. The goblin looked at his arm. I'm still alive. I'm not dead. It shouted excitedly. Before, it had witnessed the pictures that more than a dozen people came out of the teleportation array, and basically no one could come back alive. It didn't die. The boss of Titan was shining. Success. The teleportation array started to run. Come, bring the 2 guys who take the lead in resistance. It is talking about the 9-headed snake and Naga. A few minutes later, several Titan brought 9-headed snake and Naga. 2 days ago, in order to protect Tim and others, they resolutely chose to leave a break. As a result, the opponent's captive was reduced. 9-headed snakes and Naga thought that the Titan would kill them, but I didn't expect to just hold them. This is a bit puzzled. Until now, they are still confused. What do the Titan want to do? Why not kill them? The black dragon looked at the two and found that there was no chance to rescue. It seems. I can only wait. Take the two of them. Tied to these 2 pillars. Boss Titan pointed out the 2 stone pillars on both sides of the teleportation array. Yes. Several Titan tied the 9-headed snake and Naga on the stone pillars with extremely thick chains. Okay, let's go down first, you will call you again if you need it. The boss of Titan waved his hand, and the Titan retreated obediently. Boss, I also retired first. Black Dragon took this opportunity to go, but was stopped by the boss of Titan. You are my general, you don't need to leave, stay, yes. Black Dragon answered with a scalp. Although it has succeeded in winning the house, its strength has not recovered, and it is not the opponent of the boss of Titan at all. If your identity is exposed, wouldn't it be dead? Black Dragon stood behind the boss of Titan, ready to go at any time. How are you resting these 2 days? Please come today, but there is a very important thing for you to help. Boss Titan walked in front of the 9-headed snake and said with a smile. The Steve of my world is invincible. The text chapter 214 is sorry, I am a ghost. 9-headed snake struggled desperately and wanted to break free of restraint. Let go of us. You despise. Do you dare to play with our 3 brothers? At the beginning, we obviously agreed that when you put Sister Naga leave, we won't do it. Your guy is actually going back. 9-headed snake's 3 heads opened at the same time. They rushed here in anger and wanted to save Naga. As one of the strongest boss in the Twilight Forest, those ordinary Titan is not their opponents at all. Soon after the general of the Titan boss has just left, no one was. And fighting here will inevitably affect the construction progress of the final castle. The boss Titan simply controlled Naga directly, and threatened the 9 snakes with his life. Unexpectedly, the 9-headed snake really gave up resistance. Boss Titan waved his hand, and the 9-headed snake was also controlled. Now, it has become a difficult husband and wife. The boss of Titan was indifferent to the prosecution of the 9-headed snake. It laughed, your love is really moving, but unfortunately you are going to die today. What do you want to do? The 9-headed snake was shocked and asked quickly. See this giant teleportation array. This is your burial place. You will be the source of the power of the teleportation array. When the teleportation array is completely opened, when the Titan army comes, it is your death. Rest assured, I will let the 2 of you die together. Just satisfy your wishes. The boss of Tita smiled particularly happily, as if he had seen the expression of the 9-headed snake before his death. You. Think about it. Even if we die, there will be someone else to stop your conspiracy. 9-headed snake angrily. Oh? I want to see it, which else is not long-eyed to send to death. The boss of Titan licked his lips and showed a cruel smile. Don't be too happy. Steve will avenge us. There are so many nonsense. Let's go on the road with peace of mind. After speaking, Boss Titan retreated outside the teleportation array. I'm going to turn on the teleportation array, you stay here to protect me, no one is allowed to disturb me. There is a breakthrough, don't kill. The boss Titan instructed. Yes. The cleanliness promised on the mouth of the black dragon, but her heart had begun to make a small abacus. Boss Titan squatted down, put his hands on the teleportation array, and began to activate the teleportation array. The tedious and complicated transmission marks on the ground light up one by one, and soon spread to the stone pillars where the nine-headed snake and Naga were located. Nine-headed snake and Naga trembled, and the whole body could not move. In the next second, the power in the body was remitted into the teleportation array along the mark on the stone pillar. This ultra-long-distance transmission on the plane is very scary. Most of those goblins and goblin were used as sacrifices. The remaining a few were as small rats and were thrown into the teleportation array for testing. After the 2 goblin was successfully transmitted, the boss titan decided to officially open the teleportation array. After a few seconds, all the imprints on the teleportation array lit up. A small black teleportation door appeared. At first, this teleportation door was only the size of the slab. But with the convergence of energy, the portal began to expand slowly. It didn't take long for the size of the ordinary portal. However, this is not enough to make the Titan army pass. The boss of Titan was extremely excited. Come. Finally here. It couldn't help whispering to himself. The black dragon was hesitant and didn't know if it should be to stop the other party. The army of the Titans has not appeared. If it is now, it is likely that it is likely to lose money. Just when the black dragon was tangled, there was a commotion from the periphery of the castle. Through the far away, the black dragon can hear the bombardment and bombing. Black dragon quickly reacted. Steve killed the army. At this time, in addition to the end of the castle, Luli was using the redstone cannon, and he kept bombarding the gate. The army lined up in accordance with the grouping outside the city, forming an independent square matrix. On each square array, there is a redstone cannon. A total of 20 redstone cannons, constantly bombarding the door of the end of the castle. He also equipped with weapons and bows and arrows for the goblins and goblin, and prepared shields that blocked the damage to the snow monsters and the trolls. Luli prepared a whole set of buff potions for several core members of the combat effectiveness. These things almost hollowed out the bottom of Luli. Fortunately, the effect is good. Under the fierce fire of the redstone cannon, the door was quickly broken. More than 20 Titan rushed out of the city. Without saying a word, he opened the Titanization preparation battle. Luli suddenly accelerated his heartbeat and the blood surged. Is this the legendary blood? He waved his hand. Kill. Kill these invaders. Red 8 your home. With the order of Luli, thousands of monsters shouted at the same time, waved their weapons and rushed forward, and began fighting with the Titans. A total of 20 groups, a group of Titan. The remaining few Titan, which was more powerful, left a few people to deal with Luli. Phantom Knight and Mino Mushrooms joined forces to deal with one. Although the snow monster leader and the cave giants are not strong, they are resistant, and there is no problem with one person to restrain one. The Queen of Ice and Snow was the strongest, and he picked a 20-meter level Titan to deal with it, and it looked easy. Luli lost, blatantly, and the combat power was greatly reduced, and he could only deal with one with small gold coins. The heatedness outside, even the Titan boss noticed that there was something wrong. What happened outside, so noisy? It seems to have an enemy attack. Damn. How can I choose to find things at this time? At the most critical time of the conveyor array, the boss of the Titan could not get out of it, otherwise he would have to abandon his previous achievements. You go out to settle those guys. Even if you are dead. You have to stop those guys. Did you understand? As soon as the Titan boss gritted his teeth, he made a decision. Okay. I'll go. After the Black Dragon said, he opened the Titanization directly. Titan boss was a little dissatisfied. How many times have you told you? Don't be titanized in the castle. What if you destroy the teleportation array? Black Dragon laughed. Why are you laughing? Boss Titan asked while controlling the teleportation array. The black dragon suddenly stretched out his hands and directly raised the nine-headed snake and the stone pillars where Naga was located. As the Titan boss was hit by a lightning, he fell to the ground, and it seemed that he was backboned by the power of the teleportation array. What? What are you doing? It looked at its heart unbelievable general. Sorry, I'm inner ghost. The black dragon left a sentence and gained with the nine-headed snake and Nagarian. You are a genius, remember in a second. In my world, Steve Invincible in the text 215. In addition to the end of the world nuclear castle, Lu Lijing held the golden Mino mushroom trophy, and kept his 10-meter titans with his feet. Small gold coins trapped the titan with the body and let Lu Lian output. Under the perfect cooperation of the two, it took only a few minutes to kill the titan with a blood volume up to 2000. Beautiful. Luli gave a thumbs up to the small gold coin. At the beginning, he was worried that he would not be a burden for Blade of Li. Now it seems that Luli has worked. After solving a titan, Luli took a small gold coin to support others. Among the crowds, the snow monster leader and the giant leader are the weakest. They are not harmed enough, but they are used to restrain the enemy positively. However, with the participation of Luli, the situation is completely different. The snow monster leader and the troll leader rushed up and hugged the titan he had dealt with. Then the small gold coin climbed up the two's bodies, and directly wrapped Titan's head with the body. Titan lost his balance, leaned directly to the back, and fell heavily to the ground. Luli picked up the axe and hit Titan's head. This is the weakness of the Titan, which can cause more damage to attack. Come to help not only Luli, but also other monsters. Several groups have solved their goals and turned to help others. Under the siege of the crowd, the two Titan leaders of the giant devil leader and the snow monster also fell one after another. Huang Qingqing's experience was all over the ground. However, when Luli absorbed all the experience, he found that his level did not seem to grow. Huh? What about my experience? Just as Luli doubted, the blade of his lip off of his waist moved. Luli took out the blade of Lian curious and found that his experience was not absorbed by himself, but was absorbed by the blade. Yes. The demon knife can be repaired by absorbing experience. How did I forget this stubble? Luli immediately patted his thigh. There are so many Titan here, if you are killed, you can definitely restore Blade of Lei to the beginning. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't hold back his excitement. He joined the battlefield again and began to find the next goal. At this moment, a huge figure jumped down from the end of the castle. A Titan was excited. It is already a bit unable to hold the enemy's offense. It's Has. Lord has come to save us. It shouted excitedly. The Comer was Has who escaped from the teleportation array. It didn't look at the Titan, jumped off directly from the height, and kicked the Titan to the ground. Has. You. What are you doing? Not only the Titan was stunned, but even the Twilight Army was dumbfounded. Why do you hold it? The other party is still internal? Has glanced at the Titan. Who are you TM? You are looking for Has, what does it have to do with my Kanunis? After speaking, I made up for the Titan's head. Luli noticed the movement here, and hurried over. This is your own. Don't do it. Seeing Luli's appearance, the Twilight Army took his heart down. The black dragon came behind the battlefield and put down the Naga and nine-headed snake in his hand. They have been absorbed too much power, and now they are very weak. Good. No injury. Luli nodded with satisfaction. No, but we have to speed up the speed. The teleportation array seems to have been activated. It is likely that accidents will occur without ending the battle. When he heard the black dragon, Luli looked serious. After thinking about it for a while, I slowly spoke. It is estimated that the outside battle is estimated to be over for a while. You can take me in to see it first. Just the two of us? Is this a bit too risky? Although the Titan boss was injured, it was definitely not something you and I could deal with it. If you rushed in, it was likely that there was an accident or even a life. The Black Dragon tone was full of concerns. If you have too late to consider so much, you must stop the transmission, otherwise you have done it before. Somehow, Luli always has some ominous premonition. Before entering the city, Luli found several corps members and issued an order to them. Everyone uses fireworks as a signal. As soon as the fireworks appeared, the army would retreat quickly. After the order was over, Luli started to act. He stood on the shoulder of Black Dragon and trod all the way, and finally arrived near the teleportation array. At this time, the black transmission door in the middle of the transmission array has been expanded several times. The boss of the Titan closed his eyes tightly, and he was sweating in the center of the teleportation array. It seems that it is conveying energy for the entire teleportation array. The sound of footsteps came from the portal. Luli suddenly doubled the pressure. Listening to the sound, you can imagine thousands of Titans pretending scenes after the portal. Hurry up and block it. Luli shouted at the Black Dragon, then jumped to the high platform outside the teleportation array. Black Dragon would like to raise his fist, and the Titan boss, who was sitting quietly in the teleportation array, bombed. This punch is extremely fast and can almost hear the sound of sound. Just as the fist was about to fall on the boss of Titan, a strange scene appeared. Black Dragon's fist suddenly stopped in front of Titan's boss. No matter how hard it is, it can't save anymore. How? My fist seems to be hitting an invisible air wall. Black Dragon exclaimed. Luli did not believe in evil, and rushed up, and the axe tried to split towards the position of the Titan boss. The moment the axe fell, a huge anti-earthquake power came, and Luli flew out directly. The axe in his hand was immediately fractured and turned into powder. Luli flew out for a few meters, so he reluctantly stabilized his body. The Titan in the teleportation array suddenly opened his eyes, showing a disdain. Don't be strenuous, the protection of the teleportation array is not the kung fu of you three-legged cats. After a while, the Titan army will come, so you wait for death. Boss Titan smiled wildly. Grass. Wait for me. Luli returned to the center of the teleportation array, and began to place T on the ground. T. He will have nearly 10 groups T on his body. T are placed together, and then extended the violence device with redstone. So many TT burst together, and the power of frying is not a fun. Maybe the whole end of the castle is razed to the ground. I don't believe this time I can't open your turtle shell. After that, Luli activated the redstone lead. Go. Go. Luli jumped on the Black Dragon's shoulder and urged the way. Black Dragon ran towards the city. TT's power, it has seen it. The detonation time for Luli was 20 seconds, just enough to let the Black Dragon run to the gate of the city. Black Dragon rushed down. Like Luli's calculation, when the Halone just entered the gate, the T on the teleportation array T was instantly detonated. At that moment, the sky of the entire Twilight Forest was as bright as day. Immediately afterwards, there was a deafening burst, and the sound of fried came. A huge impact is centered on the teleportation array and spreads towards the 4 weeks. Where the shock waves pass, everything is destroyed. The final castle built by the Titan for more than half a year was instantly razed to the ground. At this moment, the battle outside the city happened to end, everyone lay on the ground and escaped the shock wave. When the dust of the sky fell, the battlefield was dead. Everyone looked in the direction of the teleportation array. What's the movement just now? The Queen of Ice and Snow asked, curiously. I am willing to call the world nuclear flat. Luli returning, is it over? Did we win? The Phantom Knight asked uncertainly. Maybe. The dust of the sky makes people unable to see the situation in the teleportation array. Luli stood on the shoulders of Black Dragon and looked at the distance. In the end of the castle has become a ruin, but only the central area of the teleportation has not collapsed. This makes Luli have some ominous hunch. You are a genius, remember in a second. The Steve of My World Invincible text, Chapter 216. The terrorist battle was over, and Luli walked towards the teleportation array. There were scattered experiences everywhere on the ground, and they almost blinded the 24K titanium alloy dog's eyes. Bladively, it is like a huge vacuum cleaner, which sucks the experience ball into it. After the experience absorbed a certain point, the broken blade was repaired instantly. His mother. After eating so much experience, it can be regarded as successful. Looking at the intact, Bladively, in his hand, Luli was excited. Bladively, the sword of the sword also trembled, making a buzzing, as if in response to Luli. Qi Ling has completely awakened, can you try to communicate with it? Black Dragon reminded. Real? Luli calmed down and concentrated consciousness. He stroked, Bladively, and soon felt a faint soul atmosphere in pulling the sword. This should be the spirit, but this little guy seems a little afraid of Luli, and he has been hiding and daring to show up. Luli tried to communicate with it with the power of the soul. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Are you my master? A tender voice sounded. Immediately after, a little girl in a purple dress appeared in front of Luli. He looked curiously at the little girl in front of him, and he looked like a few years old, and he was so short. In fact, Luli ignored one thing. It was not that the spirit was too small, but his own soul virtual shadow was too huge. It may be because of the rebirth of the cross, Luli's soul is extremely powerful. At this point, Black Dragon should be the most experienced. At that time, the Black Dragon wanted to take the lofty Luli, but found that the strength of the soul of the two was not a magnitude of the soul. Today's instrumental spirit is weaker than the original Black Dragon, and Luli's breath is estimated to destroy it. Are you, instrument? Luli asked, curiously. The Ling Ling was so well behaved. Since you all call my master, then I won't be polite with you. Follow me, do well, we will work together in the future, the world is invincible. Did you hear it clearly? Luli's tone was like the big flicker of the pit. Qi Ling nodded in a row, dare not slack. Do you have a name? Name, what is it? The spirit is a little confused. Then I'll take you one. Luli watched his chin with one hand and thought for a while. What is it? Generally speaking, adding a small in front of the name will look very cute. Isn't the sword spirit that pulls the sword? Otherwise, it's called Little Sword or Sword Man. As soon as this idea appeared, it was rejected by Luli's speed. These two names sound strange, let's change one. However, whether the Bladively was a sword or a sword, he was a little confused. Thinking about it, Luli finally thought of a suitable title. Or, just call you Shaoli, how about your name? Shaoli. The Ling Ling repeatedly said a few times, and then nodded. Just call Shaoli, I like this name. After ending the big name, the next communication is easier. Luli used only Xiao Huier, and he used the clothes arranged by the Qi Ling. The previous, Bladively, was at most a weapon. The blade of the blade, awakened by Qi Ling, is like a partner with many partners. Now, as long as Luli thinks of the next move, Bladively will automatically attack. Even if Luli does not need to do it in person, the sword will automatically complete the sheath, attack the knife, and then return to the sheath. Several people on the side were stupid. What situation? Steve, your weapon, how did you move yourself? The Phantom Knight asked in surprise. Secret. Luli smiled and made a secret gesture. This trick may be used at the critical moment, maybe it can achieve strange effects. Luli recovered his consciousness and was preparing to enter the city to view the teleportation array. Suddenly, a roar came from the ruins of the final castle. Everyone heard the movement and looked at it. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure covering the sky jumped from the ruins. Numerous crushed stones were scattered to the ground, and the ruins that had just been settled for a long time were turbulent again. What a powerful atmosphere! Black Dragon exclaimed. Oh! It is the boss of Titan. It is not dead. Luli frowned, his look became particularly serious. What are you doing? The Phantom Knight shouted to the scary crowd. Luli stopped him. Don't worry, it seems a bit wrong. I'll go and talk about it. After speaking, he pierced into the ruins. After a few steps in Luli, he saw the Titan boss of Titan. It has wounds everywhere, and there are still a lot of flesh and blood in some places. It seems that the explosion just now has caused a lot of harm to it. Luli looked up at its long blood bar. There are 20,000 points. This blood volume makes people feel suffocated. With the current combat effectiveness of Luli, even if it releases twice in a row, I am afraid that it will not help. The Black Dragon followed. When he saw the boss of Titan not far away, his forehead suddenly sweated. It was the fear of the absolute gap between the Titans. The difference between the two is doubled, and it is not a level of existence. The place where the Titan boss was injured is recover quickly, which is also the powerful self-healing effect brought by the Titanization. The stronger the strength, the more powerful the defense and vitality. In the case of the same combat effectiveness, the Titans are almost invincible. Of course, it does not include the race of the dragon tribe. For example, if you are a scum, the Titans are equivalent to other children in your parents' mouth. And the dragon tribe is to let other children's children be unpredictable. The boss of the Titan is close to 50 meters, and only a trace can be among the realm of the ancestor Titan. Luli is tired of dealing with the Titan, which is 25 meters, not to mention the monster against the boss of Titan. You traitor! Actually betrayed the Titan. I must kill you by myself. The boss of Titan stared at the Black Dragon, full of murderousness. It jumped up and came to him, hitting the Black Dragon with a punch. Black Dragon quickly avoided this fatal punch. Boss Titan's fist was empty and smashed directly on the ground. For a moment, the earth trembled. Centered on the fist of the Titan boss, the ground was directly smashed into a deep pit. Brother, what should I do? Don't you fight with it. We still have so many people outside. Black Dragon asked, while dodging. Luli gritted his teeth. This is the end, and it can only be like this. He just prepared to gather everyone to deal with the boss of Titan, and dozens of figures suddenly appeared on the teleportation array. The breath exuded on their bodies turned out to be stronger than the Titan boss. A white-haired old man stood in the middle and looked at it. The moment he looked at the old man, Luli only felt the cardiac arrest, and his breathing became extremely difficult. The blade in his hand trembled again. However, this time it does not want to fight, but to be frightened. You are a genius, remember in a second. Not good. The teleportation formation is turned on. This old man is Kohler of the Titan family. Power is more scary than my peak. Hurry up. Run. The Black Dragon tone was full of panic. I can't move. Luli is desperate. Family chief. You are here. When the Titan boss saw the old man coming, he didn't even care about Luli, and he quickly stepped forward to salute. Dao. What about other people? Why are you one? What is the situation here? The old man swept across the ruins, and his tone was a little unhappy. The boss of Titan was frightened and fell to the ground. The chief is angry. Angry? Die so many people, how do you let me explain to other people? Kohler hummed, obviously was very dissatisfied with the Titan boss. The reason why he was so angry was that he didn't really care about those dead people, but for another reason. The end of the castle was built for him, and it became a ruin before living. Is it possible to let the family of his dignified family go to the streets? If this is known by others, wouldn't it be lost if the face was? The chief of the tribe. This matter is from the traitor of Haz. It is the boy who betrayed the clan. Otherwise, it will not be so heavy. The castle was destroyed by the guy around Haz. I went to kill the two of them and revenge for the tribe. Where does the Titan boss don't know the old man's mind? The priority is to quickly find a step to the elderly, otherwise you have to be heavy. Slow. Cole shouted the boss of Titan. Let me deal with these two guys. You take someone to kill me outside. The eyes of the old man fell on the black dragon, his eyes were cold. The boss of the Titan was overjoyed. The plan to transfer hatred is successful. Good family chief. I go. The other party conspired in person, and there was no taboo Luli at all. This means to listen to Luli. Boy. You kill me. I will kill your people right away. You wait for them to collect the corpse. The boss of the Titan smiled, showing a cruel smile. Oh. You have to inform them to leave. Black Dragon, send a signal. Luli shouted hard. Immediately, a bouquet of fireworks rose quickly and exploded above the ruins. When the people waiting outside saw the fireworks, their faces suddenly changed. Fireworks mean major changes, they must retreat quickly. Without hesitation, the Phantom Knight made a command. Withdraw. Retreat at full speed. The big army statue is generally fading quickly. Before the crowd went far, the boss of Titan quickly caught up. Want to run? Don't want to go today. Leave me all. Do it. Boss Titan ordered that more than a dozen people behind him open Titanization at the same time. These are the trump cards of the Titans, and the weakest are the level of the boss of Titan. The strongest people have already ranked among the ancestors of Titan. Damn. Where is a group of monsters emerging? The guy in the middle has more than 60 meters. It's still a fart. It's better to fight against the opposite side. It's over, this time is dead. Faced with such a powerful chase, everyone was desperate. They simply gave up their escape and waited for the advent of death. At this moment, the Queen of Ice and Snow came forward. What are you stunned? Don't you run and wait for death? Escape, maybe someone can survive. Stay, it's really not saved. Steve desperately sent a signal to you and let you retreat. Do you just disappoint him like this? Don't let Steve sacrifice in vain. When the Snow Queen said this, she was very calm and didn't panic at all. The crowd was awakened by her words and began to run desperately. There is only one thought in their minds. Run. The Queen of Ice and Snow is right, as long as you can survive. Maybe there will be a chance to get revenge in the future. Run? Think of it. Stay for me. As soon as the Titan boss waved his hand, more than a dozen people behind him had to be intercepted. The Shui monster leader, the leader of the giant, and the Phantom Knight have left with their respective people. They are the backbone, and they will mess up. At this time only Mino mushrooms, small gold coins, and Ice and Snow Queen remained on the court without leaving. You two also go. Give me here. The Snow Queen commanded in a doubt with an unquestionable tone. No. I'm the kind of beef and horse who is greedy for death. You order me less. Mino mushrooms raised their head and said they refused to leave. Small gold coins are the pets of Luli, and the owner is killed, and it will not leave at all. The Snow Queen rubbed her eyebrows, a little headache. Don't be overwhelmed there, don't want to run one by one today. Boss Titan stood towards several people, and suddenly punched. Although it was not short, Luli still heard the big voice of the Titan boss. He immediately realized that someone hadn't left yet. Go. Why not go? Luli listened to the sound of fighting from outside. It was a hurry. It's all at this time, let's worry about your life. The Titan chief of the Titans took off a wand-like weapon from behind, pointing to Luli's position. Just start with you. He murmured a string of spells in his mouth, and then the ball at the top of the staff lit up. Luli watched his mother, almost scolding her mother. The Titans did not fight hard, and they actually played spells. This TM is completely unscientific. Adult, the times have changed. A demon-like purple light flew out of the ball, and the speed was extremely fast. Brother! Be careful! The black dragon shouted, rushing directly on the side, and blocking the attack with his body, for Luli. Without Kohler's eyes, Luli finally recovered. But the black dragon, who was against the attack, was not so good. The purple light ball hit him, like the burnt iron ball fell on the foam, and instantly penetrated the black dragon's body. The purple light ball took a slight bias and landed on the open space on the right side of Luli. With the light ball as the center, a big pit appeared. The underground stone statues are normal, which instantly turns into pink. Luli did not doubt at all, this light ball can directly break the obsidian. What a powerful attack. Black Dragon. You're okay. Luli noticed the wounds penetrated by the left shoulder of Black Dragon. It's okay, I can't die. Black Dragon said with pain. Yo, there are still people who are willing to stop you, I really didn't expect it. But this is not an attack that you can stop. The Titan Chief Kohler raised his staff again to prepare to attack. Brother, go away. I'll drag this old man. How can this? Besides, you are not its opponent. Isn't this going to death? Luli immediately shook his head. This old guy seems to have a fast life, and you cannot easily use titanization, otherwise it will accelerate death. You go, I have a way to stop him. Don't worry, I will survive. The black dragon did not give Luli's chance of thinking, and threw it directly to the distance. After Luli Fei reached a safe distance, he moved. Black Dragon rushed towards Kohler. Still want to stop? Then you can die. Cole directly aimed at the head of the Black Dragon. Luli's body flew out of control towards the outside. Suddenly, there was a violent energy fluctuation behind him. Suddenly, the end of the ruins of the castle was illuminated again. The world is nuclear again. However, this time, it was not TNT, but the Black Dragon burst. Luli suddenly closed his eyes, and tears couldn't help but roll out. You are a genius, remember in a second. What cry? I haven't died yet. The familiar voice of Black Dragon sounded suddenly in Luli's brain. Luli was stunned, and then he thought that the Black Dragon could survive with his soul. It seems that I was worried just now. What are you doing? Escape. I used his body to explode, and temporarily dragged the old man. Black Dragon urged. Luli quickly pulled out the sword, waved twice, and stabilized his body in the air. The energy shock wave generated by Titan's self-explosion of more than 20 meters is still terrifying. Before Luli landed, the shock wave that was spread out directly. Coincidentally, the place where he landed was the middle of the Titan boss and the Snow Queen. Steve. You are still alive. Great. I thought you have. The Queen of Ice and Snow was surprised. This is the first time Luli has seen such a panic. Why am I willing to leave Bingbing's sister alone? Luli went up and tightly held the Snow and Snow Queen in his arms. Boss Titan's upcoming big hand stopped in the air. It looked at the rear, and looked at Luli, who was intact, and his face was incredible. How is it? Why can your kid run away from the patriarch? What is the strength of the clan? The boss of the Titan can't be clear. Do you love a letter or not? Bing bing, let's go. Luli pulled the Ice and Snow Queen to jump on the head of the small gold coin, and Mino Mushroom stood on it. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Boss Titan hummed coldly. Say these guys. I want to solve them by myself. With the order of Titan, the remaining Titans immediately blocked Luli and others. Although they are stronger than the boss of Titan, their status in the clan is not as high as him. The boss of Titan is young and has a long-term room for growth. Still the strong competitor of the next year. The older generations have not had many years of life. You are really shameless. Luli Huan took care of the 4 weeks, and found that none of the guys he could deal with, all old monsters. Don't struggle, wait for death. I will pinch you like a little bug. The Titan boss smiled, reached out and grabbed the landing. As soon as Luli's face changed, he pulled out the blade of Li, ready to release the super sword skills again. The Queen of Snow and Snow stretched out his hand to stop him. Luli was hesitant, and finally stopped. Awareness is very high, rest assured, I will make you die very happy. The boss of Titan saw Luli give up his resistance, and he smiled even more. Just as his big hand was about to catch Luli, the Snow Queen finally moved. She stretched her right hand at the Titan boss and grabbed the void. Suddenly, the crystal crown above the Snow Queen made a dazzling light. Luli quickly closed his eyes. After a few seconds, when Luli opened his eyes again, the scenery in front of him changed immediately. Boss Titan's big hand stopped in front of Luli, and NBP, no longer action. The surrounding Titan also seemed to be frozen and stopped in place. Hot comment is scheduled to smash value auto. What happened? Luli was stunned. Don't stand stupid, let's go. I just frozen them temporarily, it won't be long. The Queen of Ice and Snow urged. Bing bing, what happened to your hair? Luli noticed that the purple hair of the Ice and Snow Queen had become white hair. It's not about this now, Shao Naga, take us away. It's too late. The small gold coin heard the words, and immediately fled behind several Titans' siege circles. As soon as they escaped, the Titans recovered. Chasing me. Don't let them run away. The boss of Titan was played by Luli, and his face couldn't hold it, and he shouted angrily. More than a dozen Titan with a large body type began to pursue. Each of their feet on the earth will leave deep pit footprints. Luli could even feel the earth trembling. The Titans at the rear were getting closer and closer, and the Snow Queen was a little anxious. According to this speed, we will be caught up before we can't use it. Steve. Or should I stop them? Let's go. Luli listened, where would he agree? No. I won't let you go to death in vain. But, everyone will die. Luli reached out and stroked the white hair of the Ice and Snow Queen, his eyes were full of tenderness. Fool, let's die too. The Queen of Ice and Snow was stunned, and her mind was blank instantly. Steve, you. The tears of the 2 lines slipped from the corner of the Ice Queen's eyes. Don't cry, you will become ugly if you cry too much. Luli carefully wiped the crying queen for the Ice and Snow. Then, if I have become ugly, would you still like me? The Queen of Ice and Snow asked with tears. I like what you look like, even if you become pigs, I like it. Luli embraced the tears in front of him and soothed softly. When he heard Luli's words, the Ice and Snow Queen lying on Luli's chest suddenly broke his tears. What did the pig do something wrong? It was so cute. Mino Mushrooms couldn't help whispering. Nyelma did something wrong. Why do I eat dog food here? Boss Titan has already caught up with Luli. Seeing that the other party was still idle and scolded there, he was immediately angry. A good pair of life, then satisfy you, let's die together. The Titan boss pulled up a tree from the side of the road and left it directly towards landing. Careful. The Queen of Snow and Snow reminds. Little. Luli held the blade of Li, and after the power was charged, a sword skills, super, dimensional cut, waved out. The flying big tree was instantly crushed by the sword of the dimension. The sword continued to move forward, exploded on the soles of Titan and others, and slightly blocked their way forward. I'm afraid this is your strongest trick. Unfortunately. For me, it is like itching. The boss of Titan sneered with disdain. Oh? Really? Luli suddenly showed a mysterious smile. He took out a few bottles of potions from his backpack and threw it gently. Boss Titan subconsciously blocked his arm. Just hearing the sound of the crushing of the potion bottle, the liquid inside immediately splashed out. The boss Titan thought he would be injured or something, but he didn't feel it at all. He thought that Luli was missing. Laughing to death, are you teased me to play? It's like getting two broken bottles like me. Wait for you. After the boss of Titan finished speaking, he was ready to catch up and punch Luli. But when he had just taken his steps, he suddenly felt that his body became extremely heavy, and his movements became extremely stiff. Originally blinking can chase tens of meters away, it took more than 10 seconds to do it. Other Titan is similar to his situation, and the speed has plummeted, like a slow movement back. What's wrong with them? Why don't they move one by one? The Queen of Ice and Snow asked, curiously. Luli shook the potion in his hand and smiled. This is called God Turtle Pot, which can slow down the enemy 90. Of course they can't move. When the Titan boss saw Luli, he fled under his eyelids, and he almost fainted. Damn. You remember it. One day, I will slaughter you by myself. He jumped his feet and roared angrily. Luli heard the roar of the Titan boss in the distance, and suddenly smiled. In this case, he has heard a lot in the rockets and Big Wolf, but none of them can succeed. The small gold coin rushed away from several people, and soon came to the place where I stopped to rest. It has been empty here, and there are only a few portals leading to the square continent. As soon as Luli was exposed, the Phantom Knight rushed out of the woods. Steve. It turns out that you are okay. Great. I thought you have. My life is so big, how can I die? Luli patted the Phantom Knight's shoulder and said with a smile. What about others? Follow your instructions, evacuate from the port door safely. Luli nodded relieved. That's good. It's not too late, let's leave here so soon. Can I stay? The Phantom Knight was obviously a little hesitant. The Twilight Forest is its hometown, and it does not want to leave. No. Luli cherished the request of the Phantom Knight. The Titan has fallen from the Twilight Forest from the teleportation array, and it is about to be reduced to their territory. You have nothing to stay here, you can only send it to death. Even if you are not afraid of death, then you have to think about your tribe people. Without your leadership, they have lost their backbone. If you are there, maybe you can bring them back again in the future and recapture your home. I said so much, think about it yourself. After speaking, Luli began to destroy the portal. Considering that there were many personnel, Luli built several ports. All of them are destroyed now. If the Titan finds a channel to the Lord World, it will be a big deal. The way to destroy the portal is also very simple, just seal the portal on the ground with stones. After processing the excess portal, Luli made some arrangements around, and then returned to the Phantom Knight. How about it, have you considered it? Go with you. Between their hometown and the clan, the Phantom Knight eventually chose to lead the people to create a more bright future. Okay. Just wait for you. The Phantom Knight first stepped into the portal. The second is Mino Mushroom. After sending others away, Luli began to move. The small gold coin returned to Luli's shoulder to lie on his stomach, and he had to advance with Luli. After Luli made a good preparation, he took the little hand of the Ice and Snow Queen and stepped into the portal together. The purple chaos began to tremble, and the transmission was about to be completed. At this moment, the chase behind him arrived. They want to run. Stop them. The boss of Titan stepped forward. It is only 10 meters away from the portal, which can be reached for a while. As long as the other party can stop, even success. Suddenly, several of the front Titans slowed down at the same time, and their movements became slow again. This time, it is not the turtle potion, but the clues. Luli laughed and waved with the boss of Titan. Bye, you will be in the future. The boss of Titan was about to crazy, but the clues on the ground were too difficult. It could only watch the Luli and others disappear, but could not help it. It had to comfort itself in his heart. The portal is still there, maybe there is hope. A Titan has been separated from the shackles of clues and rushed forward. Just hearing a slight click from his feet. A wooden pressure board is activated. The Titan didn't know what happened, so he heard a strange noise from the ground. Other Titan didn't know, but the Titan boss heard what it was. Just now it heard this movement, and then the entire castle was razed to the ground. It's over, dead. The boss of Titan is desperate. Other Titan was taken aback when he heard him. However, the fierce explosion of the boss of Titan did not appear. Just the area near the port door is exploded to the sky, and there was no other movement other than that. Boss Titan was in place. After a while, it reacted, and it was deceived. It quickly stepped forward to check the teleportation array. However, in addition to a pile of stones and soil, there is a little shadow of the door of the portal. The old Titan was in a hurry and fainted on the spot. That cobweb trap is just a means of delay in Luoli. The most important thing is to let the Titan feel the annoyance of destroying the portal of the portal. It was as if I found that I had a lot of prizes I bought. As a result, I was too excited to redeem the prize. I accidentally torn the lottery ticket and missed the qualification to redeem the prize. Presumably the boss Titan is now in this mood. Just thinking that as soon as the view of the eyes changed, Luli successfully returned to the main world. It's here. Welcome to the box to be a guest. Luli was very gentleman's posture to the Snow Queen. As soon as the two walked out of the portal, the accident appeared. More than a dozen soldiers held weapons and suddenly surrounded. Stop. Don't move. A man in armor came up and his tone was not polite. Luli frowned, a little displeased. He looked at the man. Discovering his chest had a golden crown logo. This is the sign of the Knights of the Palace. Wait. The Knights of the Palace? Luli suddenly realized the problem. I ask you, where are you here? The Silver Knight was stunned and did not expect Luli's anti-passenger. Pretend. Continue to install. I know. You are with the monster just now. Deep in the middle of the night, what's the heart? How are you doing that group of monsters? Luli asked quickly. Who are you? Do I need to answer your question? Honestly, who are you? What are you doing here? The man was obviously impatient and his attitude became worse. Captain. Look at the girl next to it. It looks really strong. It feels like the princess is a level. A soldier next to the man pointed to the Ice and Snow Queen beside him, and said with a stern expression. Without waiting for the man to talk back, Luli directly pumped his knife and cut off the arms of the soldier. The people present were stunned. Someone dare to do the Knights in the palace? Is this person tired? The soldier covered his broken arm and made a pig-like scream. Ah! Dare to move in the palace. Kill without forgiveness. The Silver Knight held the long sword and pointed to Luli. Dare to point to me with a weapon, you are the first one. Luli sneered with disdain, and he waved his knife again. The Silver Knight was split instantly, landing on the ground a few meters away. In this sword, Luli left force. If he shot his best, even the title knight would not kill enough. The Silver Knight fell to the ground seriously, struggling to get up, and his eyes were full of fear. The other soldiers saw the captain who was wounded on weekdays and was seriously injured. I asked again, where did the rest of the people go? All have been taken to the square of the palace. A soldier whispered. Count you. Luli turned his head to hold the little hand of the Queen of the Ice and Snow and walked towards the center of the palace. When Luli went away, the group of soldiers dared to pant. Who is this person? So terrifying strength. I'm afraid it is not a knight of a knight. I don't know, but I feel that this person is a bit familiar, as if I have seen it. The soldiers were shocked and kept discussing their. It happened to be passing by a few people. What are you doing? Don't patrol well, what are you going here? He was a little uncomfortable. Broken. Break the heavenly halberd. You are here. The injured Silver Knight saw the broken halberd and seemed to see the savior. What's going on, why are you still hurt? Broken the halberd and asked. Just now a very powerful guy broke into the palace. I wanted to stop him. As a result, the man was too powerful and cut me into serious injuries, so I. Broken the halberd frowned. This is the palace, and someone dares to be here? How do you have this? That guy. Ceremony to break the heavenly halberd. The man took a woman to the square. The soldiers quickly replied. Okay, let's go to nourish the injury first, the rest of the people continue to patrol. I have to see, which is not long-eyed, dare to spread the wild here. Broken the fist tightened, gritted his teeth. Steve didn't expect it. It's me. Isn't surprised? No accident. Luli came to the square in the center of the palace according to the instructions of the soldiers. In the distance, he saw hundreds of soldiers surrounded the twilight monsters. Luli quickly speeded up and stepped forward. Seeing Luli appeared, several soldiers immediately stopped him. Who are you? This is the palace's ban on the palace, and it is not allowed to enter without permission. A bronze knight came up. Luli was too lazy to talk to him and throw a golden badge directly. Is it qualified enough? After the bronze knight caught the badge, he looked at it, and his attitude became mild immediately. It turned out to be a noble earl. Sorry. I just offended it. Please forgive me. Just no, let us pass. After Luli said, he was about to go, but the knight did not let the way. What do you mean? Do you want to find my stubble? There was a trace of killing in Luli's eyes. I have brightened my identity, and this guy is hard for himself, for fear of not getting tired. The earl is angry, and I am annoyed to listen to my explanation. There is a rule in the palace that at night, no king's approval, noble officials, cannot enter. The bronze knight quickly explained. What do you mean, can you enter, but you need the king for approval? Luli asked. Yes. Need the king for approval. We are also doing things in accordance with regulations. It is not intentional to embarrass you. The bronze knight nodded again and again. Then look at this again? Luli said, and took another gold medal. This is the medal of the Golden Knight. Are you the Golden Knight? When the bronze knight saw Luli's medal, his eyes stared at the boss. Ah. I'm sorry, get wrong. Luli took the gold medal and took out another medal. I rely on golden trident metal. The bronze knight couldn't help but burst into a rough mouth. The golden trident is the sign of the titled knight to break the halberd. This guy actually knows the broken halberd. With this stuff, do I still need to approve it? Luli asked again. No, no, no. Before the bronze knight finished speaking, Luli took another medal. It's okay to break the kid who breaks the heavenly halberd. The golden sword shield badge in Luli's hand also looked particularly shiny in the moonlight. This time, the bronze knight couldn't speak directly. He just wanted to say that no approval was needed. As a result, Luli understood it as a bad thing. The token of a titled knight is shocking enough. I did not expect that Luli actually took out the second one. As a member of the Cavaliers, who is the owner of the golden sword shield badge, the bronze knight naturally knows. That is the legendary figure of the Block Kingdom. The man in front of him actually called the name of the knight's sword, and it seemed to be familiar, which was a bit scary. What is this guy? Hey! Ask you. Luli saw the bronze knight in a daze, and couldn't help but remind him. The bronze knight came back and nodded quickly. The title knight enters the palace, don't approve. But after all, you take a belief, not that they come. If I put you in, I am afraid there is some unconcerned. Bronze knight said. He didn't want to provoke Luli, but it stipulated that one means that he couldn't help it. I am the title knight. But my medal hasn't had time to make a custom. Luli is really anxious this time. How to enter the palace, so many procedures. If it doesn't work, he intends to break this. The bronze knight scratched his head, and this was the first time he encountered this. Just when the two were in a deadlock, a hurried footsteps came. Stop. Don't move. A loud voice sounded from behind Luli. It sounds familiar. Bold villain. Soldiers who wounded the soldiers in the palace wanted to escape. Leave me. Broken the halberd, seeing the pair of men and women in the soldier's mouth across the distance. Without saying a word, he took off the trident and held it in his hand, ready to do it at any time. Luli turned around suddenly, just hitting the side of the broken halberd. At this moment, both of them were stunned. Steve? Broken heavenly halberd? Why are you here? The two said in unison. The Queen of Ice and Snow was a little curious. You two, you know? Break the sky halberd. You are here. Seeing this, the bronze knights immediately greeted. This person said that he was the title knight and wanted to enter the palace, but I couldn't let him go. By the way, he also has the token of you and Jianxin in his hands. When I heard the words, I nodded. I understand, you do well. Steve is the new titled knight, you don't know if it is normal. You go busy you, Steve gave me to deal with it. The bronze knight nodded gratefully. Steve, in the middle of the night, how did you come to the palace? This is. The moment she saw the Queen of Ice and Snow, she was really amazed by her beauty. But he quickly recovered calm. He looked at Steve and looked at the Snow Queen. The two held hands. Steve had a marriage contract and heard that there were still 2 marriage contracts. I thought it was amazing enough, but I did not expect that the third one now appears. In the mind of Breaking the Halberd, a complex dog blood love story has been made up in the mind. You guys don't care so much first, hurry up with me to save people. Luli was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and ran directly towards the square. Those soldiers saw Luli Chong in and just wanted to pull out their weapons. Broken the halberd and hurriedly shouted a throat. Don't do it. It's yourself. Seeing Luli when he saw Luli, he shouted excitedly. Steve is here. Steve is here. The soldiers took the initiative to open a road and let him walk in. Luli and the Bingshiwe Queen walked into the team of the monster army, and soon found several of the core members of the SAN. Fortunately, everyone was not injured, which made Luli feel a lot of peace of mind. It didn't take long for us to send it. This group took us to here. As soon as we arrived here, I was afraid of provoking you, so I didn't do it with them, thinking about waiting for you. The leader of the snow monster said. Luli wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, okay. Luli was not worried about their suffering. If this group of monsters fight with soldiers, it must be a crushed victory. He was even more worried about the masters in the palace running out. Hundreds of guys with the strength of the titled knights shot together. Everyone listens to me, don't make noise, stay here first, let me deal with it, and take you away later. Luli worked hard to calm the emotions of the monsters. Just after leaving the hometown, he was treated like this, and it was somewhat miserable. He walked out of the monster army and returned to the beside the halberd. These strange looks, guys, are you all brought? Breaking the halberd almost said the word monster. Yes, their hometown has been occupied, and for the time being, the kingdom is temporarily waiting for the last time. As for the specific reason, say it slowly with you when you have time. You let these soldiers spread out. I want to take my person to leave, rest assured, guarantee that there will be no mess. Luli patted his chest to guarantee. Leave? Where do you want to go? Where do you take so many people? Breaking the halberd is a little surprised. There are thousands of monsters here. Where can I hold it? No matter, go to my manor first. After saying hello to the broken heavenly halberd, Lu began to move to the dusk monster to his Pustone manor. Because there are too many monsters, they can only be divided into different batches and leave. Through the gate of the palace, Luli came to the center of Les City with the monsters. Fortunately, it is night. If it is resting during the day, how many strange guys are walking on the street? They must not scare people to death. The monsters were very novel when they saw the bustling streets of Rice. The sorrow of leaving hometown seemed to be diluted. It's old, don't run around, follow me. If I ran away, I couldn't keep your life. Luli reminded. Half an hour later, Luli took the monsters to the entrance of the Countero Manor. The guards responsible for watching the door all night, and they were so trapped in a confused crime. They had been yawning. Open the door. Luli stood at the door and shouted. The guard heard Steve's voice, and immediately woke up. As soon as he was about to open the door, he saw hundreds of monsters following Steve. The guard suddenly stunned. Before he spoke, Mino Mushrooms standing beside Steve took the lead. Quickly. Let's go in. The guard widened his eyes in horror, then trembled, and his body was crooked, and he fell to the ground. Luli can clearly see the foam in the guard's mouth. Obviously, this was a feint. Okay. You can eat a mat. Mino Mushrooms giggled. Luli directly punched it on its head. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to speak. If you disagree, I will return you back to Twilight, so that those Titan will entertain you well. Luli said lightly. Ah. It's not good. The legs of Mino Mushrooms trembled. From now on, you are an ordinary cattle and horse. I hope you can remember it well otherwise. Mino Mushroom nodded quickly. Understand. Understand. Don't say it. I just listen to you. This is almost the same. When the two spoke, the person in charge of the night patrol in the manor also found the abnormalities at the door. Seeing so many monsters, the man turned his head and ran. Before Luli had time to shout him, he heard the man running and shouting. Enemies! There are enemies! Wake up! Lulima, why are people so shocked now? Didn't he just bring a few monsters back? Is it necessary to be so scared? Luli looked back at him. A cattle and horses who can talk, a goblin suspended from out of thin air, and a big-nosed giant and a long hairy snow monster with several meters tall. Seeing these guys in the middle of the night, it seems that it is really difficult. The man's voice was extremely strong, and the sleeping people in the manor were shouted by him. They held the torch and came to the door nervously. When they saw those monsters, they couldn't help saying a slump. The housekeeper Link frowned and didn't know how to deal with it. Suddenly, he found Steve in the monster group, and his eyes were shining immediately. "Mr. Steve! It's Mr. Steve!" Link shouted excitedly. The crowd found that Steve hidden in the monster group. "No way, these monsters are too eye-catching, and they can't notice it." Link quickly went up and opened the door for Steve. "Mr. Steve, are you?" "Don't ask so much. You can help me set up these guys first, and I have to pick up other people. Wait for me to come back, explain to you carefully." Although Link didn't quite understand what Steve wanted to do, he did it as he said. After the first batch of monsters entered the manor, Luli left quickly and took the second batch. More than 2,000 people were divided into 10 groups in total. Luli kept traveling to the manor and palace. When he left the palace with the last batch of monsters, the sky outside was completely bright. Fortunately, the twilight monsters will not be burned by the sun, which saves Luli a lot of trouble. If these guys can't see the light, they can only live underground. It's dawn, and there are more people on the street. Luli took hundreds of monsters in the streets of Les City, and took over half of the streets. Seeing this scene in the city, all of them were scared to mess around. Soon, the entire street became empty again. Luli sighed helplessly. After Luli and others left, those residents dared to show up. They fiercely discussed what happened just now. "I scared me. How could there be a monster in the daytime during the day?" "I don't know. Where did those guys come from?" "I know the guy who led the team, it seems to be called Steve." "Steve? Isn't he the fiancé of Princess Ailey? How can he be here? Didn't you find it?" Those monsters seemed to listen to Steve. Suddenly, someone said a key message. At this moment, everyone was even more panicked. "Do you say that Steve can control the monster?" a man whispered. Everyone immediately followed. "Maybe. Why do those monsters listen to him so much? Really false? Can anyone control the monster? Maybe, Steve himself is a monster himself." "That's right. I heard that Steve's mother is a monster." Soon, the news spread quickly. Everyone has divergent opinions, and is becoming more and more outrageous. When Luli returned to the manor with the last group of monsters, there were several good people behind the team followed. Seeing the monsters enter the manor, those people looked at each other. After returning, it was even more fuel and vinegar to pass the matter. "I told you. Just now I took to follow Steve, all the estate are all monsters. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands. Fuck. So many. What exactly do this Steve want to do? Should he want to destroy Rice? No. Never let this thing happen." The incident became more and more evil. In the end, the nobles of the entire city of Les were alarmed. He found the head of the regiment Mu Lin a little worried. After listening, Mu Lin's face was rare to expose a trace of uneasiness. Speaking, "Let's go and understand the situation in person." After speaking, the two rushed directly to the Earl Manor. At this time, Luli had just settled all the monsters. He is directing the monsters to build a residence. The room in the manor is limited, and you can only build some matchboxes for a while. Luli stood on the steps and was thinking about how to arrange these monsters in the future. Breaking the sky, Halbert and Mu Lin hurried in. Mu Lin's eyes swept slightly in the manor, and there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. "Old Mu? Why are you here? You are embarrassed." If I won't come again, Rice City is about to make trouble. Mu Lin said with a serious expression. Luli scratched his head in confusion. Is it so serious? I don't seem to do anything that hurts heaven. Mu Lin's gaze swept around the twilight monsters. Tell me, what's the matter with these monsters? Luli did not conceal it, and went to Twilight and encountered the Titan. After listening, Mu Lin and the halberd looked at each other. They never expected that there were so many twists and turns in it. Steve, it seems we blame you wrong. Mu Lin patted Luli's shoulder and said praise. Old Mu, it's not the time to say now. The Titan has lost many people, and it takes a while to recover. Recently, they should not come to our troubles. But for a long time, it may be uncertain. You'd better tell the king to let him prepare in advance. You have seen these monsters, I don't want the kingdom to become the second Twilight Forest. Luli's voice was low, and more depressed by the breakthrough and Mu Lin. The threat of mutant zombies has not been lifted, and another more horrible titans are on the side. Mu Lin sighed and nodded. Okay, I know. You are busy first, I will find a way to solve the matter, you don't have to worry about it. After speaking, he left the manor with a breakthrough. Looking at the disappearance of the two, Luli's mood was not very good. I don't know when, the mother Tiki came out of the room. It was probably for a long time with the small gold coin. She didn't seem to be afraid of the monsters in the manor. Is that the head of Mu Lin just now? Is there any news from my husband's state? Tiki's tone is full of expectations. Luli's heart was sore. Tell your mother the truth later. It's not yet available. It is estimated that it will be back for a while. When he heard Luli, his mother Tiki was slightly lost. Okay. If there is news from my husband, please tell me. I'm back first. Seeing this, the little gold coin jumped from Luli's shoulders and climbed to his mother, Tiki. Tiki, who was originally lost, saw the small gold coin, and his face improved slightly, and finally showed a smile. With a small gold coin accompanied her mother, Luli was so relieved. He now has a lot of things to do at hand, and he can't get time at all. In a strict sense, he is a filial son. After sorting out his thoughts, Luli started busy. The first thing is to help the Twilight monsters build a place of living. Construction requires a lot of materials, he doesn't have so many in his hands, and he can only go to the trading business first. Before leaving, Lu Liben wanted to shout Aili together. After thinking about it, the two women could get together, and they might have a mess, and finally gave up. Steve and Leah and Aili's marriage contract has long been passed on to Les City. Come from the street and know this. If you accidentally become the rhythm of eating melon. The essence of human beings is really gossip. If it was rested in the past, Luli could still trading the trading bank as a ghost. It's not okay now. The ghost noodles have been dead, and Luli chose. Before going out, Luli came to Ma Yan and took Dahe out. I haven't seen it for a long time, Dahe has become more and more thin, and only the bone shelf is left. Do you polite you? Lao Tzu is a skeleton horse. Riding a big black and galloping all the way, it didn't take long to go to the door of the Star Trading Bank. Along the way, the shocking shape of Dahe attracted the gaze of many passers-by. Well, what monster does that guy riding? Only the skeleton, is it a ghost horse? According to me, it should be called the devil horse. A child was so scared to hide behind the adult. It wasn't until Dahe walked away that he came out. The man was sitting on the bone shelf, wouldn't the fart hurt? As soon as Lu Ligong appeared, there was Leah's hand recognized him. The staff enthusiastically greeted Luli in, and led Dahe to the exclusive horse. Luli was taken to the entrance of the backyard by the staff. Miss Leah is in it, I won't go in. Okay, trouble you. Luli nodded. Go in. This is his second time to come to the garden in the backyard, and it seems to be familiar. It didn't take long for a graceful figure by the pool to see Luli's eyes. He walked lightly and did not attract the other party's attention. Luli came behind Leah's body without a voice, and stood behind her so quietly. A good atmosphere emanated from Leah's body. Luli didn't hold back a breath. Feeling the warm atmosphere behind it, Leah suddenly returned. Ah! As soon as she turned around, she saw someone so close to herself, screamed, and stepped back subconsciously. But she forgot to be the pool behind her, and when she retreated, the whole body fell directly back. Luli's eyes were fast, and he grabbed Leah's little hand. As soon as he pulled hard, Leah lost his balance and fell into Luli's arms. Leah was shocked and hugged the person in front of him subconsciously. The warmth from Luli's chest made her whole body weakened. Luli reached out and surrounded Leah's slender waist and raised her body. "Miss Leah, are you okay?" Leah heard that her whole body was stiff, and she instantly became red from her neck to her ears. I'm okay. Thank you." Leah hurriedly broke away from the arms of the other person, and said panically. Luli suddenly laughed. "Miss Leah looks shy, it's really cute. You guy, how do you have a smooth mouth?" Leah blushed and shouted. Luli suddenly took a step forward and took the distance between the two again. He stared at Leah's eyes. "Miss Leah, have you been gaining weight recently?" When Leah's face changed, she quickly touched hers thighs and touched and BSP. She thought she had grown fat, which attracted the attention of the other party. But after looking up and down, Leah did not show signs of growing meat. "No? Why do you say that?" Leah asked, puzzled. "So why, the heavier your portion in my heart?" "Steve. You. Leah widened her eyes. In the face of Steve's sudden earth-smelling words, she seemed a little helpless. Luli really couldn't hold back, and laughed out. "Miss Leah, I'm joking with you, don't you take it seriously?" There was a trace of loss in Leah's eyes, but soon she was covered up by her. "Mr. Steve, you really love to joke. I wonder what happened to our Dion trading bank this time." Leah's expression was slightly embarrassing, and she never dared to look at Luli. Luli informed Leah with her needs. "Architectural materials and food?" "This. Although our trading store has some inventory, there are not many stocks. If you need a lot, it may take a little time to make up." Luli quickly asked, "How long does it take?" "It takes about 3 days. Speaking, Leah suddenly remembered something. "By the way, recently, some people seem to buy food everywhere in the city and coax the price of food. The price of this time may be higher." Hearing Leah's words, Luli looked a little weird. Get food everywhere? Should the guy who coaxed the market price in Leah's mouth would be the manor housekeeper Link? Before going to Twilight, he specifically instructed him to do this. This is really a big water rushing to the Dragon King Temple. "It's okay, the person you said, I probably guess who he is, just buy it at the market price, how much do you receive?" Leah looked at Luli, and her eyes were curious. "Why are you ready? Is there any secret that can't be sued?" Luli smiled. "If you think too much, just prepare a little food. Your news is so spiritual, you should know what happened in the morning, right?" Leah nodded at any time. Indeed, when Steve shook a bunch of monsters across the market, he reported to her with his hands. The Star Trading Bank is not just a place for buying and selling items, but their intelligence methods are also a must. There are so many foods in my manor at once. Everyone has to starve to death. I can't help it, I come to you to help. After all, you are my nominal fiancé. Of course you have found you in business. Luli showed a harmless smile of humans and animals. Hearing the 3 words of fiancé, Leah was stunned, and her heart was suddenly messy. Steve, don't say that. You and Princess Ailey are born with a pair. It's impossible between me. I am impossible. Leah's head was down, and her voice was low. In the faint room, you can also hear a trace of sobbing. Hey, why are you crying? I'm a joke with you, don't take it seriously. Luli quickly comforted Leah. At first, he just wanted to tease Leah, but he didn't expect her to react so violently. As soon as Luli's voice fell, Leah cried even more. Tears slipped along her delicate side face and wet her clothes. At this moment, Luli was even more headache. As soon as a woman cried, it was endless. In his opinion, it is more difficult for this to be more mutated zombies and the Titan army. He was in a hurry and wanted to stop the other party's cry. Leah didn't stop crying at all. She seemed to have thought of something sad, tears like spring. Luliha was afraid she cried and fainted. Leah. I beg you. Don't cry, okay? Isn't it good? I shouldn't get a marriage contract. I will go to the palace later, and let the king relieve our marriage contract in person. You will be free in the future. Don't cry, okay? After speaking, Lu Liben thought his words could make Leah feel better. Unexpectedly, Leah cried even more. Before, Leah was still tolerating her tears and tried to calm herself. After listening to him, he cried and couldn't say anything. Crying and crying, Leah suddenly began to leave Lu. Bastard. Steve, you are a thorough bastard. Luli, why do I get a bastard? Didn't you always want to get rid of the restraint of the marriage contract? Luli scratched his head in confusion. You are so embarrassed. Leah stopped crying, raising the pretty face full of tears, and stared at the landing. Before, there were only a few people who had a marriage with Elwyn. But now, people in the city, even if they are ignorant, know our two marriage contracts. You now find the king to lift the marriage contract. What will people think of me after going out in the future? They only think that I am Steve's former fiancé, a poor worm that no one wants. The more Leah said, the more emotion was. Her chest kept undulating, and she felt unable to breathe at any time. Usually, the sharp Luli, when he encountered this situation, did not know what to do. After a long time, he finally spoke. Sorry, I didn't expect so much. If this is not the case, we will maintain the status quo. At that time, we will have a fake wedding and finish the ceremony so that those guys outside will not chew their tongue roots. Do you think so? Luli asked tentatively. Leah's look eased slightly. Luli thought his comfort was effective. Can you hold a fake wedding? Leah asked suddenly. It's okay. I'm afraid of this ritual, and people outside will be random. Luli thought for a while. The next second, Leah's answer, directly, made Luli dumbfounded. No, I want to have a real wedding. Leah's tone is very firm. Luli's thoughts did not turn around for a while, some stuck. The amount of information in this sentence seems a bit big. Steve, do you hate me? Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Leah couldn't hold it. No, annoying. Luli returned. Then why did you think about it for so long? Facing Leah's question, Luli didn't know how to answer. Before Lu left his mouth, Leah threw another problem. Steve, do you like me? Please answer me seriously. Leah's eyes were hot, and she stared at the landing expression. Like. It should be a little. Luli's repayment. He was a big man who was asked by a girl. There is only one point? Leah pursed her lips, and she was not very satisfied with this answer. I don't know. Luli took a long time and finally didn't know how to answer. He thought Leah would be angry because of his answer. Unexpectedly, Liao suddenly burst into tears. The tears that were hard to stop were flooded again. Hey, why are you crying again? If you are angry, just beat me. Don't cry, okay? Luli opened his arms, closed his eyes, and stood a stinging posture. Liao suddenly pounced into Luli's arms and buried her head into it. She held Luli tightly and beat his chest with his fist constantly. Luli wanted to break free, but did not dare to force it, so she had to hold her head and hold her. If this can make Liao dispelled, it is okay. Anyway, Luli would not suffer. Feeling the warmth came from Liao, and the light aroma of her body, Luli was a little bit of heart. He admits that he is indeed not a fixed person. In the face of beautiful women, no man should be uncomfortable. Unless that person is a gangster. Steve. You bastard. Liao cried. Luli was stunned. What am I? Liao raised her head. To this day, do you still want to hide from me? But I didn't do anything? Lulisi thought about it, and did not expect that she had nothing to tell Liao. You promised the king to marry Princess Aili, right? Liao asked. Luli was dumbfounded again. Is there this thing? Intersection, why don't you remember it? You misunderstood, it's not what you think. Luli wanted to explain one or two, but Liao suddenly tiptoed and kissed softly on his lips. Steve, you are really the stupidest fool in this day. Why do you sacrifice so much for me? Liao looked up at the man in front of her head, and her eyes flashed. At this moment, Luli's heartstrings suddenly trembled. Liao, I think you may have misunderstood the relationship between us. In fact, Liao quickly interrupted Steve's words, and she could already guess what Steve would say next. Steve, don't say it, I don't want to listen. Lia's voice trembled. No. You have to listen today. Luli supported Lia's shoulder, and his attitude was very tough. Without hiding, Liao closed her eyes. Okay, you say. Luli lowered his head, and said softly in Lia's ears. I heard that there are rumors recently saying that I like you, let me clarify it. It's true. Lia's head was blank for an instant, and her body trembled a little uncontrollably. The next second, a pair of warm lips came up. You are a genius, remember in a second. Steve in my world Invincible in the text 224th, the chess piece facing the sudden kiss, Liao seemed a little helpless. The whole person was like to be settled, and she stood so straightforwardly and let the other party go. After a long time, the two separated. The corners of Liao shot tears and dodge. Luli was pretending to have an expression that I didn't do anything. At this time, pretending to be silly is over. The two were relatively speechless. In the end, Luli took the lead. I'm sorry, it's too much just now, don't you get angry? He asked tentatively. Liao shook her head. No. Then do you like me? Luli asked. Liao didn't answer, but the expression on her face had sold her. To put it bluntly, she does have a good opinion of the people in front of her. Seeing this, Luli became more inch. Hey, you don't need to hide it so, just say it if you like it. After all, a good man like me, this world is rare. As soon as Luli's voice fell, the voice of the black dragon sounded. I wipe, brother, are you so shameless? The face can be worth a few money, and you can't eat it as a meal. Luli immediately refuted. Big brother, the means of chasing the girl is a bit too straightforward. You know a fart. You must be stronger to deal with the girl. Do you have a single dragon? Have you been in love? Brother, don't scold, don't scold. Black dragon was nothing to say by Luliu. It has lived for so many years and has never been in love. Even the mother dragon's hands have not touched it. This is indeed a great regret in life. Good looking, learn well. See your elder brother to make a demonstration for you. Take a step forward and pull the distance between the two again. Leah, do you know the difference between you and the moon? Leah thought for a while, and finally shook her head a little confused. Have no idea. The moon is in the sky, and you, in my heart. Leah suddenly broke her tears. Although your earthly love is very stunned, I am still very happy. Steve, thank you for doing these things for me. I am very happy to meet you. Princess Ailey is the one that suits you best. You should forget me as soon as possible. Luli was stunned. He did not expect that Leah would say this. Leah, I must clarify to you if there is something. I didn't choose to marry with Ailey for you. I am voluntary. No. More precisely, I took the initiative to propose to marry you and Ailey. You don't need to think of me so noble at all. I'm just a greedy guy. Luli said calmly. Hearing these, Leah did not show disappointment or surprise. On the contrary, she was relaxed a lot. The big stone that was pressed in her heart finally fell to the ground. Steve, thank you for explaining so much to me, I am very moved. However, there are no results between us. Luli frowned, and he grabbed Leah's arm and took her into her arms. I am a bad problem. If you get something, you will never let go. Ailey is mine, you, also mine. I won't give up any of you. This is my answer. Leah stared at her eyes, staring straight at the landing. When the other party said, you are mine, her heartbeat suddenly leaked. But she quickly recovered her peace. Seems to think of something, Leah sighed. Steve, we are together, there are no good results. You're still. Didn't wait for Leah to finish, her mouth was blocked again. Luli responded to Leah in the simplest and rude way. After more than 10 seconds, the two were separated. What else do you want to say? If so, I don't mind again. Luli smiled and asked. No, no. What? Leah originally intended to say that, at the moment of forgetting it just now. Since there is no choice, then accept it. As for future things, who can say accurate? Don't be stunned, hurry up and call people to prepare things, your husband is still waiting for use. Leah froze, and then she was so ashamed. Oh. Who would like your guy like you? After speaking, Leah fled and left. Luli is full of question marks. Women are really terrible creatures, turning her face faster than flipping books. Luli left the backyard and came to the VIP room of the trading shop. Leah's hands and feet are fast, and she has prepared things. The shy posture just now has long gone. There are so many trading bank inventory. It is estimated that the rest can be made up after 2 days. You can take it first. Take? Then I don't need to pay? Luli asked with a smile. With you, it's not worthy anyway. My wife is so nice to me. Reward a kiss. Luli's old skills were reapplied, and he took a step forward on Leah's face. You. This is the main hall, what should I do if people see it? Leah covered her face and blamed. I saw it when I saw it. I and my fiancé, and I were close to my fiancé. Even if the king came, I couldn't find my trouble. Hey, leave. Goodbye. Wife. Let's look at you when I finish it. Before Leah reacted, Luli left with something. Leah stomped a little ashamed. This guy really has to go in an end. Although he said so, his heart was extremely happy. Leah returned to her room and took out the amethyst ball under the bed. Since I contacted the family last time, she has not used this for a long time. Leah took out an emerald and put it in the gap of the amethyst ball. Immediately, the entire sphere's surface began to glow with faint white light. It didn't take long for a man's cough sound. Father, is it you? I am Leah. What's the matter, say? The man's tone seemed to be impatient. Father, I have found a little eyebrows about mutant zombies. Hearing Leah's words, the man's tone became slightly milder. Listen. According to reliable news, the source of mutant zombies is not in the fog forest, but in another place. Oh? This isn't important news. I will tell the family later. What else do you have? Father, those mutant zombies will soon attack the Block Kingdom. With the strength of these people, it must not be the opponents of those monsters, so. Without waiting for Leah to finish, the man interrupted her words. So, do you want the family to help them deal with mutation zombies? I don't know if I can. No. Don't think about it. The man said sharply. Leah froze. Her father's response was out of her expectation. Your only task is to stare at the fog forest. What movement is to report to the family quickly? By the way, this year's or should be handed over. Find time to send it over. The family is in a hurry to use it. Don't contact me if it's okay recently. I want to retreat for a while, to impact the divine period. I know, my father, I wish you a breakthrough as soon as possible. After Leah finished speaking, she had to turn off the crystal ball communication. Suddenly, she heard something whispered in her father's mouth. A non-cultivated waste man, lost his family's face, and wanted the family to shoot. It was really unsuccessful. Immediately, the crystal ball resumed the original. Leah shook her head with a smile. She has always thought about making some performance and return to the family. It turned out that in the eyes of the family, she was just a dispensable chess piece. You are a genius, remember in a second. See the fastest update novel, please remember. The chapter content is being played in hand. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. You are a genius, remember in a second. After the Twilight monsters arranged the residence, Luli began to count the inventory of food again. There were only a few hundred people in the estate, and there were thousands of monsters at once. The amount of food to be consumed suddenly became an astronomical figure. And many monsters eat meat, and ordinary bread cannot satisfy their appetite at all. This caused Luli to have a headache. Bringing these guys back to the manor is just doing charity. Fortunately, a lot of redstone farms have been built recently, and grain output has improved. Otherwise it won't take long. Luli has to become a poor egg. I don't know, it is startled. The food of the manor is full of thousands of boxes today. The total price is close to 400,000 gold coins. So many foods should be enough for a while. After the count, Luli stretched his waist and walked out of the storage room. The Snow Queen has been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Luli out, she walked up quickly. Thanks for your hard work. The Queen of the Snow and Snow stretched out her hand and gently hugged Luli. Luli grabbed the opponent's waist without politely and responded. For you, I would like it again. The Snow Queen smiled. Your guy, the mouth is smooth, and it really said the same as Ailee's sister. Luli Gang was ready to refute, and suddenly he stunned. Ailee, sister? The Snow Queen should not know the existence of Airy. He never said it. It seemed to see Luli's confusion, and the Snow Queen began to explain. Sister Ailee came once, and I talked to her for a while. What? Ailee has been here. Luli was startled, and a little panicked. After returning from the Twilight Forest, he hadn't found Ailee. One is because it is necessary to get up and go. The second is because he doesn't know how to communicate with Ailee. I came back this time and brought back another girl. Counting Leah, this is the third one. 3 women a play. Putting it together, it might be a mess. Luli originally intended to temporarily transform into a master of time management and come to a multi-line operation. I just did not expect that Ailey actually came to find him. I also met with the Queen of Snow and Snow. That scene, I feel scary when I think about it. Are you too? It's okay? Luli asked. What do you mean? Shouldn't you think we fight? I just don't worry, just ask casually. Luli scratched his head, embarrassed. It seems that you care about Ailey's sister. That's... Luli answered subconsciously, and quickly covered his mouth. Show another woman in front of a woman, but this is a taboo. Then... I follow her, who is more important? The expression on the face of the Snow Queen became ridiculous. Luli was stunned and dared not answer for a while. This is the problem of life. Need to consider it carefully. It's like you and your girlfriend go out shopping, and meet a girl on the road. Then your girlfriend asked, which of her or the girl is more beautiful? There are two types of correct answers. The first is to boast that the girlfriend is beautiful, and the other is not mentioned. If your girlfriend thinks you are too hypocritical, you can use the second answer. To be suppressed first. First affirm the girl, and then look back to praise the girlfriend. Girls like to be compared. You just praise her, she will feel that you are hypocritical, and they are all false. But if there is a comparison candidate, she will be convinced. And people know themselves. Maybe she also knows that she is not as good as the other party. I just want to get some comfort from you. The result is not important, the important thing is your attitude. At this time, even if she knew you were lying, he would be very happy. If you say that another girl is more beautiful, congratulations, you are single. The reader laughed to death. There was no object at all. Luli thought for a while, and then said, I can't answer this question. The Snow Queen obviously did not expect that Steve would be the answer. Before asking this question, she was ready to lose. After all, Ailey met Steve very early, or his first love. I was just a guy who took the initiative to stick to Steve. It is ugly, and it is no different from the vocal hug. But she couldn't control herself. Everywhere Steve was attracting her. Make her unable to extricate herself. Why, I want to know the reason. The Queen of Ice and Snow asked with courage. No reason, I just think this problem is meaningless. You, Ailey, and Leah, are all the people I like. I can't choose which one of you is the most important. This is my fault. I am too concerned that you will ask you to ask this kind of question. Luli seriously explained. These are the true words of Luli from the heart. His answer is so sincere, presumably the Snow Queen should understand himself? Who is Leah? Could it be that you still have a woman? The Queen of the Ice and Snow was full of surprise. Luli's brain is short-circuited instantly. He thought Ailey had told Leah's matter to the Ice and Snow Queen, but did not expect to leave a hand. Luli couldn't wait to slap on his face. Why can't I control this broken mouth? It was originally a solution between the two women. Now there is one more Leah, plus Luli himself. You can make a table to play mahjong. Bing bing, I need to confess to you about Leah and Ailey. Luli sighed and decided to spread the matter and told the Snow Queen. The more avoid, the easier it is to have problems. Before he finished speaking, the Snow Queen covered his mouth with his hands. Needless to say, I understand everything. I won't care about this, as long as you have me in your heart. Luli's orbits are moist and somewhat tearful. Where can I find such an understanding girl? I am really lucky. Bing bing, you are so nice. Go and chase Ailey's sister, she just left, she should have misunderstood something just now. Hearing the Queen of the Ice and Snow, Luli nodded immediately. Okay. You wait for me here, I will come back soon. After speaking, he ran towards the outside. Everyone in the manor saw the rushing Steve in a hurry. They thought something happened. Luli didn't ride Big Black, and poured a bottle of speed potion directly into his mouth. The Queen of Bingxue just said what Ailey misunderstood. Could it be that Ailey felt that she had abandoned her, so she left sadly? This is not possible. You must quickly find Ailey and explain to her in person. Luli went along the way back to the palace. But for a long time I couldn't find Ailey. This gave him some ominous hunch. When he came to the door of the palace, Luli casually stabbed a soldier out. Since last time, he has become a celebrity in the palace. Count Steve. Are you looking for me? The soldiers rubbed their hands. I ask you, do you see Princess Airy? Princess Ailey? She. Didn't you just follow you? Soldiers were a little puzzled. Follow me? But I just arrived here. Are you wrong? Luli was shocked. No, we just saw Ms. Ailey followed you out of the palace. And BSP, you were wearing a black cloak at the time, and a fiery red stick on the waist. I still wanted to say hello to you just now. As a result, you have always turned his eyes and looked very angry. I didn't speak. Black cloak. Fiery red stick. Like yourself. Turn my eyes. Luli suddenly thought of a guy, and suddenly took a breath. Is it wrong to have an accident, right? Luli chased in the direction of Ailey according to the soldiers. At this moment, Luli was anxious. If Ailey was taken away by Hai, it would be not good. Hai has always appeared in the image of villains. It can be seen from his leading mutant zombie attack Block Kingdom that Hai is by no means a good category. If Airy really happened under Hai, Luli would not forgive herself in this life. Ailey, don't happen to you. Luli accelerated his footsteps and walked on the street. Whenever he encounters nearby residents, he will ask him about the whereabouts of Airy. However, after finding it all afternoon, there was no clue at all. Luli's emotions were a little depressed. He dragged his tired body and came to the palace. He found Makuz and told him afternoon. What? Ailey was gone? Mark Hugus immediately became serious. Her Majesty, I am sorry, Ailey, I hurt her. Luli blamed himself. It's not a time now. Come. Give me the soldiers in the whole city and find Princess Ailey. Discover the clues to report to me immediately. With the order of Marcuse, the whole city of Rice was overwhelming. The quiet night was completely broken. Thousands of people began to get busy in the city of Les. The soldiers started to ask one by one. Luli sat on the steps of the palace and slept all night. The king Mark Hugus has almost no rest. The soldiers stopped looking for until dawn. How is it? Did you find Ailey? Seeing Makuz appeared, Luli quickly stood up and asked. Steve, there is a good news and a bad news, which one do you want to listen to first? Listen first. Luli has made the worst plan. The bad news is that we can't find Ailey. Hearing this news, Luli had long been prepared. What about good news? The good news is that the soldiers found a framework built by Obsidian in an abandoned yard, with a portable token of AI pair on the ground. Obsidian, portal. Luli was paralyzed on the ground. The worst case really happened. Ailey must be brought to the lower bound by Hai. The portable token was deliberately thrown off, and wanted to tell Luli, Ailey was in his hands. As for why he took Ailey, Luli was not very clear at present. Is it a threat? Or is you going to hold Ailey as a hostage? Luli held his head with both hands, full of blame in his heart. If you go to Airy earlier, maybe it will not become like this. Steve, there are many criticisms about you in the city recently, and even many nobles jointly let me remove your title and want to drive you out of Les City. Do you want me to come forward to help you clarify? Makuz asked. Nothing to clarify, people are only willing to believe the appearance they see. The rumors have been spread, and now nothing can be done. As a king, it's better not to mix this kind of thing, and it is easy to be misunderstood. After speaking, Luli stood up, patted the ash on his body, and walked towards the palace. Mark Hughes looked at the back of the landing and left, and couldn't help shaking his head. Luli didn't know how he went back. When he came to the manor, he saw many people around the manor, and his mouth was still words. Everyone listens to me, Steve Manor is full of monsters. Never let them stay unless. Another man stood out and started speaking. This brother is right. Don't keep this group of scourge. There is another person in the crowd. I suspect that Princess Ailey was actually killed by Steve. This kid shouted to catch thieves. Everyone heard the words, and suddenly realized. Steve is a murderer. Steve rolls out of less. Steve is a monster. Hearing these words, Luli's face was pale. He is desperately looking for Ailey, but these people make rumors at the door of their manor. Where is their heart? Is this huge city of less, do you have no place to live? The guards of the manor are maintaining order at the door to try to appease the excitement. Suddenly, there was a scream from the crowd. The man who just talked was lying on the ground with his chest covering his chest. Kill. Kill. Steve's hands are killed. I don't know who shouted, and the crowd immediately shouted. Everyone has seen it. It was Steve's hand hurting me. Everyone must be fair to the host. He dares to let his men hurt today, maybe the monsters will be slaughtered tomorrow. Steve is a scourge, you can't keep it. The leading man covered his chest. All this, Luli looked at it. Including the picture that the man was injured just now. This guy was not injured at all, but he intentionally greeted himself. This is touching porcelain. These people have organized stolen stubbornness, just to pour dirty water on his head. Luli went up quickly. Let's open. He yelled, and everyone immediately quietly. Step. Steve is here. The monster is here. The crowd automatically separates a road, for fear of being encountered by Luli. Luli walked to the injured man. Are you injured? The man nodded first, then nodded. Who hurt you? Luli asked again. Do you still need to ask? Everyone saw it, it is a good thing for your men. I must get justice for my brother today. Another man shouted. Luli glanced at the man, and then beckoned to the guard at the door. Open the door. Let the wounded guard come out. It didn't take long for a guard to come to Luli's side trembling. Did you hurt him? Luli pointed at the man on the ground and asked. Master Steve. I really didn't do it. Yes, he hit it himself. Guarding is about to cry. Don't you spray people. Obviously your hand, why do you still rely on me? The injured man immediately refuted. For a while, the scene was in a deadlock. Everyone was obviously standing on the injured man. Steve. Don't quibble. You hurt my brother, and you can't escape the department. Those who know the same thing, hurry up and apologize to my brother, and the cost of treatment will not be required with you, just 1,000 gold coins. I will give you 10 seconds to consider. If I don't agree, I will tell the people in the city of Lele's and let them see what kind of guy you are. After listening, Luli sneered. The fox's tail was finally leaked, and it turned out to be money. 10 As soon as the man had no sound, Luli interrupted him. Enough. The man thought Luli's speed was admitted, and he stretched out his hand and looked proud. Take money, 1,000 gold coins, one less one. However, he didn't wait until Steve's gold coin, but heard another scream. He turned his head and found that his brother had fallen to the ground and lost his breath. On the diamond sword in Luli's hand, there was also a touch of blood. You. Why do you kill my brother? I think your brother seems to be very painful, so I helped him, don't thank me, this is what I should do. Luli smiled. Luli never softened against the person who touched the porcelain. You. Steve. You wait, I will definitely let everyone in the city of Risa know that you are an out-of-the-box demon. You just wait for the people in the city to be cast aside. The man held the corpse on the ground and shouted heartbreaking. Luli twisted his neck and his face was relaxed. It's okay, let's talk about it. Anyway, I will leave this broken place soon. As long as I get far away, I can't hear how you scold you, but you can never come back. The man hugged his brother's body and sat weakly on the ground. His eyes were dull, and he had no previous arrogance. Seeing that the crowds of the onlookers were not lively, they also left. The manor door was cleaned all at once. Link walked to Luli's side and showed his sorrow. Mr. Steve, do we really want to leave? Luli nodded. Stay in the city, there will only be more and more trouble, you have to go. The undercurrents of less in the city of less, all parties were staring at themselves. Since Hai can mix into the city to catch Ailey, maybe he can catch others. Internal and external troubles, Luli worked with some mental effort. The only way he can think of is to leave Rice City and go outside to find a new place of living. But, where can we go? Link asked a little worried. When it comes to this, Luli immediately thought of Huangsha Village and the desert oasis. Although the living environment of the desert is relatively harsh, the place is large enough. Moreover, Luli has many people here. As long as you add more governance, the barren desert can also live. Link, you go to call everyone, I want to announce the news in public. Good. Link ordered to move immediately. It took only a few minutes, everyone in the county manor gathered on the open space in front of the castle. Luli stood at the highest level of the steps, looking at the crowds and strange groups below. Everyone was curious, Luli shouted what they were ready to do. The crowd is a bit noisy. Luli cleared his throat and made a gesture. The scene immediately became quiet. Everyone raised their ears, for fear of leaking any details. Many new friends have come here recently, and everyone must know each other. Everyone must have heard of the rumors in the city. Everyone, today, I call everyone here, it is an important thing to tell you. After careful consideration, I decided to move out of Less City. As for where to go, I can't tell everyone now. But I can clearly tell everyone that the conditions of the new residents are definitely not as good as Less City. If anyone wants to leave, it can be left now, and the remuneration of the month will be settled to everyone. I won't embarrass you, everyone will get together. After Luli finished speaking, there was a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other. Luli's decision was too sudden, and they were a little overwhelmed for a while. A middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Master Steve. You are the one I admire the most, I am willing to follow you. But I still have a family in Less City, I can't leave them, right? Lu Zizi took a while and spoke again. Your situation, I probably know. So, if you are willing to go with me, you can bring your family members, and all the expenses on the road are responsible for me. Wait for the place, I will properly arrange your family to ensure that you can meet you every day. What do you think of this? When the man heard the words, his expression was excited. Okay. If it is true, as Lord Steve said, then I will go with you. With the first one who took the lead, the second, the third. Of course, some people choose to leave silently. After all, not everyone is willing to leave the hometown. At the end, Luli just checked and found that only dozens of people left. The remaining people chose to follow the landing. This made Luli in a lot of relief. After the order was over, Luli asked everyone to go back to clean up. Tomorrow morning, they will leave this sad place. Luli was not idle, and began to clean up the materials of the warehouse. He used transmission to shuttle between Huangsha village and Les City. It was not until the evening that the Earl Manor was all transferred. The villagers in Huangsha village, Luli, opened a new open space nearby. Here is where the manor guards and their family live. On the other side, Luli went to the desert oasis. The pigs, Anta was boringly guarding the farmland by the lake, waiting for the crops to mature. Seeing that Luli suddenly appeared, it was overjoyed. I haven't seen you for so long, I thought your kid has forgotten me. Anta slapped on Luli's shoulder, almost giving Lulijan internal injuries. Anta, you go to call your brothers, I have something to say. Okay. You wait. After Anta finished speaking, he yelled at the sky. Gather, Luli quickly covered his ears. This guy, his voice is really big. It didn't take long for the pigs to rush over. Brother, call us to come over in the middle of the night, I don't wake up. A pig man hummed and hummed, complained a little dissatisfied. Don't talk too much, listen to Steve. Anta kicked the younger brother with a good way. Luli smiled. Everyone has worked hard, and I have to come and listen to me in the middle of the night. However, I really have very important things to be explained. In 2 days, I will bring another group of monsters to Ainan's house. Everyone is a person, so notify everyone in advance. I hope there will be no contradictions and conflicts at that time. Hearing this news, the pig Anta couldn't sit still. Steve, what is the other group you said, is it strong? Anta's tone revealed a good atmosphere. It can be seen that it has been itchy for a long time. Luli thought about it slightly. The fighting power of the pigs should be much higher than that of George Bryn. However, compared with the cave giant and the snow monster, it may be uncertain. That's it, there are many strong men among them. That feelings are good. I just have nothing to do recently. When they arrive, they must arrange for us to play. Anta looked excited. Our pigs only recognize the strong as the respect. As long as the group of monsters are strong enough, we are willing to share the oasis with them. Lu Xing's mouth twitched and smiled awkwardly. Then, how many you have? Luli's face was weird. 30 or 40. Then do you know how many monsters are there? Anta shook his head. No matter how many people he is, I have so big Anta, and I haven't been afraid of anyone yet. Are you sure you want to fight with them? That's certain. Anta said confidently. Then, if I tell you, there are more than 2,000 strange opposite? Anta, who had confident face, heard this number, his face suddenly changed. Wait for a while. How many monsters do you say just now? 2,000. Luli repeated again. Anta looked at each other with his men, and saw the horror in each other's eyes. How to say, do you still fight? I can help you make an appointment. Luli asked with a smile. According to me, or, forget it. It's expensive. It's better to live in peace with peace. I represent the pig people, welcome them. Anta's forehead was full of cold sweat, and his smile was bleak. Lu Liqiang endured no laugh. Anta did not engrave the word on his head. Since you have no opinion, that's it, I will bring them these 2 days. The pigman Anta stopped. Luli noticed this, and asked directly. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Anta said his thoughts. Steve, you bring other monsters, I don't object. But this oasis are just like this, it is the limit to hold hundreds of monsters. You said there were more than 2,000 monsters just now, this. I'm afraid it's not easy to arrange. Anta showed difficulty. It turns out that you are worried about this, that's easy to do. Having said that, Luli took out a magic beans from his backpack. This is the specialty of the Twilight Plateau. He has made a lot of money from the leader of the troll, and now it can just solve the urgent need. Luli walked to the edge of the sand dunes and dug a pit. Then put the cultivation soil brought back from the Twilight Plateau. Finally, I planted the magic beans, and it was done. This is a magic bean. After planting, you can instantly grow into a giant vine that grows hundreds of meters in an instant. You let you open a little. Luli signaled the pigs back. Just after 2 steps back, a thick vine rose to the ground. It took a few seconds to grow to a height of nearly 100 meters. The position where everyone stood before was occupied by the rhizomes of the vine. Anta walked to the bottom of the giant vine and looked up. It made a noble sigh in its mouth. Lied. Nearby. It's not over yet. Luli planted another magic beans nearby. Another giant vine rises. Luli did not stop, but sowed along the lake all the way. A giant vine came out. Their branches are entangled together, forming a natural giant green dome. Oases, including nearby deserts, are shrouded in it. The surrounding light became darker. Moonlight sprinkled on the lake through gaps. Luli held the torch and returned to Anta. How is it? Is the place big enough now? He asked with a smile. The desert was originally hot, and only the center of the oasis was suitable for survival. Now with the green dome, the situation is different. Luli is equivalent to supporting a giant parasol in the center of the oasis, so that the surrounding areas can enjoy the cold. At that time, several artificial lakes came out nearby, and this artificial oasis would be formed. After solving the venue problem, Luli returned to Les City again. The night is already deep. There is no one over the street. Luli came to the lower bound door left by Hi. To prevent accidents, residents living nearby have evacuated. The portal is in a state of no activation. Luli took out the fire stone and lightly ignited, and the lower bound door of the dark purple chaos immediately appeared. Standing next to it, he could clearly hear the monster shout from the lower realm. Luli was a little hesitant to go in. But when he thought of Ailey was still in the lower bound, he couldn't help it anymore. Anyway, go in and see. Luli gritted his teeth and stepped into the portal. The space in front of me began to twist and deform. The next second, Luli's body disappeared from Rice City and appeared in the lower bound. He wanted to go out subconsciously, but a heat wave came on his face. Luli hurried back. Take a closer look, there was a magma lake under his feet. If Luli's feet have just got out, it is estimated that he is now a dead person. Really insidious. Give me back. But just 2, I still want to lie to me, it is too whimsical. Luli jumped down from a high place and took out the sword in the air and cut it twice to stabilize his body. Looking around, there are hot magma lakes around. There is no place to settle. Obviously, this is deliberately distressed. Fortunately, Luli has a sword with a sword in hand, which can be kept floating and crossing the magma lake. However, things are not as simple as Luli think. He controlled his body and flew hundreds of meters on the magma lake, but the surrounding scenery was still endless magma, and he could not see the end. Helpless, Luli had to return to the original road. With a flash of body, Luli returned to Rice again. As soon as he walked out of the portal, the dark purple chaos behind him disappeared. At the same time, the portal frame of the obsidian also disappeared. When Luli responded, it was empty in front of him. Needless to say, this must be Hai behind. Maybe, Hai is watching himself somewhere nearby. Luli punching on the ground, an unwilling roar in his mouth. Damn. After coming to this world for so long, Luli thought it was pretty good. But the facts hit his face again and again. He thought he could stop the Titans' conspiracy, but in the end he could only escape with everyone. The beloved person was easily taken away, but he was powerless. This deep frustration makes Luli feel very weak. The moonlight is sprinkled with the world, and everything is quiet and beautiful. Lu clustering leaned back and lay on the ground. He raised, bladively, over his head and slowly pulled out. The sword body was cold, and Luli couldn't open his eyes. Suddenly, bladively, broke off Luli's hand and flew towards the sky. Bladively, take off the sheath, and the scabbard diameter falls straight. Luli froze, quickly sat up and caught the scabbard. When you look up again, you can see the vertical suspended in the air. What's the situation? Luli was a little surprised. For the first time, he saw this kind of thing. I wipe it. Brother. What kind of luck are you? The Qi-ling evolved so quickly. The sound of the black dragon sounded suddenly. Can Qi-ling still evolve? Luli was blank. Yeah, instrumental will absorb experience and grow and evolve in the battle. When the spiritual evolution of the instrumental evolution can even transform the entity. Then, will the shape of the instrument become a person? Ah? Why become human shape? Heilong did not expect Luli to ask this question. Luli's old face blushed and did not answer, just thinking that the bladively in the sky suddenly trembled and made a crispy buzzing sound. Immediately, bladively, slowly fell from the air and returned to the scabbard. Luli held the knife handle, and suddenly felt a feeling of connection. Xiaoli? Are you there? Luli thought. Immediately, a purple figure appeared in his mind. Luli looked at the sword spirit in front of him, a little embarrassed. No, when she saw it last time, she was obviously a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Why did you become a 10-year-old girl in a blink of an eye? Could it be that after the instrumental evolution, will the body grow up? Then, if this is evolved again, isn't it? Will it become a beautiful girl sword spirit? This day is too sentenced. Xiaoli arrived, and his posture was light. Master, do you find me? After hearing the sound, Luli returned to God. Nothing, just shout you. It's been a few days, you have grown up a lot. When Xiaoli appeared just now, if it wasn't for the purple dress, Luli would really not recognize it. Black Dragon glanced at the slim Xiaoli, nodded. Big Brother's eyes are really poisonous, and you really have grown up a lot. Luli heard the Black Dragon's muttering, and almost couldn't hold back to call the demon spirit. This guy's thoughts are too embarrassed. Master, Xiaoli can control the bladively now. In the future, as long as the owner wants to move, I will appear and fight side by side with the owner. Really false, is it so powerful? Luli was a little suspicious. It's true, Master, don't believe you. After speaking, Luli's waist, bladively, flew out by himself. In the absence of no one, bladively, waved out of thin air and made a whole set of movements smoothly. Oriot. This is good. Luli couldn't help but praise. If this trick is used to fight against the enemy, it will definitely have a wonderful effect. Xiaoli, can you release SA sword skills? Luli looked forward to asking. Master, what is SA sword skills? Xiao Kulfit scratched his head and was a little confused. Luli didn't know how to explain, so he directly held the bladively to release dimensional chop. Do you see, this is called SA sword skills, can you do it? Luli asked. It should be okay, as long as the master uses a lot of moves, Xiaoli can be released. If it is a new move, then Xiaoli will take a while to learn. Xiaoli thought about it. Can be released? Hearing this sentence, Luli immediately came to spirit. Bladively, since unlocked, Phantom Sword, and Dimension Cut, he has never practiced other SA sword skills. Super Dimensional Cut, it can be regarded as 1,000 injuries and damaging 8,000 tricks. At a critical moment, Luli is generally not used. In fact, there are many SA sword skills that can be released, bladively. There are 5 or 6 kinds of sword skills of the Phantom Sword alone. It was just that Luli was very busy recently and had no time to practice. It happens that I will move out of less city recently. There will be a time of free time. Luli intends to practice well. If Xiaoli can learn all, when fighting in the future, it is equivalent to Luli's more combat effectiveness. Xiaoli, I will teach you a few tricks today, optimistic. Luli directly transmitted to the woods outside the city. As soon as he appeared, a few zombies rushed towards him. Luli was not panicked. He stood, blatantly, in front of him and began to charge. After a few seconds, dozens of purple phantom swords appeared around Luli. These sword gas surrounds the middle and rotates slowly. This is a phantom sword chi. The longer the amount of power, the more sword gas is, the greater the consumption. As soon as Luli thought, a sword beside him flew towards the zombie closest to him. The sword gas speed was extremely fast, and the zombie was directly worn. The steps of the zombies were frustrated, and their steps slowed down. This sword gas took away half the blood of the zombies. After locking the enemy, you can launch the sword gas. If the enemy's strength is more powerful, let's release a few more swords to attack. Speaking, Luli released 3 swords. A few zombies walking at the forefront were directly killed, leaving meat rotten. In the end, there was a local tyrant zombie wearing a golden hat trembling behind. Although it is not smart, it is still a little self-conscious. Seeing that the situation is wrong, I want to leave. But Luli would not give it this opportunity. He held the blade pointing to the top of the local zombies. In the next second, more than a dozen purple swords fell from the sky. It's like a purple rain underneath, which is extremely gorgeous. As soon as the local zombies walked out of 2 steps, they were hit by dense sword rain, and they couldn't move at all. This is Phantom Sword Rain. You need to summon enough sword gas over the enemy to release. Phantom Sword Rain can not only cause damage, but also comes with a deceleration effect. Luli waved a sword again. A fantasy sword air flew out of the blade of departure, and accurately hit the local zombies. The next second, Luli's body disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he had come behind the local tyrants. This is Phantom Flash, which can move behind the enemy who was hit by the fantasy sword instantly. When the enemy is controlled by the Phantom Sword Rain, you can use the Phantom Glitter to giving the other party at a close range. The blood volume of the local zombies was small, and Luli directly solved it. How about Xiaoli, have you remembered it? Luli's, blatantly, retracted the scabbard and asked. Remember, but don't seem to remember completely. Xiaoli said in embarrassment. Oh? I didn't see it clearly, I can show you again. I remember all the moves, but I also estimate that I need to practice well. If these techniques can be used skillfully, Xiaoli's strength will definitely advance. As soon as Luli heard it, he was happy. It's okay, aren't we connecting with each other? When fighting, I will tell you what to do, you can rest assured. Xiaoli shook his head. No, Xiaoli has to learn to fight yourself, and you can't drag the master. Master, you wait, I will be stronger. Luli laughed. Okay. I waited for that day, relying on you to protect me in the future. After teaching, Xiaoli disappeared. Luli also returned to the manor. Tonight's estate is brightly lit, and everyone is busy packing things. Luli came to the door of his mother's room. The mother was sitting beside the bed. The small gold coin curled up beside her and protected her. Seeing Luli in, Tiki slowly raised his head. Is there any news from my husband? As soon as I opened my mouth, I started to ask Stephen. Luli shook his head. No, my cousin should still be on the way to perform the task. Hey, this has been so long, there is no news, it's really sad. The mother looked out of the window, her eyes were full of loneliness. Luli was originally intended to tell his mother what he moved, but now he doesn't know how to speak. There is something to tell you. Tomorrow, we will move from here. Do you want to go with us? After hesitating for a while, Luli finally said. Move. Tiki looked a little embarrassed. But my husband Sten hasn't returned yet. If I am gone, what should I do if he can't find me after he comes back? Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. Mother's words made Luli move a little. His father Sten is the only thought of his mother. He stomped to the door of the Ice and Snow Queen's room. The door of the room was half covered, and it was not closed. This saves Luli a lot of trouble. Luli stretched his head and wanted to see what was in the room. As soon as his head was out, the Snow and Snow Queen just came over to close the door. Luli's head and door were hit. Ouch! With a scream, Luli fell back and fell back. When the Queen of the Ice and Snow heard the voice, her face changed. Who? Get out! As soon as she raised her hand, a few sharp ice thorn appeared in front of her. As soon as he waved, the ice thorn flew in the direction of the sound. As soon as Luli returned to God, he saw the attack from the Snow Queen. He didn't dare to neglect, and quickly pulled out the shield and sideways. Bang bang! The bombardment one after another on the shield. The severe impact caused the ice to become a one-place ice residue. In the perspective of the Snow Queen, it was a little frightened. One shield appeared out of thin air and blocked her attack. Is this haunted? Dare to pretend to be a ghost there. The Queen of Ice and Snow came to the direction of the landing and landing. Her silver-white hair was particularly eye-catching under the light of the moonlight. The temperature in the house was instantly decreased, and the ground that the Snow Queen passed was condensed out of the frost. Seeing this, Luli quickly lifted the stealth potion. Bing bing! Don't do it. It's me. I'm Steve. The last second also killed the monstrous Ice and Snow Queen. After seeing Steve, her tone became mild. Steve? How can it be you? The Queen of Ice and Snow was puzzled. In the middle of the night, don't you rest and go to the door of my room? Luli's face blushed and quickly shifted the topic. Kiki. I am testing the effect of stealth potion, it looks very successful. Stealth potion? And this kind of thing? The Snow Queen obviously does not care why Steve appeared here. She is more concerned about the stealth potion in Steve's mouth. It's just, as long as you drink this stuff, you can hide it for a while. Don't believe you. Luli once again used stealth potions, and his body disappeared instantly. It's amazing, can you try it too? The Queen of Ice and Snow asked. Sure. Luli relieved the stealth and handed the last bottle of stealth potion to the Snow Queen. The Queen of Bingshua couldn't wait to drink it. The next second, her figure disappeared in place. Luli thought she just wanted to experience the feeling of stealth. The next second, there was an extra lip print on his face. Dear Steve, good night. As soon as the words fell, the door of the room was closed. Only Luli, who had a stunned face, stood outside the door. After a while, Luli responded. He was stolen by the Queen of Ice and Snow. Luli has always been cheap, by Luli. Today is his turn to be taken advantage of others. Luli rubbed his side face, and couldn't say the taste in his heart. But this feeling is really good. Luli returned to the basement and continued to refine the medicine. With a glance, the sky was on. It was sleepy again overnight. Luli looked at the results in the backpack and nodded with satisfaction. These potions should be enough for him for a while. He stretched his waist and left the basement. The manor outside has been cleaned up. Twilight monsters are also ready to go. Soon after they settled, they would move away. It's just a pity that the residence that has just been built. Luli went to the Redstone farm and became a bear child. Since it was going to move away, Luli didn't plan to leave anything. It is estimated that as soon as Luli leaves, the angry people will rush into the manor. If they discovered their own Redstone farm, maybe they would be born again. The construction is cool for a while, and the bear child is even better. Luli ran all the way and walked back and forth between the Redstone farm. The redstone and the piston in his bag could not be stuffed. During his busy time, the guards who left yesterday also returned to the manor. Many of them were dragging their families, and the manor suddenly became lively. "Mr. Steve, I'll help you." Luli turned his head and found that Chi rushed over with his apprentices. With their joining, the speed of demolition is a lot faster. It took only 10 minutes, and the entire Redstone farm became a flat ground. "Anchi, when we arrive at the destination, you have to work hard to bring the students to rebuild the Redstone farm." Luli patted Anchi's shoulder and said, "Not hard. I am happy to do this." Anchi said with a smile. 3 rods in the day, more and more people gathered in the manor. The housekeeper Lin Cook counted it and came over to report to Luli. "Mr. Steve, everyone has come." Luli nodded. He cleared his throat and signaled everyone to quiet. No one talked about it immediately. "Hello everyone, I am Steve. Today, I want to say something to you. Everyone is willing to leave rice with me, which moved me very much. You choose to take your family to leave together, this is even more believed in my performance. So, Steve promises here. As long as I am still, I will not let everyone suffer. I will let you understand how wise your choice is today. In short, just say a word. Follow me, right?" As soon as Luli's voice fell, there was a cheering out of the moment below. "Long live Steve. Steve Nyo bye. Follow Steve, eat meat." After cheering, Luli waved his hand. "Everyone, listen to my order. Start." Luli's order, the team closest to the gate began to act. The first to go out is the guard in the manor. They are responsible for opening the way in front. In the middle, the family of guards and ordinary people in the manor. At the end of the team is the Twilight monsters. There were only a few hundred people in the manor, and the Twilight monsters barely reached 3,000. But today many family members choose to join the team. Coupled with a lot of luggage and items, the scale of the team immediately became bigger. When the monsters came out of the gate of the manor, the front team had already gone out of the far away. Luli is not worried about the previous team. Those are ordinary people, and they will not be restricted when entering and leaving the city. His main job is to be responsible for guarding these Twilight monsters. They are the guys who we're talking about. If it was not controlled and lost one or two, the city of Nrys would probably be messy. So many people went out of the manor at once, and immediately attracted the attention of residents in the city. Everyone stood by the street, curiously pointed at the long team. When they saw the monster behind Luli, they were all scared to hide. Step. Steve is going to slaughter the city. Luli walked in front of the team, behind him was a long monster army. He heard that he was talking about himself, and he was too lazy to care. It's just a city of rice. It is not difficult to get rid of it here. Putting TNT underground is just a moment after detonating. But Luli is not so mad now. If rice is really flat, it is estimated that Mark Howes will come to desperate with himself. As the monster army stepped out of the manor, the residents who stood on the street discussed Steve was all scared to hide in the house. Where have they seen so many monsters? Before departure, Luli had notified all the monsters to keep them in peace. Even so, it is inevitable that there will be some omissions. As soon as the team went out, Minnow Mushroom hurriedly came from behind. "Steve, something happened, let's take a look." "Well?" "Goblin and people are fighting." Luli was shocked and quickly followed. At the scene, Lulitsai realized that something was wrong. More than a dozen grounds were delicate and fierce, surrounding a man in the middle. The monster team in the second half was blocked behind and could not move. Many people hide in the distance and watch the fun. Under the day of light, Steve actually indulged in monsters as the streets. "It's terrible. The original rumors are real." Luli ignored them and went to the ground to ask about the situation. "What happened?" "The Phantom Knight is just next to it." Seeing Luli, it immediately explained. "Steve, this guy launched an attack from the dark just now, hurting my tribe." "Secretary of Attack?" Luli's face changed. Just now, listening to those who watched the lively, he thought he was actively attacking humans. Unexpectedly, it was exactly the opposite. "Is your family injured?" Luli asked. "Not very optimistic, hurt the internal organs, and I don't know if I can survive it." Phantom Knight's expression is a little worried. Luli didn't say anything, and took out a few gold apples and threw it to it. "Take it for it, this should be able to help." The Phantom Knight looked at the golden apple in his hand. "Thank you." The Phantom Knight took the golden apple to the injured ground, and soon the injury was controlled. "Come back, it's okay." It shouted at those places, and the goblins returned to the team obediently. The man with a hand-hurt man was paralyzed on the ground, panting with a large mouth. But the smile on his face became more arrogant. "What monster, but that's it. In this city of rice, you dare not do it." Hearing this, the goblins were all angry. If it weren't for Steve in the morning, he wouldn't do it. It is estimated that this person would be dead. Since there is no danger, let's continue to move forward, don't delay the itinerary. Seeing this, the Phantom Knight immediately came out to solve the siege. Although the earth was unwilling, they could only leave silently. The monsters left, but Luli did not leave. He stood beside the man and looked at him with a smile. "Who are you, what you see?" The man stood up from the ground and patted Ash. Luli's eyes made him unhappy. "Don't you know me?" Luli Zhao's brighter. "There are more people in this rice city, why do I have to know you?" The man said disdain. "It's even better if you don't know it." Luli suddenly said something, which made the man feel a little inexplicable. As soon as the man was about to leave, Luli suddenly stepped forward and held his arm tightly. "What do you want to do?" "It's endless. Don't force me to do it." The man scolded it impatiently. "Nothing, just want to give you a little lesson." To put it, Luli's hand holding the man's arm suddenly twisted. Just hearing a click, the man's arm was directly bent into a weird angle. "Ah!" A scream came. The man covered his arm painfully. "Luli just folded the man's arm just now. It's no strange if it doesn't hurt." The man curled up, his body twitching on the ground, his head was full of cold sweat. Another man ran out of the house. "Brother! What's wrong with you?" "Brother, this man broke my arm." When Luli heard it, he was happy. "Why are the guys who have been looking for the most recently? Isn't this coincident? Just you hurt my brother, right?" The man's brother pulled out his sword and roared and rushed to Luli. Luli sneered and stood still without moving. When the man waved his sword and was about to cut off, he stepped forward and grabbed the opponent's arm directly. He took the long sword down with his backhand. When the man saw the weapon, he immediately took a few steps back and his face was gloomy. Steve, you really have two brushes. Luli put his long sword on the ground with his face calm. Ah? You are Steve? The injured man reacted. Your brother is too sensible. Just now he hurts people, I have taught it for you. Don't thank me. Luli said with a smile. My brother can't teach you. The man is still dissatisfied. Luli pulled out the long sword and threw it to the man. If you are not convinced, you can try again. This time I do ain't shoot, and you do ain't wear equipment for you to cut 3 knives. You can rest assured that you boldly take revenge for your brother. Real? When the man heard the words, his face was happy. Of course, who is Steve? Don't have to say more by myself. But after 3 swords, if you can't kill me, you have to eat me a knife, how about it? Luli smiled and asked. 3 swords changed a knife, the man thought about it, and then nodded. It is impossible for the other party to kill himself in just 1 knife? Even if his 3 swords can't do Steve, it is made. Okay, I promise you. Okay, then you do it. Remember, there are only 3 swords. Luli removed the equipment of his body and became a naked state. Sword, sword. The man held the long sword, a sprint of running, jumped high. This guy seems to be a trainer, and he still jumps. Iron sword damage is 6 points, and jumping becomes 9 points. -9. Luli's blood volume reduced a lot. Second sword. The man sprints again. -9. The amount of Luoli hematopoietic is only a small half. He covered the wound and pretended to be very weak. At a glance, the man was happy. Third sword. It's another jump. -9. Seeing that Luli had fallen, the man's eyes were frightened. How is it possible? Why haven't you died yet? When the last sword was split, the man felt that Luli was dead. Without wearing equipment, no one can resist 3 jumps. But Luli is except for this strange fetus. He has eaten dragon eggs and people who have absorbed Keel power. The blood volume is 10 points higher than ordinary people. 3 jumps were split, 27 points of damage, and Luli left 3 points left. Luli pulled out the blade of Li and pointed to the other party. I gave you a chance, you don't use it. It's time to change me. Don't you dare not fight? The man was so scared that his legs were soft and almost urinated his pants. But he quickly calmed down. Huh, isn't it a sword, what dare? If you can kill me in a sword today, I die without complaints. The man said coldly. This is what you said, don't regret it. Come on. Don't be blunt. As soon as the man's voice fell, Luli waved, blade of Li. In the next second, dozens of purple phantom swords are surrounded by the man instantly. Phantom sword air flew out one by one. After a few seconds, he fell to the ground, his eyes were dull, leaving only the last breath. Luli walked to the man. Fight with me, Steve, do you have this strength? After speaking, he turned away. A woman ran out of the house and fell to the man and cried. Kill. Sari Lang, within a few steps to go out, the man's younger brother endured the pain, holding a long sword to attack himself from the rear. Ut kill my brother, right? I fight with you. Luli didn't look at it. He returned to the first weapon and pierced his backhand into the man's heart. Immediately, he went away. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. Today, many members of the Cavaliers come to help maintain order. They are all spontaneous organizations, and Luli didn't know it in advance. The long-moving team could not look at it. Luli walked at the forefront and guided everyone in the direction. At noon, the team passed by an abandoned village. The housekeeper Link suddenly cried. "What's wrong with you?" This is my hometown," Link choked and said. Luli immediately understood. When he was dealing with Earl Malayon before, he heard about Link. For the so-called merit, Marion found a group of gangsters to loot Link's village. They killed all the villagers and let go of the fire. Link's wife and children were killed. This is always the pain in Link's heart. It is inevitable to sigh in tears now. "I am sorry for your loss." Luli didn't know what to say to comfort Link. He changed his plan and decided to stay here for a while and rest a little. By the way, let Link to worship his wife and children. Half an hour later, Link returned to the team. "Although the eyes are red and swollen, it is not so uncomfortable in my heart." "Mr. Steve, thank you." Link walked over and bowed deeply. "It's okay, let's go on the road quickly, otherwise you have to spend the night in the wild at night." After speaking, Luli waved his hand, and the team stepped on the schedule again. Along the way, everyone laughed and chatted happily, but didn't feel boring. The Twilight monsters were even more amazed to see the unique scenery of the Kingdom of Blocks. In their hometown, there is no bright sunshine at all, only the deadly dusk. Fortunately, these monsters are not afraid of the sun, otherwise Luli will have a headache. It was another afternoon trek. The team came to another village. The village is quite large, with hundreds of villagers. Seeing Luli and others coming away, they also received them enthusiastically. As for the monster army, Luli had already hid them in the nearby forests. It was forced to let the monsters swaying on the street in Les City. When rushing, Luli still hopes to try not to cause panic from the villagers. After a break, the next morning, Luli took everyone away. He came to the forest and prepared to notify the Phantom Knight and others on the road. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came in, I saw a pile of loot on the ground. Bone, bow, and arrow, carrion, even fire, medicine. Twilight monsters leaned on the big tree's board, waiting for departure. Are you all killed?" Luli asked, curiously. "Yeah, we just prepared to rest last night. These guys ran out one by one and started attacking us." "No way, we can only kill them," the Phantom Knight explained helplessly. Luli looked at the loot piled up on the ground, and was ashamed. "It seems that I still underestimate the combat effectiveness of these guys." Looking at this situation, at least hundreds of monsters were attracted last night. No wonder a monster outside the village did not appear last night. Do it well, the task of protecting the village will be given to you in the future. Go, the sky is already bright, you have to hurry. Luli put away the loot on the ground and left the woods with satisfaction. With yesterday's experience, the journey later also went smoothly. Hurry up during the day and rest at night. Every morning, Luli can gain several groups of monster warriors in the woods. On the evening of the third day, Luli and the large army finally came to the edge of the desert. As long as you reach the desert, it is not far from Huangsha village. Luli was finally relieved. Not far in the desert, Luli encountered the villagers who came from Huangsha village to meet. The two sides officially converge. Under the leadership of professional guide, Luli finally came to Huangsha village before dark. At this time, Huangsha village was full of people and lively. The villagers welcomed and took the initiative to help carry their luggage. The open space that Luli had previously scratched next to Huangsha village has now been completely changed. The houses built by sand and gravel are neatly arranged. These are jointly built by villagers in Huangsha village, which are specially used to live for guards and their families. The housekeeper Link began to distribute the residents to everyone according to the list. Luli continued to walk towards the oasis with the twilight monsters. Far away, you can see the giant green dome on the oasis. The twilight monsters are stupid. I'm obedient. What is this? It looks so spectacular. It must be very comfortable to live under this. While the monsters were busy sighed, the leader of the cave giants suddenly responded. Well, isn't this a giant vines growing up? Steve, you actually like this. Admire and admire. The leader of the trolls even praised. It never thought that magic beans could be used like this. Luli smiled, and continued to go forward with the monsters. After turning over the sand dunes, the desert oasis could be seen. In this barren desert, a vibrant green appeared suddenly, which was really refreshing. Water. There is water. The snow monster leader saw the lake and shouted excitedly. Along the way, the most suffering is the snow monster family. Many snow monsters are sick because they can't stand long-distance migration. They couldn't care about any tiredness, and shouted that they rolled down the dunes. As the sound of water in the water continued, the calm lake was immediately broken. Many pig people who rest by the lake woke up from their sleep. Seeing other monsters occupying their favorite lakes, the pigs were immediately furious. Luli quickly ran over and stopped them. Hey, hey! It's all your own, don't do it. When the pigs saw Luli, they put down the weapons in their hands. They still look a little uncomfortable. But when they saw dense monsters on the dunes, they were dumbfounded. Fuck. So many strange. What are you going to do? The pig man trembled. It was not until this time that the pig Anta finally appeared. Don't move hand. Self people. It shouted while shouting. After seeing the conflict between the two sides, Anta had a sigh of relief. Anta, let me introduce you to new friends. This is the Phantom Knight, the leader of Goblin and Goblin. This is the patriarch of the cave giant demon. This is the patriarch of the snow monster. When Luli introduced, Mino mushrooms were automatically ignored. Steve. You haven't introduced me yet. Okay, let's introduce it by the way. This is a cattle and horse from the Minotaur family. After Luli finished speaking, Anta was a little bit embarrassed. What is Nyoma? Luli pulled it aside and whispered, it means the brain is not good. This guy had hit his head when he was a kid. There was a problem with intelligence. If it is looking for you in the future, don't care about it. Anta nodded as if he knew it. Then this is. Anta's eyes fell on the Queen of Ice and Snow, and hesitated. She, my wife. Just call your sister-in-law in the future. The Ice and Snow Queen's face was reddish, and she said strangely. Who is your wife? Don't listen to him. Anta looked at the two of them and dared not intervene. Mino Mushrooms came over quietly and whispered, there are so many women in Steve, you will shout in the future. Isn't that there are two sisters, the three crickets? Anta's face was weird. After falling in Luli's ears, he warned Mino Mushroom with his eyes. Don't listen to the cow and horses and the cow and horse. No matter how many sister-in-law comes, you will call the sister-in-law. Did you hear it? He put Anthara aside and told him deliberately. I understand. I understand. Anta smiled, revealing an expression of the heart. After that, Luli began to divide the territory according to various races. The snow monsters are most afraid of heat, so they are divided into the position closest to the lake. This makes other monsters envy. However, this also needs to be paid. There is a farmland by the lake that is specially used to plant crops. As an exchange, the snow monsters should be responsible for the sowing harvest of this farmland. Other monsters are scattered in every corner of the oasis. The tribe is the most affordable and dug a hole under the oasis. This is both the place of residence of the giants and the warehouse of the oasis. Now in the early stages of wasteland, food can only rely on the inventory supply brought by Luli from Les City. With so many monsters, the amount of food to be consumed a day is extremely scary. If you see a ant be self-sufficient as soon as possible, no more inventory is enough for them to consume. Pig people have rich experience. Luli picked a batch from the twilight monsters to let them learn from the pig people. Anta was still sad because the site was occupied. Seeing so many monsters, he respectfully learned about farming skills to him, and the unpleasantness in his heart disappeared. Under the subtle influence of Luli, it has regarded the farm as his job, and completely forgot that he was a powerful pig warrior. The oasis are almost arranged, and Luli sent back to Huangsha village. The night is already deep. But Huangsha village is extremely lively. People raised a bonfire, and the fragrance of barbecue drifted in the air. This is a bonfire party prepared by the villagers of Huangsha village for the long distance. Washing dust for them. It was not until midnight that this lively party finally ended. Luli leaned against the big tree at the entrance of the village and sat down. After 3 days of running, the relocation was finally completed successfully. From now on, Luli is not alone. Behind him, there are villagers in Huangsha village and monsters of the oasis. The heavy responsibility was on his shoulders, and Luli had to fight. The first step is to settle in the desert. The next is the real challenge. Luli has always had an idea. He wants to build a city that is even more bustling in the city of the yellow sand in the barren desert. Although it sounds like a lot of heaven, this is indeed Luli's inner thoughts. Luli believes that as long as he must work hard, there will be no things that can't be done. Sea has infinite possibilities. In the middle of the night, Luli practiced swords in the desert outside Huangsha village. After a few days, the SA sword skills have been released. Occasionally, a few monsters that did not have long eyes emerged, and she was easily solved by her. Luli looked at his eyes, and was very relieved. If others know that he has a weapon that he can cultivate himself, it is estimated that he will be envious of death. In a blink of an eye, the sky was already on. When Luli returned to the village, many villagers were already busy. Survive in the desert, the scarce is water. The knowledge that Luli first taught to the villagers is the manufacture of infinite water. Huangsha village is no longer that deserted desert village. In Huangsha village, there are thousands of people's permanent population, which can almost compare the scale of some small towns. Therefore, the most important thing is to quickly expand the territory of Huangsha village. Luli took Link around nearby, and drawn a block area. This piece will be used for planting and agriculture in the future. This piece is used to build a commercial street. Link followed Luli, listening to him talk, and admired. Luli even wanted to build a college. The educated Luli knows how important knowledge is. The reason why this world is so backward is that the gap between the rich and the poor, between the nobles and the civilians, is too large. On the other hand, it is inseparable from the lack of knowledge. Ignorance is the biggest obstacle to prevent human progress. Only by mastering enough knowledge can these people survive better in harsh environments. Mr. Steve, since you want to build the college, you have to give it a name? You see, what kind of name should be better? Link asked. Just call the square college. Luli thought about it. Block Academy. Good name. It's a good name. Link is also very satisfied with the name. Luli smiled. Such a good name is not something I come up with. In my hometown, this name is like thunder. I'm just picking people's teeth. Talking, Luli thought of that person. I don't know that the great God is not in this world. If you can see him, it is good. Luli's idea is not groundless. Ancha's hometown is in Mingyue, and the owner of Mingyue is likely to be there. Since the owner of Mingyue has a chance, the seedlings and others may also appear. At that time, Luli would invite these great gods to school to be a mentor. The owner of the Zhuang is responsible for the teaching of redstone technology. Seeds are responsible for teaching the fields, seeds do not kill. DREA is responsible for teaching parkour skills. That scene, think about it. Thinking about it, Luli laughed unconsciously. Link behind him did not dare to interrupt Luli, and could only look at him blankly. He thought Luli was abnormal. After a while, Luli returned to normal. The two continue. Before long, I saw the rolling sandhills height. There are many natural ores that are exposed outside, which is very suitable for mining ore. It's not bad here, write it down, find someone to mine at that time. Luli nodded with satisfaction. The surface of the desert is barren, but the underground resources are very rich. It is naturally impossible for Luli to let go of the minerals here. If you want to build a large-scale city, all kinds of resources are indispensable. Especially stone and wood, these two types of consumption are very huge. When mining ore, you can dig some stones by the way. As for wood, it is easier. Tree growth does not even need to be close to water. Luli had already communicated with Akahite Aki before. They are going to build a redstone brush tree. Using pistons and redstone, you can automatically delay and collect logs. Efficiency is much more efficient than artificial planting. However, the structure is a bit complicated. Anchi is still tense test. It is estimated that these 2 days should be able to be studied. After turning around and returning to the village, Luli asked Link to distribute work, and he himself was transmitted to the oasis. At present, both sides have entered formal. Luli finally had time to go to the lower boundary. Anta, accompany me to the lower boundary. Anta, who was busy breeding, heard Luli's words, hesitated. Are you sure? It's very dangerous now. I just let you go with me to explore the road, don't think so much. Seeing Anta a little uneasy, Luli had to explain patiently. That is okay, I thought you couldn't think of it anymore. I had to take the big guy to counterattack the lower realm. Anta's face eased slightly and took a sigh of relief. The counterattack is not the time. When the time is mature, there will be one day. When will we go? Anta couldn't wait. Although it is a bit happy now. After all, the lower boundary is its hometown, and the days when you leave your home are uncomfortable. If you are ready, you can go now. Luli said. What are you waiting for, let's go. Anta nodded hard. Immediately, one person and a pig walked towards the west of the oasis. It didn't take long for Luli to see an abandoned lower bound door. Arrive. That's there. Anta pointed at not far away. Pig people came to the square continent through that portal. Later, in order to prevent mutant zombies, it closed it. Steve, can you repair it? Facing Anta's doubts, Luli smiled. What's more difficult, wrapped in me? He took out a lighter from his backpack and ignited a ray of flames at the bottom of the abandoned obsidian border. In the next second, the long-abandoned teleportation door instantly recovered. In the purple chaos, the horror of the monsters in the lower bounds came. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Seeing that Luli was not moving, Anta was a little anxious. "Don't worry, I will prepare something first." Having said that, Luli took a bunch of potions from his backpack. "What are these?" When Anta saw Luli's bottles and cans, he asked, curiously. "This is a stealthy potion. After drinking it, others can't see you anymore. This is the speed, if you drink it, you can run faster." Luli was a few treasures and introduced Anta one by one. After listening, Anta's shocking mouth was almost unattended. "Nyawa. Do you do such a hanging thing? It emits no cultural admiration." "Uh-huh." Luli showed a proud smile. "You use these." Luli handed the potion to Anta. Anta won the treasure, and carefully collected the potion. "I will come to the lower bound later, remember to act carefully. Our task is to find out the enemy's troops' deployment and find someone by the way. Not here. When you encounter someone to avoid it, you see and escape, and you will be invisible. If you are discovered, drink accelerated the potion. Listen to it?" Luli repeatedly told him. Anta nodded, and it couldn't hold back the excitement. "Okay, let's go." The next second, the two entered the portal. When I twisted in front of my eyes, when I opened my eyes again, I came to the lower bound. Feeling the heat wave blowing on the face, Luli looked dignified. In the lower bound, mutant zombies, him, Ailey, this is what he needs to find out on this trip. After Anta came to the lower boundary, he lay excitedly on the ground and snorted, and hummed the song. Compared with the desert and lower bounds, I still feel that we have a bull in the lower bounds. Luli really looked at it and chose to ignore it. He looked at the surrounding environment. The position they is now is exactly the exit of the cave on the mountainside. A step forward is the hot magma lake. In the future, it is a cave. "Anta, do you remember how to go out?" Luli asked. Anta scratched his head. "Don't say, I really don't know." Luli suddenly felt that taking this guy was an extremely wrong decision. "Otherwise, you still go back to the oasis." "No. After a while, I haven't been waiting. Besides, I was just not familiar with this road, and the lower fortress was my world." Anta hurriedly explained. "Forget it, you just don't drag me back. Where should we go now?" Anta was a little confused. "Go here." Luli looked at the coordinates and chose the direction. The lower borders are distributed in the east-west direction. As long as you follow the east-west direction, the probability of finding the lower fortress can be higher. The two rolled over a mountain, and the road ahead became much better. Etc. Anta suddenly shouted Luli. "What's wrong?" Luli asked in doubt. "I know where this is. You come with me." Anta led the way in front, and Luli followed closely. "Isn't there a way above? Why should we walk from here?" When I saw Anta do not go to the big road, I pulled himself to walk from the cliff, and Luli was puzzled. "Hush, don't talk. There should be a lot of guards on this." "How do you know?" "Here are where our pigs guard, and go forward for a while, and go to the lower borders." The two were close to the cliff and went all the way forward. It didn't take long for their heads to have a dense footsteps. Listening to the sound, at least there are hundreds of monsters passing by. Luli was shocked with a cold sweat. Fortunately, I did not pass it from above, otherwise it is estimated that it has been surrounded. "Steve, see." Anta stopped and pointed at the front of the right. Luli was careful, and his eyes were bright. "Below fortress." As soon as he exported, he regretted it. "I was excited just now, and did not control the volume. It must be heard. Sure enough, there was a discussion on the top of his head. Is there any strange sound just now? Yes, I heard it too. It seems to come from below. Go, see. Immediately, there was a pace. Instead, Luli hurriedly reminded. He poured off the stealth potion and reminded Anta, by the way. Anta did not dare to neglect, and then drank stealth potion. Before Luli had time to breathe, he saw that Anta's body disappeared. However, the weapon of its waist was hung up out of thin air. Luli patted his head. Completion. Forgot to tell it to take off your equipment. The misunderstanding is big now. Fuck. Fortune. Below, there is a diamond sword. A guard leaned out and looked down, and shouted in surprise. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see. Another guard also found out. Fuck. Really? No. Why is this diamond sword floating? Is there a flying diamond sword? There must be ghosts. Walk. Go down. Speaking, the two guards were ready to go down. Anta, ready. Can't let the two of them leak our whereabouts. Luli has been ready to make black hands. Anyway, he is stealthy, as long as he will be hit by these two guys into the magma. Anta looked up at the appearance of the two guards, and his expression was dramatic. Steve. Hurry up. It's yourself. Recommended novels on this site, you are a genius, remember in a second. Luli is ready to do it. He was so shouting by Anta, he had to stop. The sudden voice made the two guards stunned. Did anyone speak just now? Seemingly, but there is no one here? The two guards fell on the floating diamond sword. A guess is not necessarily right. You said, do that diamond sword speak? True or false? You make me blame and scared. Just when the two were discussed, Anta lifted the stealth and made a voice again. Big dog, 2 eggs. Seeing the sudden appearance of Anta, the big dog and the second egg looked at each other. Team leader. Why are you here? The two exclaimed at the same time. Lie. Don't be messy. If it is exposed, everyone has to follow the egg. Anta quickly reminded. The big dog nodded immediately and covered his mouth. Anta crawled up the path by the cliff. Luli saw that there was no danger, and he dismissed the stealth and followed. It didn't take long for the two to reach the ground. Seeing Luli, the expression of big dogs and 2 eggs suddenly became serious. Captain Anta? Ayo, forgot to introduce, this is my friend, Steve. Hearing this, the expression of the two eased slightly, but the concerns in their eyes have not dispelled. Friend? Captain Anta, you are not wrong, he is human. Yeah, humans are all greedy guys, and last time I almost snatched my golden sword. Big dogs and 2 eggs began to complain. Luli thought for a while. The 2 humans they encountered should be the staff of major transactions to collect resources in the lower bounds. The misunderstanding is big. Anta inserted the diamond sword on the ground. Seeing it, this diamond sword was sent to me by Steve. Handsome and handsome? The saliva that the big dog and the Erden are about to flow. Who doesn't want to have a pull-up diamond sword? I dare not say anything else. Steve is definitely a great person, except his wife is more. Anta patted her chest to guarantee the two. Luli looked strangely. What does it mean to be a little more than my wife? That is obviously charming. Anta coughed, and Luli immediately wondered. He took 2 gold ingots from his backpack and handed it to the big dog and the second egg. When you meet for the first time, don't be disgusted. Seeing gold, big dogs and Erden suddenly turned on. Ouch, how are you so embarrassed? Although this was the case, the two still accepted them without shyness. Big dog, 2 eggs, how can the 2 of you here be here? I thought the 2 of you were dead. Hey, say long, it's inconvenient here, let's change a place to talk. So the group continued to walk forward. Essence and Ta, what did you have to do with them? On the way, Luli whispered. The 2 of them were a team with me before. Later, as soon as the mutant zombies came out, everyone fled each other. I did not expect to meet them here today. Ta explained. Not long after walking, the big dog took them to a small house. Just say it, this is where we are resting, it is safe, don't worry. Lou Limo was holding the wall and was curious. Your room is actually made of hellstone bricks. I remember that in the lower world, I should only use this thing to build a house with this thing before? Or, is this that you secretly built a hellstone brick in the fortress yourself? Luli was full of doubts. No, we don't have that courage. The big dog waved his hand again and again. This was ordered by the fortress leaders to give us the rest of the inspection soldiers. There are still a lot of nearby. When we rest, other guards will replace us and continue inspections. Having said that, the big dog sighed. I haven't taken a good rest for a long time, and I am inspected every day. I don't know what the leaders want to do, so nervous. The leaders of the fortress? Lu Zi caught the key point at once. When did the lower boundary leader appear? No. He has to ask. Big dog, what is the leader you said? I think about this, the lead seemed to be wearing a purple cloak and a long sword on the waist. It looks similar to the withering skull in the fortress. The big dog tried to recall it for a long time and finally thought of these. After all, it has only seen each other once. Skeleton monster wearing a purple cloak? Luli whispered. If you remember correctly, him's men have one name named by fear of the devil. Its shape is almost exactly the same as the big dog described. Is the leader of this fortress? Big dog, is there only one leader here? Luli quickly asked. He just heard what the big dog said were the leaders, and proved that there were more than one. No, there are several other leaders. Are they all in this fortress? This is what Luli is most concerned about. He had seen the Nad Spirit Knights before, and now he heard the news of the fear of the devil. Will the other generals under him be here? I don't know this either. When he heard the big dog, Luli was a little disappointed. The big dog immediately added, but I have a friend who guards the fortress, he should know. Can you help me contact him now? I have very important things to find him. Big dogs are difficult to show. What's wrong? Is there any difficulty? Ta also came up and asked. Erda helps to explain. Captain, it is really not the 2 of us unwilling to help. You don't know. Since the mutant zombies have invaded the lower bounds, our pig people have become the lowest race, and they are not qualified to enter the fortress at all. Luli heard his words, his brows frowned. What to do? Do we want to go in? Ta asked. Luli thought for a while and finally made a decision. Go. Must go. Don't forget, we have stealthy medicine. Ta suddenly realized. Yes. How did I forget this stubble? Do we go now? Luli shook his head. Don't worry, since you have to go in, you must be fully prepared. Say, he turned to ask the big dog. Big dog, I entered the fortress myself, can I tell me, what is your friend's name, and where is the patrol? His name is Serlang, and the exit of the head of the fortress is responsible for the head of the fortress. As long as you tell him my name, he knows. The big dog replied truthfully. Good. Thank you. Before leaving, Ta did not forget to leave a word for the 2. When we come back, you can follow us, and I am much better than the lower boundary of this bird that does not shit. The author has a high fever in the hospital in recent days, so there is no eunuch, recommended novels on this site. You are a genius, remember in a second. When Anta said so, the big dog and the second egg were obviously exciting. The days in the lower bounds are not good, they also want to change places. Especially after seeing the diamond sword in Anta's hands, the two became even more firm. Just when several people discussed how to mix the interior of the lower borders, there was a footsteps outside the door. At a glance, the big dog probe suddenly changed. Bad. It is the patrol captain. Hide. Luli didn't say anything, and directly poured off the stealth potion and hid in the corner. Anta also learned the same way, drinking stealth potions. However, it remembered the efficacy of the potion and drank the speed potion by mistake. The footsteps have arrived at the door, and it is too late to drink medicine again. Anta simply drilled under the bed and hid. You can't put the bed in the lower bounds and the end, it will explode. This is for the need to play stocks. If you don't want to live, you can try it. The next second, the door was pushed away. A group of monsters in golden armor came in. Headed, he was a strong pig man. In the future, see our 6 faces. We are here, it's patrol. Optimistic about armor, except for us 6, whoever cares about you is not easy. Do you understand? A skeleton next to the pig said with a word. Understood. Big dogs and 2 eggs answered together. The skeleton nodded, and then said, this is our patrol boss, Zhu Meiyu, calling the captain. Captain. Pig Meiyu's eyes kept watching in the room. Suddenly, its eyes stayed on the bottom of the bed. This pork tail can be hidden. Can I see it? Pig Meiyu asked at the bottom of the bed. The big dog and the second egg looked at the direction of its fingers. I saw a pink hair tail under the bed. Pig Meiyu stepped forward, grabbed his tail, dragged it out. Anta was dragged directly from the bed. It looked at everyone a little embarrassing. So coincident, everyone is here. Big dog, who is it? I don't remember that there is such a person in our patrol team. Pig Meiyu asked the big dog aside. The big dog said for a while, and I didn't know how to deal with it. In the end, Anta took the initiative to speak. I am a distant relative of the big dog. I heard that I was working well here, so I thought about it. Pig Meiyu stared at Anta suspiciously. Well, look at you and me as the same family, I believe you first. If you want to join the patrol team, come to the door of the fortress to find me tomorrow morning. I will wait for you there. After speaking, Zhu Meiyu glanced at the big dog and Erden again. You two, do not patrol well, run back to rest. Nian in your first criminal, you will not investigate it. If I find it next time, you can get out. Go. Pig Meiyu waved his hand and turned away from the room. Seeing a few people left, the big dog and the second egg were relieved. The captain is going to leave, I don't know if you say goodbye. Skeleton said dissatisfied. Goodbye. Big dog and Erga quickly bowed. This is almost the same. Hurry back to patrol. Don't always want to be lazy. This time, they finally went far. Anta took a breath. It sat on the bed with one buttocks, and his forehead was full of sweat. Luli glanced out from the window and determined that the patrol team was far away, and then he lifted his hidden. Anta, can you be smarter? You can drink it wrong when you drink a potion. Luli scolded angrily. I don't want it, but your potions look almost the same. Anta's face was full of grievances. Hey, forget it, you give me the potion, I will give it to you when needed, so I will not be afraid that you will make mistakes. Alright, Anta reluctantly handed over all the potions. These are all good things. He was still reluctant. Anta, 2 of you stay here first, I and Air Egg and I are going to patrol, otherwise they will be scolded again. After the big dog finished speaking, he pulled Air Egg and walked outside. As soon as they left, there was only Luli and Anta left in the house. What to do? Do we move now? Anta asked. Luli waved his hand. Not in a hurry, isn't that pygmy you said, let you go to the door of the fortress, to find him tomorrow morning? It is estimated that it wants to take you in. At that time, I followed you hidden, and we can mix it brightly. Fuck. Good way. You are still smart. Anta heard the words and applauded. Can we only stay in this house today? Luli thought for a while, that's not necessary. If you don't enter the fort today, you can still do anything else. Speaking, Luli took a diamond pick from his backpack. Take it. Holy? What am I going to do? Anta asked, puzzled. Of course it is a job. Don't talk nonsense, hold it, go with me. All right, Anta followed Luli and left the house where the big dog and Erden lived. The two still chose to walk against the cliff. It's just that this time, their goal is not the lower fortress, but a mine on the side of the cliff. When I rushed yesterday, Luli discovered here. Nothing to do today, just go in and dig some ore. There are not many minerals in the lower bounds, but they are scarce materials. For example, a quartz, which can provide experience, can improve the quality of the equipment quality, as well as scattered gold grains. The mine is long and deep, and the two of them are mocking quartz and golden grains along the mine road. With the deepening of the excavation, more and more quartz, and Luli's experience has soared. For half a day, Luli dug a quarter of quartz with more than half of the backpack. As a pig, gold's temptation to Anta is quite large. It waved the diamond pick madly and dug the mine hard. Because it was dug too fast, it almost fell into the magma several times. If Luli had been reminding, Anta would have become roasted pigs. Half a day later, Luli's backpack was about to be installed, so he called Anta to stop. Don't dig it, you can't pretend. Are we going back now? Anta asked. Go back? I didn't talk back. Today's highlights have not started yet. Luli smiled and continued to walk deep into the mine. Anta was a little unknown, but had to follow up. Luli went down all the way, and did not dig of minerals on the road. He came to the height of the 13, and he stopped. Take out the diamond pick, and dig a channel of 1 piece wide and 2 high height on the wall on the side. After digging a short section, Luli took out a bed, placed in the channel, and then padded with 2 hell rocks in front of him. Anta was curious, and went forward to prepare to ask questions. As soon as he approached, a loud noise suddenly sounded. Recommended novels on this site, you are a genius, remember in a second. Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Anta was scared to squat directly on the ground. Fuck. How did this bed explode? Born. Anta looked at the land stupidly, and couldn't believe it. Don't stand up stupidly, let's go, let's check the situation in the past. Luli patted Anta, and the two walked towards the ruins of the lower world fortress. This magnificent fortress is beyond recognition, leaving only the last high tower standing alone on the magma lake. Many monsters are busy cleaning the ruins and rescue the wounded. The collapse of the lower fortress this time caused dozens of monsters. Luli looked around. He is now worried about Ailee's safety. In the event of a collapse, areas in the fortress, it is dangerous. Luli himself did not expect that he would have such a great impact on the underground map on the ground. After looking around, Luli found Ailee's figure. But he was still a little uneasy. He poured another bottle of stealth potion to extend his stealth time. Then quietly approached the places where the monsters took a break and began to listen. This is a good fortress, how can it be collapsed? You ask me, who do I ask? Don't mention it, if I didn't run fast just now. It is estimated that it has fallen into the magma now to take a bath. It's strange to say that the whole fortress has collapsed. Why is that tall tower okay? Who knows, the leader is usually prohibited from approaching the tower, I guess. It is estimated that there is any secret of the person. Talking and talking, the topic of the monsters began to move to the surviving tower. Luli was also attracted by their conversations. He also had some interest in that tower. Fear Demon King so valued that high tower so much, there must be any greasy inside. Maybe. Ailee was locked inside. Thinking of this, Luli immediately made a decision. He is going to enter that tower and find out. Luli returned to a safe position and combined with Anta. The two followed the path again and returned to the room of the big dog and the second egg. As soon as the two entered the house, the big dog and the second egg came in. Anta. Where did the two of you just go? We went out and strolled for a while. Anta scratched his head and explained. The fortress suddenly collapsed, and a lot of monsters were dead. I'm still thinking, will the two of you get it? Luli and Anta's face were weird. I really guess it. But Luli will not admit it. How can it? Are the two of us who look like the kind of love to destroy? Luli smiled awkwardly. It's okay. Is your friend named Serlang okay? Isn't it injured? Luli suddenly thought of the friend mentioned by the big dog before and asked. Sigoran? I haven't seen it yet after the accident. Oh. Isn't something wrong? The big dog said like this. Luli followed nervous. If that Sirarang really has 3 or 2 short games, wouldn't he become a pig murderer? It is useless to think more here. You still go to find it. If we can't find it, we will discuss countermeasures. Come back. The big dog nodded and pulled the second egg and left. Luli and Anta could only hide in the house silently. The two were sitting like a needle felt. Half an hour later, the big dog and the second egg walked into the room desperately. I don't need to ask Luli, I also understand that I couldn't find Serlang. Sirarang, you die so miserable. The big dog couldn't help it anymore, his eyes were red instantly. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? You can cry first before you cry. Anta hurriedly asked. We just went out and asked, everyone said that I didn't see Serlang, it must have not been saved. Air egg explanation. This? Anta looked at Luli and didn't know how to deal with it. Big dog, don't be sad. Since no one sees Sirarang's death, maybe it is still alive now. We can't give up. If we even give up, it really didn't save it. Luli comforted the big dog. Really? But, where are we going to find it? Luli thought for a while and gave the answer. Although the fortress collapsed, there is still one tower left on the magma lake. Do you mean? Siguran may be hidden there? Luli nodded. Yes, I just mean this. Air Egg seemed to think of something, and it turned on. I remember the intersection of Siguran's duty, very close to that tower. Maybe it was really inside. With this key clue, Luli is more confident. But it is not so easy to go to Gayota. The first problem in front of Luli is how to cross the magma lake to reach the tower. You know, although the fortress has collapsed, those guards are still nearby. The fear of the devil sent a lot of hands to rebuild the fortress day and night. If they find their own intentions, I am afraid it will be a storm. Therefore, someone must attract the attention of the guards on the front. Thinking about it, big dogs and second eggs are the most suitable candidates. Luli called the two to him and began to discuss countermeasures. After listening to Luli's plan, both were stunned. Are you serious? You are a genius, remember in a second. After discussing with the big dog, Luli took Anta away from the house. The two came to a peak on the back of the tower. There are obstructions here and will not be discovered by the guards near the fortress. The task of the two of them is to quietly enter the tower. Luli went to his feet with square blocks, all the way to high. Anta also has a scholarship, following him. Steve, beqege, is in the center of the magma lake. What should we do so hard to climb the mountain? Anta is a bit puzzled. Don't worry, you will know later. Luli smiled mysteriously and did not explain too much. A few minutes later, the two finally climbed up the top of the mountain. From here to the center of the magma lake, there are at least tens of meters away. And their feet are rolling magma lakes. Anta glanced down with boldness, his legs were softened. Well, it's too high here. Don't run around, be careful to be seen. Luli dragged Anta back. After hiding in the square, the two tried not to expose their traces as much as possible. Don't we have stealth potion, why are we so scared? Anta didn't take it for granted. The last 2 bottles left, I have to save some use, I haven't opened the creative mode. Luli shook the last 2 bottles of stealth medicine in his hand. Before coming, he didn't have many materials at hand, and there were not too many inventory. What is a creative mode? Although Anta often hears some new names from Steve's mouth, such as any cattle and horses, grass mud horses, and the like. But the first time I heard the creative mode. This has aroused its strong interest. Well, Lucy didn't know how to explain at once. He thought about it and said, in the creative mode, you can get anything you want. Good things, it's a diamond sword. As soon as Anta heard it, he suddenly came. What garbage is a diamond sword, no dogs do not. More exciting than diamond swords. As long as you are willing, you can even summon a female pig who come out, he he he. When he heard Luli's words, Antatli stood up from the ground. Only one? How can I do it? I want 10 TM. The corner of Lu's mouth twitched slightly and did not break its beautiful fantasies. In the creation model, Luli estimated that he had no chance to open in his life. Anta was immersed in his own reveries, and he couldn't extricate himself. Luli calculated the time, it should be almost the same, so he went out and looked at the other side. On the end of the Lake of Magnite is the entrance of the lower fortress. As the fortress collapsed, the flyover at the entrance had been damaged. Many monsters are gathered on the shore and are busy rebuilding the fort. Other guards patrolled everywhere to prevent accidents from accidents. However, they all have a unified task, that is, responsible for monitoring the movement around the tower. At this point, Luli was also known from the big dog and the second egg mouth. What do you look at? Back to God, Anta asked. Hush, there is a good show soon. Luli made a gesture. Although Anta was a little confused, he nodded. The two of them sneered their heads and looked at the other side. A few minutes passed, and Anta's neck was a little sour, and nothing happened. Steve, don't lie to you. How can you watch this? Luligong wanted to explain that there was a commotion on the other side. Come. Anta hurriedly turned his eyes to the other side. Big dog, 2 eggs? How did the 2 of them come? Anta was even more puzzled. I saw the big dog and Urgi, crying all the way to the entrance of the fortress all the way. The monsters nearby were attracted by the cry of their 2, and they came together. Siralang. My good brother. you die so miserable. The big dog cried with its lipstick. Even hundreds of meters across, Luli can clearly hear its voice. That voice, even evil souls, have to be willing to worship. Several guards walked over with their ears. You too, what are you? My ears are almost deaf. Leading, let us maintain order here, what are you going to do? If the fortress is delayed, I will end up with you. As soon as the big dog heard this, he cried even more. The monsters on the onlookers were a little puzzled. For a while, more and more monsters came to make up the lively monsters. Even patrol guards were attracted. Luli's face was happy. Follow me. Anta, who was still watching the play, was dragged directly by him. Hey! I haven't finished reading it yet. Don't talk nonsense, hold it. Luli took the same thing from the backpack and handed it to Anta. Branches? What do you give me this? Anta looked at the things in his hand, a little bit embarrassed. This TM is a bamboo. Luli didn't hold back a word. Bamboo? I haven't seen this, what do you use? It's not the time to ask this now. Luli placed the workbench on the ground, and quickly synthesized the scaffolding with pawns and bamboo. What kind of thing is this? Luli chose the ignorance of Anta this time. He placed his scaffolding in front of the cliff on the top of the mountain, and then continued to extend with another scaffold. I understand. You have to take a square block. Steve, am I genius? Anta seemed to have a sudden understanding and said excitedly. Good guy, let you understand. But, you are still too young. Ah? What do you mean? Did I guess wrong? Anta asked, puzzled. That's not. You really guess, but not completely guess. After speaking, Luli continued to lay the scaffolding forward. Anta was in place, and he always wanted to land from that sentence. Guess right, but I didn't completely guess. Then this is guessing, but I don't guess right. Steve, can you not sell it? Luli skimmed his lips helplessly. With your IQ, it is probably impossible to guess. If you don't ask the people in the comment area, they must know. You are a genius, remember in a second. Luli placed the first scaffold on the edge of the block, and then extended forward. Steward to the 7th grid all the time. By the 8th grid, scaffolding will naturally fall due to characteristics. You can only spread such a little distance, how can we pass? Anta looked at the Luli blankly. Well, don't blink. Luli embarked on the scaffolding platform confidently. When you come to the 5th grid, you will have a hot and rolling magma lake under your feet. Feeling the heat waves, Luli was calm. Aiming at the position of the 6th grid, first remove the scaffolding. Then a scaffold was placed on the 6th grid. Luli appeared abruptly above the 7th grid scaffolding in the 6th grid. The original 6th and 7th scaffolding disappeared, leaving only a hanging scaffold. Well, I'm dazzling? Anta was dumbfounded. He has been staring, but he didn't see what happened just now. Don't distract, the next time is the moment of witnessing miracles. After Luli said, he jumped on the suspended scaffold. He placed a scaffolding under his feet. The next second, a weird scene appeared. The scaffolding suddenly moved forward, and Luli's body followed. Later, Luli repeated the previous operation. Put the scaffolding at your feet constantly. Each repeated, the distance between Luli and the Takeda is a bit closer. It didn't take long for Luli to reach the periphery of the tower smoothly. He put away his scaffolding, waved his hand at Anta, and motioned to hurry up. However, in the eyes of Anta, it is another scene. The moment Luli jumped into the suspended scaffolding, his mouth was not closed. Luli could see the scaffolding he was placed, but others could not see it. In this way, a visual error is formed. In Anta's eyes, Luli was like stepping on the invisible steps and walking step by step. Is this really something I can learn? It's outrageous. Anta looked at the scaffolding in his hand and could not help but doubt. This is just like you just played a game to kill an experienced monster in Novice Village, and then the system will post a task for you to let you cut it with boss. Congratulations to you to defeat the zombie monster, you are already a qualified block. Now, please pick up the weapon, referring to the wooden sword, and solve the new monster, referring to Withering. Seeing that Anta didn't move for a long time, Luli was a little anxious. The big dog and the second egg have been procrastinating for a long time, and they can't hesitate anymore. In desperation, he had to make a hidden gesture to Anta, let it hide first, and wait for his order. Auntie's horse will mean, and I dug a pit directly to bury himself, that skilled movement makes people feel distressed. Luli glanced at his head and found that the onlookers were slowly evacuating. The big dog and the second egg cried and shouted, and their throats were dumb. In the end, I couldn't move, so I stopped. The big dog looked towards the tall tower, just to meet Luli's sight. Steve, we do our best. Next, you have to rely on yourself. Lou Rucky's heart was clear. They have helped themselves fight for opportunities, and it is time for him to work. Luli Cat was around and walked around in the aisle outside the tower. However, he did not find the entrance of the Taka Tower, which made him a little confused. Could it be that he thought it was wrong? This tower is just a furnishings and used it for decoration? After thinking about it, Luli still decided to search carefully. This time, I finally discovered some clues. There are 8-sided walls on this black tower. On each wall, there is a strange mark. When he saw 2 of them, Luli snorted. One is a fork in the middle of the circle, and the other is a lapse of a circular seal in the circle. Fusion, enchantment? Devar, enchant? Luzi thought of the 2 god-level enchantment patterns on the Blade of Lee. In this case, should the remaining 6 marks be? The first thing Luli thought was the black dragon. This guy can't do anything else, you know a lot. Black dragon, don't mix it. Come out and take a look. After Luli screamed, the black dragon had no movement. So he changed his way. Look. A mother dragon. As soon as the words fell, the black dragon appeared instantly. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see. No, mother dragon, don't yell. Hurry up and see if these symbols have something to do with the god-level enchantment. When the Halong was played, he was still reluctant. As a result, when I saw the symbol marks on the wall, I suddenly came. Fuck. This. For a while, the black dragon stuck evenly. Is this right? You say something. Luli was urgent, like an ant on a hot pot, and he urged. Yes. You guess a little. These are the symbol marks of the god-level enchantment. Look at these 2, consistent with the weapons on your weapon, these 2 are the marks of fusion and devouring. The black dragon was like a few treasures, and began to explain Luli one by one. The symbol of the quasi-mind, this is tracking. The circle +size symbols represent blessing. The symbol of the 2 knives is bloodthirsty. A shield symbol, representing heavy armor, a villain symbol with both hands represents growth. A shoe symbol represents shinshing. In these god-level enchantment, only blessing and tracking were discovered before. As for the remaining few, I only listened to the old dragon old people mentioned, and I saw it for the first time today. Since the symbol of the god-level enchantment appears here, it means that it must be related to the god-level enchantment. Maybe, there is one of the god-level enchantment hidden in it. After listening to the explanation of the black dragon, Luli also became excited. There are such good things. But he didn't wait for him to be happy for too long, and the new problems followed. But I have all turned around, and I didn't find the entrance. How should I get in? Black Dragon thought for a moment and gave suggestions. Otherwise, let's demolish it. Strong miracles, Luli said. He silently took out a set of TT, started to place it on the ground. What are you doing? Didn't you say, forced disassembly? Luli asked. The Black Dragon scared a cold sweat. It seems that the forced demolition of Luli and the forced demolition, he said, is not a level. Dig it with a pick. Do you use this thing to flatten here, and then do you eat a table with the village entrance? Luli responded to this. This is not the Twilight Forest, which can be destroyed at will. If the movement is too big to attract enemies, it is difficult to escape wings. Forget it, I don't want to eat a seat. Luli put away TT, put on the ordinary, full, enchanting diamond pick. With a pick, the wall was not left without a seal. I don't believe it, can you be harder than obsidian? The pickup in his hand kept waving up and down, knocking on the wall. 1 minute later, Luli gave up. I am afraid that this wall is not made of base rocks, and there is no sign of damage. This should be some special block that cannot be excavated, just like the floor tiles of the bulls. The words of Black Dragon woke up Luli. He quickly took out the maze destroyer. Without a few times, the square on the wall was dug out. It works. Luli was overjoyed, speeding up the speed of excavation. He stopped before digging out an entrance that could enter and exit. He went in and looked at it. The inside of the tower is dim, and nothing can be seen. Luli inserted a torch on the wall, so he barely saw the surroundings. He is located at the top of the tower, and it is endless dark abyss. Luli took out the Moonlescope Queen, and launched a month of lightworm for lighting. Moonlight worms went down all the way, and soon disappeared. Luli's face changed. You know, this thing can illuminate dozens of square meters. Is this endless void? Luli shouted down. Is anyone? But no one answered. It seems that you can only go down to find out. Luli made some ladders and paved along the wall. With 4 or 5 groups of ladders, it dropped nearly 100 grids. He still failed to reach the bottom. There are not much left in Luli's backpacks. There are only 2 options now. Either give up the exploration and return to the original road. Either gamble and jump on the adventure. Thinking for a moment, Luli quickly made a decision. He is not the kind of abandoned personality. Luli deeply took a breath, pulled out the sword, leaped, and jumped down. Calculating at the height of the coordinate, there will be a maximum of 20 or 30 meters of depth. Luli was counting this before he decided to let go. With the rapid decline of the body, the light on the head gradually dimmed. Luli counted a few numbers in his heart, and then quickly waved his sword to control the falling body. Open the coordinates, it is almost reaching the height of the 0th floor. Luli pulled out one hand and threw the torch at the bottom. Before landing, he must first determine whether below is safe. However, the result surprised him. The torch fell into darkness, and the shadow disappeared quickly. Luli believed in evil, and lost a few torches. The result is still the case. Luli has a headache now. Could it be, this is really void? Luli simply did not do anything, and directly took the sword to pull the sword, letting his body fall freely. If the base rock layer is below, then this height will definitely not fall. If it is void, he recognizes it. Living people can't be stretched by urine. Before he thought about it, a bang sounded, his feet suddenly fell to the ground. Luli was stunned. Isn't this a base rock formation? What is the situation? Where did the torch you lost? Just when Lulibase could not solve his solution, the world in front of him suddenly fell into distortion. A familiar voice came. This is the sound of transmission. He immediately reacted. The next second, Luli appeared in a stone room. The lights were brightly lit, and there were still many torches lost on the ground. "Good guy," I said. "Why I can't find it to the end." It turns out that the following is a teleportation array. Luli curiously looked at this stone room. He always feels a little known here. Luli turned around in the house until he saw a few lights above his head. He finally remembered. "See crystal lantern. This is the underwater temple." After taking a few more steps, more sea crystal buildings appeared. Luli believes his thoughts more. It seems that Gao Tower is a guise, and the transmission array below is the real secret. Luli turned around in the stone room and did not find useful clues. He planned to go out to sea. As soon as I walked to the door, I found a pig lying on the ground. Luli's first reaction: these 10 are the guardians of the pig. He hurried up and looked at the situation. Segurin was injured, lying on the ground, dying. Luli quickly took the golden apple and gave it to restore it. Half a minute later, the comatose pigs finally opened their eyes slowly. As soon as it opened his eyes, he saw Luli in front of him, scaring it. "You, who are you? Where are you?" "You are called Serlang, don't you be afraid, I am a friend of the big dog, they deliberately let me come to you." "Come to me?" Segurin was a little dazed, and he tried to remember what happened before. "How did you come here?" I don't know, I was on duty at the time, and suddenly I moved. I just wanted to run to Takata to hide, but I was sucked over, and then fell from a very high place. I almost didn't kill me. I passed out in pain, and when I woke up again, I found that I had reached this ghost place, and I couldn't get out." "Can't go out?" Luli heard the words. He walked into the teleportation formation and tried to verify Saklin's words. Sure enough, nothing happened. "Wipe, really? Don't try it, this should be a one-way transmission." Black Dragon reminded. "One way?" Luli's clever machine moved. "The teleportation array is one way, then you can build a portal yourself." Speaking of dry, Luli took out obsidian from his backpack and started to build a portal framework. Soon, the framework was completed. Take out the lighter and the portal is activated instantly. "Hey, but so..." Luli hummed Zayakar and walked into the portal. Within a few seconds, Luli's face changed. He found that there was no reaction at all. How is this possible? The portal is two-way. Luli was confused. Black Dragon thought slightly for a while and gave an explanation. "I guess there should be any special prohibition here. If we do not solve the ban, we will always be trapped here." "That's okay." Luli was in a hurry as soon as he heard it. "If you are trapped here, then some of his coquettish wife will be widow." Luli paced back and forth in the stone room, thinking about countermeasures. The teleportation array at the bottom of the tower must have its special effect. No one is boring to put a trap here to harm people? Just thinking, Luli suddenly kicked the same thing. Take a closer look, it is a flame stick. There are actually flames here. Come in. Walking down in the direction of the flame stick, more and more monsters have appeared. Iron swords, golden swords, and even the skull of Withered Skull. This discovery really scared Luli. What kind of ghost place is here? So many monsters have died here, this is not a good sign. Luli went forward all the way and walked to the end of the stone room. Going forward is a wall, composed of sponge. It should be that these sponges absorb nearby water to form this stone room. Luli dug the sponge, and the turbulent sea water came in immediately. Seeing the situation, he quickly blocked the gap. However, at the moment when the gap was opened, Luli had already seen an ancient guardian who wandered back and forth far away. According to Luli's understanding of the Temple of Ocean, it should be located in the periphery of the temple. After the sponge wall, it is the center of the temple. There is a dark sea spar pile there. The top of the crystal pile is the upper layer of the Temple of Ocean. There is also an ancient guards there. If you want to leave from here, you must kill the monsters in the temple first. However, the problem followed. Luli had no water and lungs at hand. If you just rush out to fight the ancient guards, I am afraid it will be drowned on the spot. The most critical material for water and lung potion is puffer fish. I was still missing the flame stick. I just picked up some in the stone room, but it was not missing. Hey, I knew it would be a little bit to find the snow monster. The snow monsters have a very high evaluation of puffer fish. Luli rolled in his backpack for a while. His eyes fell on the iron barrel and fishing rod. His eyes suddenly shined. Yes. This is the ocean. Without a puffer fish, don't you finish fishing yourself? Luli dug a pit on the ground, hid a bucket of water from the outside and poured it inside, then took out the fishing rod and started fishing. Sagurin on the side looked at him like watching a fool. This person is crazy, how can this be caught in fish? Without the words, Luli raised the fishing rod over there. The next second, a fishing rod was exposed. Sagurin was dumbfounded on the spot. No, use a fishing rod to catch a fishing rod, is this reasonable? Do you put here? Luli heard Sorolang's vomiting, but he did not intend to explain. Because he is a C player. C never needs science. Luli squatted beside the puddle, concentrating on the fluctuation of the water on the water. The water area is too small, and the reaction time for Luli is very short. There is no delay from the fish to the closure. At the beginning, Sagurin was still surprised. Why don't you understand why you can fish for fishing rods with fishing rods? But it didn't take long for it to see it. Because Luli always caught all kinds of weird things again and again. Glass bottle, water lilies, bowls, lines, wooden sticks, and even saddles. Samlang is convinced that Luli is a mysterious guy. Maybe the fear of the devil with the fortress is a level, and maybe it may be. It quietly came to Luli, and looked up at him a few times. Luli glanced at it, scaring Sorlang a spirit. What are you staring at me? Luli took the lead. You are so powerful, will you fly? Sagurin asked, curiously. In his impression, the fortress always flew around. I don't know if Luli will be. Fly? Luli stunned. After thinking about it, he nodded. Lu Dimetic thought that holding a sword with his hand, and his left foot on his right foot should be more powerful than flying. Do you have played us? You mean, fear the devil? Lu Lisher's mind appeared in the neutralization of the fear of the devil. That's the mighty general. Luli still had some confidence in his heart. But before the war, everything is unknown. He thought for a while and replied, I want to play with it, but it is hard to say who wins and lose. It seemed to have thought of something. Luli asked, by the way, when you were in the fortress, in addition to the fear of the devil, have you ever seen other strange guys? Strange guy. Samlang is puzzled. It's a look like me, and then there is a pair of white pupils. Luli described the appearance of Ai. Since there is no trace of Aili, it means that she was locked in another place. He tried to set up related information from the Segonku to facilitate tracking of Ai's whereabouts. Sarilong suddenly realized. You mean that cataract is? He did have come to us. At that time, there was a beautiful woman beside him. Yes. It's him. Where did he bring that woman later? As soon as he heard the news of Aili, Luli quickly asked. I was also patrolling nearby that day, and I heard a chat with that guy by chance. They seem to have a dispute because of the settlement of the woman, and the final troubles are dispersed. Later, the cataract took people away. Samlang tried to remember. After listening, Luli couldn't help but confuse. If Sori Lang did not flicker himself, I seem to be a dispute with the fear of the devil. Why are they quarreling? Suddenly, Luli's face changed. Where do you know the word cataract? Are you lied to me? He grabbed the Segurin collar and asked sharply. There should be no such term in this world. Where do this pig man know? Segurin was startled and his face was pale. I really didn't lie to you. I also heard this word from the guard of the same family. It happened to be patrolling with me at the time. What's his name? Luli asked. He is new, it seems to be called Zhang Yuga. Zhang Yuga? Hearing this name, a certainty of Lulie was touched. If Segurin is just a coincidence, then Zhang Yuga will not be able to explain it. After we go out, can you take me to see Zhang Yuga? It's okay, is it that we can really go now? Sam Lang asked a little worried. There is no road to the sky, there will always be a way to go out. Luli patted Sagan's shoulder, and then continued to fish. A few minutes later, the first puffer fish finally surfaced. In case, Luli caught a few more after fishing. As a qualified pharmacist, it has become a habit to carry an alchemy table with him. Luli was ready to refine equipment, and began to start refining. Refine the crude potion first, and then add puffer fish for brewing and fermentation. Luli closed his eyes, and began to count in his heart. After more than 10 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes and took out the potion bottle with his hands and feet. Looking at the light blue liquid in his hand, Luli nodded with satisfaction. The eyes on Sir Lang were straight. Although it doesn't know what Luli is doing, it always feels very good. Unknown. With the first success, the later refining looks much simpler. Lodel has continuously made more than 10 bottles of medicinal water, and then divided into 2 bottles of Segurin. I'm going to go outside. If I will enter the water here, you will drink this. Segurin took the water and lung drugs and nodded hard. It knows that the only hope for escaping from the birthday is Luli. After preparing, Luli returned to the sponge wall again. He took a deep breath and raised his head to pour a bottle of water lung potion. Dig out the wall, and the seawater is crazy. Luli went out of the turbulent water and got out of his head. After going out, I still don't forget to block the gap to prevent seawater from drowning the stone room. Although prepared water and lung drugs in advance, no one knows how long it takes. In case of change, you can come back and hide anyway. The movement here did not attract the attention of the ancient guardians in the distance. Luli stuck to the wall and began to swim towards the center of the temple. Just a few meters after traveling, Luli suddenly felt that his body had become a lot, and he was very difficult to swim. This has a great impact on his plan. Seeing that it is about to reach the center of the temple, Luli gritted his teeth and worked hard to swim forward. It's just that his speed is too slow. The ancient guards in charge of patrol soon discovered him. Ancient guardians with a few people in the size of Luli hit it so straightforwardly. Its body is full of sharp spikes around. Luli ate the golden apple and prepared to fight against the opponent's attack. His main goal is to dig the sea crystal stack in front of him. Only by breaking the prohibition in it can he leave this ghost place. With a bang, the spikes on the ancient guards poked fiercely on Luli's armor. Fortunately, prepared in advance, although the damage is high, it can still be reluctant. Luli's hand waved madly, and the outermost sea spar has been dug out a lot. Dig a little bit, you can dig to the core. When the ancient guards saw that the spikes did not work, they changed the way. It stopped the attack and began to continue energy. A few seconds later, a golden laser shot out of its body and bombarded on Luli. This laser did not cause too high damage to Luli, but it gave Luli a debuff, digging fatigue. When he was holding his eyes, he was about to dig to the center. Suddenly, the pick in his hand became extremely heavy, and he couldn't move at all. I wipe it. It's a bit worse. Luli scolded. As soon as I turned around, I found that the other two ancient guards also heard the wind. For a while, the three laser aimed at him at the same time. Aware of the crisis behind, Luli put away the pick. He tried to use a sword to remove horizontally. It was just that he ignored a problem. Under the water, his speed is far less flexible as the ground. Seeing that the laser was about to fall, Luli had to put on the shield block. With a stuffy sound, a giant force came along the shield. Luli was shocked directly by the powerful impact. It didn't stop until it hit the wall of the sea crystal stone. Looking at the shield in your hand, there have been a few more cracks. Although it was not harmed, the situation was quite unfavorable. Luli must remove the ban here, before the water and lungs are exhausted. The first thing to solve is these three ancient guards. Just thinking, the laser came again. Luli dodged, thinking about countermeasures. He glanced in his backpack, and finally fell on the same thing. Blind bomb. This is something given to themselves by the Shwe monster. Can put the attacking enemies in frozen. Luli has used it a few times before, which is pretty good. I just don't know if this stuff can take effect under the water. With the mentality of trying, Luli's feet kicked the wall and swam the laser. After eating a few laser, Luli threw the ice bomb towards the ancient guardians. At the moment of hit, the seawater around the ancient guards began to condense quickly. After a few seconds, the ancient guardians were frozen. Not only that, even the sea water near them is frozen. It seems that the power of the ice bomb in the water has increased. It is not easy to get away for such a large area of freezing. Luli turned around and came to the center of the temple again. Without excavation of fatigue, this time was quickly dug to the core. When the last piece of sea spar was dug, the contents inside were revealed. Luli closer, his eyes were immediately attracted. At the center, there is a luster slate. Luli was impressed, which was almost exactly the same as the attached slate he had found in the temple Except for the rune marks above, there are differences. This slate is a symbol of a shoe. This is God's enchantment? Luli exclaimed. He forgot that this was the bottom of the water, and he almost drooled. Carefully removed the slate, and Luli looked at it carefully. The black dragon also came out. I'm obedient, it's really a magic enchantment, I am the first time I saw this. Put away the slate, return to the original road of Luli, and swim towards the stone room. The three ancient guards were still frozen in the ice, and could not move. Luli was too lazy to kill them, leave here first. Dig the wall, and Luli returned to the stone room. When Sirorang saw Luli's return, he breathed a sigh of relief. You are back. How? Is there a progress? Luli smiled. Uncle Ben's shot, how could there be something that could not be done? Having said that, he pulled Sirorang to the portal. The sight began to distort it. The next second, the two appeared under the dark tower. Under their feet is the portal. Luli quickly waved his sword and pulled Sirorang to fly up. If you wait a few seconds, the two will be transmitted again. A few minutes later, Luli finally saw the light of the exit. He speeded up his climbing speed and wanted to go out quickly. When he was more than 20 meters away from the exit, a figure explored from the exit. Luli thought Antao was here and wanted to say hello to it. Unexpectedly, the figure suddenly jumped. Luli was stunned, and quickly pulled Sirorang to avoid it. Fortunately, the light is dark here, and the man did not find them. The moment the man fell, Luli visited his face vaguely. That's Laver Bone? Because the light was too dim, Luli did not dare to be 100% determined that what he had just saw was the fear of the devil. But the iconic dress is right. But now it's not the time to tangle. Luli flew out with Sori Lang. When I came to the top of the Takeda, the guards in the distance seemed to have not found the strangeness here. Taking advantage of the guard for defense, the two successfully left the tower. Steve, you are back. Just now a guy wearing a cloak suddenly flew from the other side, and then went into Gyota. I thought you were fighting. Anta has been waiting for a long time. When he saw Luli back, it quickly greeted him. I'm okay, but we have to leave here quickly and go to the big dog. Introduce this is a big dog's friend, Seguro. Because it is the same family, Anta and Segurin are the same as they see. Soon, the two became familiar. Under the leadership of Luli, the group quietly bypassed the guard area and returned to the house of the big dog. The two of them had just finished a big scene, and their throats were dumb. But at the moment of seeing Serlang, everything is worth it. Great, I know you are not dead. They embraced excitedly. After Segurin said the matter, everyone's eyes became more respectful to Luli's eyes. Steve, I can't see it, you are actually hidden. Yeah, I listened to Anta and said, you seem to be mixed in another world. Otherwise, bring a few of us. Luli smiled. Since you are a friend of Anta, it is my friend. As long as you want to come, it's okay. Everyone heard the words, and his face showed a joy. But, before that, I need to do one thing. Saigoran, do you say you have a family named Zhangyuga, don't you? Luli asked Sirilang to the side. Yeah, what's wrong? Can you take me to find it? I have some questions to ask. This? Segurin hesitated. What? Is there anything inconvenient? Luli asked, curiously. There is no, but I am still missing now. If it suddenly appears, maybe it will be suspected. Segurin said his concerns. Luli heard the words and nodded. It doesn't make sense. But if there is no Segurin's help, how should I communicate with Zhangyuga? Luli must not show up, nor did Saigon. The rest were only big dogs and Erdens. Luli patted the shoulders of the two and motioned for them to come over. You two, trouble to run again later. This time the task is very simple, help me find a guy named Zhangyuga. That guy is also a pig, and should be very recognizable. After finding it, find a way to bring it here. Can you understand? Big dogs and two eggs looked at each other, both were uncertain. Understanding is understanding, there is a problem. What's the problem? In case that guy refuses to come back with us, what should I do? Luli was stunned, he didn't consider this at all. After thinking for a few seconds, he gave the two an idea. After the two of you found Zhangyuga, ask me to ask him a question. If you can answer, he will definitely go with you. If you can't answer, there is no need to bring it back. B/B, the order was over, and Luli left the big dog's second egg. Is it necessary for us to take such a big risk to find that Zhangyuga? Now it's a good opportunity to leave the lower boundary. If we are discovered, we can't go away. Anta said a little worried. Don't worry, wait. If it is smooth, maybe we can have another new member. For Zhangyuga's identity, Luli has already guessed some. If it is really the same as what he thinks, then the other party will definitely answer his own questions. Seeing that Luli insisted on this, Anta stopped asking more and closed his mouth obediently. The big dog and Urga returned to the ruins of the fortress again. Seeing both of them, the monsters were hiding far away. The crying just now can torture everyone's ears enough. Why are the two of you here again? The captain of the Guardian asked a bit unpleasantly. I'm here. I'm here to find someone. The big dog said. Find someone? Didn't you tell you, the pig guard named Serlang was missing, and it was likely that he had fallen into the magma and burned to death. Erqiang held a smile. Dead? It just saw the Saigon Langlong standing in front of himself. We want to look for it. asked like this, the big dog suddenly was a little guilty. Fortunately, the other party did not continue to ask. Forget it, go with you, don't delay the reconstruction of the fortress. After speaking, he turned and left. Big dogs have a sigh of relief. The two just prepared to find Zhang Yuge. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two. I heard, the two of you are looking for Soralang? Speaking was a pig soldier wearing armor. The posture of its walking was limped and looked a little funny. The big dog nodded and nodded. Yes, we are looking for him, are you? Introduce myself, my name is Zhang Yuge. Sigoran is my friend, and I am looking for it. Hearing this name, the big dog and the second egg were shocked. You are Zhang Yuge? The two of you know me? Why did I have no impression? Zhang Yuge is also a little confused. We have listened to Sigoran to mention you before, that's all. Egg quickly explained. Your legs. It's long, let's talk about it. Under the leadership of Zhang Yuge, the three came to a secluded corner. Zhang Yuge told the two that his legs were injured by collapsed ruins. But he has been looking for Saigon. Do you have the whereabouts of Samlang? Zhang Yuge asked. No. Why did you hesitate just now? For a while, the big dog didn't know how to explain. Seeing this, the big dog opened the big dog and greeted himself. Zhang Yuge, tell you the truth, the purpose of our trip is not for Saigon, but a special trip for you. For me? Zhang Yuge blinked, a little surprised. I have a question you need to answer. If you answer it, I will tell you everything. If you can't answer, we will leave immediately. How about it? Consider it? Zhang Yuge looked at Egg a few, and for a while, he nodded. Okay, ask you. After looking at the two eggs and big dogs, they said slowly. No regrets in this life? Zhang Yuge, who was still unlikely, suddenly widened his eyes after hearing this sentence. He suddenly began to tremble. Hey, what's wrong with you? If you don't know, you don't need to answer, don't be so excited. The big dog quickly comforted. No. I know. How can I not know? There is no regret to enter the world in this life, and be willing to be a box. I don't know when, Zhang Yuge has burst into tears. Congratulations, answer. But why are you crying so sad? The big dog asked a little puzzled. No, it's okay, I just feel too excited for a while. It's okay, since you answered the question right, let's take a trip with us. Go a trip? Where to go? Zhang Yuge looked a little nervous. Really, we are also entrusted by friends. That question just now is his test of you. The big dog explained. Zhang Yuge heard the words, and immediately turned on. If I walk with you, can I see your friend? Sure. Okay. I'll go with you. Zhang Yuge agreed very simply. You have to think about it. This is likely to go back. The big dog reminded kindly. It is decided to leave the lower bound with Anta. I thought about it. As long as I can see that friend, I die without regret. Zhang Yuge's tone was extremely firm. The big dog two eggs exchanged their eyes, and at the same time, they would like it. Okay, it's not too late, let's go. The three detoured the guards and returned to the hut soon. During the time they went out, Luli kept pacing back and forth in the house. To be honest, his heart was a little bit bottomed out. Before he heard Zhuang's description of Zhang Yuling, he had a bold idea. If the name Zhang Yuge is just a coincidence, the word cataract cannot be explained. After all, this is something that does not exist in this world. In this way, there is only one possibility left. This guy named Zhang Yuge is likely to be a crossing person like himself. However, the chance of this coincidence is too low. Luli was also a little embarrassed. Just thinking, there was a footsteps from the door. Luli hurried out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the big dog and his party. What about people? Will it be brought back? Luli couldn't wait to ask. Back. Here. The big dog's second egg lets Luli see Zhang Yuga. As soon as Luli and Zhang Yuga looked in, the two sides began to look at each other. The atmosphere of the scene became a bit dignified. Neither of them spoke, just looking at it. After a while, Luli finally said, slowly. Buddy, are you cooked? The big dogs on the side were all stunned. Steve, are you okay? Are you sick? How do you talk about nonsense? Anta asked with concern. Luli shook his head and stared at Zhang Yuga tightly. Zhang Yuga's mouth raised slightly. I opened the fruit stall, can I sell it for you? When I heard the answer, Luli laughed. He continued to ask, the king of heaven cover the tiger? Zhang Yuga also returned immediately. Pagoda Town River Demon. Eat a peach? So cool. What is the disease of Manyo bee? Social cow bee. Luli asked several questions in a series of questions, and Zhang Yuga answered him. He has 100% determined the identity of the opponent. But in case, Luli asked another question. The last question. Which handsome is often disappeared than the author, and it is not updated? Zhang Yuga hesitated. Crying silent years. Congratulations. Answer right. Luli opened his arms and went up to hold Zhang Yuga. Good brother. I really read it right. You are the person I am looking for. Zhang Yuga pulled Luli aside and began to tell his manager. 3 years ago, Zhang Yuga accidentally crossed. He found that he had come to the lower boundary of C. It also turned into a pig. It is very desperate to change from humans to monsters. But what made him collapse was still behind. The lower boundary is too desolate and the environment is harsh. Zhang Yuga originally intends to leave the lower boundary and go to the Lord World. However, in the process of building the lower boundary portal, it encountered problems that could not be solved. To build a transmitted door, you must first need obsidian as a framework. As we all know, magma adding water is equal to obsidian. But there is no such thing as water at all. Therefore, the portal cannot be built. Zhang Yuga has been trapped in the lower bound. Later, there was really no way, he chose to join the Dead Legion. This is 3 years. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuga couldn't help wiping with tears. 3 years. It's been 3 years. Do you know how I have survived in the past 3 years? Zhang Yuga said trembling. It's okay, it's all the past. As a crossing, Luli naturally suffered the same. He patted Zhang Yuga's shoulders and comforted him. In fact, Luli had never dared to tell him. Just after Zhang Yuga chose to join the Legion, those large forces sent people to enter the lower boundary to collect resources. If Zhang Yuga persists for a while, you can enter the main world through those portal. Luli thought for a while, and finally decided to conceal the news. If Zhang Yuga knows this, maybe it will faint on the spot. I'm finished, it's time for you now. What is your name? When did you cross it? After telling his own experience, Zhang Yuga began to curious about Luli's identity. My real name is Luli, but they all call me Steve. I haven't been here for a long time, it's less than a year. Luli did not conceal each other. He and Zhang Yuga are all the people, there is no need. Steve? No wonder I think you look so familiar. It turns out that you are the initial role. Zhang Yuga suddenly realized. Now that Steve has all, what about Ilix? Is she a big beauty? Luli was stunned. He thought about it carefully, as if he had never heard of Ilix. Alex didn't. There was an Alex. When you arrived at the main world, I can introduce you to know it. Really? You're so interesting. If the brother and her are better, I thank you for a lifetime. Zhang Yuga has begun to make up the look of Alex. Luli looked handsome with Steve's initial skin, and Alex was estimated to be worse. You. Okay? As soon as Lu's mouth was pumped and asked. Okay. Don't see the colorfulness at that time. Alex is mine. Lu Liqiang held a smile. He did not poke Zhang Yuga's beautiful longing. After all, he had just left the sea of bitterness. If you tell him now, Alex is a man, it is estimated that he will collapse. Anyway, let's talk about him to the Lord World first. Is your real name called Zhang Yuga? Luli asked, curiously. Yeah, otherwise how can I go so close to Sirlang? Just look at the kid all the way. When it comes to Segurin, Zhang Yuga, who was still excited, suddenly turned red. Sirlang. You die miserable. Just when Zhang Yuga cried was sad, a figure slowly walked out of the room. What cry? I haven't died yet. Hearing this voice, Zhang Yuga suddenly raised his head, his eyes were full of surprises. Sirlang. Why are you here? It's really good to see you. I thank you. Samlang quickly interrupted his words. Stop and stop. Stop it. I live well, don't you curse me. Seeing Siri Lang's peace of mind, Zhang Yuga had a lot in his heart. The two talked and chatted. Luli stood aside, his eyes were a little weird. He whispered in the Urga's ear. These two people look weird. Are there any secrets that cannot be seen between them? When Erden heard the words, he nodded first, and then nodded. I think it is possible. After speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled. The big dog was confused, and he scratched his head a little confused. What do you two say? God's secret. Even if you don't understand, it means that you are too pure. Luli said with a smile. Just as Luli thought that everything had been settled, a commotion suddenly appeared in the ruins of the fortress. A figure flew out of the tower. Oh, it's the devil. Hide. Luli hurried into the house. The fear of the devil was suspended in the air, roaring angrily. Monsters with 1,000 kilometers of squares heard this movement. It's the leader. Drive the adult, why do you look so angry? When the monsters saw the fear of the devil, they whispered. Leading adults are angry. The monsters near the fortress were all kneeling down and shouted in unison. This is the first time they have seen the leaders so angry. You. Hurry up and notify the leaders of several other fortresses, and say that the holy object is stolen, and come to discuss the countermeasures. The fear of the devil fell from the air. He endured his anger and ordered to a man. Yes. After the man finished speaking, he rushed to leave. The rest of the monsters were still kneeling on the ground and did not dare to move. Fear of the devil loudly ordered, all guards. Listen to my order. From now on. The area near the Carpet Search Fortress. Once a suspicious person is found, let me report to me immediately. What are you kneeling? Go a hurry. The monsters dared to stand up. They are all confused. I don't know why the fear of the Demon King means. But the command has come down, they just do it. Seeing the scattered monsters, Luli immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Obviously, the other party is looking for himself. Combining the previous actions of the fear of the devil, Luli guessed that the holy thing in the opponent's mouth should be the magic enchantment in the Temple of the Sea. What do we do now? Sirarang asked. What can I do? While they haven't found it yet, hurry up. Luli went out and looked around for 4 weeks. Beyond hundreds of meters, monsters have appeared. Hurry up. It's too late. After speaking, he rushed out first. Sarilong and others also followed without hesitation. They are now a grasshopper on the rope. You go first, let's go to cover you. The big dog and Urgi resolutely said. Well, the two of you are more careful, I will come back to pick you up. Luli nodded, facing the two. After watching the landing and waiting for people, the big dog and the second egg walked in the opposite direction. The two stopped the guards closest to the escape direction. Brother, what are you going to do? Why are there so many people? Don't you know, just now the leader said, let's find the suspicious person nearby. Suspicious people? What happened? Big Imo knows it. I don't know the specific situation, but just find it. Don't be nonsense with you, I'm going to continue. If you will be seen later, you must be punished. The guard pushed the two to go forward. Hey, don't worry. Seeing this, the big dog hurriedly stopped him. It didn't take long for Steve to have just left. If you let him pass, maybe you may catch up. What do you want to do? The guard asked, a little unhappy. Brother, disappear. The two of us happen to be fine, bring us two together. Big dogs, try to delay time as much as possible to escape from Steve. You too. The guard looked at the two scornfully. It is the guard of the fortress, the withering skeleton, and a member of the undead army. It looked down on the pig people in his eyes. The big dog and the second egg are just guards on the periphery, and their status is low. It didn't want to deal with the two at all. Big brother, we know the heroic reputation in the fortress. Really, you are the object of worship of both of us. This time, let's follow us. Please. In order to fight for time, the big dog and the second egg have been completely out. The two of them said in a word, and they just exaggerated the guards. The guard's face improved slightly. He sighed. Hey, I thought it was low-key enough, but I didn't expect my name to pass out. Since the two of you are so sincere, follow me. If this time, I will help you a few words in front of the leader. Maybe you can transfer you into the fortress. If someone is embarrassed in the future, I will report to my name for winter, no? No, you know. The big dog and Urchong nodded with a smile. They were full of money just now. I didn't expect this guy to believe it. The key is that it is too individual, and you can't forget it again. I'm familiar with this piece, let me bring the way. The big dog walked in front of him. The second egg follows. After a few people rolled through a mountain, the road ahead became a lot flat, and the vision was very open. Seeing that there were no people in Luli, the big dog had a sigh of relief. Under the leadership of Luli, several people have arrived at the position of the portal. Anta, you take them back first, I will pick them up. The big dog. If I can't get back within half an hour, you will destroy the portal. Never let them discover the location of the oasis. Did you hear it? Anta nodded hard. Several people enter the portal in turn and go to the main world. Luli left and went back to take the rest. As soon as he went out, he saw the three people who came slowly in the distance. Why is one more? Luli was a little puzzled. He hid in a hidden position and observed the actions of the three. He must be sure who is the extra guy. After approaching, Luli found that the guy was actually a withering skull. How did the big dog and the Urgi come together with the people of the Wuling Legion? When Luli thought about whether to go out, other monsters appeared in the distance. At first, there were only one or two. Slowly, the number is increasing. They trot all the way, and soon caught up with a few big dogs. It didn't take long before the fear of the devil also appeared. Several big dogs were surrounded. How many of you, what are you discovered? Fear of the Demon King asked. Report leader, not yet. Fear of the devil frowned. It just felt that there were space fluctuations here, and all guards rushed over. Unexpectedly, nothing was found. After thinking for a while, it ordered, "Find it for me, and find out the guy who stole the holy objects in 3 feet. If you don't guess, they should hide near this." With a dismissal of the devil, the monsters immediately dispersed and started searching. Within a few minutes, Luli will be discovered by them. It is the only opportunity to leave safely now. But Luli didn't want to leave the big dog and the second egg. The two of them left after the cover. If you escape like this, wouldn't it be forgotten? Big Dogs and Urgi saw such a big battle, they were all a little embarrassed. I wonder if Steve has left safely? The two followed Go Winter and pretended to search. They are mentally prepared. If you see a ant meet with Steve several people, he will not leave, and stay here. No one else knows the relationship between them and Steve. Stay here should still be safe. Fear of the devil's eyes fell on the big dog and Erden, and frowned. You two, come here. The big dog and Erden suddenly stiff. The two slowly turned around. Lord, are you calling us? The big dog asked uncertainty. Yes. That's you. Come here, I want to ask you. The big dog and the second egg looked at each other, a little panicked. They have an ominous premonition. What are you standing stupidly? Come here. Isn't it possible to let me go in person? The fear of the devil raised his voice, his complexion was a little unhappy. There was no way, the big dog had to walk forward. Don't go. A slight sound sounded in the ears of the two. The two were surprised, this was Steve's voice. Looking around, but not found Steve. Don't find it, I'm already invisible. Fear Demon King should already suspect that the two of you are on the head. I will lead him later, and the two of you are looking for a chance to leave. There is a cave near the cliff in front of the mountain with a portal to the port elsewhere. Samlang has gone, and you both hurry up with them. When you get there, remember to destroy the portal. Luli whispered. We are gone, what do you do? Don't care about me, I have my own way. The two of you stay here or dragging me. After speaking, Luli stepped forward quickly. Fear Demon saw the big dog standing in place, and just wanted to get angry, there was a pain in his arms. A arrow hit it. Who? Fear of the devil, like the enemy, put on a fighting attitude, and yelled sharply. In the next second, Luli's figure appeared more than 10 meters in front of it. He smiled. Are you a laver bone? What kind of laver bones? Lao Tzu is the devil. Fear of the devil's face cold. Because of its weird appearance, it is often taken to take a variety of nicknames. This makes it very disgusted. Okay, laver bones. Luli's smile was still. You, so brave. Do you know, in this world, people who dare to call me nicknames are dead. The fear of the devil snorted, and the killing in his eyes emerged. Really, why is HI's internal barriers okay? As far as I know, it should not shout less. Luli's face smirked. The fear of the devil gritted his teeth, and he reluctantly replied. Because I can't beat HI. Luli suddenly laughed. This guy is so sincere. Who are you? What are you doing here? Fear of the devil stared at Landing, and he couldn't see his identity. There are not many people who know they have a relationship with HI. And Luli can appear silently in front of himself, and his strength should not be underestimated. If not, it rushed to solve each other. Do you know this? Luli took out the slate engraved with the magic of the gods. Okay. It turned out that you stole the sacred object. The fear of the devil recognized it. Steal? I didn't steal it. Don't slander me. This was found in the Temple of the Sea. I thought that no one wanted this stuff, so I put it away. B/B, when he heard Luli's rhetoric, the devil almost laughed. The holy objects have strong power, and they are regarded as treasures. Therefore, a tall tower was specially built to protect. Unexpectedly, in Luli's mouth, it became something that no one wanted. Say less nonsense, hurry up and hand over the relics, otherwise don't blame me if you are not polite. The fear of the devil snorted, raised the sword and pointed to Luli. I hate others in my life, to point my head with a sword. Luli is not willing to show weakness, blatantly, is ready to fight against the sheath at any time. For a while, the atmosphere on the field was a little dignified. The guardians nearby gathered together and started to watch the two. Let's go. Big Dogs and Erden seized the opportunity and successfully escaped. Luli Yuguang glanced at the two to go away, and then he took his heart. His tricks hit the west, and Wei Wei rescued Zhao Zhiji. The rest is to consider how to escape safely. He did not act lightly, and the fear of the devil did not dare to make a precedent. Somehow, fear of the devil always feels familiar in front of him. How do you look so similar to Lord Hai? After a while, it reacted. Luli was stunned, and then relieved. Fear of the devil said that there is no problem. There is only one cataract between yourself and Hai. Thinking of this, Luli suddenly gave up his heart. His eyes went up, and he started his eyes. For a moment, Steve became Hai. Fear of the Demon King was shocked. You are Hai, adult. It was uncertain. I have followed me for so long, can I not even recognize my looks? Luli lowered his voice, sneered, and began to ask. At this moment, the fear of the devil will not be. It was not particularly clever, and encountered Luli's old fox, and naturally turned his head. No. The sacred object was originally given to me by adult Hai, how could I run over myself? You must be fake. Right? The fear of the Demon King seized important clues and shouted excitedly. Luli had thought of this long ago. He did not justify himself, but asked each other. Little skeleton, I find you seem a bit floating. Last time I asked you to arrange a woman, you pushed away. I dare to doubt my identity this time. It's sunny, the rain stops, do you think you can do it again? The fear of the devil heard the words, and the suspicion of Luli was much less. However, it still dare not be completely sure, after all, this is related to the sacred object. Are you really Hi? Otherwise? You have to prove it. Fear of the devil's words is in the middle and land. He took a deep breath and whispered. God will bleed, and you will. The loneliness of the strong, you can't understand. I brought fear to this world. Luli said a few classic quotes of Hai successively. Seeing this scene, the fear of the devil suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, it's right at first glance. Fear of the devil, we welcome Lord Hai. It immediately knelt down at landlord. Seeing this, the monsters on the onlookers also learned. Luli Yile. This group of guys are really deceiving. If Hai knows that he is so stupid, he doesn't know if he would vomit blood. Get up. Luli stepped forward and said coldly. Master Hai, why do you come to get the sacred object yourself, and instruct it, just send you in person? Fear of the Demon King puzzled. You are so embarrassed. I just tried it casually. I didn't expect the fortress's defense to get the holy object almost without any effort. This is your fortress? Luli was fired and scolded. The atmosphere of the fear of the devil was dare not breathe, and he could only scold him obediently. In view of your loss, I decided to take back the relics and keep it by myself. Let's stay here and reflect on it. After speaking, Luli's figure disappeared in place. Fear of the Demon King looked ahead and sighed. Sure enough, it is Hi, come to have no shadows to go without a trace, it is really amazing. With stealth potion, Luli successfully escaped. When returning to the cave, the portal has not been destroyed. Luli hurried in. With a flash of eyes, he returned to the main world. Steve. Steve is back. Seeing Luli, everyone was surprised. Luli didn't speak, and directly blocked the portal. After doing all this, he took his heart. Steve, are you okay? Are you injured? Antak cares. It's okay, that guy is a fool, I turn it around. Go, don't stay here for a long time, let's go back first. Luli waved his hand, and everyone moved together and walked towards the oasis. The main world is laughing and laughing, but the lower boundary is not too good. After Luli's pretending I left, the fear of the devil returned to the fortress with his men. It looked at the ruins in front of him, and secretly blamed himself. This time it was inadequate and disappointed. This is a very heavy blow to the Fear Demon King. Initially, the Devil King took I as the goal of catching up. I is stronger than it, so it is willing to follow. However, in the way to catch up, the fear of the devil gradually began to realize the gap between himself and I. That gap cannot catch up with hard work. Fear of the devil's long sigh. As soon as it was ready to leave, a familiar sound sounded at the top of the head. Fear the devil? Come out. Fear of the devil trembling. This sound is I adult. I came back to find it, so I didn't change my mind. The fear of the devil quickly flew up and came to I. Why are you back again? Then? I just arrived. Why do you say it? I asked, puzzled. Just come. No, I have seen you once just now, you also scolded me. What am I scolding you? By the way, didn't you say that the holy thing was stolen? Did you find it? Facing I's question, the fear of the devil suddenly had some ominous hunch. Master, did you just look at the sacred object, and then take away the sacred object? Laver Bone, have you any problems with your brain? Isn't the holy thing kept here for you? When did I get it? I said with some unhappy. Hearing this, the fear of the devil did not dare to say it anymore. Don't make ink, say, where is the sacred thing? I questioned. The fear of the devil swallowed, and did not say why it was said for a long time. What are you? What happened? Hurry up. Seeing I was already on the edge of the fire, the devil had to tell it what happened just now. When I heard someone faked himself, he also cheated away the holy object, and I almost fainted. And BP, are you a pig's brain? It's so easy to be deceived. You have been with me for so long, can't you even distinguish a fake? I pointed at the fear of the devil's nose, following several other subordinates behind it. The neighboring knight's smirk was flushed, and the lava blade behind was trembling. 303, holding his own sickle, to watch the show. LL was wrapped in black mist, and only a pair of white eyes were exposed, and he couldn't guess its mind. After venting the anger, I calmed down. Combining the description of the fear of the devil, it probably guess who the other party is. Steve, let's look at it. In the desert, Luli and his party rushed to the oasis non-stop. Finally see the day. Since crossing, this is the first time Zhang Yuling saw the sun, and he almost cried out excitedly. The place where the birds do not shit in the lower boundary, the light is dim, and it is really overcast. Some of Anta stared at Zhang Yuga, full of Zhang Yuga, with some puzzles. Sirarang, shouldn't you have a problem with your friend? Luli saw this and smiled. Anta did not know the reason, but he could appreciate it. It's okay, this is just temporarily, it's okay in 2 days. When he heard Luli, everyone was relieved. In the desert, the sun is fierce. The group couldn't help speeding up the speed. It didn't take long for them to see the distant oasis. The oasis are coming, it's just ahead. Zhang Yuge looked forward in the direction of the landing of his fingers, and then stunned. What is that? Zhang Yuge saw the giant vines above the oasis at a glance. For the first time he saw such tall plants. That's a giant vine, which can grow to hundreds of meters high. Luli explained. Giant vine? Zhang Yuge heard the words, and immediately turned on. Where did you get it from? I remember the original version didn't mean to play. Luli Hui smiled and walked beside Zhang Yuge. Of course there was no, but there was in the Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest? Can actually add D. Zhang Yuge exclaimed. Hush. Don't shout. We only know this. Luli quickly reminded. He didn't want to reveal his secret. Understand. I understand. Zhang Yuge also realized that he was too much. As soon as Luli stepped into the oasis, the Queen of Ice and Snow came. Zhang Yuge rushed to the enemy and quickly picked up the weapon. There are enemies, dash. He shouted loudly in the front. Who knows, everyone is indifferent. Luli even smiled and hugged each other. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuge desperately stopped Luli. Steve, don't life. That's the Snow Queen. I know, is there any problem? Luli was a little puzzled. That's B. Be careful to be killed. Zhang Yuge said his concerns. But, she is my wife now? I hug my wife, what is the danger? Speaking, Luli held the Snow Queen tightly and kissed her side face. Ah, how can this? Zhang Yuge was aggressive on the spot. The Queen of Ice and Snow became Steve's wife? The novel dare not write like this. Steve is there, nothing is impossible. His wife is more than this. You are still too young. Anta filmed Zhang Yuge and said. The Queen of Luli and the Bingxue walked in front of the front, and the two said and laughed. Zhang Yuge followed the end of the team and was distressed. It is also a cross. Luli became Steve and hugged left and right. I was miserable, turned into a pig man, and was trapped in the lower bounds for so long. It's really better than humans, so angry. But think of Ilix, Steve, when are you free, take me to see Ilix. Zhang Yuge caught up and asked with a charming face. Luli was stunned first, and then said with a smile, okay, just later. Hearing this, Zhang Yuge's mood was better. When you see Irks, you must let Steve match himself. Maybe it comes to your own love. Half an hour later, Luli and Zhang Yuge came to the highest point of the oasis. The two looked down at the oasis and started chatting. What do you think of this? Luli asked. It's okay, it's much better than the lower world anyway. Do you want to stay here? Luli asked again. If you are here, I will stay. Zhang Yuge said seriously. Don't you be a guy? Luli heard the words, and took a few steps back, staring at the other party. I don't mean that, don't think about it. I plan to follow you and go out and see the outside world. It's hard to come here, I can't make me boring in such a small place. Hearing Zhang Yuge's explanation, Luli was relieved. I can understand your mood, but I don't coincidence recently. I just moved out of the city, and the scope of the activity was only in this desert. If you want to go farther, I'm afraid it won't work. Luli spread his hand and said helplessly. Hey, this boring life. I feel like I have obtained a waist now, I can't do anything. Zhang Yuge sighed and was disappointed. Luli patted his shoulder. Who said you are a waste? I still expect you to help me busy. Help? But I'm just a pig. He raised his pig's head and looked at Luli blankly. Pig people? Even pig people, you are also a pig who is proficient in MC. Hearing Luli's words, Zhang Yuge flashed a trace of light. Fighting, farming, redstone, refining medicine, Which one are you good at? Facing the problem of Luli, Zhang Yuge showed his face. I don't know what you say. Luli heard that he was suspicious. Are you really MC players? I am. Then how can you nothing? I only know the parkour and architecture. Generally, I play the creative mode. I haven't exposed to survival. Zhang Yuge scratched his head embarrassed. As a MC player, this is indeed a shame. So, I thought you were a cloud player. There are too many cloud players these days. Luli clearly remembered that it was a wind and sunny afternoon. He was chatting with several dead parties in the corridor. Suddenly a girl came over and asked him to contact him. The class was sensational. Several dead parties looked at Luli's eyes full of envy and jealousy. Your boy, punishment. At first, who would take off the order and who was the dog, you actually regret it so quickly. Luli was an elm head, thinking that the other party just had a contact information. He ignored everyone and left behind. When he went home from school at night, Luli Gong received a friend's application as soon as he logged into the chat software. Obviously, this is the girl in the afternoon. Early the next morning, Luli arrived in the classroom, and several dead parties came around and started gossip. Luli. Did you get it? What to win? Luli asked, puzzled. The girl next door. Didn't she add your friends? Did you talk about it? Don't mention it, I have pulled him black. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Why do you want to black her? She scolds you. That's not. Then what are you good to pull the black family girl? Everyone is even more puzzled. I just added her friend last night, and she asked me what was doing. Then what? Someone asked. Then I said I was playing with MC. She said she also played, let me take her together. Isn't this very good? Can playing games promoting feelings? How can it be black? Luli suddenly hummed. I asked her two initial characters in MC, she actually said it was Kaka and Nini. I didn't say a word, I grew directly. Brothers, do you say I'm right? Yes. It's right. Beautiful. Luli, you can actually face the beauty of beauty. Can you tell me what you think at the time? A dead party asked. Luli revealed a confident smile. Reinstall MC Rongguang, our generation is incomparable. Since then, the name of Luli's cloud player killer spread. Can I help? Zhang Yuge's hands behind him asked nervously. He was afraid that he would not be able to help him, and became a burden of Luoli. You said you are proficient in architecture? Lu Limo held his chin and asked. It's not proficient, but just know a little bit of fur. Zhang Yuge has a gesture, and is a bit unconfident. Okay, you will build a house now for me to see, the simplest one is only. Having said that, Luli lost a lot of wood and squares. These are common building materials. Ao. Okay. Zhang Yuge put away the material and took a few steps forward. Take a deep breath. I started. Luli nodded. He did not have too much hope for Zhang Yuge. Even the house is made of a matchbox, as long as you can live. Luli was thinking about how to arrange Zhang Yuge, and suddenly he heard him shouting. All right. Luli stunned and raised his head. What's better? The house has been built, how do you see? So fast? At first, Luli thought it was wrong. It wasn't until he saw the scene in front of him that he dared to believe it. Luli suddenly appeared in front of him with unique shapes. You know, it has not been 3 seconds from Zhang Yuge's construction to the end. But, where Lu Lijue has seen this house. This hut, look a little familiar, this is the swamp hut of the witch, don't you let me make a matchbox. Zhang Yuge reminded. Do you care about this? The expression on Luli's face was a little wonderful. Isn't this? Zhang Yuge was also unconfident by Luli. Luli didn't speak, but silently picked up the square and used a wood to set up a real matchbox. From the beginning to the end, it took about 5 seconds. This is the fastest speed of Luli. He looked at the complex swamp hut and fell into thought. You create one by this matchbox. Luli was a little dazed just now, and he did not notice the construction process of Zhang Yuge. This time, he has to observe it carefully. Okay. Zhang Yuge took out the wood. Luli only saw a shadow in his position. The next second, a matchbox is completed. At most, the time used is at most. Luli looked at Zhang Yuge like watching a monster. You said honestly, are you open? I don't. Zhang Yuge's face was innocent. Then can you tell me how do you build a matchbox for a second? Luli asked seriously. I used to be the champion of the world's fast-moving competition. Zhang Yuge explained. Good guy, don't see it, your kid is so low-key. Luli patted his shoulder and said with a smile. By the way, you said that you would still have parkour before, wouldn't it be the champion? That's not. I only took the second. Hearing this, Luli was relieved. It seems that I think too much. It's okay, the second is very powerful. Who is the first? It seems to be a guy named Dream. Suddenly here De's name has a feeling of Luli. But he still skeptics, D and the two people, is EA the same person? This D said, DEA, is he amazing? He is not a problem. Although I took the second, during the game, I couldn't even see his tail. When it comes to DEA, Zhang Yuge couldn't help sighing. Is he yellow skin, with a funny pattern printed on his chest? Luli asked. Right. It's him. How do you know so much? That D, is it famous for EA? Zhang Yuge was a little curious. In the face of Zhang Yuge's question, Luli didn't know how to answer. D. Although EA's reputation has only spread in recent years, most players should have heard of it. Even if it is a cloud player, I know some. Zhang Yuge in front of him knew nothing, which was a rare thing. The most outrageous thing is that he still has D with DEA played together and took the second, good results. Luli Wang had a little more appreciation in Zhang Yuge's eyes. He patted Zhang Yuge's shoulder. To be honest, with your ability, follow me, it is bend. Zhang Yuge was a little flattered. Look at what you say, I am an ordinary player. If there is anything to help, although I say, I will never quit. Okay. From now on, I will give you all the heavy tasks to build an oasis and Huangsha village. I know the oasis, where is Huangsha village? Zhang Yuge asked puzzledly. All people live in Huangsha village, they are all my power. Hearing the words, Zhang Yuge's eyes were bright. He originally thought that Luli had only these monsters, but he did not expect that there were humans. Rest assured. This is covered on me. I will surprise you. Luli smiled. Okay, I'm going to Huangsha village now, do you want to be with me? Yes. Of course. The two of them were closed. On the way to Huangsha village, Zhang Yuge kept asking questions. His understanding of this world is too little, and it is inevitable that he is a little confused. Luli also patiently answered him. From his crossing to this world, to the fog forest, noisy elite college, joining the bumpy experience of the Cavaliers, and said it completely. Of course, some details are omitted by selectivity. Those are his chords and secrets, even if the other party is Zhang Yuge, he cannot leak a little. Zhang Yuge listened to the more excited, and his eyes were full of worship. The sound of the slot is endless. When hearing the mutant zombie is about to attack the kingdom of the block, when Les City drove Luli and others out, Zhang Yuge began to scold his mother directly. What shit kingdom? Even good people and bad people can't distinguish it. If I am, I will take the king city directly with my men. Isn't he fragrant when he is a king? Luli heard the words, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I didn't see, this guy was still a temperament. You think it's so simple. All you see is the surface. The hidden strength behind a country is far beyond your imagination. I can't afford any storm even if I go in all of them. Luli was very clear. In the palace alone, many masters lurk secretly. He didn't want to take the danger. Besides, Luli was not interested in things like power. He would rather live an unrestrained life outside. Luli, if you suddenly regret it one day in the future, if you want to make the opponent king, you must call me. My requirements are not high, I will be satisfied to give me a half-time job. The best, can you find a few beautiful girls for me? Zhang Yuge smiled, and the expression on his face was extremely insignificant. Walk slowly. Don't wait, you will arrange for you later. Really false? That's so thankful. Zhang Yuge's face was happy. Harm. It is not easy to find you a pig girl with anta and anta. This is covered on me. After Luli said, he walked forward quickly. Pig. Pig people. Zhang Yuge, stunned directly. After a few seconds, he reacted. I want a girl. Don't pig people. Hey. Don't go. Zhang Yuge caught up with Luli and hurriedly pulled him. Luli. Girl, I don't want it. Why don't you? Just now you see that you are very excited. Luli pretended to be doubtful. He was a consultant, so he waited to see Zhang Yuge. What girl? I only have the construction of an oasis and Huangsha village in my heart. In addition, don't have any other thoughts. Zhang Yuge said justly. Luli was too lazy to break, smiled. If you are free, you can find several leaders of anta and teach your body skills. Building an oasis Huangsha village can take it step by step, not in a hurry for a while. Little I want. Just wrap it on me. Zhang Yuge patted his chest to ensure. The two walked and talked, and soon came to the periphery of Huangsha village. Seeing a neat village house, Zhang Yuge was a little tears. This is the first time he has seen human activities after he came to this world. Although he is now a pig, he still treats himself as humans. Seeing Luli's return, the guard of the village entrance immediately shouted, Lord Steve is back. In this throat, just a few seconds later, many people hurried out of the village to welcome Luli. Celebrate Lord Steve. The villagers ranked in 2 columns and shouted together. I'm obedient. So many people come out to pick you up. You have too much cards. It's really enough. Zhang Yuge couldn't help feeling emotion. Small scene, small scene. Lu Daimdia thought that if Zhang Yuge saw Wan Ma Pentium sent his picture, it is estimated that he would not be able to close his chin. When Colin heard the movement, he also came out to welcome Luli. As the mainstay of Huangsha village, Colin has taken the responsibility of the village chief. After Luli greeted him, he began to introduce Zhang Yuge. Colin, introduce you a new friend. His name is Zhang Yuge, and I am my new brother. In the future, the construction and development of Huangsha village will be fully responsible for him. Colin looked at Zhang Yuge and had some doubts. He pulled Luli aside. Do you let a monster be responsible for the construction of Huangsha village? Is this a bit unreliable? Luli had expected that he would ask. Rest assured, don't look at this guy's pig's head and pig brain, it is definitely not ambiguous. Huangsha village has so many people recently. I guess you must not be busy alone, so I shouted it to help. When he heard Luli's explanation, Colin was a little more at ease. He stepped forward and held a hand with Zhang Yuge, even if the two knew it. It didn't take long after entering the village. Zhang Yuge walked behind Luli, whispered. I want to check the surrounding terrain, can I? Before he finished speaking, Luli guessed Zhang Yuge's intention. Okay, don't say it, I already know. Luli shouted several guards and asked them to bring Zhang Yuge. Since Luli's subordinates from the manor, Huangsha village has become extremely lively. Originally, it was just a small village, and now thousands of people are active. I don't know, do you think this is a big town? Luli and Colin continued to move forward. Not long after walking, the two arrived in front of a wooden house. By the way, this is now the proposal office of Huangsha village. What can be talked about here slowly? Luli nodded and walked in. It didn't take long for the two to take a rush, and a figure rushed. It was Turner, who hadn't seen it for a long time. The original Sound Bandit was now compiled by Luli and became a loyal subordinate. Among them, he also had a lot of relationships with Luli's father, State.